15 years into the apocalypse. In a dark, damp basement that shuns the light, the dismembered torso of a decapitated zombie lay scattered on the ground. The moss was splattered with a nauseating yellow fluid and fresh bloodstains marred the walls. A person seated in a wheelchair suddenly let out a morbid laugh. The muscles on his face blasted and contorted by an explosion twisted into an eerie and hideous mask. Hearing the disturbance, a small zombie crouched on the ground cleaning debris, looked up with worry yet dared not move a muscle. Noticing her glance, Yize maneuvered his wheelchair to turn around. His pitch-black eyes betrayed no warmth, as if the recent deranged laughter had not emanated from him. He fixed his gaze on the zombie before him, a creature missing an arm, and in a cold tone asked, "What are you looking at?" The crippled little zombie, its skin below the throat marred by rotting scars, had spoken. Only then did Yize recall that it was merely a zombie incapable of true speech. Displaying remarkable sensibility, the little zombie immediately bowed its head and took a rag to clean the blood-stained, putrid floor. Seated in his wheelchair, Yize watched quietly as it busied itself, his once cold and merciless expression gradually softening. Yet upon glimpsing her broken form, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Moments earlier, his supernatural ability had been upgraded. In a vengeful burst, he forcefully activated his half-destroyed supernatural core, transcending space, to obliterate his enemy's base. He brutally maimed the contemptible scum, a man and a woman, and even seized the chance to kill their only son. The thought of these two sent an uncontrollable surge of hatred boiling within his chest. For all these years, he had endured his decimated body solely for the sake of revenge. Once his childhood betrothed colluded with the deputy leader of the base, orchestrating an incident during a mission that left him grievously injured and paralyzed from the waist down. They, seizing his moment of weakness, destroyed his supernatural core and butchered him like livestock, disemboweling, dissecting his heart, and extracting his liver in their cruel experiments. Exploiting the belief in a supernatural being's resilience, they repeatedly drew his blood, flayed his flesh, performed thousands of craniotomies, and drove him to the brink of death hundreds of times, all while miserly withholding treatment, so that he was forced to self-heal again and again. Thus, in a life worse than death, the dismal experiments dragged on for 4 long years. Over 1,000 days and nights. Most in the base knew of his plight, yet everyone chose the path of self-preservation. Excellent, excellent. These are the ones he has fought so desperately to protect. With eyes burning blood-red, Yize vowed that the day he regained his freedom, he would exact a blood-for-blood vengeance upon them all. Yize withdrew the murderous aura from his body and looked down at the little zombie diligently cleaning the floor with one hand. This very creature had appeared in the 4th year after his supernatural core was destroyed, and he was left paralyzed during the zombie siege of the base. At that time, the base was controlled by a horde of incompetents. Their collapse was merely a matter of time as they scrambled to escape, neglecting the paralyzed man in the laboratory. No. In truth, they longed for him to die amidst this zombie upheaval, for it would serve as the perfect excuse to announce his end to the outside world. In the abandoned basement of the base, Yize listened to the ghastly sounds of zombies, devouring flesh outside as the laboratory door was violently breached. Upon discerning the figure drawing near, Yize, overwhelmed with loathing, wished he could devour her whole. Gritting his teeth with blood on them, he bellowed the name of his enemy, Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying looked down from above at Yize, now lying paralyzed and reduced to a wreck on the operating table. Covering her nose, she disdainfully fanned the air. Yize, you are remarkably resilient to still be alive. Tell me, if you had perished alongside your subordinates 4 years ago, wouldn't you have been spared all this torment? Had it been 4 years ago, Cui Yingying would certainly not have revealed her true nature before him. But now, as Yize lay bound and chained on the operating table, looking more despicable than a stray mutt, a sense of vindication welled up within her. I have long been fed up with you, you wretched commoner, whose very being reeked of poverty. Given even a sliver of a chance to survive, you would strike back viciously. So do not blame me for my cruelty. Cui Yingying brandished a knife. Although supernatural beings possess formidable regenerative powers, the simultaneous destruction of both brain and heart would unquestionably be fatal. Without hesitation, Cui Yingying struck, plunging the knife deep into Yize's heart. Blood splattered across her face, yet she continued to smile with a disturbingly alluring grace. So the blood of a supernatural being is indeed warm. Yize, you are truly a wastrel. If only your supernatural ability were mine, I would never have suffered such an end. With those words, she raised her knife, once more a flicker of regret. An exquisite lament for such valuable material in supernatural research, passing briefly through her eyes. Had they not destroyed his supernatural core, Yize would have chosen self-detonation to take this wretch, and the entire base, down with him. Just as the knife was about to pierce Yize's skull and claim his life, a cyan-colored zombie burst through the door, lunging at Cui Yingying, who recoiled in alarm. But the zombie showed no mercy. Its long, dark claws lashed out at her. With no escape, Cui Yingying let out a harrowing scream as the claws pierced her cheek, triggering an agonizing, shattering cry. 5 years into the apocalypse, Cui Yingying remained a pitiful wretch. In the first year, Yize, owing her a life-saving favor, had agreed to date her and protect her family. Indeed, her entire household had been sustained by him after entering the base. He maintained that he had never wronged her yet. She colluded with the deputy leader of the base, clawing her way upward by stepping on him. One rose to become the head of the base, while the other became the leader's wife. From her pitiful demeanor, one could only assume she had enjoyed a life of luxury these past 4 years. Now witnessing her enemy being hunted down by zombies, Yize burst into vindictive laughter, his eyes bloodshot with fury, as if he yearned to personally claim her life. After gravely injuring Chui Yinging, the same zombie wasted no time in turning its focus toward Yize. With an impassive gaze, he mused that dying at the hands of a zombie was preferable to perishing by those wretched scum. Yet to his astonishment, that very zombie managed to sever all the shackles binding him, hoisting him onto its back and swiftly carrying him away. Behind them, the supernatural beings drawn by Chui Ying's chilling screams also took notice of Yize and that very zombie. The base leader, previously indecisive, was struck with terror when confronted by Yize's cold, formidable gaze brimming with hatred. With eyes shadowed in dread, he issued orders. Yize is colluding with zombies. Detonate the base immediately. We cannot let him escape alive. Yet the commoners in the base will also perish in the blast. One subordinate tried to object, but in the very next moment, he was dragged underground by a shadow, his screams fading as only a pair of terrified eyes remained staring from the surface. The base leader scanned everyone present and coldly demanded, "Who else has an objection?" Only dead silence answered him. Years earlier they had prepared for the worst. If confronted with an overwhelming zombie horde, they would preserve their main supernatural forces while sacrificing the ordinary denizens of the base. After all, ordinary people were in abundance. They would never risk their lives to protect wretches like those in Yize's group. Fixing his gaze on Yize being carried by the zombie, the base leader sneered coldly, and without hesitation detonated the munitions stored beneath the base. In an instant, a massive wave of heat swept over the entire facility as superheated high-pressure gases coalesced into enormous fireballs that erupted in the sky. In a moment when death was inevitable for all, Yize could scarcely believe that the very zombie carrying him had not hesitated. A creature that enveloped him with its full supernatural ability, steadfastly protecting him beneath its body. Yize awoke once more, and even before his mind recovered, his sense of smell stirred. The air was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and putrid decay, and when he dared to open his eyes, the sight was utterly nauseating. Scattered, severed limbs lay about, mingled with the fragmented flesh of zombies and humans alike, while red and dark brown blood seeped into the soil. Corpse after corpse was piled high, each face seemingly etched with the torment of unrest. Yize's face had been blasted to ruin on one side, leaving only a single blood-matted eye to gaze upon a world drenched in red. He could feel himself lying atop a zombie that crawled laboriously on the ground, dragging him forward with a single feeble arm. In the very instant of the explosion, the zombie, with remarkable reflex, pulled him backwards, distancing them from the heart of the blast. Employing its mysterious power, it buffered the shockwave, ripping through the ground during the explosion, using its own body to shield Yize from most of the surface damage. Although zombies, especially those of higher grade, are renowned for their regenerative abilities, in the face of such an attack this one had lost an arm and a small leg. Yize lay atop it, allowing it to carry him away, his eyes glinting with a predatory suspicion. Even though the zombie had risked everything to save his life, he could not bring himself to trust it. Had it shown the slightest sign of aberration, Yize would not have hesitated to end its miserable existence. Even though his special ability nucleus had shattered, his bindings on arms and legs were finally removed. Moreover, the zombie had exposed its most vulnerable back right before him. With but a hardened heart, Yize could end it instantly. After 4 years of torment in a laboratory, Yize's suspicions had grown ever deeper. Facing a zombie, a creature with a taste for human flesh, trust was an impossibility. Was this a trap set by the zombie coalition base, or a new experiment perpetrated by their so-called scientists? Yize, steeped in the darkest distrust of humanity, could not help but take note of the trail of blood the zombie left as it dragged him along. The little zombie had taken Yize to a refuge it had discovered amidst the ruins, and after settling him in it, bounded off to a corner to excavate several crystal cores, which it then presented before him. Zombie crystal cores were valuable. Not only could they enhance the abilities of special power users, but they could also facilitate the upgrading of zombies. Yet this particular zombie now offered one to him, leaving Yize perplexed by its intent for the first time. Now 10 years had passed since their first encounter. As he watched the little zombie laboriously rise after cleaning the floor, Yize finally extricated his thoughts from the bonds of memory. The little zombie pointed toward the door, only to be met with Yize's cold command. "No, you are not to go outside." When it glanced out once more in a plea, it was met with a stern retort. "I said you are not allowed to go out. Do you not understand?" Infuriated by his anger, the little zombie obediently crouched down, and clutching at a scrap of cloth carelessly tossed to it by Yize, began to wipe the floor in a pitiable manner. Once convinced that the zombie harbored no further intent to wander, Yize shifted his gaze. He had just slain half the enemy's base and even struck down the sole son of the base leader. Surely even now his foes would be ravenous. eager to devour his flesh and drink his blood, and he could not bear the thought of the little zombie venturing out, fearing it would perish beyond. He had once believed the little zombie regarded him only as a reserve of flesh, but over time he discovered that quite the contrary, the creature seemed to harbor affection for him. When the realization first dawned upon him, Yize felt nothing but revulsion. Even now, after a decade together, with a disfigured face, nearly obliterated powers, and an inability to even stand, he remained utterly perplexed. What prey could this zombie possibly see in him? Could it be that zombies possess such a peculiar aesthetic? In the early days, the little zombie would often venture out battered in search of zombie crystal cores, returning even more injured, yet devoting roughly 80% of its finds to Yize. Though Yize remained ever wary of the little zombie, it was precisely its provision of ample crystal cores that after years of turmoil enabled him to discover a method to mend his fragmented special ability nucleus. After restoring his spatial ability, Yize forbade the little zombie from ever leaving again, convinced that anything he required could be retrieved by harnessing his powers. Watching the little zombie diligently wipe the floor despite missing an arm and half a leg, Yize momentarily entertained the notion of prosthetics for it. But he quickly gritted his teeth. No, it was better this way, tethered and unable to truly leave. The mere thought of its departure cast a fleeting shadow of melancholy in his eyes. That possibility was unthinkable. Forget it, such matters would be pondered only after his revenge was complete. Just moments ago, harnessing a decade's worth of accrued power in one devastating surge, he activated spatial compression to unexpectedly obliterate half the base, consigning half its occupants to suffocate within the cramped space. Among the victims was Cui Yingying's 7-year-old son. Although the child was innocent, Yize fully understood the ruthless logic of silencing witnesses and eradicating all remnants. Alas, Cui Yingying and Dong Hong had managed to escape from the moment they colluded to betray and usurp him. Their fates were sealed for a relentless life-or-death vendetta. The mere thought of that man losing his precious son filled Yize with a perverse exhilaration. In stark contrast, Cui Yingying shrieked hysterically, "It's Yize! Surely it must be him. He's not dead. He killed my son. I will kill him. I absolutely will." The shrill, distorted cry, accompanied by her grotesquely scarred face, marred long ago by a zombie's attack, was as monstrous as it was horrifying. Had it not been for the anti-zombie serum developed long ago, that very moment when she was captured would have undoubtedly condemned her to become one of the undead. Dong Hong, who had lost his only son, was enraged to the point that his eyes burned red. It was well known that the stronger a special ability user became, the less likely they were to leave heirs, and Yize's latest act nearly severed his very roots. He would never forgive Yize. By ourselves it may be difficult to locate him, but aren't there numerous special ability users within the base desperate for high-grade crystal cores for their advancement? After all, Yize survived only because of that high-level zombie who saved him. As long as we use it as bait, I'm certain we won't fail to find him. 15 years into the apocalypse, humanity had developed instruments capable of detecting zombies. The moment human special ability users converged, the little zombie, sensing their presence, with acute instinct swiftly hoisted Yize onto its back and dashed away to escape. Yize cast a dark, disdainful glance at the figures pursuing him. Familiar faces, including those subordinates he had once nurtured. How strangely amusing. They are fourth-tier zombies. The pursuers, their faces twisted with greed, regarded the little zombie's crystal core as their prized treasure. They surged relentlessly towards the plunder of the zombie crystal core, while the little zombie bearing a paralyzed Yize on its back cowered in desperate evasion. Yize's eyes turned merciless, as if he intended to claim that very core for himself. "In your dreams," Yize snapped as he turned his gaze, locking onto the figures reaching out toward him. In an instant they were frozen in place, and by the time they realized escape was impossible, it was far too late. The twisted space squeezed their flesh, and within the confines of that area, the air pressure continued to escalate relentlessly. Within that cramped space, several struggled desperately. Blood drenched their faces, eardrums shattered, crimson streams spread to bulging neck veins and half-bent joints until at last they exploded in a horrifyingly distorted fashion. Yize's eyes were cold and unyielding, reminiscent of a vengeful specter summoned from the netherworld. Blood mist billowed its sudden eruption, freezing the pursuers in their tracks. The young zombie seized the fleeting opening to rapidly widen the distance. What's happening? His ability was shattered. How is this possible? One of those sent to hunt down Yize cried out in disbelief. Dong Hong snapped out of his momentary shock, his gaze turning viciously toward Yize's position as he barked. He possesses the method to restore a shattered ability core. Pursue him. Capture him alive. No exceptions. If an ability core could be restored after shattering, might there exist a shortcut to amplify one's power? Yize's overwhelming strength suggested his method of ability cultivation held profound secrets. After a brief hesitation, greed overrode caution. Their ranks surged forward like a ravenous tide. A blazing fireball searing the very moisture from the air spun violently as it hurtled toward the two fleeing figures. The young zombie bearing Yize on her back evaded each strike with heart-stopping precision. Yet before they could regain their footing, the ground itself transformed into razor-sharp blades lancing upward toward them. Forced relentlessly backward, they were then ensnared by a domineering crackling net of lightning, caging them like beasts trapped in a merciless arena. Yize manipulated spatial fabric to deflect incoming assaults, executing multiple spatial displacements. Yet his location remained unerringly locked. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Had his ability not been nearly obliterated in the past, he would never now struggle to create even a sliver of distance with spatial movement. His enemy stood within arm's reach. His hatred burned so fiercely, he longed to tear the man apart flesh from bone. Through successive waves of expendable fighters, Dong Hong and his allies discerned Yize's dire state, a bow drawn taut beyond endurance. Their abilities flared anew with predatory vigor. Today, they would seize the 4th-tier zombie's crystal core and capture Yize alive to extract the secret of rapid ability enhancement. Sensing Yize's volatile fury, the young zombie instantly retreated at blinding speed, her pitch-black pupils hollow and depthless. Though she had lost one arm and one leg, she remained a 4th-tier zombie, also known as a mutated zombie, possessing abilities akin to those of human cultivators. Her awakened ability was an exceedingly rare psychic-type power. She could dominate zombies of lower tiers. Within a 1-kilometer radius centered upon her, all zombies below the 4th tier fell instantly under her command. They converged upon her while obeying her silent directives to assault the cultivators, carving open an escape route. Around them, the cultivators' eyes burned crimson with bloodlust, a 4th-tier zombie. Psychic tier no less. Absorbing her crystal core could awaken psychic abilities even in ordinary humans. Her core had to be extracted. Upon witnessing the exposure of the young zombie's ability, Yize's obsidian pupils flared with a deathly glacial wrath. Who gave you permission to reveal your ability? At his words, her body stiffened. She turned her head, forcing a grotesque, rigid smile, her blasted ashen blue skin twisting with a desperate, ingratiating grimace. Yize's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes smoldered with a thin veneer of incensed fury. Exposing her psychic ability would redirect every hostile gaze toward her, diverting attention from himself, the sole possessor of the ability core restoration method. Perhaps this zombie had already resolved to trade her life for his escape. Did she truly intend to leave him behind? A flash of savage, brooding darkness flickered across Yize's gaze. As the zombie neared the breach with Yize slung across her back, Dong Hong's form dissolved into spectral translucence, vanishing entirely into his own shadow. He reappeared 5 meters away. Simultaneously, the young zombie's shadow, previously clinging tightly to the earth, began to churn and swell with unnatural haste. Fall back, Yize commanded. Without hesitation, she trusted his voice completely, launching herself skyward, arcing backward into retreat. But the black shadow pursued them, relentlessly surging forward and expanding until it blotted out half the sky, sealing off the zombie's path of flight. The young zombie lunged without pause, slashing with razor-sharp claws, only to be instantly entangled by the shadow. The moment their movement froze, Dong Hong signaled sharply to his subordinates. Dozens of cultivators instantly reformed their formation, encircling Yize and the one-armed zombie within a tightening ring. Yize strained the last dregs of his nearly depleted ability, unleashing a spatial blade. At the instant the blade severed the shadow, it morphed into a pair of powerful humanoid hind limbs, dragging the one-armed zombie downward with crushing force while localized gravity intensified, pulling her, and Yize, violently earthward. Then, a white blade flashed. A deafening concussive blast ripped through the air, shattering the coiling black specter. Gravity normalized abruptly. Blood streamed from Yize's eyes as he laughed. A wild, jagged, malevolent grin fixed upon those who schemed so desperately to end his life. Has he lost his mind? He's grinding his own shattered ability core fragments to fuel his power. Beneath the suffocating weight of warped space and dread, some stared in horrified disbelief at Yize's blood-frenzied rampage, instinctively recoiling. Gravely wounded Dong Hong clenched his jaw until his teeth threatened to splinter, his vision clouding with crimson haze. If we fail to eliminate Yize today, he will slaughter us all tomorrow. Recalling the base's massacre, half its personnel slaughtered, their resolve hardened. Yize bore grudges with lethal precision. If he escaped today, vengeance would be swift, absolute, and utterly merciless. Dong Hong struck first, expending nearly his entire reservoir of ability in a single frenzied assault. His sole intent to end Yize. Close behind him surged a high-tier hydrokinetic cultivator. The air thickened with sudden oppressive humidity. A colossal water column powerful enough to shear steel girders clean in two roared toward the one-armed zombie. In that same heartbeat, the young zombie channeled her psychic energy into her eyes, driving her crystal core to its utmost limit. The hydrokinetic's taut nerves were instantly breached. His colossal water column veered wildly, reversing course to strike himself. In the blink of an eye, 2 low-tier cultivators lay dead. Necks snapped with brutal efficiency. Yet this did not deter the hunters. Once freed from her control, the hydrokinetic's gaze locked onto the young zombie, burning with feverish, covetous intensity. The moment he moved to close in spatial resonance erupted across a 50-meter radius. Energy in the air detonated with cataclysmic force. With surgical precision, Yize warped space to pulverize 6 cultivators' ability cores. In a single breath, 6 lives extinguished. The high-tier hydrokinetic raised a watery shield. Just in time, Donghong seized a nearby cultivator and thrust him forward as a living shield. They looked up and saw Yize, blood weeping from every orifice, eyes blazing crimson, laughing with unhinged venomous triumph. Even in death, he would drag them all into the abyss with him. To them, Yize was irrevocably insane. Squeezing his already shattered ability core to its final fatal dregs. A shattered core rendered a cultivator utterly powerless. A broken shell. Yet an ability core could fracture into no more than 21 shards. If every fragment vanished, the cultivator would perish. Yize was walking straight to his grave. Utterly, irredeemably mad. Put me down. Then run. Far and fast. His voice cut cold and sharp. The disfigured, maimed young zombie turned stunned. Then shook her head without hesitation. Yize gripped her shoulders hard, his eyes blazing with unrestrained madness. Part of him yearned to drag her down into oblivion with him, so she'd never again offer such raw, reckless devotion to another. She winced in pain. Turning, she met his gaze. Her obsidian, lightless pupils filled only with quiet, unwavering concern. Slowly, deliberately, he loosened his grip. Enough! In the next instant, he crushed the last vestiges of his ability core fragments, and teleported the young zombie 100 meters away. In an instant, the unexpected turn of events caught the encircling forces completely off guard. Damn it! She must not be allowed to escape. The high-tier hydrokinetic leapt up abruptly, his entire body enveloped in swirling mist, as he surged forward in pursuit of the zombie. Before he could close the distance, a colossal suction force erupted from behind him. Unable to evade in time, his body locked rigidly, then crashed violently onto the ground, utterly beyond his control. Thwarted repeatedly by a cripple, the hydrokinetic fixed Yize with a glacial, venomous gaze. Scalding vapor roiled around Yize, boiling fiercely in the air. The mist coalesced into a spectral humanoid shape, while airborne moisture condensed into razor-edged blades that slashed across his face, already ravaged by explosion. Only then did Yize lift his head, revealing his blood-soaked visage, and a ghastly rictus grin. In one savage motion, he thrust his hand straight through the other's chest cavity. Alas, his foe was a hydrokinetic. The wound proved grievous, but not fatal. Instantly grasping his intent, the hydrokinetic roared in alarm. No. He's going to detonate his ability core. Before the final syllable, faded, searing energy erupted with berserk intensity. Those surrounding him had no time to flee. Low-rank adepts were obliterated outright by the concussive blast. Donghong reacted instantly, snatching 2 people to shield himself before vanishing in a blur of kinetic evasion. Yet even in death, Yize refused to spare him. Yize's body hovered at the very brink of endurance. Blood wept continuously from every pore, his bones and flesh crumbling under the torrential pressure of unleashed energy. The more his frame frayed, the more fiercely he wrung the last dregs of his ability, erecting spatial barriers to trap them within this narrow, inescapable tomb, binding them to his own demise. He's lost his mind, utterly deranged, a madman. He's nothing but a madman. As Yize's shattered ability core whirled with frenzied energy, a vast wave of psychic force descended upon them from above. The cataclysmic shockwave generated by the impending detonation was drawn inward. Just as Yize lifted his gaze to see the zombie, who should long since have fled, standing resolutely before him. Without hesitation, she tore out the crystal core, sustaining her undead vitality. Its explosive radiance formed an impenetrable barrier against the adepts, while its surging essence flowed unceasingly into Yize's shattered ability core, mending it grain by grain. This zombie, his silent companion for 10 years, reached out for the first time as death approached, her fingers brushing his cheek with tender, lingering reverence, her face alight with a sorrowful smile. Feeling her warmth fade within his arms, Yize's eyes flooded with crimson mist, his heart and soul shattering in unison. The setting sun bled across descending clouds, casting blood-red light through the hospital's weathered glass, its sole fragile illumination piercing the encroaching dark. Inside the hospital room, a television crackled with static-laced broadcast. At 1500 on August 13, 2/24. A violent assault occurred at Building 16 of Z University, leaving 3 injured and 1 dead. The suspect has fled and is believed to have committed suicide out of guilt. The moment Yize opened his eyes to this alien environment, his gaze swept the room with lethal sharpness. Yize, you're awake. Thank goodness. You scared me half to death. You'd been unconscious ever since your injury, and running a fever for 3 days. A sports student in athletic wear, towel draped over his neck, spoke while pulling out his phone. Lianchong. Yize dredged the unfamiliar name from the depths of his memory. Lianchong lowered his phone. He'd just reported Yize's condition to their academic advisor. Yet the instant their eyes met, a chilling sensation slithered down his spine, as if pinned by the cold, unblinking stare of a venomous serpent. What's wrong? The television's voice continued, and upon hearing the date Yize froze. Then turned sharply toward the screen, locking onto the bold numerals emblazoned across the news 2/24. His expression twisted grotesquely. The sharp pain blooming in his abdomen confirmed it. This was no dream. 2/24. The year meant he had traveled back 15 years. Back to the era before the apocalypse. Yize's sudden stillness unsettled Lianchang. Are you okay? I'm fine. After 15 years surviving the apocalypse, Yize masked his turmoil with practiced composure. He hadn't expected, had never dared hope, to be reborn 15 years into the past. Before his death, Yize had used the zombie's crystal core to repair half of his shattered ability core. Blinded by bloodlust, he slaughtered every adept present. Then stormed the base, reducing the mastermind Cui Yingying to bloody fragments. That act drew reinforcements, and he was besieged by the base's remaining forces. In the end, cradling her near-rotted corpse, he detonated his ability core within the compound. An ability core detonation guaranteed death. Now gazing upon his friend's once familiar face, now blurred by time, Yize felt a storm of conflicting emotions. He truly stood reborn in the pre-apocalyptic world. An ingrained instinct compelled him to scan his surroundings, until the absence of a certain familiar presence struck him like ice water. The apocalypse had not yet come, and thus he had no idea where to find her. No, she wasn't a zombie yet, and though they'd spent 10 years side by side, he didn't know her name. He'd never heard her speak. He knew nothing about her. A wave of panic seized him. His muscles tensed, his breath shallow. For the latter decade of the apocalypse, she was his only companion, day and night. From initial suspicion and bitter resentment, he gradually grew accustomed to her silent, unwavering presence. For years of inhuman experimentation in that underground lab had left him trusting no one. So he tested her limits again and again with cruel, deliberate provocations. Perhaps her undead mind was simple. She obeyed him without question until their dynamic curdled into something unervingly submissive. His need for control spiraled unchecked. In those final years, he forbade her from stepping beyond his line of sight. Only Yize knew the truth. This zombie, who had walked with him through the darkest abyss, who had held him steady during his lowest fall, occupied a place in his heart no mortal could claim. Seeing his pallor, Lianchang assumed nothing more than post-waking disorientation. After the physician confirmed no serious complications, he began peeling an apple, musing aloud to Yize. You've got 9 lives truly. You're blessed. Lucky for you, your childhood sweetheart remained utterly devoted and saved your life. You owe her everything. Before Lianchang finished speaking, a graceful figure appeared in the doorway, a young woman in a white dress, her eyes shimmering with tears, gazing at Yize with tender, heartrending devotion. Brother Yize, you're finally awake. Recognizing her, Yize's eyes sharpened. Cold, lethal, glinting with murderous frost. The very woman he just minced into pieces stood before him now, wearing that same mask of feigned innocence. How deliciously ironic. In the next heartbeat, shocking everyone, Yize seized her throat and slammed her skull against the nearby cabinet. Staring into her face, he bared a bloodthirsty smile and spoke each syllable with venomous precision. Cui Ying. Cui Yingying let out an involuntary scream as searing pain shot through her neck and head, jolting Lianchang back to awareness. Yize, have you lost your mind? She'll die. Lianchang had no idea what had just happened, but he couldn't stand by and watch Cui Yingying be killed by Yize. Yize hadn't lived as a normal human being for over a decade. In his previous life, he had already tortured and exacted vengeance upon Cui Yingying, and now he intended only to eradicate this menace entirely, before she brought calamity upon him once more. Choking under Yize's grip, Cui Yingying's survival instinct surged violently. She thrashed wildly, her face turning bluish-purple. Amid her struggles, a sheet of paper slipped from her grasp. Yize glanced down and froze. In that fleeting opening, Lianchang seized the moment and wrenched Cui Yingying free from Yize's hold. Seeing the dark bruises blooming across her throat, he recoiled in horror and confronted Yize. Yize, did you intend to kill her? Gasping desperately for air, Cui Yingying coughed violently, saliva dripping from her mouth as tears flooded her face. Who is it? Yize demanded coldly. At the sound of his voice, Cui Yingying flinched instinctively. Her eyes darted to the fallen letter, and in panic she lunged to retrieve it. But Yize snatched it first. His gaze locked onto the familiar handwriting, and his pupils contracted sharply. It was her. It had to be her. They had spent 10 years together. Yet that zombie, grievously wounded, had half-rotted flesh beneath her throat and could no longer speak. To communicate, they relied on a single pen and a tattered notebook, somehow scavenged, who knew where, and exchanged thoughts through written notes. No one knew her handwriting better than Yize. She had written his name, Yize, more times than he could count, and now scrawled across this letter were these words. Zhangyu loves Yize. Yize's voice dropped low, heavy with unyielding authority. His eyes burned crimson as he pinned Cui Yingying with a glare, and demanded again, Where did this letter come from? Meeting those demon-like eyes, Cui Yingying staggered backward in terror. Fearing Lu Yize would strike again, Li Anchang stepped between them. Lu Yize, what's wrong with you? You can't lay hands on a woman like that. Especially not one who saved your life. Lu Yize had no patience for explanations. Not even a glance for Li Anchang. Before Li Anchang could react, a blinding pain exploded at the base of his skull, and he collapsed unconscious. Cui Yingying, cowering behind Li Anchang, suddenly felt a crushing pressure constrict her throat. Immovable, inescapable. She stared in horror at Lu Yize motionless on the hospital bed. Terrified beyond reason by this supernatural force, she sobbed uncontrollably, Lu Yize, you can't do this to me. I saved your life. I saved you. 3 days earlier, a violent assault erupted on campus at Z University. A man suddenly went berserk and attacked others, leaving 3 injured and 1 dead. The man had seized 3 female students when Lu Yize passed by, heard their cries for help and intervened, only to be bitten on the shoulder by the frenzied attacker. Lu Yize's consciousness instantly blurred. He lost all capacity to resist. In the final flicker of awareness, he glimpsed a hazy silhouette stepping in front of him. The madman's hands pierced straight through that figure's chest. Black blood-dripping claws raked Lu Yize's abdomen. In his past life, upon waking, everyone told him Cui Yingying had saved him. She'd supposedly taken the fatal blow meant for him. Though fortune spared her vital organs, a grotesque scar remained across her belly. Lu Yize dismissed his final fading impression before unconsciousness as mere delusion, and believed Cui Yingying's account. An orphan abandoned at a children's home, he'd excelled academically and earned sponsorship from Cui Yingying's father. Later, during high school, luck favored him again. He befriended several wealthy second-generation heirs who funded his startup. With sharp business acumen, and riding the wave of the internet boom, he built a thriving enterprise, pouring substantial financial support back into Cui Yingying's father's ventures. Even Cui Yingying herself leveraged her family's benevolence toward Lu Yize, freely spending on his credit cards. Citing her supposed life-saving debt, she pressured him into dating her, and afterward grew ever more brazen in demanding resources and money. As for that so-called debt, Lu Yize sneered. It wasn't the madman who infected him. It was the very first zombie to mutate. He carried the zombie virus within him. Infection led to only 2 fates: mutation into a metahuman, or transformation into a zombie. If Cui Yingying truly had saved him, she could never have remained an ordinary human. His 3-day fever had been the crucible of his powers awakening. Even now, though his ability remained faint, Lu Yize could distinctly sense the core of his power and wield it consciously. You saved my life. Lu Yize bared a savage grin. His face twisted with madness, yet his eyes remained chillingly calm, dead as stone, fixed upon Cui Yingying like she was already a corpse. Under his gaze, the pressure around her throat tightened violently. Her feet lifted off the ground and every last breath was ripped from her lungs. My patience is exhausted. One last time. I ask, where did this letter come from? Cui Yingying's eyes hemorrhaged as she clawed frantically at her own throat, kicking, gasping until her limbs went slack, overwhelmed by the suffocating dread of imminent death. I'll tell you. It's Jiang Yu. I took it from Jiang Yu. Where is she? Lu Yize's question left her momentarily speechless, but meeting those terrifying eyes again, she stammered, trembling. In the morgue. She's in the morgue. At that very instant, the television screen flickered to life, displaying the official casualty list from the incident. There, stark and undeniable, under the column marked deceased, stood the name Jiang Yu. Lu Yize abandoned Cui Yingying without a second thought. His face drained pale, his mind reeling back to the moment that zombie died in his arms. Rising, he winced as the movement pulled at the wound in his abdomen. But thanks to his awakened ability, his body healed far faster than any ordinary human's. Still, after lying motionless for 3 days, his gait wavered at first, only gradually steadying as he reacquainted himself with this body. In his past life, after Cui Yingying's betrayal, Lu Yize had spent 14 years as a broken shell. So long he'd nearly forgotten how to walk. Now only one thought consumed him, whether human or zombie. He would find the creature who had walked beside him for 10 years. Only after Lu Yize vanished from the room did Cui Yingying crumple to the floor. The world rushed back. The air thinned, sounds returned, and reality reasserted itself. She gulped air raggedly, shamelessly. The muffled noises outside the ward, once absent, resumed, yet their clamor sent chills racing down her spine. Without even glancing at Li Anchang, still unconscious from her earlier plea, she scrambled up and fled the room in blind panic. Terror and deep revulsion flickered in her eyes, her fingernails biting deep into her palms. Meanwhile, Lu Yize, feared and loathed by her, moved unseen, slipping into the morgue. Among rows of cadavers, an uncanny intuition drew him unerringly to a single stainless steel drawer. He activated his ability to unlock it. Beneath the white shroud, a still form lay hidden, and Lu Yize's pulse quickened. When he lifted the cloth, revealing a face both hauntingly familiar and profoundly alien, the emotion suppressed since his rebirth shattered, bursting forth in full force. His trembling fingers reached out, and in that instant his long-dead rotting heart began to beat again. Inside the cramped bedroom, silver shackles bound a corpse whose skin had turned ashen. Yize sat motionless in a chair staring at Jiangyu, utterly lifeless, showing no sign of breath or pulse. In its earliest stage, the zombie virus typically lay dormant for 2 weeks to a month. Its prolonged incubation period enabled widespread transmission, making containment nearly impossible. The ashen pallor of her skin, the nails slowly blackening and the fangs gradually emerging, all bore grim witness to her irreversible transformation into a zombie. Only after Yize used his spatial ability to retrieve Jiangyu from the morgue and bring her home did she begin to revert, slowly, subtly, to the form he remembered. Only then did his heart settle, grounded once more in reality. Yet now, gazing upon the gaping wound torn open across Jiangyu's abdomen, Yize's breath ceased entirely. His hand hovered just above the cloth draped over her stomach, hesitating, before finally lifting it aside. At the sight of her abdomen violently ruptured and pierced through with ashen flesh creeping upward, veined with dark livid streaks of blood, Yize was suddenly struck by a searing memory of tender moments shared with the little zombie, and his chest convulsed with sudden unbearable pain. The one who had saved him had always been her. Then what horrors had she endured in those final moments before death? The mere thought constricted his heart as if gripped by an invisible fist. A agony flared behind his eyes, and fury, cold, incisive, rose like a tide. Cui Yingying's name burned anew in his mind, etched deeper into his ledger of vengeance. Yize gazed upon the girl lying motionless on the bed. Eyes closed, face unfamiliar yet hauntingly known. Her scarred visage had vanished. Beneath the quiet stillness, her true features were finally revealed. They had known each other for 10 years. Yet this was the first time Yize truly saw her face. Their first meeting had taken place in that basement, a place that had long haunted his dreams. He had believed he would die beneath that zombie's hands, too close to death to register her features. Over the next decade her face had been obliterated, reduced to raw, oozing wounds and hardened scabs in that narrow, rot-scented room. She had become unrecognizable, stripped of all human semblance. She wrapped herself tightly in a tattered black scarf, scavenged from who knew where, leaving only her deep dark eyes exposed. Once while she slept, Yize had dared lift that veil. She awoke instantly, startled and alert. To conceal his trespass he lashed out, harsh, contemptuous, cruel. She uttered no word in reply, only drew the scarf tighter around herself, retreating further into silence and shadow. In truth, he only wished to see her, to confirm she was real, alive, present. Unscarred, the little zombie was strikingly beautiful, the very type he had always found most captivating. Her hair fell like ink, her face pure and serene. Long curling lashes lent her an air of docile gentleness. Yet her delicate features carried an ethereal coolness, otherworldly, untethered. While her lips remained soft, full, and exquisitely shaped, with a small, perfect cupid's bow seemingly made for kissing. Yize reached out, gently grasping her slender left hand, fingers long and fine, then slowly interlacing them, sealing their grasp into a tight, unbreakable knot. In his past life, her severed arm and leg had become a permanent wound in his soul. This time he vowed silently. He would guard her fiercely and without fail. Closing his eyes, he withdrew from the suffocating weight of memory, steadied his breath, and turned his thoughts toward what came next. The apocalypse had not yet fully descended, but its omens had begun. Isolated regions reported extreme weather anomalies. Scattered, unconfirmed zombie sightings went largely ignored by authorities. It would be another month before the comet struck. Only then would the true end begin: hordes of zombies, mutated flora and fauna, and relentless climatic chaos descending in swift succession. The outbreak would spiral beyond control. Earth, blue and fragile, would fall. Even now, a few perceptive souls sensed the shift, quietly stockpiling supplies, causing subtle but telling ripples in commodity prices. Having returned to the eve of annihilation, Yize wasted no time preparing, and fate had granted him the perfect ability for such a task: spatial manipulation. Ideal for vast, imperishable storage. Every spatial ability user possessed an innate dimensional pocket, an intrinsic advantage that made them invaluable in the early days of the apocalypse. Each ability manifested uniquely. At the zenith of his former life, Yize's spatial domain spanned several stadiums in volume, and within it time stood utterly still. Thus stored provisions remained perfectly preserved. Yet living beings could not survive inside. They would suffocate within moments. Others wielded spatial powers differently. Yize once encountered a fellow spatial user whose domain accepted only living things. Dead matter simply refused to enter. Most spatial users employed their ability solely for storage, but a rare few like Yize had honed theirs into weapons. During the decades he spent crippled and discarded, Yize devoted himself entirely to studying his ability. Day after day, year after year, no one understood its mechanics more deeply than he did. From the moment he found the little zombie, he resolved to stockpile meat. Zombies fed on flesh, and as the apocalypse advanced, higher-tier zombies regained fragments of human perception. Some even speculated that upon reaching sufficient evolution they might reclaim full human memories. He refused to let his zombie awaken with the revolting recollection of having devoured people. Without hesitation, he liquidated his entire account balance to purchase the first batch of fresh meat. Fortunately, time within his spatial domain stood frozen. No spoilage, no decay, no limit to shelf life. To avoid suspicion, he orchestrated nationwide bulk acquisitions. Meat, eggs, dairy, grains, oil, water, and salt. All procured discreetly and methodically. When every last cent was spent, Yize still felt the reserves insufficient. His current spatial domain measured only 500 square meters, 5 meters high. A modest expanse even after dedicated cultivation. Once all supplies were secured within the void, Yize settled beside the bed to meditate. During those 10 desolate years as a cripple, he had discovered that abilities could be cultivated, not merely enhanced through zombie crystal absorption. He had even tested this theory on the little zombie, confirming that zombies could not advance through conventional human cultivation methods. Just then, a sharp ringtone shattered his focus. Yize opened his eyes to see Cui Ming flashing across his phone screen. His gaze sharpened with cold, unyielding malice. Father and daughter, Cui Ming and Cui Yingying, were cut from the same vile cloth. Once he had revered this man, his former benefactor, with genuine filial devotion, treating him as a second father. Yet when disaster struck, Cui Ming delivered the final betrayal, stabbing him in the back, selling him outright to Dong Hong, and pledging allegiance to the rising power without hesitation. Yize never forgave, and now reborn, he would ensure every traitor paid in full. He answered the call. On the other end, Cui Ming's voice oozed false warmth. Yize, my boy, I heard you were discharged from the hospital today. Are you quite recovered? Why not stay under observation a bit longer? And Yingying, she's acting like a spoiled child again, claiming you mistreated her. Please bear with her. She's been indulged since birth. You know I have only this one daughter. Is there something you need? Yize replied, voice flat, devoid of inflection. Cui Ming did not sense anything amiss. After all, Yize had always been this way, outwardly aloof yet fiercely loyal to those who treated him with even a sliver of kindness. Such a man was effortlessly manipulated. Nothing urgent. Just Yize, consider this. Yingying is a young woman, and she bears a scar across her abdomen for your sake. I've told her countless times to regard you only as an elder brother, but that girl is hopelessly stubborn. She's pursued you for years, and now she'd sacrifice her very life for you. You grew up under our watchful eyes, alongside Yingying's mother. We trust you implicitly. You two have known each other since childhood, and you've yet to settle down with anyone. Why not give it a try? She loves you sincerely. That's precisely why I swallow my pride to broach this matter with you. In his past life, Yize had agreed to marry Cui Yingying solely after hearing these words. Yize could already deduce most of their intentions. Had the apocalypse not struck so abruptly, the Cui family would likely have seized control of his company next, absorbing it wholly into their own domain. Since they coveted it so desperately, Yize saw no harm in ensnaring them in a trap stripped of all assets before the cataclysm. He wondered keenly how the Cui clan, elders and children alike, would fare without his protection. A flash of cunning flickered deep within Yize's dark, inscrutable eyes. Let's discuss such matters later. The company is in utter disarray. I suspect my recent accident may be linked to someone inside. I'm exhausted. Perhaps I'll sell the firm and take a long rest. As he spoke, Yize idly twirled a strand of hair belonging to the small zombie beside him, casually laying a snare while appearing utterly nonchalant. At these words, Cui Ming's heart lurched. He urged urgently, Yize, don't act rashly. A company like yours can't be sold on impulse. It's riding the crest of a golden wave. Everyone else clamors to buy in. How could you possibly sell? The pressure is unbearable. Everyone watches me, hungry to tear a piece from my flesh. It's meaningless. I simply don't wish to continue. Cui Ming seethed, inwardly dismissing the young man as weak-willed. A green novice unnerved by injury, now seeking only comfort and quiet with a windfall. What a disgraceful lack of ambition. He'd envisioned marrying his daughter to Yize, then coaxing him, willingly, into surrendering the company to the Cui family. Never had he imagined the man would sell the very hen that laid golden eggs. Cui Ming himself was neither admirable nor particularly skilled in business, but any clear-eyed observer could see Yize's enterprise was immensely profitable, poised for steady growth over the next decade. Acquiring it now would guarantee enormous profit. Initially, he assumed Yize was jesting, until moments after hanging up, Yize publicly announced the sale, confirming his intent beyond doubt. Having done so, Yize engaged brokers to liquidate his villa and sports car, luxuries acquired over the years to project prestige. He then secured a substantial bank loan. Combined with the proceeds, the sum approached 100 million yuan. Funds he channeled through trusted intermediaries to procure firearms and ammunition. Once all arrangements were complete, Yize watched the news broadcast, still dominated by the Z University student homicide case. Yize, a senior at Z University, had been invited to deliver a speech at his alma mater, an opportunity arising from his rapidly ascending enterprise, only to be confronted with tragedy moments before taking the stage. The assailant lay dead at the scene. Frowning, Yize sensed something deeply wrong. The attacker, had clearly undergone zombification carrying the nascent strain of the zombie virus. Fully transformed zombies could only be permanently neutralized by destroying their crystalline core. If not even grievously wounded or maimed, they retained mobility. Recalling fragmented memories from before his unconsciousness, Yize remembered not only someone shielding him, but also a decisive motion, a blade striking the assailant's skull. His gaze narrowed suspiciously upon Jiang Yue shackled beside him. How had she known precisely where to strike a zombie? What secrets did she conceal? In the early phase, the zombie virus remained latent for extended periods, with infected individuals displaying no outward symptoms. Hence, the two female students attacked alongside him showed no reaction whatsoever. Only a month later, following the comet's descent, would they fully mutate into the shambling, ravenous creatures commonly imagined as zombies. One exception existed: if infection occurred post-mortem, zombification manifested gradually within half a month. As in Jiang Yu's case, prolonged high-grade fever like Yize's typically signaled the awakening of an ability. Those showing no reaction were destined to become zombies. Thus, months into the previous apocalypse, Yize had realized, beyond doubt, that the person who saved him was not Cui Yingying. His resentment flared, but before he could confront her, betrayal struck. Yet now, far more pressing than the Cui family's machinations was Jiang Yu. With grim resolve, Yize hired a private investigator to uncover her past. Her history remained utterly unknown to him, leaving him with an unsettling sense of estrangement. 500 million yuan, non-negotiable. He answered Cui Ming's call without preamble, cutting off further discourse before the other could utter another word. He glanced at his spatial ability. Compact yet woefully insufficient. In the coming apocalypse, no stockpile of supplies would ever be excessive. Drawing upon hard-won knowledge from his prior life, Yize began scouting for a secure location. One he would fortify into an impregnable sanctuary inaccessible to intruders. In his last life, he joined a survival base, only to suffer betrayal, imprisonment, and for grueling years of forced experimentation on his abilities. He loathed every base with visceral contempt. And now, with a sentient zombie in tow, no base would tolerate such a lethal anomaly near its gates. Initially, the COS attempted to send Cui Yingying to reapproach Yize, but she, thoroughly terrified, refused outright. Meanwhile, Yize remained resolute in selling the company. As news spread that he might offload it cheaply to others, Cui Ming ground his teeth in fury, cursing the young man's foolishness inwardly. Yet upon reflection, 500 million seemed manageable. A temporary outlay soon recouped. Summoning rare boldness, Cui Ming pooled every family asset, borrowed heavily from associates, and even mortgaged their own company. At last, funds assembled, he clenched his jaw and purchased Yize's enterprise. Upon finalizing the transfer, Yize received the payment and felt genuine satisfaction. He deliberately seeded the acquisition with hidden liabilities, ensuring the COIS wouldn't merely fail to profit but would hemorrhage capital. With the money secured, Yize filled his spatial dimension to capacity with supplies and began constructing his sanctuary on a secluded mountainside. Using the mountain itself as camouflage, he concealed the entrance and engineered vast water reservoirs and storage vaults powered by dozens of generators humming steadily across the compound. Long shelf-life provisions were stored in the lower-tier refrigerated chambers. Better prepared than unprepared, however slight the margin. The sole local hazard lay in flora destined to mutate post-apocalypse. Yet this danger doubled as perfect natural cover. 10 days had passed since Yize awoke, and Jiang Yu's appearance had completed its full transformation into that of a zombie. Low-tier zombies possessed neither heartbeat nor breath. Save for an insatiable hunger, they were indistinguishable from corpses. Yize had long grown accustomed to Jiang Yu's zombified form. Her identity, not her state, was what mattered. In his past life, both had been gravely injured, broken, crippled, forced to huddle in a cramped, crumbling room. At first, he'd regarded her with suspicion and revulsion, sharing that narrow space against his will. 10 years were enough to etch habit into bone. Now Yize found himself repeatedly unsettled by the sheer emptiness of his new abode. Only when he held Jiang Yu close did familiarity and calm return. That night, the zombie who had lain motionless on the bed suddenly snapped her eyes open, entirely black from pupil to sclera. She opened her mouth, revealing fully formed teeth, saliva dripping from her lips. Her body and limbs thrashed violently against the restraints binding her, as she whirled her head and lunged savagely at Yize's neck, determined to tear away a chunk of flesh. The moment her fangs sank into Yize's neck and tasted blood, the zombie's scorching hot body was drawn tightly into his embrace, his hands gently cradling the nape of her neck. "You're finally awake." A low-tier zombie possessed no thoughts beyond hunger, incapable of comprehending human speech or grasping the profound, ineffable relief surging through Yize at this long-lost reunion. After tasting the blood of a cultivator with awakened abilities, a crimson tinge flickered in the zombie's obsidian eyes, her mind now consumed by a single primal imperative. Eat him, eat him, eat him. With a sudden violent jerk of her head, the zombie bared her blood-smeared jaws poised to devour him whole. But Yize denied her that chance. His ability deflected her assault again and again. Each desperate lunge ended in failure, driving her into frenzied struggles as she writhed against her bound wrists. A guttural growl rumbled ceaselessly from her throat. Her pitch-black eyes locked unblinkingly onto Yize. He touched the wound on his own neck and let out a soft, wry laugh. Fortunately, he was already an awakened cultivator, immune to zombification even if bitten. Otherwise, he would never have allowed this zombie to sink her teeth into him. Yet Jiangyue, newly transformed, was far more ferocious than the girl he'd first met in his past life. He wondered how she had survived before they ever crossed paths in that former life. From his spatial ring, he withdrew raw meat and fresh blood, essential sustenance to quell the ravenous void gnawing at a zombie's hollow stomach. Jiangyu continued straining against the manacles on her wrists and the heavy chains shackling her ankles. Mindless, driven solely by instinct, lurching forward again and again to gnaw at Yize. Yet each time Yize's ability repelled her, leaving her only to grind her teeth against his skin, not even catching a trace of blood. Black razor-sharp claws had already sprouted from the tips of her fingers. Natural weapons forged for rending flesh. Despite her violent, repeated struggles, the restraints held firm, enraging her so thoroughly that the bed groaned and shuddered beneath her fury. The commotion grew so loud that a neighbor downstairs flung open his window and shouted, "Hey, upstairs. Can you keep it down? That's way too intense. Don't pull a muscle." Got a girlfriend, huh? Big deal." Since the mountainside safehouse remained unfinished, Yize was still living in the sole remaining modest apartment under his name, leading inadvertently to this comical misunderstanding. In unusually high spirits, Yize's eyes gleamed faintly with amusement as he placed the prepared raw meat into the starving zombie's mouth. The moment the meat filled her mouth, the frenzied zombie froze, motionless as though time itself had paused, then slowly, sluggishly began chewing. Seizing the brief lull, Yize examined her wrists, numb to pain driven only by hunger. She had exerted tremendous force trying to wrench free from the manacles. Had he not offered the meat in time, this zombie, unhinged and relentless, might well have torn off her own arms and legs just to reach him. Her body was a hollow vessel, soulless and vacant. Her entire consciousness narrowed to one singular, insatiable command: feed. To prevent her from escaping and preying on others, Yize had specially commissioned a reinforced bed and custom restraints. He had secured her to the bed, wrists chained firmly to the headboard, ankles shackled with heavy iron cuffs bolted to the footboard, ensuring absolute immobility. Yet now Yize watched as her frantic struggles had worn her wrists raw, skin split open, deep bruising marring the exposed bluish flesh, its grotesque pallor striking him like a physical blow. In that fleeting hesitation, his feeding momentarily slowed. The zombie lowered her head once more and snapped viciously toward Yize's throat. She was ravenous, agonizingly, unbearably hungry, and the man before her radiated an intoxicating, irresistible scent. Devour him! Devour him! Yize snapped back to focus, drew a slab of bloody beef from his spatial ring, and placed it into her mouth. This time she seemed satisfied, at least for now, no longer lunging to bite him. Taking advantage of her quietude, he patted her wrists and ankles with soft cloth and performed a swift, rudimentary dressing of the wounds. From what he recalled of his past life, higher-tier zombies regenerated injuries at astonishing speed. But how swiftly a newly transformed one could heal remained uncertain. The sight of those raw, wounded limbs pierced him with quiet discomfort. Zombies knew only hunger, not satiety. To prevent her from rupturing her stomach, Yize carefully rationed her portions. Curiously, the wound on her abdomen, once grievous, had already sealed completely, showing no outward complications. Yet, while the rest of her skin bore a sickly bluish hue, that healed area had darkened to near black. In his past life, when he first met the young zombie, her entire body was veined with that same ashen-black discoloration. Only now did Yize grasp the truth, that every inch of her had been scarred, battered, and broken. Devoid of self-restraint, she attacked Yize the moment food ran out. Even after eating, she fixated on him as the most delectable morsel. Before she could bare her fangs again, however, a muzzle clamped over her mouth. For a breathless instant, confusion flickered across the zombie's hollow, empty gaze. Her mouth agape, yet powerless to strike. Denied her prey, she resorted instead to gnawing futilely at Yize like a chew toy. Zombies did not instantly decay upon transformation. Rather, their bodies deteriorated gradually, untreated wounds accumulating faster than their regenerative capacity could repair them. Compounded by their single-minded, relentless pursuit of sustenance, their forms eventually collapsed into ruin, rotting flesh sloughing from their bones, maggot-infested strands of hair, clinging to decomposing skin, until their very presence exuded the stench of irreversible decay. Yet Jiangyu, though her skin had taken on a pallid cerulean cast, her eyes and nails swallowed by inky blackness, remained undeniably beautiful, her youthful grace imbued with an eerie, haunting allure. To apply ointment, Yize unlocked the restraints on her wrists and ankles. The moment he rose to fetch the medicine, Jiangyu, freed, launched herself at him and pinned him hard onto the bed. Jiangyu stood neither tall nor short, around 165 meters, but her figure contrasted starkly with her innocent, delicate face. In that instant, she seized him, pressing down and snarling, ready to rip into him. His neck prickled with her repeated, feverish touches, tingling electric. Yize's gaze darkened, his throat tightening as his Adam's apple rolled. A sensation far less about sustenance and far more about silent visceral provocation. During their decade together in his past life, his lower body had been utterly paralyzed, depriving him of all sensation, and since his rebirth he had devoted himself entirely to stockpiling supplies, leaving no room for such matters. Only now, here in this charged, trembling silence, did Yize truly feel it. They were both irrevocably alive. Yize froze in place. This zombie, her patience exhausted, angrily reached out to tear apart whatever blocked her mouth from feeding. Fearing she might injure herself, Yize regained his composure and gently grasped her hand, suppressing the impulse that had just surged within him. He was no pervert, far from starved for intimacy. That fleeting daze had stemmed solely from a decade of deep-rooted affection. Yize gripped her waist and pulled her back, creating space between them to steady his breath, then gazed at the remarkably energetic zombie with conflicted eyes. Zombies grew especially vigorous at night. Only by deploying his innate ability could Yize forcibly induce dormancy in this unervingly hyperactive one. By day their vitality waned significantly. Their restless movements quieted, and when Yize offered the prepared raw meat she fed in placid silence. Yize could never leave her alone at home, so he deliberately carved out a dedicated space within his spatial domain and placed her there. Fortunately, as a non-living entity, the zombie could enter his spatial realm. Yize maintained constant awareness of her presence, and within the space she had unrestricted access to food and diversions, carefully portioned to prevent gastric rupture. As he descended in the elevator, a slightly overweight man entered from the floor below and cast a suggestive glance at Yize's neck, leering with a smug, envious eyebrow lift. "Dude, you two must have gone wild last night. The bite marks Jiang you had left on Yize's neck the previous day, multiple bleeding wounds, had already healed to faint traces by morning. At 6 feet 2 inches tall, with a stern chiseled face and taut musculature, those dark mottled bruises stood in jarring contrast against his throat. Yize was not one for idle chatter, and had initially intended to ignore him. Yet upon hearing the words "your girlfriend," he glanced up, and that single look revealed something telling. "Running a fever. Yeah. 3 straight days. I nearly died alone in my apartment. Yesterday I was half delirious, then your noise startled me awake. Sorry if I shouted upstairs, bro. Bitten?" Yize asked, casually, noting how the young man leaned heavily on his right leg while gesturing toward his left. The man's eyes widened. He rolled up his pant leg to reveal a grotesque fang-ringed wound. "Whoa. Dude, can you read fortunes? A rabid dog bit me just days ago. And you knew." Yize's gaze swept over the blackened wound before calmly withdrawing it. "I guess." Instantly warmed by the attention, the young man launched into an unrelenting torrent of words, his chatterbox nature fully unleashed. "Let me tell you. I'm cursed. Throwing out trash, and that happens. I swear I'm catching rabies. How else do you explain 3 days of burning fever? I meant to go to the hospital the same day, but whether from rage or terror I passed out cold. When I woke up, not a soul in sight. Not even the damn dog. Made me furious. There was no one to appeal to, no justice to seek. I dragged myself home just to grab my ID, and collapsed for days. Only yesterday did your commotion, and your girlfriend's, jolt me awake, gave me such a fright I broke into a cold sweat. Rushed to book an appointment, and here I am today." Yize assessed the young man's condition, early-stage ability awakening, nothing life-threatening. Yet his body remained weakened, full adaptation would likely take 10 to 15 days. "I swear I picked the wrong floor. 18. Went cheap, yeah. Should have listened to my parents. Gone for a lucky number instead." The young man kept muttering, his incessant prattle grating on the nerves. Thankfully, the elevator doors finally opened, sparing Yize further auditory torment. Emerging from the elevator, the young man noticed Yize wasn't driving and asked curiously, "Hey, where are you headed?" "I've got a cab. Need a ride?" "Thanks, but no." Yize preferred minimal entanglement with others. "Alright, fine. I figured you were rushing off to buy an engagement ring. The mall's near the hospital after all." Yize paused mid-step. Behind him, the young man blinked in astonishment. "Shit. Did I hit the mark? Is my mouth blessed now? Who goes hunting for heartbreak like this?" To Yize, who had survived 15 years in the apocalypse, a ring held no utility, neither nourishing nor empowering, utterly devoid of practical value. If useless to humans, it was doubly meaningless to a mindless zombie. Half an hour later, standing before a display case, Yize stared at several pairs of matching rings and felt absurd. That tiny band wouldn't even survive a single bite from his little zombie. He glanced inward, checking on the zombie resting peacefully in his spatial domain, then withdrew his spiritual sense and refocused on the gleaming case before him. The saleswoman beamed, extolling each pair with fervent eloquence, as if every ring bore cosmic significance. Shopping alone for wedding bands held little charm, so Yize selected several aesthetically pleasing pairs, intending to let his zombie choose by random draw at home. Landing such a substantial order, the saleswoman couldn't stop smiling, even as her enthusiastic monologue met with stoic silence. "Yize, An unfamiliar voice called from behind. He turned to see two women he barely knew standing a short distance away. "You're buying rings alone. Changed your mind, trying to win Ying back." She stepped forward with false familiarity, her eyes glinting with undisguised disdain. "Need recommendations? We know Ying's tastes better than anyone. We'll help you avoid total humiliation." The other woman chimed in with a condescending smile, eyeing the jewelry critically. "Yize, you're choosing these budget pieces. Didn't you just receive a large sum from Uncle Chui? Honestly, skip the ring altogether. Return that money to Uncle Chui with genuine remorse. Then maybe Ying will reconsider marrying you. Though I heard you spend it all on nonsense. What, planning to return to the countryside and farm? Finally accepted your station?" They burst into synchronized laughter. Everyone knew Chui Ying's fiancée hailed from a destitute rural family, clinging desperately to her. Uncle Chui, moved by pity, had funded his education and even helped launch his company. Only to discover he'd raised a traitorous ingrate who ultimately swindled the Chui family. Thought he'd do something grand. Turns out he bought grain. Small town thinking, no vision, embarrassing beyond measure. Yize recognized them as Chui Ying's friends. Predictably foolish, cut from the same cloth. Yize frowned, repulsed, feeling a wave of ill omen. "Get it straight. You're the one proposing we're doing you a favor. Show some respect." One immediately erupted into spoiled brat fury, convinced his silence betrayed guilt. Divine metal. Yize turned and walked away, only to find them hot on his heels, enraged and determined to pursue. With a flick of spatial energy, he struck them down. Instantly the world grew quieter. Had his ability been stronger, he wouldn't have hesitated to grant them permanent silence. Their sudden collapse sent the saleswoman into panic. She dialed emergency services immediately. An incident in store would bring endless trouble. Still, she harbored no sympathy for the pair. They were notorious for looking down on ordinary people, hurling insults without restraint. Perhaps this was karmic retribution. Fainting from sheer indignation, Yize dismissed the incident entirely. After outfitting his safe house with essential infrastructure, he released the zombie, confined within his spatial domain for a full day, and led her into the newly constructed bedroom they now shared. Likely stifled by confinement, she lunged forth the moment she emerged, vanishing in a blur of motion, leaving afterimages in her wake. Her jet-black nails, now an inch longer, stabbed straight for Yize's heart. Yize seized her wrist, twisted her back in a swift reversal. She snapped her head around to bite, only to be halted by the dental guard fitted over her teeth. Seizing the opening, Yize swept her legs out from under her, sending her crashing to the floor. Then instantly summoned specially forged restraints from his spatial domain, binding her wrists and ankles securely. She thrashed violently, straining the iron chains taut, yet lacked the strength to shatter these uniquely reinforced shackles. Once she was subdued, Yize finally noticed the black dress he dressed her in had been torn to shreds. Ragged fabric clung precariously to her frame. Her waist-length hair spilled loosely about her shoulders, flecked with specks of dried blood, likely splattered during feeding in the spatial domain. Yize stepped forward, gazing down at her hollow obsidian black eyes. He bent low, seized her hand with commanding authority, unyielding, possessive, and declared, "You provoked me first. You confessed first. Now choose a ring. You'll wear it." He categorically redefined the letter she'd written, not as a note but as a declaration of love. No sooner had the words left his lips than dozens of red velvet ring boxes tumbled from his spatial domain. The startling cascade triggered her predatory instinct. She lunged, piercing one box clean through. 2 rings tumbled free. Yize caught them effortlessly, palm open. Glancing at them, he smiled, faintly good taste. A simple silver band slid onto his left ring finger, his expression softening, rare warmth flickering in his eyes. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, still growling, still blank, and felt inexplicably like a man who just smuggled home a delightfully oblivious bride. He held the second ring aloft, eyeing her blood-smeared claws, then sighed. "Better on your finger. Less chance it ends up lodged in someone's chest." After all, claws and teeth remained a zombie's primary weapons. Yize had nearly emptied the supermarket into his spatial domain. Now he retrieved a black cord necklace, threaded the ring onto it, and fastened it around her neck. The zombie registered neither addition nor loss. Mere string around her throat meant nothing next to the primal allure of raw flesh. Yet before she could seize her next meal, Yize lifted her effortlessly into his arms. In high spirits, he glanced down at her tattered black slip dress and murmured with quiet amusement, "Tasting my own wife's skin hardly counts as misconduct." The safe house offered greater convenience than his former residence. No neighbors to disturb, no constraints on noise. Cradling the still struggling zombie, he strode into the bathroom to test its functionality firsthand. Yize carried the zombie into the bathroom, where a spacious bathtub, large enough for 2, awaited. She struggled, incessantly splashing water until both of them were drenched. Yize gazed at the zombie before him. Her graceful figure was faintly outlined by damp, clinging fabric, her long legs submerged in water. Aside from the ashen pallor of her skin, she bore little resemblance to the grotesque undead, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yize himself was barely in his early 20s. Youthful, vital, brimming with raw energy. Yet the zombie tightly restrained in his arms remained utterly oblivious, thrashing wildly in the water without a trace of self-awareness. He harbored no ulterior intent. Not while Jiangyu remained unconscious and unmoored from her former self. He had no intention of pressing further, yet he had already claimed her irrevocably with no thought of letting go. Side by side in the bathtub, Yize held the writhing zombie close as water cascaded from the showerhead, startling her into another desperate bid to escape. But he seized her wrists behind her back with one hand, drenching both their hair. To any ordinary person the stinging spray would have forced their eyes shut. Yet she stared unblinking, bared teeth glinting, though steam softened the sharpness of her obsidian gaze, lending her an eerie, almost docile stillness. For a fleeting moment Yize felt as though he had slipped back into his past life. The two of them surviving alone when Jiangyu had already evolved into a high-tier zombie fully sentient and self-aware. Back then she often expressed emotions startlingly human. Now echoes of that past life overlapped with the present, leaving him momentarily adrift in reverie. Seizing his lapse in focus, Jiangyu lunged like a predator, her claws slashing across Yize's forearm. Yet no gush of blood followed. No crimson spray, no agony. Be good. He sighed, exasperated yet unfazed by the shallow wound. To him it was negligible, barely worth a second thought. After awakening their abilities, espers underwent continuous physical refinement. So even if bitten by a zombie they could not be infected by the virus. In essence their powers were themselves a mutation, a selective outcome of the pathogen. This zombie devoid of higher cognition acted solely on primal hunger. Yet now a flicker of bewilderment crossed her features, as if baffled why her prey felt so unervingly resilient. Before she could renew her assault, Yize denied her the chance, pinning her face down against the rim of the tub. Enough. No more games. I'm giving you a bath. When procuring supplies at great expense, Yize had nearly emptied the entire mall, stocking up on countless garments suitable for Jiangyu. He had never imagined he'd find himself cast as some paragon of virtue, forced to bathe her yet forbidden from acting on instinct. Well, so be it. Pressed into the tub, her soaked black hair cascaded over her back, every curve aligned flawlessly with Yize's deepest aesthetic ideals. Her back flowed in seamless, elegant lines, from shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist, taut and utterly free of excess. With her torso arched over the tub's edge and her wrists locked behind her, the delicate dimples above her hips stood out with striking clarity. Having spent over a decade paralyzed in his past life, he'd assumed his affection for her was purely spiritual. Yet now, he gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. Truly I've become Lu shall we. Securing her firmly, he lathered her hair with shampoo, the foam sliding slowly down her temples under gravity's pull. She refused to blink. Those ravenous eyes locked unwaveringly onto Yize, seeing only prey. He covered them gently with his palm and hastened the washing, only for her to resist anew. She strained upward, jaws snapping toward his throat in a lethal lunge. A zombie's sole weapons were hands and teeth, and with her wrists bound only her mouth remained free to strike. But before she could bite, he gripped her chin, lifting her face until her gaze met his, deep, inscrutable black eyes swirling with quiet intensity. Zombies possessed an acute instinct for danger. Though she grasped nothing of this world's logic, Jiangyu sensed it unmistakably, that this prey before her might just devour her instead. The pressure on her jaw sharpened into searing pain, until just as she feared her bones would shatter and she would become his meal, his grip loosened and released her. He finished rinsing her quickly, then temporarily stored her within his spatial domain before stepping under the shower himself, for a bracing icy rinse. At this rate he'd soon combust from sheer pent-up tension. After the cold shower, and a long deliberate blast of frigid air, he finally regained composure. He retrieved Jiangyu from his space. Already dressed, she wore a crisp white athletic set, carefully chosen to preserve modesty yet also bearing a subtle private intention, a matching ensemble quietly declaring ownership. Come here. He had just discovered something crucial when he activated his ability to trigger her survival instinct, and immediately issued a command afterward. She obeyed far more readily. Perhaps the zombie he raised was unusually intelligent, even among her kind. Then again she would later awaken a psychic ability granting her heightened perception far beyond ordinary zombies. Though she bared her fangs and flexed her claws upon hearing his order, another pulse of his ability subdued her resistance. Slowly, reluctantly, she shuffled toward him. Yize guided her to sit beside him and began drying her hair with a blow dryer, an awkward, halting motion. In his past life, paralyzed and helpless, she had been the one caring for him. Across both lifetimes, this was the first time he had ever cared for another, no, for a zombie, with such deliberate tenderness. His fingers combed gently through her soft, damp strands. Out of her sight, her back turned to him. His expression softened, steeped in quiet, unguarded warmth. After spending a night in the safe house, both Yize and the little zombie felt much better in terms of their mental state. After all, there were no disturbances here, and for the zombie with no food tempting her, she could only resign herself to eating meat. Yize glanced at the date September 7th, 2024. Only 7 days remained until the comet fell and the apocalypse officially began. Signs of the impending apocalypse had already emerged during this time. In many regions, temperatures had soared to 60 degrees Celsius, accompanied by persistent high-pressure systems, preventing coastal areas from cooling down. Typhoons were continuously brewing and growing over the sea surface. Temperatures kept rising, tectonic movements intensified, and numerous zombies had already begun to appear. The zombie virus had long spread among the populace, only needing the comet's fall to ignite it completely. At that time, the entire world would be turned upside down, rewriting the history of humanity. The zombie virus divided humans into 3 categories. The first category consisted of evolved beings with supernatural powers, the second were those infected by the zombie virus who failed to evolve and became regular zombies, and the third were ordinary humans who had neither been infected nor evolved. In his past life, Yize was treated as a test subject to study supernatural powers. For the next 10 years, he constantly experimented with the remnants of his supernatural core. Could be said that no one understood supernatural powers better than him in this world. After the apocalypse broke out, humanity splintered into several factions with power struggles based on the locations of their bases. Excluding the smaller bases, there were 3 main factions forming a tripartite balance. Among them, the Beisha base, located in the extreme cold of the north, was renowned for its strength, with both men and women known for their fierce capabilities. Even ordinary people without awakened powers could slay zombies. Another faction, the Sia base, worshipped supernatural powers, believing the outbreak of the zombie virus was a test of survival of the fittest for humanity. Due to their beliefs, the population within their jurisdiction sharply decreased, and the remaining individuals were clearly divided into evolved beings and their slaves. They operated on the principle of martial supremacy. The stronger the supernatural ability, the more likely one could become the leader of the base, with killings and plundering being commonplace. In light of the later population scarcity, they also tempted evolved beings from other bases with high rewards. Aside from these 2 bases, the remaining one was the Dongu base, a major power in the east. Their belief in coexistence among humanity maintained a balance between evolved beings and ordinary people to a certain extent, while also researching how to revert those infected by zombies back to their normal state. At the outbreak of the apocalypse in his past life, Yize had no choice but to join a small base closest to him, which was hardly even a blip in the eastern region. However, to engage with people from the Dongu base, Donghong consistently sought breakthroughs in supernatural research, with Yize being his best test subject. This time around, Yize was no longer burdened by the Chui family, and having built a safe house in advance, he did not intend to join that original small base again. No, to put it another way, he was more interested in destroying that base. In fact, for humanity, the mutated zombies were probably the easiest enemies to deal with in the apocalypse. What truly posed a challenge were the mutated plants and animals, as well as the creatures of the deep sea. For instance, an ant that could be easily crushed before the apocalypse might now be just a morsel for a human, insufficient to satiate its hunger. Grass that once could be easily trampled would now grow exponentially when stimulated, and snaring and devouring humans to become its nourishment. Plants and animals consume humans, zombies eat humans, and humans prey on mutated plants and animals. At its core, the apocalypse is a world where people devour one another. During this time, Yize contemplated that he needed to purchase ample supplies and weapons, both cold and firearms, to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. However, a text message soon interrupted Yize's thoughts. He glanced at it, initially thinking it was from the Chui family, whom he had blocked, but then noticed it was from the private detective he had hired. Zhang Yu's message indicated that someone had tampered with the information, taking some time to decrypt a portion, and there was nothing more I could do about the rest. Yize confirmed once again the oddity in his heart. Indeed, Zhang, you had destroyed the crystal core within the zombie's brain when he was half conscious. So she must have already known about the zombie's mutation at that time. Who exactly is Zhang Yu? Zhang Yue, under Yize's gaze, instinctively assumed a defensive posture, but was also ready to pounce on her prey. However, before she could act, Yize used his powers to bind her in place. Indeed, Zhang Yu was smarter than the average zombie, especially after consuming a lot of flesh and blood recently. She had learned to gauge the situation better than at the start. At the very least, after Yize used his powers, she understood to stop her attacks. Come here, take a look at your information. According to Yize's understanding of zombies, they should also have a hierarchy, with intelligent zombies choosing to obey higher-ranking ones to ensure their survival. And Zhang Yu's future power was likely related to the mental realm, which might be why she was much smarter than typical zombies. Hearing Yize's command, a stronger individual, she would also retract her claws and choose to obey. However, she was likely contemplating how to ambush him. Yize did not mind this. After trapping the zombie in his embrace, he opened the document in his hand. Zhang Yue, age 19, birthday September 21st. Seeing her age, Yize raised an eyebrow. It was acceptable, as she was of age. Calculating, it seemed her birthday was also approaching. Yize contemplated what he should gift her at that time. However, these matters were not urgent and he refocused on the document. From the capital city, only child parents' occupations, unknown family assets worth over 100 million, no romantic history, no ambiguous partners. Yize looked at the zombie in his arms who was trying to bite his hand stealthily. She was a wealthy young lady who had not suffered much before the apocalypse. Who would have thought that, after the apocalypse, she would sacrifice her limbs for someone like him living in a basement prone to leaks and constantly under threat from mutated beasts? Yize read through Zhang Yu's brief information word by word. By the end, he still had little understanding of her true circumstances, but that was inconsequential. Seeing her constantly sniffing his hand and drooling, Yize held the zombie in his arms, and in that moment she bit down on his hand. Yize's expression did not change at all. If he had not permitted it, how could she have unfastened her mouth restraint and bitten him freely? Holding the zombie in his embrace, Yize's gaze was dangerously obsessive. In this lifetime, no one will be able to hurt you again. There is only 1 week left until the apocalypse arrives. Yize took this opportunity to sell the house under his name, as real estate would become the most useless asset once the end of the world comes. Because the price was low, the sale went quickly. Yize didn't even bother to move his belongings out. The buyer felt like they had made a good deal. Yize lacked humanity, but he wouldn't casually harm innocent people. The person who bought his house was a classmate who appeared honest, but had pushed someone into a horde of zombies. In his previous life, Yize had evolved due to his abilities and suffered from a high fever. After settling the Chui family's affairs, he forced himself to search for supplies with others despite his fever. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and he encountered a horde of zombies. While escaping, this classmate pushed him into the mob, allowing himself to escape. Later, fearing exposure, he stole all the remaining supplies and disappeared. In his past life, luck allowed him to escape, but he never saw this classmate again, and he couldn't find him even when seeking revenge. Now that he was given a second chance at life, how could he let this person off easily? Yize was vengeful. Having suffered once, he certainly wouldn't let it go lightly. He knew this classmate didn't have much money, and he was considerate enough to take whatever they had. He heard that, in order to buy this house, the classmate sold the self-built house of his family. When they came to see the place, they were eager to take advantage. Now what he needed to do was to drain their resources, just as he had done to the Chui family. He wanted to see how a destitute person would survive in a cannibalistic apocalypse. After selling the house, Yize used the money to buy supplies again, but by this time food prices had begun to soar. After all, one cannot hide the fire, as zombies had started to appear in some areas. Some perceptive individuals had begun to notice the abnormality, and the market had started a trend of hoarding supplies. Images of zombies occasionally surfaced on the internet, but they were quickly censored, or a film crew would come forward to claim them just to calm the public. Just as Yize was about to leave the community, he was called out to in a panic. Brother, wait for me. Yize turned around. The chubby guy behind him looked somewhat familiar. If it weren't for the fluctuation of abilities emanating from him, Yize might not have recognized him as the same chubby guy from the elevator. In just a few days, this chubby guy had lost a lot of weight, probably due to the ability refining his body and expelling impurities. Is there something you need? No, it's just... Brother, don't you feel something unusual? How should I put it? This chubby guy wasn't foolish. He knew not everything could be said openly, but he had a strong intuition that this person in front of him was like him. Perhaps it was because the other had noticed his abnormality in the elevator before. Yize cut off all previous connections. In the apocalypse, all relationships were troublesome. He certainly wouldn't allow a newly awakened ability user to follow him. No. After saying this, he ignored the chubby guy and turned to leave. The chubby guy scratched his head in confusion, feeling that the world was very strange right now. Moreover, he didn't dare to tell anyone that he seemed to be able to manipulate the elements in the air. A few days ago, he even woke up to find his entire bed soaked. Having heard that the floor above was selling houses, he inexplicably felt a rush of excitement and also sold his house. His intuition was strong, and he felt he was right to follow this path. Even after learning that Yize was hoarding supplies, he gritted his teeth and converted all his savings of over $1 million into food, most of which he sent to his parents. He also took part of the money to buy a mountain bike, filling it completely with food. Although doing all this almost got him scolded half to death by his parents. At this moment, looking at Yize's back, he decided to trust his intuition. He jogged forward and called out to Yize. Brother, wait, let me show you something. After he noticed that there were really no other people around, he used his ability to conjure a small droplet of water. He was panicking. Brother, do you know what this is? Is it like in the novels where the apocalypse is coming? If it were any other ability, Yize would probably dismiss it, but upon seeing the water ability, Yize's gaze lingered on him for a few more seconds. As the apocalypse approached, water abilities became increasingly precious as drinkable water continued to be polluted, and only water ability users could provide clean water resources. He didn't care much, but he remembered that the little zombie was a cleanliness freak who would keep everything tidy even in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. Yize had his own considerations, and when he looked at this chubby guy again, there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. To be honest, he hated water ability users the most. Remembering how he and the little zombie had been driven to the brink by a water ability user in his past life made him grit his teeth in anger. Brother, don't look at me like that. It's making me uneasy. I've shown you my biggest secret, don't just stay silent. The chubby guy regretted being so impulsive. He was afraid that this person would report him to the authorities and drag him away for research. After careful consideration, Yize still decided not to bring a stranger back to his safe house. In the apocalypse, who knew how people's natures could change? However, he still kindly gave a reminder, keep it hidden. After saying this, Yize did not linger, and the chubby guy felt a bit disappointed watching his back. After selling the house and transporting new supplies back to his safe house, he finally released Jiangyu from his space. He didn't do much, just held her and watched the recent news. The news that made Yize happiest was probably that the Cui family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Cui Yingying's family spent 500 million only to buy an empty shell. They must be furious by now. Moreover, this shell would continue to incur expenses, likely depreciating their assets. Yize felt a bit regretful. His current abilities couldn't retrieve items from a distance, otherwise, he would have wanted to empty out everything in the Cui family's safe. During this time, many people tried to contact Yize, but he severed all ties with everyone. Among them, Lianzhang sent him the most messages. From initially blaming him for his treatment of Cui Yingying to later cursing him for being ruthless towards the Cui family to finally choosing to sever ties with him and accepting Cui Yingying's goodwill. Yize kept these people around as a source of amusement. Upon learning that in this life Cui Yingying had actually chosen to be with Lianzhang, a playful smile appeared on his face. Lianzhang was already a faint figure in Yize's memory. Merely a name attached to the vague impression of an overly accommodating, almost foolishly kind man. He wasn't malicious yet, his kindness bordered on folly. Yize vaguely recalled that Lianzhang had awakened an anomalous ability, and later won the affection of the daughter of the Grand Base's commander, eventually marrying her and fathering a daughter. In the apocalypse, procreation among awakened individuals grew increasingly rare for two awakened beings, Lianzhang and the commander's daughter. To conceive a child together was nothing short of extraordinary. That child was born with exceptional innate talent, her very existence cementing Lianzhang's standing within the base. Now Yize wondered if Lianzhang chose Cui Yingying instead, would his fate still unfold as smoothly as before? The zombie cradled in his arms, starved and restless, writhed free. An abrupt movement that snapped Yize back to the present. Yize stared blankly at the zombie before him, then a question surfaced unbidden: did reproductive isolation exist between zombies and humans? He had no intention of remaining celibate for life. Once this zombie ascended to a sufficiently advanced tier and regained lucidity, he intended to engage with her in matters befitting mature adults. Yet he had no desire for children. Having grown up in an orphanage, Yize harbored a profound aversion to children, those creatures who solely by virtue of their youth demanded every comfort and privilege. He possessed neither the compassion nor the patience to raise them. He loathed such helpless, grasping infants who seized whatever belonged to him. Thus, reproductive isolation between zombies and humans would be ideal, ensuring no offspring would ever come of their union. The zombie before him remained blissfully unaware of these calculations, growing increasingly agitated and repeatedly glancing skyward. Yize knew precisely why. That comet was drawing ever closer to Blue Planet. On September 14, 2024, it would pierce the ozone layer and begin its relentless descent. Simultaneously across Blue Planet, people spontaneously mutated, losing all reason and turning violently upon those nearby, biting and devouring them. Flora erupted in frenzied growth. Marine and terrestrial creatures underwent grotesque transformations. The edifices of human civilization crumbled under relentless erosion. Radar networks and nuclear arsenals were deployed, but soon revealed a horrifying truth: nuclear energy did not suppress mutation, it accelerated it. The necrotic plague erupted. Communications collapsed. Power and water supplies failed. Order dissolved into chaos. The land lay ravaged, the cities fell into ruin. None of it concerned Yize. At that moment he sat safely within his shelter watching news footage from 3 days prior, while outside pandemonium reigned. His shelter had been carved deep into a mountainside, its exterior ringed by hundreds, perhaps thousands, of mutated plants. From the outset he had engineered specialized countermeasures, rendering those aberrant flora incapable of breaching his sanctuary. More crucially, Yize vastly outmatched them in strength. While the mutated flora remained in their nascent stages of transformation, he stood on the cusp of ascending to Tier 2 among awakened beings. He was among the earliest awakened, and uniquely possessed memories from his previous life. He knew how to cultivate his abilities, a method so coveted that others would have sacrificed even a 4th-tier zombie to obtain it. Ordinarily awakened beings enhanced their powers either by absorbing zombie crystalline cores or by consuming mutated flora and fauna, or rarely by encountering newly awakened creatures which could trigger dramatic multi-tier leaps in power. They had subjected Yize to relentless experimentation, not for cruelty but in pursuit of a method enabling humans to ascend autonomously. For years yielded no breakthroughs. Yet the subject of their study quietly forged his own insights. Over the next decade, through solitary contemplation and rigorous self-inquiry, he refined a systematic method for awakening advancement. Crucially, their brutal act of shattering his awakened core granted him unprecedented clarity regarding its internal architecture. An awakened core can fracture into no more than 21 fragments, and each fragment contains its own miniature cosmos imperceptible to any observer other than its owner. This invisibility was the fundamental reason their research failed. Advancement is at its essence the process of accumulating awakened energy within the core until it ruptures into a higher state of resonance. The first step is simply perceiving the core's presence within oneself. Take that plump boy, for instance. He could only dimly sense and clumsily wield his ability, but his awakened core undoubtedly existed. Once one becomes aware of the core, the next step is to establish resonance, guiding one's awakened energy to interact gently with it, allowing both to acclimate. The third step, the most arduous, is to discern the core's 21 constituent fragments, then link the stellar seas within each, finally binding all fragments together through awakened energy. With each tier of advancement, the number of stars within the stellar sea multiplies exponentially. Yet zombie evolution follows entirely different principles, and though Yize once guided a young zombie through this method, it ended in failure. Before he could examine a zombie's crystalline core, he was forced into self-annihilation. A metallic screech pierced the air, 1 meter from Yize, as the cage trembled violently beneath the zombie's assault. He turned to see Jiangyue, now fully transformed, and moved forward to assess her condition. At his approach, her pitch-black pupils flared with feral, bloodthirsty light. The fragile sliver of consciousness he had painstakingly nurtured now utterly erased, leaving only primal hunger. Clearly, this unknown comet exerted immense influence upon zombies. Drawing on decades of apocalyptic survival, Yize deduced her current state. Her awakened core was preparing for ascension. Zombies and awakened beings followed divergent evolutionary paths. In the early days of the Cataclysm, society crudely classified both into 5 tiers. Ordinary zombies and baseline humans were designated level 0. Awakening conferred level 1 status upon humans. Likewise, zombies whose crystalline cores evolved also attained level 1. Yize had completed the first stage, the linking of stellar seas, and now stood at the threshold of level 2, a full year ahead of his former timeline. As for Jiangyue, nourished by ample flesh under Yize's care for nearly a month and further catalyzed by the comet's influence, she now teetered on the verge of level 1. Yet judging by Jiangyue's current state, mere consumption appeared insufficient for rapid zombie evolution. Yize resolved to take her outside. Coincidentally, he also needed to replenish his supplies. He led Jiangyue into the underground garage and retrieved a rugged off-road vehicle. Rather than storing her in spatial storage, he fitted her with a helmet. It wasn't fear of exposure that prompted this, but concern she might bite something unsanitary. Securing her in the passenger seat with reinforced restraints, he ensured she could not break free, then calmly drove the vehicle away from the shelter. They were currently in a mountainous region where traces of zombies remained scarce. Yet after rounding several bends near the foothills, the scent of blood grew markedly stronger. Indeed, a zombie lunged directly at their vehicle. Its mangled limbs suggested villagers had resisted fiercely, hence the severed arms and legs. Yet its mouth was smeared with fresh blood, evidence it had already feasted well. Yize glanced sideways at Jiangyue beside him, and saw her react identically to the zombies outside, twitching forward, as if eager to join them in feeding and attack. He frowned deeply, his eyes clouded with cold disdain. Just as in his past life, surviving solely with her was far preferable. Not like now, where she viewed him only as prey and those limbless, shambling creatures outside as her true kin. Yize slammed the accelerator. The vehicle barreled into the horde, its tires crushing one zombie's skull outright. Grayish matter splattered across the windshield. Calmly, he activated the wipers and watched the gore recede. Sensing the oppressive aura radiating from Yize, Jiangyue emitted low guttural growls from her throat. Yet her movements grew markedly obedient, no longer attempting to leap from the window and join the undead ranks. Their vehicle stood out starkly on the desolate road, naturally drawing the desperate attention of scattered survivors. They surged forward like drowning souls clutching at the last lifeline, some even trampling the elderly and infirm. One man shoved aside, everyone else surging to the front. The moment the car halted, and he glimpsed only a lone young man inside, greed flared instantly in his eyes. He meant to seize the vehicle for himself. "Brother, give me a ride. I beg you. I'll cause no trouble. Food. I'll trade it fairly. My wife and child are waiting for me at home." As the young man inside seemed poised to relent, an elderly woman clutching a child cried out bitterly, "Don't trust him, boy. He's a monster. He sacrificed his own wife and daughter as shields against zombies. And they died." Humiliated and exposed, the man's face contorted with fury. He would not board the car, but neither would he let the old woman live. Unexpectedly, before Yize moved, the zombie seated beside him in the passenger seat wrenched free of her handcuffs and charged straight at the man. Her hands pierced his chest, driving deep into his heart. His expression twisted in terror. Though she wore a helmet, he caught a glimpse. Jet black eyes, fangs bared. Glancing down, he saw her hands, veined with ashen black skin, embedded in his chest. Zom. His voice choked off. She gave his heart a brutal twist. Life extinguished instantly. Had she not worn the helmet, she would have torn into him with teeth and claws. The sudden carnage stunned the old woman motionless. She clutched the child tighter, covering his eyes with trembling hands, her gaze brimming with raw fear. Yize, unfazed, gently took Jiang Yu's hand, drew her close, and rinsed her bloods, licked fingers with water drawn from his spatial storage, then murmured, "Well done." He did not glance once at the corpse sprawled on the ground. Moments earlier he'd noted the man's leering, lustful stare fixed upon Jiang Yu's shapely form, his vile thoughts transparent. To Yize, the man had already been dead. He deliberately unshackled her. To observe her choice, flee immediately, lunge at him to feed, or kill the man whose gaze had defiled her. When Jiang Yu plunged without hesitation into the man's chest, and submitted quietly as he cleansed her hands, Yize felt genuine satisfaction. Witnessing Jiang Yu's swift savage act, the onlookers scattered in blind panic. Only the grandmother and her grandson remained. Shaking violently, the child too terrified even to whimper, as if confronting some unspeakable tyrant. Yize considered himself neither virtuous nor benevolent. But neither was he needlessly cruel toward strangers who posed no threat. Once Jiang Yu's hands were spotless, he rifled through the dead man's backpack, confirmed its contents were solely food, and tossed it unceremoniously to the pair. Thank you. Their shock swiftly melted into wary, trembling elation. Don't let others see this. If you wish to survive, head toward the city. Yize offered that single warning, and nothing more. He bore no obligation to shepherd unrelated strangers into the city. Within its walls, the government had established a modest safe zone sheltering surviving civilians. To remain stranded in these remote mountains was tantamount to death. Entering the city was perilous, but fortune might grant them sanctuary within the base, granting at least a chance to live. Yize casually dispatched several zombies approaching their vehicle, and extracted the crystalline cores embedded in their skulls. The zombie cores exerted a powerful allure. Even Jiang Yu, bereft of reason, stared at them with rapt, unblinking intensity. Had Yize not suppressed her with his ability, she would have seized them instantly. It wasn't reluctance to part with the cores. He simply could not bear giving Jiang Yu something still glistening with viscous brain matter freshly excavated from a skull. Using water from his spatial storage, he meticulously cleansed the cores. Though the process was brief, Jiang Yu grew visibly restless beside him. At the very instant she tensed to strike, Yize lifted her helmet and placed the purified core directly into her waiting mouth. Jiang Yu calmed instantly, quietly gnawing the core into fine, glittering dust. Yize reached out, lightly brushing her teeth with his fingertips. Impressive dentition. He murmured, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. I'll need to be careful, lest you bite me by accident. She understood none of it. In her former life, such proximity would have triggered an immediate instinctive lunge. But now all her focus was consumed by the exquisite pleasure of consuming the core. Seeing her no longer resist, Yize pocketed the remaining 2 cores, and Jiang Yu, without coercion or restraint, followed him back into the vehicle as naturally as breath. So the zombie cores possessed this effect. Yize resolved to cull more zombies along the way. The grandmother who had first spoken watched Yize effortlessly slay 3 zombies, then fell silent, contemplating his earlier warning, her gaze drifting over the crowd behind her. She cradled her grandson, the last living soul of her family. Her son and daughter-in-law had perished defending them. Any day now they too might turn. Gazing down at the small boy in her arms, she steeled her resolve, and whispered, "Xiao Bao, be good. Grandma will take you to the city." The elderly woman and her grandson were fortunate. Their path into the city overlapped with that of Yize and his companion, and along the way Yize had methodically eliminated every zombie he encountered, driven by his determination to collect as many zombie cores as possible. They trailed closely behind him, slipping into the city under his unwitting protection. The old woman trembled inwardly at the sight of corpses strewn across the road. Fortunately, they eventually encountered a large convoy entering the city, and with it a reasonable chance of reaching the temporary refugee base safely. Having slain zombies all the way, Yize now found his spatial storage nearly depleted of water. He kept most of his water reserves secured within his safe house, for storing liquid inside a spatial domain was inherently imprudent. Still, he retained a small ration of potable water, just in case. At that moment he briefly mused how convenient it would be to have a companion with hydrokinetic abilities. Yet the thought vanished as swiftly as it arose. Yize drove onward, guiding his vehicle toward the nearest shopping mall, with Jiang Yu seated beside him, silent, composed, unervingly still. Inside the mall, chaos reigned. Zombies lurked among shattered storefronts and overturned displays. Though this was only the early days of the apocalypse, survivors likely still hid within its depths. But none of that concerned him. Before they even stepped out of the car, a dramatic spectacle unfolded before them. Places teeming with people, like malls, had become epicenters of infection, drawing hordes of the undead. At that very instant, a portly young man sprinted, desperately dragging a woman behind him. Fate, it seemed, delighted in irony. For the woman he dragged was none other than Cui Yingying, Lu Yize's sworn enemy from his past life. Lu Yize remained seated unmoved, watching coldly as the pair scrambled frantically toward a parked vehicle. The young man, oddly chivalrous, even in desperation, hoisted Cui Yingying into the car first. Then reaching up, pleaded for her to pull him in. But Cui Yingying, self-centered to her core, cared nothing for his fate. Fearing he might cling to her, she recoiled and shoved him violently into the encroaching swarm. Unversed in the cruelty of the apocalypse, the young man stood stunned, only to realize too late that the horde had already closed in. A zombie sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. Panic-stricken Cui Yingying scrambled into the driver's seat and shouted, "You're infected. I can't let you back in." She sped away. Yet before her car vanished from sight, Lu Yize silently detonated one of its tires with his ability. Her shriek pierced the air as zombies converged upon the immobilized vehicle. Lu Yize turned away, only to find in that brief lapse of attention that Jiangyu, who had been docile beside him, had leapt from the car and bolted straight toward the zombie throng. Watching her recede into the distance, a surge of violent fury erupted within him. Jiangyu had jumped down not out of concern, but because she'd caught the scent of food, and now raced into the circle of zombies intent on claiming the fragrant, unfamiliar prey for herself. The young man noticed the girl forcing her way into the ring. Knowing he was doomed, he resolved to save at least one life. With a desperate lunge, he seized one zombie, ripping open a narrow gap in the encirclement. He turned toward the girl wearing a strange helmet and bellowed, "Run. Don't look back. I'm already infected." Startled by his sudden shout, Jiangyu didn't comprehend his words. She only pressed forward, eager to join the feast alongside the undead. Before she could act, however, she found herself rooted to the spot. Instantly she recognized the hand of another prey, and whirled to snarl at Lu Yize, whose expression darkened as he advanced with grim, unyielding purpose. Had the young man not been surrounded, he might have sensed something deeply unnatural about her. Lu Yize possessed little patience, but of all things he tolerated no defiance of his claim over Jiangyu. His gaze was glacial, devoid of warmth, devoid of mercy. The zombie before him sensed imminent peril and recoiled, only to provoke Lu Yize further. When Jiangyu regained awareness, she found herself confined once more, within a room brimming with sustenance. To a creature governed solely by hunger, such confinement was not punishment, but reward. Moreover, Lu Yize had deliberately placed 3 zombie cores inside the chamber, enough he calculated to keep her placid for some time. Lu Yize had never intended to intervene in the young man's fate. Yet moved by the fleeting kindness he'd shown Jiangyu, he deemed it worth the effort to spare his life. Lu Yize strode into the heart of the zombie cluster, gathering his ability. In the next breath, their skulls ruptured, crushed under immense spatial pressure, brains exploding in crimson bursts. In an instant, 5 level 0 zombies surrounding the young man lay dead, shattered flesh and viscera splattering across the floor and his battered body. "It's you?" The young man, certain he faced death, stared in disbelief, recognizing Lu Yize as the man he'd twice glimpsed in his residential compound. But his relief quickly faded. Slumping onto the ground, he muttered bitterly, "So, you too possess an ability. Still leave now. I've been bitten. I may turn any moment." After retrieving the 5 glistening viscous zombie cores scattered across the floor, Lu Yize cast a brief, indifferent glance at the wounded man lying broken and resigned to death. "You won't die." The young man's eyes snapped open. "Really? I won't mutate?" "No." Though his reply was terse, it carried irrefutable authority. The boy instantly flexed his limbs, astonished to discover against all expectation that his body showed no signs of failing. Relief ignited into rage. His round face contorted with fury. "Damn it all. That wretched Cui Yingying shoved me into the horde, playing the saint while hiding poison beneath her smile. Only out of respect for Li Anzhang did I ever tolerate her." Lu Yize felt neither sympathy nor disdain for the slander. He was far more focused on the 5 sticky, brain-smeared cores resting in his palm. "Water." His voice cut through the young man's tirade like a blade. The boy blinked, bewildered, scratching his head. Their eyes met, and hesitantly the boy extended his hand, concentrating until a single droplet of water coalesced and fell onto one of the cores in Lu Yize's grip. The droplet was so minute, even a slight visual impairment might render it invisible, let alone distinguishable from residual gore. Flustered, the boy rubbed his neck. "This isn't sweat. I don't know where it came from. Maybe moisture from the air. Give me 5 minutes. I'll squeeze out another drop." Lu Yize said nothing. After all this time, this person still shows no signs of improvement. Probably fearing being disliked by Lu Yize, the chubby boy hurriedly cried out, "Brother, is it not enough that I call you brother? Don't leave me behind. I eat little and can do a lot. If it comes to worst, you can even use me as a water faucet. I should be able to save at least half a bottle of water in a day." Half a bottle of water. Lu Yize was even more inclined to throw him off. The chubby boy wept, wiping his tears as he lamented, "I really don't want to go back. Cui Yingying is a green tea BTCH who wants to harm me. I can't even imagine what nonsense I would have to listen to when I return with her. Her boyfriend is just as foolish a nice guy who seems to only listen to Cui Yingying. I suspect he is love-struck. As the chubby boy spoke, he couldn't help but shed a few tears, and Lu Yize began to grasp the situation from his words. After the apocalypse, their group fortuitously came together. Lianzhong led Cui Yingying and her family to escape, gathering several other clothes, knit young people along the way, and even picked up a few young adults. This chubby boy had been driving alone when surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, he encountered this group and was rescued, naturally joining their ranks while also contributing his car for the team's use. He initially had no intention of sharing his food, but Lianzhong provided some psychological counseling emphasizing that they were a team and that a group could go further together, among other nonsense. In the end, the food in the chubby boy's hands was distributed among everyone, but he kept the bulk for himself. However, food was always limited, so everyone in the team had to take turns going out to search for supplies. Coincidentally, the chubby boy was teamed up with Cui Yingying, and the area they were assigned to was relatively safe. But it was unbearable as Cui Yingying loved to court danger. Upon seeing a shopping mall, she urged the chubby boy to go inside. Although not clever, the chubby boy wasn't stupid either. He was unwilling to go in. As a result, Cui Yingying started to cry her wails, making the chubby boy fear that they would attract zombies. In the end, he had no choice but to agree, only to find that once inside the mall, Cui Yingying hid behind him, and as a man he didn't want to dwell on it. However, not only did Cui Yingying not help, but she also kept making foolish decisions. She took food from the mall, and even wanted to grab some high-end skincare products. Seeing this, the chubby boy gasped, wondering if she was truly out of her mind. Ultimately, they were discovered by zombies due to her screaming, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her on the spot. What happened next was something Lu Yize witnessed firsthand. He was already well aware of Cui Yingying's foolishness. Lu Yize looked not far away, noticing the direction where Cui Yingying was besieged by zombies. Lianzhong arrived just in time, and she probably still had that worthless life of hers. Lu Yize wasn't in a hurry to take her life. After all, how could he lure Dong Hong out without her? Revenge would certainly be more satisfying if they could take it together. Hiding his inner calculations, Lu Yize looked at a distance of only 2 kilometers. However, judging by the looks of their group, they had no intention of searching for this chubby boy. Cui Yingying, who had just been rescued, was scared out of her wits. Upon seeing Lianzhong, she immediately cried and rushed into his arms. Lianzhong, being the captain of this small team, naturally had his own merits. He glanced at the car, promptly pulled Cui Yingying away, and frowned as he asked, "Where is Xian Wenrui?" Upon hearing Lianzhong mention the chubby boy, a fleeting hint of guilt crossed Cui Yingying's eyes. But she knew she must never let Lianzhong find out that she was the one who caused his death among the zombies. Otherwise, knowing Lianzhang's character, he would definitely never care about her again. After realizing all this, Cui Yingying immediately cried. He was bitten by a zombie. I wanted to protect him, but I failed. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Why did you deviate from the designated mission area? This has already exceeded your capabilities. Lianzhang's tone was serious, and he was quite pained by what had happened. Cui Yingying instantly burst into tears. Because we found that there weren't many zombies in this mall, and Xian Wenrui is still young and very hungry, so we wanted to take a chance. I warned him, I really did, but in the end I couldn't help but follow him. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Seeing her cry so hard, the others softened. Moreover, since Xian Wenrui had not been with them for long, the others were more inclined to trust Cui Yingying. We know that supplies are becoming scarcer. Seeing that there was a mall, we wanted to go inside. It's all my fault. I should have notified you sooner and this wouldn't have happened. However, we still managed to load things onto the car on Zhang, so no one will go hungry tonight. Cui Yingying's words resonated with everyone present, but only Lianzhong, who was in charge of supplies, knew that they actually weren't lacking supplies to this extent. Xian Wenrui had brought quite a bit of supplies, allowing them to get through for a while. No, we still need to go back and take a look. Lianzhong was bursting with a sense of justice, otherwise he wouldn't have intervened when Lu Yize had Cui Yingying by the neck. Now that he learned Xian Wenrui was bitten because of supplies, he felt it necessary to go back and confirm whether he was still alive. Go back? Of course not. Cui Yingying cried and suddenly fainted. Faced with this sudden change, those around began to persuade her. Since he has already been bitten, going back now would only cost us our lives. Let's forget it. They all had different thoughts. Some had already set their sights on the supplies left behind by Xian Wenrui. Now that he couldn't return, it was just right, those things had become theirs. Lianzhong wrestled with his thoughts several times before finally giving in, bringing Cui Yingying and the others back to their temporary shelter. Not far from them, the chubby boy Xian Wenrui, who was nominally dead, was currently pleading with Lu Yize with reason and emotion to take him along. In the end, Lu Yize allowed the chubby boy to get into the car not out of pity, but because he begrudgingly kept him for his relatively decent attitude towards Zhang Yu. The chubby boy, a bit dirty all over, followed Lu Yize into the mall to change into a clean outfit and even helped pack some supplies. However, the supplies soon vanished and he didn't dare to ask where they had gone. He wasn't one to pry into others' business and silently followed Yize. In the end, under Yize's arrangement, they loaded several large boxes of supplies onto the off-road vehicle. After moving everything, the chubby boy gratefully reached for the passenger seat, only to find he couldn't open the door. Go to the back. That wouldn't be good, would it? Although the chubby boy was a homebody, he still understood a bit of social etiquette. Wouldn't it be impolite to sit in the back seat of someone else's car, especially since he wasn't the driver? Noticing his hesitation, Yize rarely explained, "The passenger seat is taken." Oh! Xiao Peng instantly recalled the noises from upstairs he'd heard before the apocalypse and smacked his forehead. Right? ID completely forgotten. Brother Lu, you have a girlfriend. By the way, did your proposal succeed? Where's sister-in-law? Why haven't I seen her yet? Yize found this man's chatter genuinely exhausting. Yet when the topic turned to Jiang Yue, he didn't mind indulging him with a few words. The proposal succeeded. It's too dangerous outside. I didn't let her come out. Xian Wenrui noticed that the usually icy-cold Yize was actually responding to him, and immediately seized upon the crucial detail. He had it figured out. So this frostbitten brother Lu only deigned to speak about matters concerning his wife. I hope one day I'll get the chance to meet sister-in-law. Anyone who's won your approval must be extraordinary indeed. Xian Wenrui raked his fingers through his hair, speaking with wistful envy. He longed for romance himself. Having remained single for over 20 years, still a virgin, he feared that past 30, he'd become a legendary mage. A euphemism for perpetual bachelorhood. Watching the flustered, fidgeting man in the back seat, Yize sighed inwardly. Better not tell him. He'd just seen the very sister-in-law he kept mentioning, and yes, she truly was extraordinary. Strictly speaking, she wasn't even human anymore. Perhaps mentioning sister-in-law had reminded the chubby man of the young woman who just risked her life to save him. Brother Lu, when you arrived just now, did you happen to see a young woman? She's nothing like Cui Yingying. She actually tried to save me at the cost of her own life. Could she have been secretly in love with me all along? Yize glanced at him through the rearview mirror and gave a cold, mirthless laugh, thinking for a moment that tossing him out of the car right then would still be an act of unusual mercy. She is your sister-in-law. What? The atmosphere inside the car froze instantly. Xian Wenrui's toes nearly curled hard enough to tear through the floor mat. He emitted an awkward, nervous chuckle. Haha. Oh. Ha ha ha. So she's sister-in-law. No wonder. She's as kind-hearted as you are, Brother Lu. By the way, where is my sister-in-law? The chubby man scanned the vehicle frantically, saw no one, then suddenly fixed his gaze on the front passenger seat, and had another epiphany. Ah. So this must be sister-in-law's special ability, invisibility. No wonder she'd appeared and vanished so abruptly. Reverently awestruck, Xian Wenrui bowed deferentially toward the empty passenger seat. Greetings, sister-in-law. Greetings. May you and Brother Lu enjoy a century of marital bliss, and soon welcome a noble heir. Yize shot a look of profound distaste toward this rare specimen of idiocy. Yet he said nothing to correct him. Only when they reached the safe house did Yize casually toss the vehicle supplies to the chubby man and point toward a dilapidated old house just outside the compound. You may settle in there as you please. Just don't approach the interior of the main building. One warning, if you do, the mutated flora nearby will kill you on the spot. Best stay obedient. Xian Wenrui nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, yes. Any shelter will do. I can repair and tidy up myself. Though he couldn't fathom how Xian Wenrui noticed the location was extraordinarily secluded and utterly free of zombie attacks. Wait, no. There were zombies, but they'd already become nourishment for those very mutant plants. Even more astonishing, however, was what happened next. Seemingly from thin air, a person materialized. Yize gently removed the helmet that had suffocated her all day, the same device that repelled zombies and drove them into frenzied rage, revealing her pallid ashen face and pitch-black eyes. Holy hell! Xian Wenrui leapt backward a full step. Then, scenting fresh meat, the zombies lunged toward him, jaws agape, letting out guttural roars. One misstep and a chunk of flesh would be torn away. Fortunately, Yize, who stood beside her, restrained her reach with a firm hand, then offered her a freshly cleaned zombie crystal to soothe her. Be good. Don't cause trouble. Xian Wenrui paled. He recognized her instantly, the very young woman he'd mistaken for a selfless savior moments earlier. And yes, she was wearing matching outfits with Brother Lu. So she hadn't rushed over to rescue him at all. She'd simply wanted a bite of his flesh. The realization was bitterly humiliating. Silently, Xian Wenrui wrapped his arms around his own plump frame. When he looked at Yize again, his expression grew complex, no doubt conjuring some bizarre, nonsensical drama inside his muddled mind. Just before entering the safe house, Xian Wenrui burst into tears and shouted with heartfelt reverence, Brother Lu, you're a real man. Yize. What's wrong with him? But Yize soon forgot about the chubby man entirely, because Jiang Yue, after a prolonged surge of unnatural agitation, began trembling violently. her joy indistinguishable from agony. She clawed desperately at her own skull. Only Yize's swift intervention prevented her from gouging her entire face apart. Once restrained, he discovered her body burning with relentless scorching fever. Then abruptly she collapsed into utter exhaustion, utterly defenseless, stripped of all resistance. Outdoors, she'd have been effortlessly slain by any human. Yize knew little about zombies, so he couldn't diagnose her condition, yet he suspected this might be related to zombic evolution, akin to how awakened humans suffered intense fevers during power ascension. His ignorance of awakened cultivators stemmed from their decade-long relationship in his previous life, during which Jiangyu never once advanced. While high-tier advancement was inherently arduous, the fundamental reason lay elsewhere. She had consistently gifted nearly all her crystals to Yize. Yize carried Jiangyu into the bathtub and held her tightly from behind. Within minutes, the cold water boiled. Not from external heat, but from her rising internal temperature. He emptied every crystal he'd acquired that day into the tub. The crystals eased her torment momentarily. But soon she erupted into violent frenzy again, clawing at her own skin. Yize pinned her wrists, denying her inner craving, and she responded with piercing, anguished shrieks. After hours of such oscillation, frenzy followed by collapse, the dozens of crystals in the tub crumbled into fine dust, and only then did Jiangyu's condition finally stabilize. She lay motionless in Yize's arms, eyes closed, as though asleep. The most profound difference between her and a living human. She had neither heartbeat nor breath. Exhausted from the night's ordeal, Yize's eyes were bloodshot, his bearing haggard. He lifted Jiangyu from the tub. Their clothes long since vaporized by the searing heat, he carried her to bed, pulled the blanket tightly over both their bodies, and drew her close, his arms circling her waist. As they sank together into deep, weary slumber, they slept soundly, so deeply that Yize didn't stir until noon the next day. The prior day's effort, guiding Jiangyu through her ascension without harming her, had demanded absolute precision in controlling a rampaging zombie, taxing his abilities to their limit. That was why he'd collapsed into such profound exhaustion. Upon waking, his first instinct was dread, fearing she might have fled. But then he felt her familiar form nestled against his back, and his racing heart settled at last into calm. Upon waking, he looked at Jiangyu and noticed that her body had changed after her advancement. The formerly dark skin had lightened somewhat, and the bluish tone was no longer prominent, replaced instead by a jade-like gray. The fangs that were once exposed had also reverted to the size of normal human teeth. Unless one looked closely, they would not notice her sharp canines. Before her advancement, she had black nails that were half a finger long, but now they had returned to the shape of normal human nails, as if coated with a layer of black nail polish. She was gradually becoming more like the little zombie he remembered. In his past life, the little zombie always appeared harmless before him, but over time he discovered that high-level zombies could conceal their undead nature, coming very close to resembling humans. Just like Jiangyu at this moment, who normally hid her zombie fangs and sharp teeth, revealing them only during battle. Perhaps due to Yize's intense gaze, Jiangyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as she gradually began to awaken, silently opening her eyes, still carrying a hint of confusion. She caught a whiff of a delightful scent that compelled her to move closer to it. What's wrong? Yize thought he had not anticipated what she intended to do when he saw her lift her head and reach out toward him. It was not until her cool lips brushed against the corner of his mouth, and she lightly bit him, tasting a hint of blood, that Yize froze in place. In that instant, as their lips touched, a dazzling firework exploded in his mind. In an instant, rationality burned away. This was their first kiss in the 10 years they had known each other, and the memories of the past flooded his heart with an indescribable emotion. He pressed his hand against the back of Jiangyu's neck, holding her body captive, prying open her lips to deepen the kiss once more. The instincts of a zombie warned Jiangyu that she was in danger. Yet the taste of blood that filled her mouth instinctively drove her to swallow it. Yize's eyes darkened, a rare loss of control, as he wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning in to deepen the kiss, wishing they could drown together in this passionate embrace. The blood of an ability user excited the zombie, and Jiangyu wrapped her arms around Yize's neck. Yize looked at the zombie beneath him. Apart from her pale skin, she was no different from a human. Her eyes were still misty, and her lips were stained red with blood. Yize leaned down again, his right hand cradling the back of Jiangyu's neck, stroking her disheveled hair, as he repeatedly kissed her to confirm her existence. Jiangyu. With every utterance of her name, scenes from their 10 years together flashed through his mind, from his initial hostility toward her to the deep feelings he later developed without realizing it. It wasn't until he felt a numbing pain in his back that Yize slightly came to his senses. The zombie in his arms had clawed at the food before her. In her eyes, Yize was merely a premium food item, slightly more delicious than ordinary food, nothing more. In that moment, Yize felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. Even though she had evolved into a LV-1 zombie and her appearance had changed, she still lacked human emotions. Yize tightened his grip on her shoulder, cutting off her escape route. His eyes were deep and cold, revealing a sharp intensity. The zombie couldn't decipher his expression, but she could vaguely sense his loss of control, as if he were afraid of something. Jiang Yu bared her teeth, curling up in caution. Yize was taken aback. Then a smile appeared on his face. Fear and vigilance that was good. This was an emotion absent in zombies. Previously he had to use his abilities to control the zombie's actions to prevent her from attacking, but now she understood fear and could recognize danger. Yize held the zombie in his arms and sighed softly. It's okay, take your time. We'll take it slowly. Jiang Yu looked up, her eyes entirely dark, not resembling a human. However, at this moment, as her pupils moved, there was less of the stiffness and lifelessness typical of zombies. Had she not realized that Yize posed a danger to her, she would have likely opted to devour this fragrant food at the first opportunity, just as she had done upon awakening. Yize was unaware that the most obvious change after the zombie's advancement was the restoration of her 5 senses. Jiang Yu still felt a slight pain on her tongue. With her current pea-sized brain, she couldn't understand why food would bite a zombie. However, what puzzled her even more was that despite having had the opportunity to bite off a piece of meat from the food before her, she couldn't bring herself to do it, as if something deep within her soul was binding her actions. The zombie's eyes widened in confusion and bewilderment. Yize looked down and saw the zombie lost in thought about her undead existence. His lips curled slightly as he reached out to place a crystal core into her mouth. The deliciousness of the crystal core was second only to Yize for Jiang Yu, but one piece was simply not enough. She gazed greedily at Yize without making a rash move. It's all gone. Yize shrugged and spread his hands, pointing to the bathtub, where only a pile of powder remained after the crystal cores had been completely absorbed. Jiang Yu tilted her head in confusion at his behavior. Tisk. Suddenly Yize realized that it was a bit unreasonable to expect a zombie with a brain the size of a pea to understand the concept of the crystal core being digested. Oh no, he was putting too much pressure on a zombie. After advancing, the zombie's demand for food surged, which was a means for the zombie to provide energy to her body. Hunger drove them to seek food, and Jiang Yu was no exception at this moment. With all the crystal cores on Yize used up, he could only take out the meat he had previously stored. This meat had been preserved in the space, and although it couldn't compare to the taste of living flesh or the energy of crystal cores, at least it could fill her stomach. Starving Jiang Yu showed no signs of resistance. She seized the meat and bit into it while Yize merely watched from the side. However, after she consumed an amount of meat equal to her own body weight, his gaze silently fell upon Jiang Yu's slightly bulging belly. Those who didn't know might think she was pregnant with his child. Yize diverted his gaze, calmly thinking that, before Jiang Yu regained consciousness, he would at most reap some benefits. Yize withdrew his gaze, pondering a new issue. Previously he felt secure with an ample food supply, but now the food intake of the upgraded zombie had surged. It seemed that simply feeding her meat would not suffice. He would still need to venture out to hunt zombies and extract crystal cores. After a night of tossing in the bathtub, neither of them could leave without a bath. However, considering the zombie with a vacant gaze after a meal, taking a bath seemed to be quite a challenge. Yize approached Jiang Yu. The zombie emitted a low growl that was intimidating, like a beast that wouldn't allow anyone to come near. He reached out, wrapping his arms around Jiang Yu's waist, lifting her with ease. As he placed the zombie into the bathtub, she seemed to have some recollection of bathing, immediately panicking and attempting to crawl out. If she had a tail, it would likely be standing on end from fright. Don't move. We can't go out until you're clean. Yize, who had always been poor and rolled around in mud as a child, had started to care about cleanliness after suffering hardships in school. The zombie disliked water, but Yize didn't indulge her. He turned on the shower, letting Jiang Yu flail beneath the spray. However, this zombie had upgraded. It seemed her brain had developed slightly. Previously, she only knew how to rage aimlessly, but now she had learned to crawl onto Yize to avoid the water. Jiang Yu stood on tiptoe, her hands encircling Yize's neck, her entire body pressed against him in shock, her wet hair dripping. Although Jiang Yu wasn't heavy, her body had developed well. At this moment she was pressed against Yize, her chest's outline accentuated, carrying a hint of unintended intimacy. In their past lives they had spent 10 years together without such intimacy, as she had been too afraid. When they first met, Yize's wariness and insults had hurt her. Recalling some events from their past lives, Yize felt a heaviness in his heart, holding the zombie tightly to calm himself. By the time he released her, he had suppressed his swirling emotions and met her gaze. She had been soaked in water, and Yize worried she might catch a cold, though he wasn't sure if zombies could even catch colds. Take off your clothes. The zombie probably didn't understand and had no reaction. Yize had to take action himself, his fingers brushing against the fabric of her top, touching her delicate collarbone. The oblivious zombie allowed him to touch her, her entire being instinctively searching for the best spot to bite. Yize sighed, internally pulling the zipper of her top all the way up, covering her slender neck, exerting great control to suppress his primal urges. Clothes off, sit in the bathtub and wash yourself. Yize's commanding tone held a hint of coercion, causing the zombie to shudder, sensing the fear. Even if she hated water, Jiang Yu was like those mutated plants outside. When confronted with someone significantly stronger, she wisely chose to submit. She obediently followed Yize's instructions, but how could a zombie take off her clothes? Jiangyu tugged at her top, growing increasingly frustrated. Just as she was about to tear it apart, Yize's hand covered hers, gripping her delicate, cold fingertips. I'll teach you, remember this next time. For the first time, the zombie learned to use a zipper. In the quiet bathroom, the sound of the zipper sliding down was particularly pronounced, revealing a magnificent sight before her. He guided her hand around to her back, clumsily directing her to unfasten her bra. It wasn't surprising that Yize wasn't proficient in this matter. Before the apocalypse, he was wholly focused on his career, and later, he was forced to be with Cui Yingying, having no need for such things during their escape, and after settling down he was betrayed and paralyzed for over a decade. Now living again with more experience, he valued more than just simple physical desires. Compared to the visual stimulation brought by Jiangyu's body, Yize preferred to gaze directly into her eyes, searching for a familiar heartbeat in the vast darkness. You wash first, call me when you're done. Yize stepped out of the bathroom before she was fully undressed. This bathroom was specially designed with no windows and only one door connecting to the outside. Even the glass was semi-transparent, allowing a vague view of the figures inside. Leaning against the wall outside the bathroom, Yize lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed. After being reborn, his desire for control had grown increasingly uncontrollable. He couldn't bear the thought of Jiangyu being out of his sight for even a second. Thus, he either accompanied her or placed her in his spatial abilities, ensuring he could confirm her existence. This was not acceptable. Yize pondered this issue as his cigarette burned down, ash nearly falling on his hand. Before he could figure anything out, a loud crash echoed from the bathroom. Yize's heart stopped momentarily as he burst through the door, only to find Jiangyu sitting in the bathtub, engulfed in bubbles. The source of the noise drew his attention to a dent in the wall, and then to Jiangyu, who was staring intently at the bubbles, preparing to make another move. Yize grasped Jiangyu's hand, preventing her from attempting to burst another bubble. These bubbles won't hurt you. Don't be afraid. It seemed a whole bottle of shower gel had spilled in the bathroom. Jiangyu's grip was slippery, and Yize sighed softly, helping her wash, while teaching her how to do it. It could be considered an alternative form of nurturing. With the bubbles providing cover, it wasn't too awkward. After cleaning the zombie, Yize had her dress herself before sending her back into the space. Compared to Jiangyu's struggles, Yize was much more careless. He took a moment to shower, changed into clean clothes, and then took Jiangyu outside. Little fatty Xianwen Rue squatted at the entrance of his shabby little house, making repairs. His old house hadn't been demolished. It was just that Yize had previously wanted to avoid drawing attention, making it somewhat awkward for someone to live there. Fortunately, he had a good attitude and was very grateful for the place Yize had provided him, showing restraint and not attempting to enter Yize's house. Seeing Yize come out, he immediately smiled and greeted Brother Liu. You're out. Just as he spoke, he froze in place. Wait a minute, the one Brother Liu was holding, didn't that look like his zombie sister-in-law? Could it be that Brother Liu had several sisters-in-law? Little Fatty was shocked, hesitated, and dared not believe it. He suspiciously glanced at the woman next to Yize, who was bundled up tightly, wearing a mask and sunglasses with a black baseball cap on her head, and dressed in long sleeves and pants, making it impossible to see anything. However, she was docilely being led by Brother Liu, clearly not the same zombie he had seen yesterday, who was solely focused on eating. He scratched his head, uncertainly looking at Yize. Brother Liu, is she also a sister-in-law? Yize shot him a glance, looking at him as if he were a fool. Before Yize could introduce her, Jiangyu, who had initially seemed docile, immediately bared her fangs at the sight of the unique scent of food emanating from the fatty. Due to her sudden movement, her sunglasses fell off, revealing her exclusively zombie-like pitch-black eyes. The fatty was so frightened he sat down on the ground. From this angle, he clearly saw that the hands intertwined with Brother Liu's were unmistakably not human but a shade of green. So all along, it was this one? Brother Liu was really into some heavy stuff. How could he be so infatuated with a zombie? Liu Ge did not know whether it was malice or something else, but after being frightened, he calmed the zombie beside him and kindly put a mask on her. Jiangyu was dissatisfied, her eyes revealing a trace of melancholy. She could not understand why she was not allowed to eat this as well. She could be gentler, killing the fat one first before eating it rather than consuming it raw. The thought of eating humans was out of the question. As long as Yize was around, Jiangyu would never be allowed to eat people. Though it was said that high-level zombies retained human memories, there must be some truth to it. Moreover, in her past life, Jiangyu had come specifically to save him, further corroborating this notion. Therefore, to prevent Jiangyu, who was regaining human memories, from having disgusting recollections, she had to be controlled from eating humans. Although Jiangyu was angry, she could not overpower Yize. Even if she was dissatisfied, she dared not rebel, and could only be led by him. Yet her eyes and the saliva constantly dripping from her mouth still longed for the meat on the fat one. When Xianwen Rue saw Yize and the others preparing to go out, he immediately ran up. Liu Gu, are you going outside? Can I come with you? Although Yize had thrown him some supplies he found in the mall last time, food would eventually run out. He had already been very restrained, trying to eat only one compressed biscuit each day, but the remaining food could not last for several months. Yize did not mind bringing one more person along as long as he did not cause trouble for himself. Moreover, he could make use of the water-based ability, so he needed to consider whether this person was suitable for cooperation. Seeing him agree, Xian Wenrui was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling up in his eyes. Lu Gu, you are truly a great person. No wonder it is said that people who have just entered society are easy to fool. Someone like Xian Wenrui would probably be among the first to die in the apocalypse, which is why he had never heard of his name in his previous life. A person and a zombie got into Lu Yize's SUV. Because this place was remote, there were relatively few people and the number of zombies was not too high. However, the deeper they went into the city, they discovered the number of zombies had surged further. Go kill the 3 zombies ahead. Lu Yize instructed Zhang Yue, who resisted, but instantly felt a powerful pressure surrounding her, compressing the air, causing her to let out a pained roar. Lu Yize's expression remained impassive, though his tone was gentle. Be obedient, go kill those zombies. Xian Wenrui, sitting in the back seat, trembled, feeling that Lu Gu was a bit abnormal. Zhang Yu yelled at Lu Yize, then broke the window and transformed her hands into claws directly piercing through a zombie's skull. The instincts of a zombie guided her on how to deal with her kind. The zombie's dark greenish-black blood stained Zhang Yu's hands, dripping down from her sharp nails, while half of her black ear loop mask fell off, the other half hanging by her ear. Half of a large pair of sunglasses was stained by the dark liquid, and there were also traces on Zhang Yu's clean face which stood out against her jade-like skin. After seeing her personally kill 3 zombies, Lu Yize finally retracted the powers he had released to her. He walked to Zhang Yu's side and wiped her hands and cheeks. He sensed a trace of hostility still lingering in Zhang Yue, so Lu Yize bent down and retrieved their crystal nuclei from the zombies' brains, which were still smeared with brain matter. He opened his hand and the crystal nuclei lay in his palm. The crystal nuclei were of great importance to zombies. Zhang Yu reached out to snatch them, but Lu Yize withdrew his hand, holding the nuclei tightly. He looked at Zhang Yu and said, remember, they are your food and I am your kind. Zhang Yu was no longer the low-level zombie she once was. After evolving, she had a brain the size of a soybean to think. At least at this moment she understood where to obtain the crystal nuclei. Just then, another zombie appeared nearby. Zhang Yu looked at the zombie, swiftly dove down, grabbed its arm, and with a tug directly tore the zombie's arm off. The evolved zombies had exponentially increased speed and strength, so Lu Yize was not worried at all about Zhang Yu getting hurt. In almost an instant, Zhang Yu had already extracted the crystal nuclei from the zombie's brain, and Lu Yize smiled with satisfaction. Yes, everything he was doing now was merely to truly separate Zhang Yu from the zombies. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yue, with her small brain, was still thinking about her zombie kin. However, the next moment when she saw Zhang Yu opening her mouth to shove the brain matter-covered crystal nuclei into her mouth, Lu Yize felt a pang in his heart and immediately stopped her. Xian Wenrui, trembling, crawled out of the car. He looked at Lu Gu, who was patiently teaching the zombie not to eat dirty things, and inexplicably felt as if he had unwittingly latched onto a big leg. Such an incredible zombie, who obediently listened to Lu Gu. Xian Wenrui suddenly felt a sense of crisis and wanted to quickly prove his worth. Lu Gu, I researched my abilities all day yesterday, and I feel like I found a bit of a clue. Should I help clean them? Lu Yize glanced at him with a hint of scrutiny, probably to see what he intended to do, and handed him 4 zombie crystal nuclei. I make sure to clean them well. Trust, this is trust. The little fat boy suddenly felt proud. After receiving the items, he exerted all his strength, and a small puddle of water appeared in his hand, just enough to wrap the crystal nuclei. The crystal nuclei slowly spun in the water, and the stains on the surface gradually peeled off. Although it took some time, what Lu Yize had most was patience, and he had the leisure to hold Zhang Yu's fingers and wipe them one by one. Zhang Yu was completely unconcerned about whether it was clean or dirty. Her entire focus was on the crystal nuclei in the fat boy's hand, completely ignoring whether Lu Yize was wiping her claws or her face. After cleaning them once, the little fat boy was drenched in sweat, as if he had been fished out of water. But even so, he did not complain, and pushed himself to the limit, creating another small puddle of water to wrap the crystal nuclei again for a second cleaning. It took almost half an hour to clean 4 crystal nuclei, a duration so long that the little zombie had already lost interest in the crystal nuclei in his hand. It would be faster to kill 2 more zombies. Lu Gu, sister-in-law, it's done, all cleaned. Xian Wenrui was so happy he nearly jumped up, finally cleaned, but it had exhausted him so much that he could hardly jump. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, and Lu Yize glanced at his completely drenched clothes, estimating that if he squeezed them there would be more water than what his abilities had produced. He handed the crystal nuclei to Lu Yize without any other thoughts. After Lu Yize took them, he simply said thanks. But there were no further pointers. He did not need to say too much, as the underlying distrust remained. They were merely fulfilling their respective needs. He needed a water ability user, while the other needed a place to land. After experiencing betrayal in his past life, Lu Yize trusted no one other than Zhang Yu. No. Brother Lu, please don't be so formal. My life belongs to you now. Xian Wenrui scratched his head flustered. Though Lu Yize was cold-hearted and detached, he had no intention of taking undue advantage of others. If you're referring to that earlier incident then, whether or not I'd saved you, you wouldn't have died. After all, it was only a handful of zombies. Had he not already surrendered to despair, he likely would have survived, and perhaps even accelerated his mastery of his own ability under the raw urgency of survival. Xian Wenrui didn't grasp such nuances, yet he knew full well that surviving alone in this apocalypse would be anything but easy, even if he'd lived. As for returning to confront Li Anchang and the others in futile argument, he'd rather not. Who knew what new trick Cui Yingying might devise? Now he had a dilapidated room of his own, and enough stored food to last a while. Xian Wenrui was deeply content and profoundly grateful to Lu Yize. Brother Lu, rest assured. I'll never hold you back. From now on, all your water needs, and your wife's too, I'll handle them myself. He pounded his chest with unshakable conviction. As you wish. Lu Yize saw no reason to refuse an asset willingly offered, especially since he'd recruited this troublesome man precisely for his ability. Xian Wenrui proved ambitious thereafter. Whenever zombies appeared, he no longer cowered dumbfounded in the car's rear seat. He seized his sole weapon, a baseball bat, and rushed forward to strike their skulls. Zhang Yu dispatched zombies with effortless swiftness. One claw, one kill. But only when facing them himself did Xian Wenrui realize zombies were no mere cabbages. His sister-in-law, however, was truly fearsome. No, not fearsome, feral. Lu Yize sat calmly in the driver's seat, a cigarette between his fingers, observing the overweight man, endowed with an ability yet unable to wield it, swing his bat wildly at shambling corpses. The apocalypse had barely begun, though some had awakened abilities, few knew how to harness them. Yet to zombies, ability wielders were potent nourishment, accelerating their evolution. By now Zhang Yu was surely not the only evolved zombie within the city. In an instant Zhang Yu slaughtered 5 zombies, extracted their crystalline cores, then stole a glance toward Lu Yize inside the vehicle. Turning her back, convinced she remained unseen, she opened her mouth and attempted to swallow the gore-smeared core whole. Yet the core seemed enclosed within its own pocket of space. Even teeth capable of crushing skulls met only empty air. After repeated futile attempts, Zhang Yu, frustrated, held the core out before Lu Yize. Facing the little zombie's defiant gesture, Lu Yize gave a faint smile. Wash it first, then eat. I won't take it from you. Zhang Yu caught only the word eat, and instantly understood. Wash edible. Lu Yize purified the core with water drawn from his spatial realm. Xian Wenrui, the portly youth who'd just barely slain a zombie and emerged bloodied, watched, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Brother Lu, are you a hydrokinetic ability user? Before the apocalypse, Xian Wenrui had been a homebound otaku steeped in novels. Instinctively, he classified his own ability as hydrokinetic, and seeing Lu Yize produce water from nowhere, he leapt to that conclusion. No! Lu Yize denied it plainly, and offered no further explanation, leaving Xian Wenrui to fidget with restless curiosity. Though weak in strength, the young man possessed discretion. He knew which questions to leave unasked. Seeing Lu Yize had no intention of elaborating, he held his tongue, and instead extended the hard-won crystalline core toward him. Brother Lu, I've nothing valuable to offer, but I noticed my sister-in-law favors these. Please give it to her. The core in his palm, hastily rinsed with whatever clean water he could muster, looked relatively unsoiled. Lu Yize glanced up. Keep it for yourself. Disappointment flickered across the young man's face, until Lu Yize fed a core to Zhang Yu, then added quietly, it enhances ability. Xian Wenrui's spirit surged. His small meat-cushioned eyes blazed with sudden light, then misted over. Brother Lu truly was a paragon of virtue. Brother Lu, I swear from this day forth you're my real elder brother. A sobbing, tearful fat man moved Lu Yize not at all, his weeping far less dignified than Zhang Yu's own quiet intensity. While Xian Wenrui rode high on emotion, and Zhang Yu devoured her core in rapt absorption, Lu Yize unfolded a map, and decided to explore the nearby commercial district once more. He never turned away from essential supplies. Raising a zombie demanded considerable resources, and with the district teeming with zombies, he intended to stockpile additional cores. Less than 2 weeks into the cataclysm, humanity's fragile order had already begun to crumble. Zombies, though terrifying, were secondary. The greatest disruption came instead from mutated flora and fauna. They drove halfway in, then were forced to abandon the vehicle, its path blocked by rampant destructive vegetation. As soon as they disembarked, Lu Yize retracted the car into his spatial domain. Xian Wenrui stared in disbelief, convinced for a heartbeat that their car had been stolen. But seeing Lu Yize's unruffled composure, he wisely kept silent. Mutated creatures required sustenance, and evolved zombies and ability wielders alike made ideal nourishment. Yet Lu Yize masked their scents and silhouettes within a localized spatial veil, rendering them imperceptible to the mutated life around them. Xian Wenrui treaded nervously, terrified of being snatched by grasping vines and reduced to literal fertilizer. They approached the city's largest department store, only to freeze at the sight before them. Coiling around the skyscraper loomed a colossal mutated centipede, its crimson head surveyed its domain, its obsidian body wrapped tightly around the 100-meter tower, hundreds of segmented legs rising and falling in eerie unison. Its mandibles snapped open, revealing needle-sharp fangs and a glistening blood-red maw, still littered with half-digested crimson remnants. Drool oozed from its jaws, pooling on the ground in foul-smelling puddles. Twin compound eyes, guided by delicate antennae, scanned for movement, hunting prey to sate its ravenous belly. This mutated centipede had devoured countless humans and zombies. Its energy signature rivaled that of a level 2 ability user. Yize hovered near level 2, but had yet to break through. It was the most formidable adversary he'd faced since his rebirth, and his spatial ability could not conceal them from its perception, for its power vastly surpassed his own. Instantly, the centipede's compound eyes locked onto their position. Thousands of tiny, unblinking eyes fixed upon them, while they themselves were smaller than even a single ocular facet. Under such overwhelming pressure, Xian Wenrui nearly voided his bladder. "Scatter, now!" Yize severed his spatial veil. Even as the words left his lips, the monstrous centipede lunged. Its salivaslicked maw wide, a torrent of wind surging before it as it descended upon them. Yize pulled Jiangyu to evade, while Xian Wenrui, driven by a desperate survival instinct, swiftly dove to the side, narrowly escaping the onslaught of the mutated centipede. One of the centipede's limbs was far larger than the fragile human form. Xian Wenrui got up and ran frantically, glancing back at Yize and the others. The centipede paid him no mind and charged straight at Yize with a fierce and aggressive attack. Yize narrowly dodged, while using his powers to envelop it, trying to find the creature's weak point within the confines of space. But the mutated centipede was simply too large. The range of space Yize could control was insufficient to enclose its entire body. Currently, he was far from the ease he would have after more than a decade of the apocalypse. Besides the one ability space, the means of attack he could employ were alarmingly limited. After dodging several of the centipede's frenzied assaults, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. He turned and continued to condense spatial points on the body of this colossal creature, focusing on its abdomen, mouth, head, and vital points one by one. In contrast, Jiangyu seemed oblivious to any fear regarding the centipede, or rather she had completely succumbed to her hunger. Jiangyu leaped onto the centipede's body, but her claws, which she usually prided herself on, failed to penetrate its shell, nearly throwing her off instead. The centipede noticed the food behind it. Its hundreds of legs began to stir restlessly. It turned its head, its redwood head, attempting to bite at the restless zombie on its back. Seeing Jiangyu in danger, the anxious Xian Wenrui understood the weight this zombie held in Luge's heart. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "If I die, then so be it. I'm going all out today." Xian Wenrui stepped forward and grabbed the tail of the mutated centipede, using half his life to finally unleash a water ball at it. The water ball failed to even cause a crack in the centipede's shell. His attack was like scratching an itch for the mutated centipede. After realizing her claws couldn't pierce the armor on its back, Jiangyu immediately decided to give up. She swayed her body, dodging the centipede's fatal strike, but her arm was still injured, dark blood oozing out. Seeing this, Yize's expression darkened. Acting decisively, he moved towards the mutated centipede, which he could not resist in terms of speed or power at this moment. Realizing what Jiangyu intended to do, he gathered a spatial blade in his palm and launched it towards the centipede's head. The centipede, injured by the spatial blade to its antennae, momentarily lost its direction. Jiangyu, with a fierce grin exposing her sharp fangs, seized the opportunity to stab her claws into the centipede's compound eye. The centipede instantly went into a frenzy, its body rapidly expanding and contracting, leaving deep claw marks on the ground with each touch of its hard and sharp limbs. In pain, both the person and the zombie behind it were thrown off. Jiangyu was safely caught by Yize, while the fat man fell to the ground, relying on his bulk to cushion the fall. "Ouch!" The fat man groaned, rubbing his back and doubting he would survive. Falling from nearly 3 stories up, was he doomed? But no one had the time to pay attention to his theatrics. Yize set Jiangyu down and took the opportunity to retrieve the most resilient, specially made blade from his space. Gunpowder and similar substances would only amplify the energy of mutated flora and fauna, making the most primitive cold weapons more effective. With the knife forged from Iron Mother, coupled with Yize's powers, continuously accumulating pressure, a tremendous force was generated within the space surrounding the knife. The moment Yize struck the centipede's abdomen, the knife clashed against its tough shell, producing a crisp clang. Yize leveraged gravity to increase the force in his hand. He sliced from the top of the centipede down to its abdomen, sparks flying as the knife scraped against the centipede's hard shell. This enraged the mutated centipede, which had already lost its antennae and compound eyes, twisting its body as hundreds of claws attacked Yize simultaneously. Yize discarded the knife, now just a handle, as the wounded mutated centipede fell into a rage, dark green scales oozing blood, and its speed suddenly increased. Yize had anticipated this change and faced the oncoming assault with calm composure. He did not place hope in that crude strike. At the moment he drew near, Yize used his spatial abilities to scan the mutated centipede. Amidst the air collisions, he sensed its weak point. Next to its compound eye on its head, there was a crystal form similar to a zombie's crystal core and a human's ability nucleus, which was also the source of its power. As the 100-meter-high centipede leaned down to bite, Yize enveloped himself with his powers. The mutated centipede effortlessly swallowed Yize whole. Witnessing this scene, the injured Jiangyu and Xian Wenrui were momentarily stunned. Faster to react than Xian Wenrui was the mindless Jiangyue, who almost instantly leaped into the mouth of the centipede. Sister-in-law? Before Xian Wenrui could act, the mutated centipede suddenly thrashed wildly, flattening the building. He didn't even have time to grieve as he was swept toward the entrance of the underground passage. Wiping his tears, the instinct to survive compelled him to dive in without hesitation. However, a stench of decay filled the underground tunnel, making him nauseous. In the dim light, he saw human bones scattered everywhere. He felt a chill run down his spine. A low, mournful roar echoed from outside. Only at this moment did he realize, his face pale, what had happened. In terror, tears streamed down his face. He wiped his tears and snot, his gaze gradually firming as he crawled outward, picking up a broken knife left by his brother Lu. To his surprise, the horrifyingly large mutated centipede suddenly halted, its gaping maw unable to close, decaying saliva oozing from within. At the moment the centipede's mouth was about to close, it began to thrash wildly, its body rolling violently, disgusting brown-green liquid spilling out from its head. With flying sand and stones, Xian Wenrui dove to the ground to evade, barely able to see what was happening before him. In the next moment, without knowing what had happened, the 100-meter-high mutated centipede suddenly stood rigid, certain parts of its body emitting light. The head, mouth, abdomen, and hundreds of limbs. Over 100 points of light gradually connected like they were controlled, forming white lines. In an instant, these lines erupted with force, completely slicing the mutated centipede into pieces, the scattered flesh not even leaving a piece taller than a calf. Xian Wenrui stood dumbfounded, witnessing the scene before him, until he vaguely saw his brother Lu covered in blood leaning against the zombie. However, both of them, one person and one zombie, emerged unscathed. Xian Wenrui clutched his shattered blade, tears brimming in his eyes as he ran toward them, his words slurred with relief. "Brother Lu, sister-in-law, I am so glad you are all right." In the face of such a monstrous leviathan, surviving was of course a blessing. But the moment Xian Wenrui drew near, Yize's eyes flashed with wary reluctance. He was severely weakened and would need time to recover, if the only one with any strength left. Xian Wenrui decided to act now. Yize's gaze hardened. In that case, he could only resolve to find a way to kill him first, even at the cost of his life. Fortunately, Xian Wenrui harbored no such ambition. He was bawling and weeping as he called out, "Sob, brother Lu, you are incredible. As long as you made it out alive, that's enough. Sister-in-law, I was wrong about you. You are truly devoted," leaping without hesitation into that creature's jaws to save brother Lu. Yize glanced at Jiangyu, who was likewise badly wounded. Indeed, the instant he had seen Jiangyu in the mutated centipede's mouth, he had felt his heart stall for a second. The mutated centipede's jaws nearly crushed Jiangyu's body, but at the next instant she was enveloped by a familiar supernatural ability. Yize almost believed she had regained her human memories, but the next second a zombie lunged at him and bit down on his wrist. Yize's brief warmth vanished. This was not camaraderie, but the zombie's fury at seeing food consumed before her eyes. She would risk death to take a bite. Never mind, with hardly more than a pea for a brain, one could not be too hard on her. Before deliberately allowing himself to be swallowed by the mutated centipede, Yize had already planted hundreds of spatial nodes on its body, waiting to extract the crystal core from within before making his move. This mutated centipede was stronger than Yize, so until the core was removed, he could not inflict significant harm upon its body. That was why he had deliberately entered the centipede's maw. The crystal core lay at the flank of its compound eyes, and it was far more convenient to deal with from the inside. Yet the interior of the centipede's mouth was fiercely corrosive. Even his supernatural ability could not fully shield them. They had to be swift, or they would truly become the creature's nourishment. Yize produced a blade from his spatial pocket, and the zombie that had been clamped on her seemed to sense the core's presence and instantly loosened its grip on him. Yize did not even need to move. The zombies had already torn open the mutated centipede's flesh. Compared to its hardened armor, the creature's internal flesh offered no resistance to them and could be ripped apart easily. Their actions drew a roar from the mutated centipede. After the zombies had tunneled through, they discovered an orange crystal core, embedded deep within. Jiangyu leapt with joy, intent on extracting it. But the centipede's interior churned violently, likely a self-protection reflex. A green ichor surged up from its stomach and swept toward the intruders. Yize used his supernatural ability to grab Jiangyu and immediately enveloped them both, barely holding back the assault. Jiangyu glared at the green liquid that barred her from feeding as if it were an enemy. So in the moment before they withdrew, she bit off that entire chunk of flesh with her teeth. The crystal core finally lay exposed. Yize seized the chance to chisel out the orange core, no larger than a thumbnail. Evolved zombies had taste. The freshly bitten meat was rank and foul, and Jiang Yu could not help but spit it out. Yize looked at her helplessly. I told you not to eat random things. Now she had a mouthful of stench. As the core was removed, Yize manipulated his supernatural ability and watched the spatial nodes he had set begin to interconnect. He also sensed the mutated centipede losing its life force, and only then did he allow himself to exhale in relief. Jiang Yu wanted to swallow the orange core whole, but Yize had already pocketed it. Not to deny her, but because she could not absorb it at this time. If she ate it now, she would very likely rupture and die. Moreover, having just eaten something bad, she recoiled from that core. So he casually retrieved an ordinary red core from his space and gave it to her. Zombies had little sense. After receiving the red core, she did not notice the swap and chewed it with apparent satisfaction. Perhaps hoping to secure more cores in the future, Jiang Yu even obediently shuffled over to Yize and resigned herself to being his crutch. Yize's supernatural energy was now completely spent, a dire state in the end times. Once outside, he retrieved the SUV from his spatial pocket, rested inside, and absorbed a number of low-grade zombie cores. Facing that mutated centipede, both humans and the zombie bore many wounds, especially Yize and Jiang Yue, who had entered the creature's body. Jiang Yue as a zombie felt no pain and thus seemed in the best spirits. Yize, gravely injured and drained of energy, did not trust leaving her outside alone, so he brought her back into his spatial pocket. Xian Wenrui remained calm about the sudden appearance of the vehicle and his sister-in-law's disappearance. His injuries were tolerable, but a single glance from Yize revealed that his supernatural reserves were also depleted. Recalling his earlier conduct, Yize closed his eyes and said, "Take out the crystal core from before, sense the energy within it, and then absorb it." Xian Wenrui felt both awe and gratitude toward Brother Lu. If not for him, he guessed, he would have been left behind here to die. Without a word, he obeyed at once. Perhaps the recent battle had given him a new understanding of supernatural energy, and absorbing it now was not difficult. Even though there was only a single core, Xian Wenrui took a long time to absorb it, but compared with the badly wounded Yize, he was certainly much quicker. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt a sharp gaze sweep over him. Xian Wenrui knew how vigilant Brother Lu was, and he acted with tact. Brother Lu checked the building for supplies. You rest well first. Yize was not particularly concerned whether he stayed or left. Of course, Xian Wenrui had no intention of leaving. He crept into the building and found the place littered with corpses and the remains of zombies. It instantly reminded him of the basement he had stumbled into earlier, full of human skeletons gnawed clean, and a chill ran through him. He hastily gathered some food that had not yet spoiled and a few essentials, and before leaving he passed a clothing store and ransacked it as well. Trip after trip, Xian Wenrui filled the entire SUV. But on his final return, he suddenly noticed that the scattered body parts of the mutated centipede on the ground had almost entirely vanished, leaving only mangled heads. Xian Wenrui glanced uncertainly at Brother Lu but did not ask a word. Brother Lu, I took some clean clothes from the building. Do you and your sister-in-law want to find somewhere to wash them? Xian Wenrui produced a large box of garments, a motley heap shoved together. Yize had the same thought, but clothing was unnecessary for him. He had plenty stored in his spatial pocket. Keep them for yourself. We do not need them. He would never let Jiang Yu wear undergarments chosen by someone else. Rejected, Xian Wenrui felt a twinge of disappointment at being unable to help, but he soon composed himself and began to act as Brother Lu's guide. The district was his turf. Brother Lu, there is a bathhouse up ahead. It probably has water stored. We could get a proper wash. The bathhouse sits in a good spot with many barbecue stalls nearby, and a little further on is the Civil Affairs Bureau. The civil registry is also close by. At the mention of the registry, Yize tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. He and Jiang Yu had already pledged themselves to one another, but they had no formal registration. Yize had always liked to keep the things he wanted tightly in his grasp, so no one could snatch them away. Xian Wenrui had yet to realize that his remark had scattered Brother Lu's thoughts. They took a shower. Xian waited at the door for a long while before Brother Lu emerged hand in hand with his freshly washed sister-in-law. Yize tossed him the keys. Drive to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Only then did Xian Wenrui sense that something was amiss. The Civil Affairs Bureau? Yes, to register our marriage. With whom? The question sounded foolish the moment it left his mouth. Who else could it be but the sister-in-law who had become a zombie? As for whether a human and a zombie could legally register, such concerns were moot now. Who cared about paperwork when humanity teetered on the brink of annihilation? Xian Wenrui smacked his forehead. Oh, right, it'll drive you there. Surprisingly, Xian felt an odd thrill. He stole a glance at the back seat where human and zombie clasped fingers. Astonishingly, in looks alone, they were well matched. If he could, he admitted he would want a wife like that. Beautiful and powerful. Maybe he'd himself register at the bureau. Xian's gossiping heart inexplicably leapt with excitement. Brother Lu, how did you meet sister-in-law? You two seem so devoted. Truly bound in life and death. The unlettered otaku could only blurt out such a phrase. Yize sat in the back toying with Jiang Yu's slender fingers. Not in an extreme state, her nails were no different from a normal person's save for their hue. She secretly loved me. She was the one who confessed first. Damn, that's enviable. Why would she need to pine in secret, with a face like hers? Xian cried out. Who knows? Lu Yize, distracted as he squeezed Jiang Yu's hand, thought that if she had appeared before the catastrophe, he might have settled down years earlier. Jiang Yu, still unaware that the secret love had been revealed, and of being credited with confessing first, tilted her head, and stared at Lu Yize's hand. She did not find her own hand amusing. Instead, she thought Lu Yize's hand looked handsome, visibly tempting, almost delectable. Acting on that impulse, she lowered her head and bit Lu Yize's hand, holding on. She did not bite hard. She knew she could not truly do him harm, so she simply nibbled to taste it. Lu Yize frowned, unsure when she had cultivated this habit why she had acquired such a penchant for biting people. The chubby man glanced in the rear view and caught sight of Jiang Yu's head resting on Lu Yize's lap. He was so shocked he began to cough violently. Brother Lu, should I get out first? Give you some privacy? He was terrified of seeing something he ought not to. Would his eyeballs be plucked out for peeking? The misunderstanding was plain to see. Lu Yize threaded his fingers through her cropped hair, pinched the nape of Jiang Yu's neck, and lifted her up, revealing her true intent to the lecherous Xian Wenrui. Xian exhaled in relief and, remembering his earlier reaction, forced an awkward laugh. Brother Lu Yu and sister-in-law are really close. Lu Yize made no retort. Xian glanced at the back seat and realized that his brother had slyly dressed both of them in matching couple outfits. This had been planned. Before Lu Yize noticed, Xian withdrew his gaze and drove on with a steadier heart. Near the Civil Affairs Bureau, the pair, man and zombie, stepped out. The area's lush greenery had given rise to many mutated plants that pierced the very fabric of the buildings. The bureau was threaded through by enormous vines, yet these had no aggressive intent. They were a comparatively gentle strain of mutation. Upon sensing that Lu Yize's strength exceeded its own, the vine withdrew its sprawling branches in silence. I wonder if any of the equipment inside still works, Xian fretted, staring at the damaged walls. As Xian was about to stride into the bureau, Lu Yize held him back. No doubt many zombies had taken up residence inside. Sure enough, as the door opened, they saw a male zombie inside, gnawing on a rotting woman's body. Her flesh had been devoured until only a maggot-ridden, decayed skull remained. The gory sight made Xian retch and lean against the wall. The zombie, confronted by the sudden presence of people, narrowed its black eyes and leapt over the wall, clutching the skull. Lu Yize watched the creatures retreating back with narrowed eyes. Level 1 zombies had indeed appeared in the city, and this one, half vomiting from the stench, Xian took 2 steps inside and stepped on a fallen marriage certificate. A curiosity made him pick it up. The registration date happened to be the day the comet fell and the world began to mutate, September 14th. The smiling couple in the photograph included the very male zombie who had run off. The woman beside him appeared to be the corpse that had been gnawed down to a single skull. Brother Lu, look at this. Xian held the marriage certificate as if it burned. He thought of the once happy couple now torn apart by such a grim fate and wondered what had transpired between them. Lu Yize cast a cursory glance and did not dwell on it. Such tragedies were innumerable in the late apocalypse. He had, however, vaguely recognized that very zombie. It seemed to be the fabled zombie king that troubled those with abilities. The zombie king was said to be constantly accompanied by a skeleton, and at that level some regained fragments of their human memories. The rumor spread because this zombie king had advanced while besieged and had suffered a severe psychic shock, driving him close to madness. If the memory he recovered was of having himself devoured the body of his beloved, then the cruelty of that recollection would be truly appalling. Lu Yize spoke to the hesitant Xian Wenrui, who was holding the marriage certificate, saying, "Keep it, you never know when it might come in handy." According to Lu Yize, the only thing that the zombie king valued was the skull he carried with him. If the rumors were true and that was the head of his beloved, then perhaps this marriage certificate that Xian Wenrui picked up could earn him a favor from the zombie king. In his past life, Lu Yize had no connection with that zombie king. Compared to the enemies he faced in his previous life, he held no prejudice against this particular zombie. Use it. Brother Lu, why don't you keep it? I don't really know how to use it if I keep it. Xian Wenrui scratched his head. Though he didn't understand what it was, his intuition told him it was of great importance. Just keep it, Lu Yize replied. Though he had a cool demeanor, he would not take advantage of others. He wouldn't accept something that Xian Wenrui found just because it was valuable. Once he confirmed that Lu Yize had no intention of keeping it, Xian Wenrui sighed in relief and quietly put the item away. Xian Wenrui had relied on his instincts to survive until now, and at this moment his intuition told him that this item might save his life in the future. Lu Yize avoided the corpses on the ground, but glanced down, noticing that the crystals from the zombies had already been taken, likely eaten by the zombie that had escaped. This further confirmed that the zombie had evolved like Jiang Yu, as Lu Yize pondered while pulling Jiang Yu along. Brother Lu, wait for me. After stowing the marriage certificate, Xian Wenrui looked up and found that Brother Lu had already walked far ahead, causing him to hurry his pace to catch up. At this moment Yize was standing at the marriage window, but the staff inside had long since vanished, leaving behind a few decaying corpses. He did not care for any ceremonial aspects. As long as the necessary items were present, that was sufficient. Yize took out a power supply from his space and attempted to turn on a computer, managing to get one to boot up after several tries. Before the apocalypse, Yize had studied computer science, and his company was related to the internet. Data entry was a simple task for him. He had memorized Zhongyu's information after investigating it, and after entering both their details, he looked up at the chubby man who was glancing around saying, "Help us take a picture." Xian Wenrui felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. A wedding photo. It's my first time helping someone take their wedding photos. Brother Lu, don't worry. They'll make sure you both are satisfied with it. Yize led Zhongyu toward the photo room, hoping that the camera in the studio was still functional. Even if it was broken, it was fine. He had deliberately stored a camera in his space. Xian Wenrui, who was drenched and following behind, noticed how calm both of them were. He thought that while Brother Lu was fine, his sister-in-law probably didn't even understand the concept of marriage at this point. Was this considered a marriage of convenience? But then he thought, since his sister-in-law was willing to jump into the monster's mouth to save someone, he felt touched again. Such a bond of life and death. His sister-in-law must be willing to get married. They were probably quite lucky that this entire building had preserved the photo room in such good condition, suffering minimal damage. After picking up the fallen camera and finding it still operational, Xian Wenrui stood in front of it, signaling for Yize and Zhongyu to sit down. Sitting still was quite torturous for a zombie. Zhongyu was reluctant, but ultimately, under Yize's coercive ability, she sat down, albeit unwillingly. Yize removed the mask and sunglasses from her face and tidied her hair, making her appear quite obedient and docile. With a hint of a smile in his eyes, he reached out to unfasten the necklace around Zhongyu's neck, taking out the ring she had chosen herself, holding her hand to put it on. "You picked it yourself, do you like it?" Yize knew she could understand some words now, so he asked her this. Zhongyu stared blankly at the stone in her hand. She couldn't understand what it meant, but inexplicably, she didn't want to damage it. Zhongyu did not speak, but when Yize saw her cautiously reaching out to touch it, he knew she must like it too. "As long as you like it." Looking at the intimate scene before him, Xian Wenrui felt like a clown sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, Yize did not forget the task at hand. After placing the ring on Zhongyue, he turned to Xian Wenrui and said, "Go ahead and take the picture." "Oh, okay." Xian Wenrui snapped back to reality and let out a sigh of relief, quickly aiming the camera and taking several shots. Before the shoot, he worried that a man and a zombie together would look strange, but after seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman in the photos, he unexpectedly felt they looked quite compatible. "Wow, did I discover my talent for photography? How could I take such a good ID photo?" Xian Wenrui exclaimed, looking up and suddenly falling silent when he met the two faces across from him. Oh, it seemed that his skills didn't matter much. It was purely because the man and the zombie both looked outstanding. Xian Wenrui came to terms with reality. After taking the photos, things became much easier. He printed the pictures, trimmed them, and affixed them to a dedicated notebook, sealing them with the official stamp of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He also registered the marriage information for both of them in the computer, and with that, the marriage was officially complete. Xian Wenrui acted as the staff member and ceremoniously handed the two marriage certificates to the newlyweds, saying a few flattering words, "Wishing you both eternal unity and a harmonious marriage." Yize had heard that usually newlyweds visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau would bring a small box of wedding candies to share their joy. He had stored some candies in his space as well. Yize casually took out 2 bags and added 2 zombie crystals as a gift to Xian Wenrui, the only witness, saying, "Wedding candies." Xian Wenrui was taken aback, never expecting to receive wedding candies from Brother Lu on his wedding day. After absorbing an entire zombie crystal, he felt his abilities had obviously improved. The value of zombie crystals was significant, and he won't even mention their rarity. Just the 2 bags of candy were already quite precious. Before the apocalypse, candy might not have been hard to come by, but now it was the apocalypse. Resources could be scarce at any moment, and candy was among the most sought-after supplies. In emergencies, a piece of candy could provide the necessary energy, potentially saving a life. "Brother Lu." Xian Wenrui looked at Yize with gratitude and emotion. Yize had no interest in seeing a grown man with tears and snot running down his face. After tossing the items to him, he pulled Zhongyu out the door. Zhongyu was feeling a bit unhappy now. She had been staring at the crystal in the chubby man's hand, not understanding why she didn't have one. Why was she not allowed to eat that and had to watch the chubby man eat the crystal? Yize noticed that this zombie was acting stubbornly at the car door, refusing to get in. After pondering for a moment, he took out a zombie crystal and placed it in front of her as a temptation, asking, "Are you getting in or not?" Zombies have small minds. The moment they see the crystal core, they cannot think in circles and stare stupidly at the gem in Yize's hand. Yize had no particular hobbies, yet a streak of malice was buried deep in his bones. He shifted the crystal core and noticed Zhang Yu's eyes tracking its every movement. Rather endearing, he thought. When Zhang Yu lunged to snatch it, Yize used his ability space to slip the core into his other hand. It was simply a matter of storing the core into the ability space with his left hand, then producing it with his right. The maneuver was swift, but a zombie's mind could not fathom such subtleties. She hesitated, then lunged at the other hand and missed. After several futile attempts, Zhang Yu grew more zombified, veins throbbing at her neck. On the verge of snapping, Yize smiled and placed the crystal core before her eyes. Zhang Yu regarded the crystal core in Yize's hand with uncertain eyes. After so many teasing tricks, even a zombie could learn a thing or two. She shot him a glance, crept forward, furtively refrained from using her hands, bared zombie fangs, and bit down in a flash. Had Yize not been an ability user whose body had been reforged, that bite would likely have taken his finger clean off. The surprise attack failed. Zhang Yu retracted her fangs at once and pretended nothing had happened, attempting to pick up the crystal core, as if she were not the one who had just tried to gnaw at his hand. Nice teeth, Yize said, without withdrawing his hand, fingertips brushing the canines of the woman who had returned to human shape. His gaze darkened as he spoke. Xian Wenrui emerged to find this scene, his brother fondling his sister-in-law's canine tooth with a face that hid nothing. Any clear-eyed person could tell what thoughts swarmed behind that expression. Indeed, it was their wedding day. By ancient standards, the couple should be spending their bridal night, one of life's great joys. It was no wonder his brother's thoughts were adrift. Yet his brother was ruthless. Was he not worried that in the act his wife might suddenly turn zombie mid-bite and take a chunk out of him? The thought sent a chill down Xian Wenrui's lower body, and he shuddered uncontrollably. Well, such blessings are plainly not for ordinary men to enjoy. After feeding Zhang Yu 2 crystal cores, she needed time to digest the energy, so she quieted for a while. Yize covered her with a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. The whole bundled zombie was wrapped tight. He even removed the ring from her finger. At the moment he slipped it off, Zhang Yu resisted slightly. Yize froze, and Xian Wenrui, standing beside him, remarked openly, "She recognizes the ring. Wow, she loves it." Though they could not know what went through her mind, Zhang Yu only resisted briefly before becoming indifferent. Yize hesitated a moment and decided to let her keep it for the time being. If it truly went missing, so be it. They were hardly short of rings. They had gone out, killed a mutated centipede and a number of low-level zombies. Yize's space was not lacking in crystal cores for now. Besides, the chubby fellow had already filled the car with a pile of supplies. They were not lacking materials. Yize felt a touch tired and let the chubby guy drive, planning to head back early and rest. Just as Yize had tricked Zhang Yu into the car, and Xian Wenrui took the wheel, a familiar shrill and grating voice reached them. "Yize! You scum, how could you do this to me?" Yize turned and met Cui Yingying's furious glare. He was not a patient man, and he had even less tolerance for enemies. He wavered between killing Cui Yingying on the spot and keeping her alive as bait to draw out that trash Dong Hong. Cui Yingying had struggled through the apocalypse so long, she had long lost the delicate air of before. Even though Lianzhang had cared for her, her life now could not compare to the past. Seeing Yize in front of her, immaculately groomed as before, clearly unscathed by hardship, Sua's temper snapped. "You did this on purpose. You must have known the apocalypse was coming, so you sold the company to my family for cheap to swindle us. It's exactly that it must be. You beast, how ungrateful you are. If my family had not fed you a scrap, would you even be alive today? You turned on my father. If not for him, you would have nothing. Give back what you bought with our money." Her clamorous tirade exhausted Yize's patience. Dong Hong would be found in time. Perhaps it was better to deal with this enemy here and now. After all, in his past life, he had once butchered her by his own hands. He would not mind repeating the deed. Yize shut the car door and walked up to Cui Yingying, who had long been insolent toward him. All his life, Yize had been treated like a kept dog by her family. Why, after university, should her father have her fawn so obsequiously? "If you kneel and beg, perhaps I can persuade my father to forgive you and spare you a chance to live. I could speak to Anzhang and reluctantly allow you to join us with supplies." Before she could finish, a crushing blow struck her abdomen, and Cui Yingying was flung several meters. Agonizing pain spread through her. She clutched her belly and collapsed, staring in terror at Yize standing not far off, hands untouched by violence. Lu had meant to kill the noisy woman outright, but unexpectedly Zhang Yue, who had been sitting quietly in the car, burst out in a surge of ferocity and personally kicked Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying stared in shock at the woman wrapped tight in bandages, then turned on Yize furiously. "Yize, who is she? Are you just going to stand there and watch her bully me?" Though Cui despised Lu from her heart, she had grown accustomed to enjoying his favors. She had long regarded him as a dog kept by her family, a creature who existed solely to serve them. Seeing Yize approach that bundled woman, Cui felt triumphant, sure that he still cared about her family regardless of everything. At the hospital, perhaps he had just awakened and been unstable. Even if Lu later cheated their family out of everything, she believed that if they were truly in peril, he would not stand idly by. Lu Yize merely stepped to the woman's side, examined her condition, and in a gentle tone she had never heard from him whispered, "Not pleased." Cui Yingying's smile froze into something close to hysterical disbelief. "Impossible, impossible. Who is she to you, Lu Yize? Have you betrayed me? How can you be kind to anyone besides me?" Lu Yize genuinely believed Cui Yingying was unhinged. Otherwise no ordinary person would possess such grotesque self-absorption. Jiang Yu couldn't explain it either, yet instinctively felt a surge of danger at the mere sight of Cui Yingying, a sensation that left her deeply unsettled. Jiang Yu yanked her hand free from Lu Yize's grip, fumbling to remove the glove on her hand claws, bared ready to strike the shrieking woman before her. Yet Lu Yize held her fast, his mood noticeably light. He had observed something extraordinary, even as a zombie Jiang Yu was growing increasingly human. Not only displaying raw emotion but perhaps even jealousy. Uncertain. He'd wait and see. "What are you angry about? I have nothing to do with her," Lu Yize explained to the zombie, indifferent to whether she understood. On their wedding day he refused to let misunderstandings take root. "Lu Yize, what do you mean? Nothing to do with her? You owe my family everything. Do you think you can simply wash your hands of us? Not a chance." Cui Yingying despised Lu Yize, yet could not bear seeing him show kindness to another. Her father had always said, "Lu Yize will never repay what he owes us." He was like a dog, grateful for every crumb slipped between his fingers, willing to surrender all in return. She found the woman unbearably loud. Zombies possessed acute auditory sensitivity, and Jiang Yu jerked her hand away with such force that even Lu Yize restraining her ignited her ire. Seeing his wife truly grow agitated, Lu Yize decided to stop teasing her. In the next instant Cui Yingying felt an irresistible force seize her. Her futile resistance collapsed and she crashed onto the ground. A flash of memory surged back. The inexplicable chokehold she'd suffered before. Even now she had no idea what technique Lu Yize had used, just as now she hadn't seen him move. Before she could gather her thoughts, pressure clamped down on her limbs and neck, locking her rigidly to the earth. She lay there like meat on a butcher's block, utterly helpless. "Lu Yize, what are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know who my boyfriend is right now? If he learns you've harmed me, he'll destroy you. You can't do this." Cui Yingying looked down on Lu Yize, convinced he coveted only her beauty, now playing the part of a chaste, outraged martyr. In truth, she feared only one thing, that after being defiled by Lu Yize, Lianchang would reject her. At her words, Lu Yize let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Kneeling beside her, knife in hand, he drove the blade straight through her palm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that pierced the sky. "What did you imagine I wanted?" Lu Yize gazed down contemptuous at Cui Yingying, sobbing, weeping and trembling so violently she had lost control of her bladder. Only then did Cui Yingying notice it. The utter absence of desire in Lu Yize's eyes, replaced instead by revulsion, by the same disdain one reserves for refuse. A memory overlapped, the final visit she'd made to him in the laboratory during his previous life. Only now their roles had reversed. Lu Yize twirled the knife idly and said, "Cui Yingying, you're too noisy." She saw the killing intent in his gaze, and finally understood his intention. Pure terror seized her. "No, no, Lu Yize, you can't do this to me. My father saved you. You owe him everything. You can't do this. You can't." She wept through the agony, desperately invoking sentiment. Jiang Yu didn't comprehend their exchange, but the thick coppery scent of blood flooded her senses, stirring her hunger. Though the energy from the crystal core still lingered undigested in her belly, she felt no hesitation in consuming this person. After all, she had room enough and appetite enough. Xian Wenrui, far slower, had finally scrambled out of the car and caught up, panting heavily as he stared at Cui Yingying, bound and shrieking on the ground. "Cui Yingying, you wretched bitch, haven't you done enough harm to me? Now you slander brother Lu. What business is it of yours? He and sister-in-law are soulmates, destined for each other." The moment Cui Yingying saw Xian Wenrui, she screamed, as if seeing a ghost. "Impossible! You're dead. How are you alive? How are you alive?" Lu Yize, finding her noise intolerable, severed her tongue without hesitation, using his ability without ever touching her. Cui Yingying writhed in agony, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated fear. He severed her tongue remotely, never laying a finger on her. Years in the apocalypse had eroded his humanity. He felt no remorse, no moral hesitation. If he felt no qualms, then his zombie companion, bound to him, possessed no moral compass whatsoever. Had Lu Yize not forbidden her from feeding on tainted flesh, Cui Yingying might have been devoured whole, spared these torments entirely. Even Xian Wenrui, the loudest of them all, recoiled, face paling, shaken by the sheer brutality unfolding before him. It was the first time he'd witnessed such cruelty inflicted upon a living human in this wasteland. Yet he quickly steadied himself. Cui Yingying had tried to kill him, so if Brother Lu executed her, he wouldn't utter a word. Cutting off her tongue, that was restraint. Mute and bleeding profusely, Cui Yingying could only emit guttural, agonized cries. Whether she lived or died meant nothing to Yize, merely seeing her reawakened memories from his past life, filling him with an uncontainable seething malevolence. His gaze drifted to Jiangyu beside him, remembering how this gentle, beautiful little zombie had ultimately been reduced to a mangled, ruined limbs, severed face scarred beyond recognition. His eyes turned glacial. Without hesitation, he hacked off one of Cui Yingying's arms, and one leg, then with deliberate cruelty carved a deep bone-exposing gash across her face. Every wound Jiangyu had borne, he would make Cui Yingying suffer in full. Cui Yingying had been coddled since birth by her father Cui Ming. She had never known true pain. This agony pushed her to the very brink of death. Xian Wanrui, once an ordinary, unremarkable otaku, had faced gore before zombies mutated centipedes. None had disturbed him, but watching a living human dismembered before his eyes, he dropped to his knees and vomited. Yize paid him no mind. In his former life, survival demanded more than slaying zombies. He had killed people too. The first time he took a life, he vomited until he blacked out. But with each killing, numbness set in. In the apocalypse, it was kill or be killed. There were no friends, only enemies everywhere. What in the hell are you doing? Li Anchang's voice cracked like thunder from afar. And as he drew closer, witnessing Cui Yingying lying unconscious in a pool of blood, his eyes bulged with fury. And the one who had carried out these ruthless acts, cold-blooded and merciless, was none other than Yize, his former friend, now utterly transformed in temperament. Yize, have you lost your mind? Li Anchang's eyes blazed with fury, his face flushed crimson. Yet, at that very moment, he had no breath to demand answers, because in his view no justification could excuse what Yize had done. He tore open his own shirt to bandage Cui Yingying, blood instantly soaked through the fabric. Her once delicate face was grotesquely mangled, her jawbones starkly visible beneath torn flesh. Blood gushed unceasingly from her mouth, impossible to stem. Li Anchang watched heart-wrenched and helpless. Yize did not linger to witness his friend's anguished performance. He simply took Jiangyu's hand and departed. Today's ordeal had drained him utterly. Yet leaving would not be so simple. Li Anchang cradled the wounded Cui Yingying in his arms, his gaze burning with venom as he fixed it upon Yize's retreating back. Yize, have you truly abandoned all humanity? He could not fathom how his childhood friend had changed so drastically. Awakening to betray his childhood betrothed, casting her aside, then committing such unspeakable cruelty. Explanations were tedious. And besides, Yize turned regarding Li Anchang's indignant outrage with quiet amusement. So in your eyes, Cui Yingying is my fiancée. How readily you stepped into that role, as a friend. For a fleeting moment, Li Anchang felt uneasy. Truth be told, he had never intended to be with Cui Yingying. But after Yize cast her off and deceived her, she clung to him weeping, and he lacked the resolve to refuse. At first he'd convinced himself it was only natural, for a friend of Yize, to offer temporary care. But then wine clouded his judgment. An accidental night with Cui Yingying, compounded by her gentle charm and beauty, led him to accept the entanglement without protest. Now hearing Yize's words, unease flared anew, alongside a sudden inexplicable surge of anger. His gaze shifted to the girl beside Yize, and understanding dawned instantly. So you've betrayed gratitude and loyalty. All for her, you? Li Anchang's voice broke off abruptly, as he finally noticed Xian Wanrui standing silently behind them both. You're still alive. All prior grievances vanished from Li Anchang's mind. At the sight of Xian Wanrui, his thoughts dissolved into stunned silence. Does my survival surprise you? Did you instruct Cui Yingying to kill me, so you could seize the supplies I brought? You call Lu Gu cruel. What have you done that's any better? Hypocrite. Xian Wanrui had seethed since overhearing Li Anchang's self-righteous accusations against Yize. His moral posturing grating like sandpaper on raw nerves. What did you say? Li Anchang's expression clouded with confusion. Don't feign ignorance. If your team hadn't orchestrated it, why would two useless people like me and Cui Yingying ever be paired together? She deliberately lured me into a zombie-infested zone, then stole our only vehicle and watched unmoved as the undead closed in. Had Lu Gu not passed by, I'd have been devoured long ago. I don't know, Li Anchang retorted instantly. At the mere mention of those events, Xian Wanrui's teeth ground in rage. Meanwhile, Yize stood utterly unperturbed, deliberately stoking the flames of discord. No, you do know. You certainly suspected such a possibility. You're intelligent enough to calculate optimal advantage, and I imagine you've consumed quite a share of the supplies Xian Wanrui left behind. Yize's words paled Li Anchang's face, first ashen then livid. Xian Wanrui's expression darkened in turn. Until now he'd believed Li Anchang merely indecisive, not malicious. Now he saw clearly not a hypocrite but a true villain. Yize glanced coolly at Cui Yingying, unconscious and limp in Li Anchang's arms, and offered a faint enigmatic smile. So, you truly believed everything Cui Yingying told you about me and her? Who can say how much was truth, and how much fabrication? Lianchang's heart plummeted as his trust in Cui Yingying began to fracture beyond repair. None of this concerned Lu Yize. He spared Cui Yingying's life not out of mercy, but because granting her a swift death would be far too kind. In his past life she had died too easily. This time, with time on his hands, he intended to make her suffering infinitely more exquisite. Lianchang was hesitant, suspicious, and yet stubbornly principled. Once a seed of doubt took root in his mind, Cui Yingying's volatile nature would surely nurture it, feeding his uncertainty with every reckless act. Let them torment each other for a while. Inevitably, Lianchang would discard Cui Yingying once she became nothing but dead weight. And then, Cui Ming, learning his only daughter was ruined, would swiftly seek a new strategically advantageous adopted daughter. As for Cui Yingying, though Cui Ming retained some affection for her, it paled before his own self-interest. In his father's eyes, she would ultimately be nothing more than a discarded pawn. How could a crippled, powerless woman survive in this merciless apocalypse? Merely imagining the scene filled Lu Yize with profound satisfaction. After boarding the vehicle, Xian Wenrui noticed his senior brother's unusually buoyant mood, and felt a flicker of unease. He glanced at Zhang Yue, serene and unruffled, then back at Lu Yize. "Speak if you have something to say." Lu Yize's voice startled him. Knowing his own thoughts were transparent, Xian Wenrui wasted no time concealing them. "Senior brother Lu, did you and Cui Yingying ever date before?" He'd inferred it from her accusations and Lianchang's remarks. Lu Yize, who rarely revealed emotion, displayed unmistakable revulsion. "Why on earth would you think I'd ever look upon Cui Yingying with interest?" That single sentence confirmed Xian Wenrui's misjudgment. Of course, Cui Yingying was passably attractive, yet even as a zombie Zhang Yu eclipsed her by an immeasurable margin. And Cui Yingying's manipulative, coquettish demeanor was precisely the sort Lu Yize despised. "Indeed, I find her utterly repulsive." "Then, do you hold a grudge against her?" "When you severed her limbs, I nearly vomited. But afterward I felt a fierce, exhilarating relief. Had fortune not favored him, he'd likely have perished at her hands." Her so-called best friend had also died recently. Now he wondered whether that too concealed hidden machinations. A grudge. Naturally. Unconsciously, Lu Yize tightened his grip on Zhang Yu's hand. The enmity between them spanned lifetimes. Too deep, too intricate to be distilled into mere words. But in this lifetime, his condemnation ran deeper still. Zhang Yu's current state, the result of Cui Yingying's scheming. As he spoke, his eyes darkened with lethal intent. Xian Wenrui knew how fiercely Lu Yize cherished Zhang Yu. Even as a zombie, she remained under his constant, unwavering protection, shielded from even the slightest harm. Because of Cui Yingying, Zhang Yu had been forced into undeath. Just contemplating it made Xian Wenrui draw a sharp, involuntary breath. Now, suddenly, he understood. Utterly. While investigating Zhang Yu, Lu Yize had uncovered more than just basic information. Zhang Yu was several years junior to both Lu Yize and Cui Yingying, yet her quiet affection for Lu Yize had inadvertently come to Cui Yingying's attention. Cui Yingying was deeply disturbed. She held Lu Yize in contempt, yet refused to allow anyone else to claim him, for she could not bear the thought of his wealth being spent on another. Her entire family had long regarded Lu Yize's possessions, and indeed his very person, as their own. They even schemed for him to marry Cui Yingying, thereby seizing control of his company. Upon learning of Zhang Yu's feelings, Cui Yingying was instantly gripped by a fierce sense of threat. Zhang Yu was strikingly beautiful, far surpassing any of Lu Yize's previous admirers. Her beauty, coupled with her evident talent, did not merely provoke alarm. It ignited seething jealousy. When she heard rumors of a deranged figure lurking near the teaching building, a flash of cunning lit her eyes. She devised a ruthless, two-pronged scheme to ruin Zhang Yu. Knowing Zhang Yu intended to confess her feelings to Lu Yize, Cui Yingying deliberately lured her to that very building, infamous for its sinister reputation, hoping the deranged man would see Zhang Yu's beauty and commit an irreversible atrocity. To her shock, Lu Yize himself arrived there. Terrified they might cross paths by chance, Cui Yingying rushed over, immediately clutching whatever she could carry. But upon arriving, she froze in mute horror. Not only was the deranged man dead, but both Zhang Yu and Lu Yize lay motionless on the floor, their fates unknown. As she crept closer, a letter slipped from Zhang Yu's embrace. Cui Yingying glimpsed its contents and sneered. Then without hesitation snatched it and stuffed it into her pocket. It must never fall into Lu Yize's hands. Learning these truths, Lu Yize abandoned any notion of granting Cui Yingying a swift death. It would be far too merciful. Merely recalling the facts sent a cold, vicious glint flickering across his gaze. He would make her existence unbearable. Worse than death itself. Her hand uncomfortably clenched in his stirred. Restlessly, Zhang Yu pulled it free with quiet, determined effort. That small movement snapped Lu Yize back to awareness. Gazing down at her jade-pale skin, his heart pierced with sudden acute sorrow. Had it not been for Zhang Yu, he would have been eviscerated by the zombie attack. The one who died then would have been him. The memory of Zhang Yu lying alone in that frigid morgue. How long she endured it in silence. Constricted his chest as if gripped by an iron fist, wrenching unbearable pain. His eyes fell upon their interlocked hands upon the rings gleaming on their fingers, and slowly steadily his heart settled once more anchored in reality. In this lifetime every soul who harmed her would pay in blood. Brother Lu, we've arrived. Xian Wenrui parked the car neatly outside his modest cottage, stopping short of driving further inside. By then Lu Yize had composed himself completely. With a low hum of acknowledgement he stepped out, Jiang Yu beside him, but paused before entering their safe house, instead guiding her into Xian Wenrui's cottage. Jiang Yu surveyed Xian Wenrui's dilapidated dwelling with quiet curiosity. It differed sharply from her own shelter, less decrepit, and lacking the pervasive cloying scent of decay. Yet in the next breath all thoughts of rot vanished. Before her loomed a massive slab of chitinous armor, within which gleamed tender snow-white flesh. Is this mutated centipede meat? Xian Wenrui recoiled, startled by the sudden appearance of centipede flesh inside his home. Timid by nature, Xian Wenrui trembled slightly, scanning frantically. Up, down, left, right, until he confirmed no living centipede remained. Only then did reason return. He realized this must be the remains of the very same mutated centipede they'd cleaved into fragments earlier. This meat. He wisely clamped his mouth shut. Though Lu Yize had never disclosed his ability, neither had he concealed it. Piecing together past encounters, Xian Wenrui deduced Lu Yize possessed spatial manipulation. Was spatial ability truly this formidable? A flicker of awe, of reverence for raw power, flickered in Xian Wenrui's eyes. Keep it for eating. Lu Yize left 2 slabs of centipede meat before turning to depart. During the earlier battle with the mutated centipede, Xian Wenrui's contribution had been negligible. Yet he had participated. Lu Yize saw no harm in sharing 2 portions to sustain him. Xian Wenrui, who pre-apocalypse had recoiled in terror at the mere sight of insects, now stared at the 2 slabs, each taller than a man. His expression twisted through disbelief, dread, and finally grim resignation. What era was this? Who had the luxury of pickiness? Besides, what was wrong with centipede meat? Before the collapse, southwestern regions even served insects as delicacies. Surely this too was edible. Xian Wenrui wore the air of a martyr marching toward sacrifice, prompting Lu Yize, moved by rare benevolence, to add it benefits cultivators of abilities. Don't waste it. At those words, Xian Wenrui's eyes blazed with fervor. Eating centipede meat. Easy. Even, hypothetically, something far worse. Well, perhaps not that, but the sentiment stood he would endure it without complaint. After a single battle, and absorbing 1 essence core, Xian Wenrui felt his strength surge dramatically. He could now summon water like a faucet, a miracle he hailed as nothing short of divine. Brother Lu, shall I store some water for you both? 1 bucket daily should be feasible now. Without waiting for reply, Xian Wenrui seized a bucket and set to work. Lu Yize accepted without objection. Repeatedly expending and replenishing his ability was itself a form of cultivation, one that honed precision and endurance. The sooner his ability matured, the sooner they would achieve true water sovereignty. Though Lu Yize had stockpiled ample reserves and purchased high-end wastewater filtration systems, none matched the pristine purity of water conjured by a hydrokinetic cultivator. Xian Wenrui's current output remained modest. As he strained to produce water, Lu Yize observed him briefly. In that fleeting moment his attention wavered. Jiang Yu deftly pried open the chitinous shell of Xian Wenrui's centipede slab, and bit off an entire fist-sized chunk. Xian Wenrui stood frozen mid-flow, watching his sister-in-law devour the morsel in 1 bite, and inwardly marveled. Truly extraordinary. Lu Yize's expression darkened. The meat remained unwashed. Reckless consumption again. Clearly last time's lesson had not been severe enough. He drew Jiang Yu aside, then produced another slab for Xian Wenrui. No need, Brother Lu. I'm fine. Take it. We're not short of 1 piece. Xian Wenrui gazed gratefully at Jiang Yu, still gently restrained by Lu Yize, and silently praised her. Such a kind sister-in-law. Going to such lengths just to ensure I'm well fed. Noticing his glance, Lu Yize frowned. He cared little for the slab itself, but before leaving he meticulously excised the exact portion Jiang Yu had bitten from the original slab, carrying it away with him. The clean, precise incision spoke volumes. Xian Wenrui, no fool, immediately grasped his meaning. Sheer, unadulterated possessiveness. Not even indirect contact, no shared touch, no shared taste, would be tolerated. And Xian Wenrui, perpetually force-fed romantic drama, nearly shouted into the void madness. I swear, I never wanted to be the third wheel. Jiang Yue, reluctantly dragged along, was thoroughly disgruntled. She had taken only a single bite. She hadn't even finished eating when Lu Yize yanked her away. Lately he had grown increasingly stern with her. I'll cook something delicious for you when we get back. Lu Yize knew she was gradually beginning to comprehend human speech, so he offered a brief explanation. Though Jiang Yu might not grasp many words, the 2 characters for food seemed etched indelibly into her pea-sized zombie brain. A faint neural spark flickered, and comprehension dawned. Instantly she retracted her claws and fangs, growing docile and obedient. She trailed quietly beside Lu Yize, tilting her head with quiet curiosity. deciding just once more to place her trust in him. This zombie truly possessed remarkable intelligence. Yize stroked her head, thoughtfully struck by how profoundly she now resembled the woman he'd known in his past life. Together, the human and the zombie entered the secure shelter. Within this custom-built sanctuary, Yize had designated a dedicated cooking zone exclusively for himself. Pots, pans, bowls, and ladles stood fully assembled, crafted from stainless steel to withstand zombie-induced crashes and throws. He had stockpiled countless recipes, and with his own modest culinary foundation, he followed them, meticulously producing dishes that were surprisingly refined. In his previous life, immediately after being rescued by the young zombie, he had consumed not only energy crystals but also numerous mutated flora and fauna, especially mutated ants, rats, and centipedes. Of these, mutated centipedes possessed the most exquisite flavor, their outer carapace deep ink-black, concealed flesh unlike any ordinary centipedes, pure luminous white. This flesh bore no cloying richness akin to pale pork. Rather, it resembled an enlarged lobster, firm, resilient, and imbued with a distinct oceanic aroma, neither fishy nor foul but subtly sweet. Having grown up in an orphanage, Yize held few dietary prejudices. But he wished Jiangyu to eat well, so he consulted a recipe adapting the method for boiled lobster, and prepared an entire bowl of mutated centipede meat. He even added vermicelli to the base and infused the dish with rich garlic fragrance. The resulting aroma eclipsed that of ordinary lobster by several magnitudes. After all, common lobsters merely boasted size, whereas mutated centipedes pulsed with latent abilities, rendering their flavor incomparably superior. Upon ascending to a higher stage, zombies underwent one profound transformation. Above all, they regained sensory perception, human-like olfaction and gustation. For Jiangyu, this was her first encounter with such an intoxicating scent since her reanimation. Without coaxing or persuasion, she instinctively gravitated toward it. She clung to Yize like a living shadow, matching his every step, her mouth glistening with translucent saliva. The moment the steaming centipede meat was served, Jiangyu lunged forward, seizing morsels barehanded. Her zombie hide was thick and impervious to heat. She felt no scalding pain shoveling meat straight into her mouth. Fearing she might burn her esophagus or hands, Yize swiftly intervened, using chopsticks to place portions neatly into her bowl. "You must learn to eat with tools. Do you understand?" He was striving with unwavering patience to mold this zombie into something closer to humanity, to distinguish her irrevocably from others. His instruction was tender, echoing how in his past life she had first cared for him, paralyzed, distrustful, yet cherished. To Jiangyu, her own claws were the finest tools imaginable. She saw no logic in Yize's insistence on utensils. Yet Yize refused to yield. Sensing danger radiating from him, Jiangyu, despite her reluctance, grasped the chopsticks and jabbed clumsily at the meat in her bowl. If a child could master chopsticks, then Jiangyu, alas, possessed even less cognitive capacity. She failed utterly, repeatedly skewering and shredding the centipede meat without swallowing a single bite. Just as fury rose within her, ready to overturn the table, Yize sighed and began feeding her gently with a spoon. One fragrant, garlicky bite of centipede meat instantly calmed the agitated zombie. At least for now, her temper subsided. She submitted, quietly accepting each morsel with serene compliance. "Try holding it yourself." Yize extended the spoon toward Jiangyu. She loathed such contraptions. She couldn't learn. But she was clever. In an instant, she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. She nuzzled against him like a pet seeking affection, then lifted her face, her obsidian pupils blinking twice. His heart dissolved beneath her gaze. Fine. No use forcing it. As long as he remained by her side, he would ensure she ate cleanly, fully, without want. With a soft sigh, he brushed his fingers over her hair. "Forget it. If you don't wish to learn, then don't." Jiangyu didn't understand the words, but she savored every bite he fed her, deeply content. Once sated, Yize wiped her mouth clean. Jiangyu leaned in, sniffing intently at the source of that irresistible aroma. The man himself, her hunger stirring anew. She opened her mouth and gently seized his hand, dangling playfully before her. Not biting down hard but nibbling lightly, testing. Suddenly, she no longer wished to consume this food. Instead, she resolved to preserve him as emergency rations for leaner days ahead. Yize had long grown accustomed to Jiangyu's biting habit, though he could not fathom where she'd acquired this peculiar quirk. Fortunately, he knew he would never turn zombie from her teeth, so he let her be. Perhaps satiety had softened her. She alternated between biting and licking the same spot, as if teasing some unseen presence. Yize's gaze darkened. He carried her to the bath, washing her until she gleamed. Her waist-length black hair, now silky and smooth, lent her an uncommon air of docility, almost angelic. He settled her onto his lap. "Let me show you something." Jiangyu watched him blankly. Yet her belly full of undigested energy, she felt no urge to feed. Instead, she curled into a comfortable nook against him. Yize cradled her close and produced 2 crimson marriage certificates, opening them to reveal their joint portrait. Jiangyu could not read the characters, but she recognized Yize. Seeing his image on the certificate, she glanced up at the man before her, then back at the photograph. Frowning, she tilted her head and touched the faint upward curve of his lips in the photo. Uncertain what emotion it conveyed, yet aware he rarely wore such an expression. She turned again, tracing his real lips with her fingertips, and watched astonished as he smiled softly, drawing her tighter into his embrace. The pressure grew almost overwhelming. Yet, unexpectedly, she did not resist. His voice, low and resonant, brushed her ear. Thick with layered sorrow and joy. After our wedding we are family. Do you understand? Clearly she did not. She knew nothing of marriage or of family. Yet she was swept up by the bittersweet storm of his emotions, and quite unexpectedly reached out to return the gentlest, most fragile embrace. In that instant Yize's soul trembled, utterly undone. Yize held the zombie tightly in his arms, feeling her presence, as if he had returned to the 10 years of dependence during the apocalypse. However, the zombie had no intention of being sentimental. After a few minutes in his embrace, Yu immediately began to resist, wriggling her body to break free. Embracing the person he liked, and with a rare good mood, it was already difficult to restrain himself. Yet this mindless zombie continued to squirm in his arms, unaware of the danger. If he didn't know she was mindless now, Yize might have thought she was trying to seduce him, and she was doing so with remarkable enthusiasm. Yu seemed to have sensed something unusual. She looked down in confusion, then bared her teeth at Yize, feeling that he was attacking her. In a sense, it did seem like she was indeed under attack. It was the wedding night after all. Although Yize did not plan to take the final step, while she understood nothing, it wouldn't be a problem for their relationship to progress a little. Yize maintained a calm facade, contrasting sharply with the situation below. He reached out to touch Yu's canine teeth, which were indeed sharp. Yu bit his finger, not intending to let go of the food that had been offered to her. Desire surged in Yize's eyes, shimmering with intense longing. For a moment, the true food was still unaware of its predicament, continuing to provocatively tease him. Yize traced her lips with his fingers. The cold touch was unlike the warmth of a human. He leaned down to kiss the corner of her mouth, prying open her shell-like teeth. Yu was puzzled but tentatively extended her tongue to taste the food that had been presented to her. In the dim environment, the ambiguous echoes of their kiss resounded. Yize's distinctly knuckled fingers tangled in Yu's gray-black hair, gripping the back of her neck. Yu was forced to tilt her head back, slightly parting her lips to allow Yize further invasion. She was enveloped in his breath, her delicate hands wrapped in his. The coldness of his hand startled her the moment it touched Yize, instinctively wanting to retract it, but it was firmly held down. Yize's breath brushed against her icy skin, as he whispered softly, coaxing her to absorb his scent. The ambiguous atmosphere seemed to warm even the cold earlobes of the zombie. The deadly gentleness bewitched the mindless brain of the zombie, leading Yu to fall into the trap in a daze. Yize unbuttoned the top button of Yu's clothing, lowering his head to leave marks that belonged solely to him on her jade-like skin. Although the zombie had no warmth, Yu felt as if the heat in her palms threatened to burn her entire self. The darkness concealed all unpleasantness, and Yu's mind went blank. All the air between their lips was taken away. Yize's kiss was no longer as gentle as it had been at first. It seemed as if a beast in human clothing had ripped off its disguise in the night, fierce and brutal. If Yu were to open her eyes at that moment, she would see the invasion reflected in Yize's gaze. As she was kissed into a daze, she vaguely recalled the 2 words Yize had always wanted her to remember. Clinging to Yize, her voice was muddled and somewhat stuttered. Yize. The unclear words startled Yize. The not-so-pleasant scent lingered in the air, asserting its presence. Yize's hands passed through her arms, pulling her tightly into his embrace, as he lowered his head and kissed the top of her head, saying, "Call me again." Unfortunately, the zombie in his arms soon stopped cooperating. No, it couldn't be said that she was non-cooperative. Rather, she was a bit too compliant. For Yu, Yize was a source of special fragrance, wrapped in abilities that surrounded him. As Yize momentarily released his grip, Yu quickly bent down. The cold, soft touch made Yize's mind explode. The strings of reason snapped, and his eyes instantly turned blood-red. Yize's expression remained indifferent, but the bloodshot eyes betrayed his emotions. He reached out to grip Yu's chin, his gaze deep, hinting at a revival plan. However, when faced with her innocent, bewildered eyes, Yize closed his eyes to calm his emotions. At just 19, he shouldn't bully her too much. Yize pulled her up and restrained himself to say, "Let's sleep." If they didn't sleep now, they wouldn't need to sleep at all tonight. Fortunately, this zombie lay still obediently without causing any trouble. Yize sighed softly, realizing that what was more tormenting than having the person he loved lying in his arms, while he could do nothing, was being unable to do anything while she insisted on teasing him. Probably pent up, when Yize woke up the next day, he found a pimple on his forehead. Someone who had rarely had pimples throughout his life was suddenly forced to erupt with a surge of heat. The culprit, meanwhile, was blissfully unaware, munching happily on a crystal core. She had no idea how her actions caused trouble for others. When Xian Wenrui saw Lu Yize, who was out for a stroll with the energetic Jiang Yue, he couldn't help but say, "Lu Go, how did you get a pimple on your forehead? You can't be like him, dissatisfied with your desires." Xian Wenrui had no idea that his casual remark hit the nail on the head. Lu Yize replied unflinchingly, "It's heat. Lu Gu, I have some chrysanthemum tea. Do you want it? Can cool down the heat. I used to get pimples, but now I don't get them anymore. It must be due to the chrysanthemum tea." After Xian Wenrui finished speaking, he began rummaging through his shabby bag. Lu Yize was speechless. Xian Wenrui didn't get pimples because his abilities purified his body, clearing out all the impurities he had stored inside, which had nothing to do with his chrysanthemum tea. Moreover, his heat couldn't simply be suppressed by chrysanthemum tea. Lu Yize wondered if it was because the inner fire ignited by Jiang Yu's teasing had not been extinguished, making him feel somewhat restless today. Returning with a small bag of chrysanthemum tea, Xian Wenrui noticed Jiang Yu's bitten lip corner and felt a sense of envy. How nice it would be. He also wanted a wife he could kiss freely. Though it seemed somewhat unrealistic in this apocalypse, being alive was already a great fortune. Xiao Pang suddenly felt a bit emo, wondering how his parents were doing, as he hadn't been able to reach them. Fortunately, most of the supplies he bought by selling his house had been sent to his parents. If luck was on their side, perhaps their family would still have a chance to reunite. After finishing his rounds, Lu Yize took Jiang Yu back and did not come out for a whole week. The previous restlessness seemed to have been an illusion, and he unconsciously overlooked it. What he cared about more now was Jiang Yu's sudden ability to speak. He didn't know how to make her speak again. From what he understood, zombies would gradually master human skills such as language expression and feelings akin to those of humans as they continued to evolve. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had already lost her voice, saving him the first time they met. So he never heard her speak a single word, never learned her name. That silence remained his deepest regret. Thus, when she spoke his name in bed earlier, softly, unexpectedly, he was overwhelmed, losing composure in an instant. Her voice was gentle, echoing faintly the timbre he'd imagined, but too soft to discern clearly. After that single utterance, no matter how diligently Lu Yize coaxed her with food or spirit crystals, she refused to speak again. At one point he even wondered, could only intimacy provoke her to speak? The thought struck him as absurd, a feverish delusion. Lu Yize had suffered a mild fever lately. Initially he assumed it signaled an impending evolution of his ability, but upon internal examination he found his ability core still incomplete, unevolved. Likely just an ordinary low-grade fever, he paid it little mind, until unexpectedly he spiked into violent high fever in the dead of night, so scorching that even Jiang Yu, sleeping cradled in his arms, awoke, startled by the heat. His overwhelming ability churned the very air. His limbs felt flooded with molten iron, searing, suffocating. When he opened his eyes, his vision swam in crimson haze. Within him, raw energy raged uncontrollably, seeking no outlet. Explosive surges tore through his body, shattering his command. Blood wept from every pore until he became a gory, trembling specter. Sensing the violent surge of his ability, Lu Yize summoned his last sliver of clarity and thrust Jiang Yu away, fearing he might harm her in his frenzy. Freed, Jiang Yu stared at the fragrant food scattered nearby, tempted to draw near, yet recoiled by the terrifying aura radiating from him. She glanced at Lu Yize, writhing in agony near death, then lifted her gaze to the window. Moonlight hung high, cold and clear. Zombies were creatures of darkness, hunting only beneath the veil of night. A sudden, startling clarity pierced her simple mind. Without hesitation, she rose to leave the room. Sensing her intent, Lu Yize, his consciousness nearly incinerated by fever, surged with desperate strength and seized her wrist. "You're leaving." His voice cut like frost, cold, sharp, seething with suppressed fury. Jiang Yu pried his fingers off one by one, her gaze uncharacteristically resolute. He would not release her. Blood streamed across his vision. Savagery bloomed in his heart. If she insisted on departing, then let them die together. Here now. Frenzied ability drowned his reason. A human and zombie clashed violently. One determined to flee, the other bent on forcing her to stay. Jiang Yu, after all, was merely a level 1 zombie. No match for Lu Yize, whose ability core teetered on the verge of ascending to level 2. His mind shattered, his eyes burned crimson. Upon closer inspection, they mirrored the eyes of that mutated centipede with eerie precision. His fingers locked around her throat. Just a twist and her neck would snap, just a dig, and he could tear out the crystal he so desperately needed. A voice screamed inside his skull. Urgent, insatiable, dig it out, amplifying the darkest ambition buried deep within his soul, the relentless hunger for power. Yet buried deeper still, an ancient instinct gripped his hand. Unyielding, primal, refusing to let him strike the final blow. Feeling the slightest slack in his grip, Jiang Yu wrenched free, snapping his arm with brutal efficiency, then staggered backward, vanishing into the night's embrace with startling speed. That fleeting loosening came from a spark of regained awareness, only to be instantly drowned by the blinding agony erupting from his shattered arm. Lu Yize didn't blink. He watched her recede into the distance, motionless. while disappointment and desolation swelled, consuming him whole. She was not the same zombie who had stood by him for 10 years in his past life. Perhaps this was nothing more than obsession, and he had nearly killed her. The realization struck him like lightning, jolting him fully awake. He stared numbly at his own hands. The very hands that had just harmed Jiangyu. What exactly had he done? He stood frozen, slowly swallowed by shadow and despair. Yet in that abyss gratitude flickered. She had awakened his last shred of reason, and escaped. Another wave of searing fever and surging energy fractured his thoughts, once more dragging him into a haze of semi-conscious delirium. Memories of his past life bled into present reality. Over and over he relived Jiangyu's final act, extracting her crystal without hesitation, dying for him. That selfless sacrifice stood in stark, agonizing contrast to her cold, unflinching departure tonight. Past and present collapsed into one. Yet in both lifetimes he seemed to have lost her, the small zombie whose entire world had been him alone. Perhaps she had ceased to exist long ago. The certainty cleaved his heart, tearing pain through every organ, while chaotic energy amplified his despair beyond endurance. Drenched in sweat, he wrestled alone in darkness, until dawn's first light crept into his room, granting him a fragile, fleeting moment of lucidity. Then, shatter of glass. A familiar silhouette breached the window. The zombie who had walked away with such resolve now stood before him once more. Yize opened his eyes, cold, detached. Was this illusion, reality, or merely another layer of hallucination luring him deeper into madness? Only when she drew nearer, her eyes alight with unmistakable childlike delight, did reality anchor itself. She limped to his side, her neck already bruised darkly. She leaned close, and from her blood-soaked garments, stained with zombie viscera and gore, hundreds of crystals tumbled forth. All of them, every single one. She held out before him. The moment they neared, they drained, rapidly absorbed into his body, restoring however faintly his fading awareness. Jiangyu bore no unbroken skin. Her limbs were torn and gnawed, several fingernails ripped away, intestines exposed, one foot mangled and dragging. But the most grievous wound was the deep, livid imprint of his fingers around her throat. He stared. This zombie-splattered head, toto with ink-green blood, fragments of corpses clinging to her hair, brains smeared across her brow, and his heart trembled, silent and unmoored. She hadn't fled to escape him. She had spent the entire night slaughtering, gathering crystals, carrying them back and offering them all to him. Here now. Yize did not reach for them. Instead he gazed at her, voice hollow and distant. Do you truly intend to die for someone like me? Again. She couldn't grasp the full weight of his words. Seeing his silence linger, she clumsily mimicked his earlier actions, lunging forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him. His fingertips trembled, then stilled. With quiet surrender he bowed his head and crushed her to his chest, like a drowning man seizing his soul raft. His heart shattered anew, gripping her as if to fuse her into his bones, never to let go. The crystal cores scattered everywhere as the two embraced tightly. Jiangyu, held in Yize's arms, felt bewildered yet could sense his deep and unhidden affection through his body warmth and the rhythm of his racing heart. The fatigue and mental strain had left Jiangyu tense all over, but only when Yize held her tightly did she finally relax. She nestled into a comfortable position in Yize's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Yize had been in a coma for 3 whole days after his ability enhancement. Jiangyu was not much better off than he was. In fact, her condition was even more severe, as she had completely fallen into a coma to undergo repairs. When Yize awoke again, he opened his eyes to find that his perception of the world had deepened significantly, everything around him clear to an astonishing degree. In his past life, Yize had reached level 2, but it was nothing like what he experienced now. It felt less like an enhancement of his abilities, and more like an expansion of his mental strength. In the later stages of the apocalypse, a new concept emerged alongside abilities: mental strength. Mental strength expanded in tandem with the enhancement of abilities. At the same time, mental strength determined a person's limits and potential. In the later stages of the apocalypse, Yize had conducted research related to mental strength and crudely categorized it into several levels from S to F. The stronger one's mental power, the easier it was to control abilities. Whether it was the initial sensing of powers or the later connection of ability fragments for upgrades, it became significantly easier. In the field of ability research, not to mention that the apocalypse had just begun, even in his past life there were few who understood it better than Yize. Generally speaking, ordinary people, even if they awakened abilities, had only level mental strength. As their abilities increased, if they were lucky, their mental strength might also improve, but that was merely a rare occurrence. Some people might only enhance their mental strength by 1 level throughout their entire lives. On the other hand, those who started with a higher level of mental strength found it much easier to upgrade their abilities. By the later stages of the apocalypse, others vaguely noticed that those with mental-type abilities had a much faster enhancement rate than others. This was precisely why in his past life, when Jiangyu's advanced mental zombie identity was exposed, so many people risked their lives to obtain her crystal cores. It was unknown whether it was because of her willingness to sacrifice her crystal cores in her past life, But in this life Yize discovered that his mental power was far stronger than it had been at the same stage in his previous life. Previously his level had been too low to notice any anomalies. He could only control mutated plants and intimidate the temporarily weaker Jiangyu. Looking back now it seemed that all of this was due to the enhancement of his mental strength. In his past life before Jiangyu's sacrifice Yize's mental strength was probably only at level B while he had already become a level 4 ability user by that time. Yet now having just stepped into level 2, his mental strength surpassed that of his previous self. If he was not mistaken his mental power had already reached level S in this life. This change was likely due to Jiangyu's sacrifice. Yize sighed lightly lifting the still sleeping Jiangyu in his arms, his gaze deep and complicated. He thought that, with such a great opportunity even if Jiangyu didn't take advantage of it to consume him, she would still escape his grasp, and he had resigned himself to giving her the chance. To his surprise this zombie was still foolishly injuring herself all over returning to him with a pile of zombie crystal cores. Yize gently caressed her injured abdomen, where 2 prominent black scars marred the smooth jade-like skin, like flaws ruining a beautiful gem. These 2 black marks were all for Yize. What right did he have to make her go to such lengths? Yize held Jiangyu tightly, a surge of emotion coursing through his chest caught in his throat, rendering him speechless, while a fiery light flickered in his eyes. For zombies apart from waiting for self-healing the only way to repair injuries was through crystal cores. The hundreds of crystal cores Jiang you had dug up yesterday had already been completely absorbed by Yize. Yize recalled the orange crystal core he had placed in his space, which he had taken from the body of a mutated centipede, just right for healing Jiangyu. But in the next moment Yize froze in place, not to mention the orange crystal core, even the other lower-grade red crystal cores in his space had all turned to dust. He awkwardly withdrew his hand realizing why he had suddenly advanced in abilities without any preparation. It must have been the lingering resentment of that mutated centipede on the crystal core that forced him to absorb energy beyond his limits, thereby triggering an ability upgrade. If Jiangyu had not promptly returned with those hundreds of crystal cores yesterday Yize would have likely exploded from excess energy. Now for Jiangyu he needed to go out again and bring back more crystal cores. After placing Jiangyu into his ability space Yize wasted no time and immediately went outside, stepping out of the safe house to find chaos all around. Xian Wenrui's house was in shambles, completely destroyed. He used the remaining wood to build himself a makeshift doghouse. Upon seeing Yize emerge, he immediately looked over with relief. Brother Liu, it's so good to see you safe. I was scared to death a few days ago. Tell me what happened. Yize tossed the car keys to Xian Wenrui, who had previously stated that he would take him along as long as Yize went out. He swiftly caught the car keys. 3 days ago, did something happen to you, Brother Liu? The plants that had remained relatively calm in the vicinity suddenly went berserk that day, attacking you fiercely, nearly breaking through. Thinking back on it now still sends a shiver down my spine, Xian Wenrui recalled. Yize had forgotten this. Those mutated plants had appeared docile because he had suppressed them. However, upon sensing his unstable and weakened abilities, they naturally sought to devour him to enhance their own power. And then, Yize asked in a deep voice. Xian Wenrui immediately turned his head, anxiously asking, Brother Liu, is sister-in-law all right? Thankfully she was there before killing all those mutated plants and the zombies attracted by you, but it seems she got injured as well. Xian Wenrui felt too embarrassed to mention that if he hadn't escaped quickly Jiangyu would have almost been annihilated along with him. Because he had fled so swiftly, he had not seen Jiangyu ultimately get pierced through the abdomen by the strongest mutated plant, her intestines exposed. However, based on what Xian Wenrui said and combining it with the wounds on Jiangyu, Yize could roughly deduce what had happened at that time. If it weren't for Jiangyu, he probably would have become nourishment for the mutated plants by now. A fierce light flashed in Yize's eyes as he gazed out the car window. Even Xian Wenrui felt the powerful fluctuations of abilities. In the next moment, the giant mutated plant that had aggressively clung to the mountainside began to swell, its roots and branches expanding. It struggled to escape but found it could not leave its spot. Continuously swelling, as if air were being pumped in, it rapidly expanded to its limit. After writhing a few times, it exploded, completely green juice and debris splattering everywhere, revealing a red crystal core that was beginning to turn orange. In that instant, the crystal core vanished from the spot and reappeared in Yize's right hand. Xian Wenrui was taken aback, realizing that Brother Liu's abilities had increased again. He felt he needed to keep up quickly. Yize sat in the back seat and released Jiangyu from his ability space. He fed her the newly obtained ability crystal core from the mutated plant. Jiangyu had now awakened, but due to her severe injuries, she remained in a resting state. Feeling the ability crystal core being placed in her mouth, she opened her eyes and looked at Yize, who was feeding her, nuzzling her head against his hand with satisfaction. Jiangyu's simple mind could not process complex thoughts yet. She had grown accustomed to Yize feeding her. In her perception, Yize equaled a food reserve, a boundless, ever-reliable source of sustenance. Put more simply, following Yize meant never going hungry. Guided purely by instinct, the young zombie grasped this truth effortlessly. which was precisely why she ventured out to excavate spirit crystals for him. She traded those crystals for future meals. Her primal hunger thus sparked an uncommon flicker of intelligence. Behold, food was already here. Her eyes gleamed with quiet triumph, convinced she must be the cleverest zombie under heaven. Yize remained unaware of such musings. After all, how could an ordinary human fathom the inner world of a zombie? Yet as Jiangyu nuzzled his palm with her forehead, even his stern frostbitten countenance gradually softened. Xian Wenrui, quietly driving, watched their exchange with wistful envy. Who among us wouldn't long for a tender, affectionate wife? Soft as down, bright as springlight, who devoted herself wholly to him. Halfway through the drive, Xian Wenrui turned hesitantly. Brother Lu, I need to use the restroom. Nature's urgent call gripped him. He clutched his abdomen, sweat beading on his brow. Yize offered no resistance, merely cautioned him to be careful. Xian Wenrui immediately thanked him and dashed off, clutching toilet paper. Yize had parked some distance from the public restroom, already deep within the city limits. Each time they entered the city, its architecture bore deeper scars. Now it lay in utter ruin, shattered, hollow, and desolate beyond description. Along the way, Yize had slain countless zombies. Their numbers had surged dramatically. Likely fewer than 30% of the city's population remained uninfected. After absorbing dozens of spirit crystals from Yize, Jiangyu's wounds had nearly healed. Only 2 deep marks remained on her abdomen. Elsewhere, the blackened scars left by injury had faded entirely, revealing once more her jade-like translucent skin. It appeared that sufficient spirit crystals could fully restore her body. The realization stirred memories of Jiangyu in his past life. Her frame ravaged by wounds, yet unwavering in devotion. Had she kept even half the crystals she'd scavenged instead of giving them all to him, she might have healed completely. Yet she chose instead to nurture him. A man then utterly broken, powerless, and unworthy. Yize drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing those thoughts away. When he opened his eyes again, all turbulence had vanished. Only calm remained. Jiangyu, restless by nature, grew increasingly agitated inside the vehicle. Fearing she might fray at the edges, Yize led her outside to wander the surrounding area. Each time he brought her out, he wrapped her meticulously. Hat, mask, and sunglasses. Fearful that should she stray beyond his sight, other awakened individuals might seize her for her crystal. He had already encountered numerous zombie corpses stripped bare of their crystals. Of course. Nearly a month had passed since the cataclysm began. More and more survivors had awakened abilities and learned the value of zombie crystals. Jiangyu understood none of Yize's concerns. She sniffed idly around, buoyant with the lightness of satiety. They stood now in what appeared to be a residential district, of little consequence to Yize, whose gaze remained fixed upon Jiangyu in the distance. Since his recent awakening and ascension, Yize had granted Jiangyu far greater autonomy. Once assured she harbored no intention of leaving, he ceased his obsessive vigilance, no longer chaining her to his line of sight like a paranoid warden. Then, silence shattered. A delicate cry for help pierced the air. Yize's perception, heightened manifold by his ascended ability, registered it instantly. The plea came from less than 100 meters away, followed swiftly by coarse shouts, jeers, and a woman's panicked, ragged cries. Yize stood motionless, his expression glacial. Spotting him, the girl bolted toward him, desperate, grasping, as if he were the last lifeline in a drowning world. Save me, please, save me. Yize did not stir. Behind her, several men seized her ankle, dragging her back with lewd grins twisting their faces. They glanced toward Yize, handsome, pale, seemingly harmless, and seeing no interference called out cheerfully, "Brother, care to join us in sampling this campus beauty?" Yize regarded it with weary indifference. The apocalypse never lacked fools. Men whose minds drowned in lust the moment a woman crossed their path, seizing every fleeting chance to indulge base desire. He turned his gaze away, settling it gently upon Jiangyu. Receiving no reply, the others dismissed him entirely. Before the collapse, these women had scorned them, but now with order erased, domination required no effort at all. Rare to find such a fine specimen. Hurry up, let the brothers have their turn. One middle-aged man reached out, gripping the girl's chest. She screamed, in protest, in terror. "No, don't touch me." Her plea ended in a brutal slap. "Shut your mouth, bitch. We're doing you a favor. Soon you'll beg for more." Her flimsy clothes tore apart in an instant. Her skirt was ripped away, and the men laughed as they licked their lips, while she stared hollow-eyed at Yize standing silently in the distance. Her gaze pleaded, tears streaming unchecked down her cheeks. Yize felt nothing. Not pity, not anger, not even irritation. Her sobs grated on his nerves, yet he made no move to intervene. He certainly possessed the power to save her. But why should he? The apocalypse teemed with those who needed saving, and without learning self-reliance, no rescue would ever suffice. Yize cared for only one soul in this ruined world, Jiangyu. Everyone else was dust upon the wind. Unexpectedly, Jiangyu, drawn by raw curiosity, darted straight toward the group, peering in with childlike fascination. Yize's face darkened instantly. Those men hadn't even pulled up their trousers. What on earth was his wife doing gawking at such a scene? One man spotting Jiangyu, a vision swathed in mystery, immediately stiffened with crude excitement. "Little beauty," he leered, "come to join the fun. Come on, uncle, make it worth your while." He reached out to grope her, only for Yize's voice to cut through the air. "Cold and lethal, you wish to die." In the next heartbeat, the man's skull exploded, pulverized crimson grotesque, leaving behind only his bloated corpse crumpling to the ground. Jiangyu, standing directly before him, remained immaculate. Not a single drop of blood staining her veil. The scent of fresh blood ignited her exhilaration. Without hesitation, she mimicked Yize, extending razor-sharp claws and piercing another man's skull clean through. The speed stunned them utterly. Only when Jiangyu bared her fangs and talons, the unmistakable hallmark of the undead, did they scramble backward. "Trousers," half-lowered, shrieking zombie. "A zombie's here." But Jiangyu gave them no chance to flee, though muffled by her mask, preventing her from biting. Her claws remained lethally sharp. To a zombie, killing was effortless, instinctual. Having long hunted zombies for crystals, she crushed their skulls without pause, yet found nothing within. Hollow, empty, not even a trace of spirit residue. Once she might have craved human flesh, now evolved and discerning, her palate had refined. She desired only the finest, such as Yize, whose very aura shimmered with potent, intoxicating spiritual energy. Xian Wenrui, having just finished at the restroom and hastily tucking in his shirt, froze mid-step. His sister-in-law was slaughtering people, and Brother Lu stood nearby watching unmoved as if observing a trivial street performance. A few paces closer, he saw the girl sitting on the ground, her clothes shredded, her body exposed. Her eyes remained locked on Yize until Xian Wenrui approached. Then she flinched, hastily shielding herself. Her tattered garments told the story plainly. Xian Wenrui understood instantly. No wonder Brother Lu had allowed Jiangyu to slaughter them. They must have mistaken her for prey. Such arrogance was pure suicide. Xian Wenrui averted his gaze politely, then shrugged off his jacket and offered it to her. Hesitantly, she accepted it, pulling it over her shoulders. But her eyes still darted longing toward Yize. Clearly she preferred his garment, not that of some portly stranger who'd materialized from nowhere. Xian Wenrui, ever perceptive, offered no embarrassment, only gentle reassurance. "Wear it. Don't fear. They're all dead. Killed by my sister-in-law." At the words sister-in-law, her face paled. "But she's a zombie." Xian Wenrui merely smiled, silent, enigmatic. Once the last enemy fell, Jiangyu returned to Yize's side, sated, serene. He raised his hand and carefully wiped each slender finger, then gently cleansed her eyes. She was used to having her hands cleaned, but eye-wiping puzzled her. Blinking twice, her lashes, fine as silk fans, brushed softly against his palm. Yize showed no indulgence. His voice held a quiet, cutting edge. "Next time someone reaches for you, kill them before they touch you. Understand?" Jiangyu understood only one word: kill. Zombies favored such brutal solutions, so she obediently nodded in compliance. Yize, satisfied, took her freshly cleaned hand, utterly indifferent to the survivor still trembling nearby. Why hadn't Jiangyu killed her? Oh, purely because the girl was too weak. Jiangyu had simply forgotten. As an evolved high-tier zombie, she was exceedingly selective about her food. And with a faint tilt of her chin, Jiangyu thought proudly. The young woman watched Yize gently hold Jiangyu's hand, and the nascent admiration she'd felt for this formidable figure suddenly swelled into something boundless. His innate dominance, coupled with unwavering devotion toward his beloved, fulfilled every fantasy she held for an ideal partner. Seeing him prepare to leave, she hurried after them, calling out, "Wait! Please, just a moment." She reached out to grasp Yize's sleeve, but Jiangyu spotted the motion first, instantly stepping forward to block him. Baring her fangs in a sharp, displeased grin, her hostility blazed unmistakably. This was her food. No one else would dare touch it. Yize raised a brow, surprised, his eyes glinting with faint, amused light. He didn't know how Jiangyu perceived him. Not yet. But he could feel with startling clarity the possessiveness radiating from her. From any angle that was perfectly acceptable. The young woman, realizing Yize's gaze remained fixed solely on Jiangyu, felt a sudden piercing pang. A bittersweet ache that washed over the fragile joy of newfound affection before it could even settle. "My name is Guanchuru. I only wanted to thank you. I'd be dead if not for your rescue." She cast a shy, tentative glance at Yize, yet her cheeks flushed with mortification, knowing full well he'd witnessed her near-defilement in excruciating detail. Yize regarded her with detached disdain. She must have either a defective mind or defective eyes. Strictly speaking, she hadn't been rescued by a human at all, but by a zombie. As for himself, he hadn't lifted a finger. And now she dared thank him. Even if those men had torn her apart before his very eyes, he wouldn't so much as blink, let alone intervene. He bore no idle sentimental benevolence. Yize glanced down at Jiangyu, who hadn't grasped a single word of the woman's lengthy plea, then gently pinched her fingertips. You saved her. You invited this trouble. Handle it yourself. Guan Churu's smile froze mid-expression, just as Jiang Yu hesitated, wondering whether to simply end the feeble creature's life. Xian Wenrui appeared at last. The portly man eased the tension with a warm smile. Sister-in-law, let's go. We still need tools to repair the house. But Jiang Yu didn't move. An inexplicable hostility coiled within her toward the stranger. She disliked the way the woman looked at Yize, a gaze that unsettled her deeply. She couldn't parse human emotions. Too subtle, too convoluted for a zombie's mind. She understood only one immutable truth. Yize belonged to her, and only to her. Guan Churu was shrewd. Weighing her options, she knew aligning with them offered her the greatest survival advantage. Whether to draw nearer to the man she admired, or to avoid another catastrophe like today's. Both imperatives demanded she follow them. She dismissed Jiang Yu outright. After all, Jiang Yu was merely a zombie. How could a reanimated corpse ever rival a living, breathing human? She believed, given the chance, she could claim Yize's heart. Yet she recognized Jiang Yu was the key. So she lowered her voice, humbling herself before Yize. I can care for her. Please. Take me with you. I'll do anything. Her final words carried unmistakable implication, and as she spoke them, her fair cheeks burned crimson. Before the apocalypse, countless suitors had pursued her. Yet she'd never yielded. Afterward, many self-proclaimed strong men offered sanctuary for the price of her body. Every time she refused. Today's assault had been orchestrated by one such rejected suitor. She knew, if she remained in this residential complex, the same horror would inevitably repeat. If she must attach herself to someone, then this man, youthful, powerful, and unswervingly honorable even when confronted with her bare form, was her choice. Xian Wenrui silently wept inwardly. It was sister-in-law who drove off those men, and I who gave her clothes. Yet this girl sees only Brother Lu. Sighing, the chubby youth pinched the soft flesh of his belly, wondering when his own destined bond would arrive, and quietly envying Yize's extraordinary allure. Anything? Yize broke his long silence, cold, measured, and utterly devoid of warmth. Guan Churu flushed scarlet, gripping the hem of her tattered garment tightly before nodding resolutely. Yes, anything, as long as it's you. The final words sent heat flooding through her skin. Her pale legs remained exposed, but she welcomed his gaze unashamed. Yize glanced at Jiang Yu, never once acknowledging Guan Churu, and stared intently at Jiang Yu, instead a slow, enigmatic smile curling his lips. Then follow us. Guan Churu's face lit up instantly, joy spilling from her eyes, while Xian Wenrui beside her wore an expression of genuine astonishment. He'd assumed Brother Lu, such a man, would accept no woman beyond sister-in-law. Yet, a strange, indescribable sensation. Utterly unexpected. At Yize's words, Jiang Yu froze, stunned, uncomprehending. Not until Guan Churu approached them, murmuring timidly, Could I borrow a piece of clothing? I'll return it later. As the woman's hand stretched toward Yize's arm, Jiang Yu snapped her head around, furious, incandescent. Her obsidian eyes flooded with blood-red fury. Her entire being screamed one command: devour her. Devour her. She must not come near Yize. Jiang Yu seized Guan Churu's wrist, eliciting a terrified shriek. The woman turned tearfully to Yize, trembling like a rain-drenched blossom. Just as Jiang Yu lunged to sink her fangs into Guan Churu's throat, Yize intervened. A surge of overwhelming spatial energy halting her jaws mid-strike. Jiang Yu stiffened. Then beneath the roaring wrath surged something deeper, sorrow, raw and unnameable. She'd surrendered all her crystal cores to him. Yet he denied her even this one morsel, choosing instead to stand close to her. The emotionless little zombie still felt it. The soul-deep, stinging ache. She no longer wished to keep this reserve food. She wanted to consume Yize, so he would belong to her wholly and forever. Yize indulged the tiny zombie, who turned and bit his hand. Not withdrawing, but gently stroking her head with his free hand. You may not eat people. She glared furiously, clamping down harder. Yet he didn't flinch. Instead he smiled. Leaning close, he whispered into her ear. You may not eat people, but you may kill her. Yize cared little whether irrelevant people lived or died. He merely considered using this individual to provoke a reaction from the young zombie. A rare opportunity, as she seldom displayed such distinctly human emotions. Even if Jiang Yu killed the man before his very eyes, Yize would likely only praise her calmly from the sidelines. After all, the man himself had declared, do whatever you wish. A single life, then. Surely she could afford to give it. Guan Churu overheard none of their whispered exchange, but Xian Wenrui, an awakened esper, caught every word. Xian Wenrui possessed not only acute intuition but also keen emotional intelligence. He instantly grasped Yize's intent, and his gaze toward Guan Churu softened with quiet pity. Guan Churu trembled faintly, yet beneath her fear bloomed an inexplicable joy. Clearly, between a normal woman and a zombie, he would still choose the former. Is she all right? Did I make her angry? she asked, already stepping forward toward Yize. Jiang Yue, seething with rage, heard only the words "not allowed to eat." A deep sorrow welled within her. Yize had changed. Yet even now she refused to let anyone else draw near him. Once Yize had always fed her. Now he shielded another. And as Guanchuru approached him wounded and trembling, Jiang Yu bared her fangs and lunged. Not to kill but to bite. Having survived 15 years in the apocalypse, Yize retained few vestiges of human morality. But one unwavering principle remained: Jiang Yu would never consume human flesh. It was not empathy for his own kind that held him back, nor some crumbling remnant of conscience. Rather, he feared that when Jiang Yu ascended further and regained her human memories, she would discover with unbearable shame that she had once devoured people. Alas, Jiang Yu could not fathom Yize's silent devotion. All she knew was this: he denied her the woman before them. And the young zombie's heart shattered anew. Her long-stilled heart cracked open again, fissures spreading like porcelain under pressure. Agonizing, suffocating. Yet zombies shed no tears. All her turmoil coiled, trapped inside this undead shell. Only now did she grasp with chilling clarity she and Yize were not of the same kind. Enraged beyond measure, the young zombie suddenly rejected this reserved food. Even during Yize's ascension, she had never contemplated leaving. Yet now the two figures before her burned like shards of glass in her vision. Jiang Yu whirled away in fury. Yize sensed her intent to depart. And his face darkened, clouded with sudden dread. He had pushed too far. He had angered the zombie so deeply that she'd abandoned even her sustenance. Yize swept her into his arms, lifted her effortlessly, and ordered Xian Wenrui to find another vehicle. The residential complex teemed with abandoned cars. Guanchuru hurried after Yize, desperate to board the same vehicle, only to be halted mid-step by an invisible, impenetrable force. Then thud, a violent surge hurled her backward. She raised her arms, instinctively skidding over 15 meters, before collapsing onto the pavement, breathless and shaken. Throughout, Yize did not grant her a single glance. Xian Wenrui, moved by her plight, offered gently, "Don't set your hopes on Brother Lu. He'll never let you step between them." He hadn't the heart to tell her plainly, "Brother Lu doesn't care whether you live or die." Yet Guanchuru refused to believe it. From childhood, she had never been refused. And the more devoted Yize appeared toward the zombie, the more magnetically compelling he became. That unseen force repelling her had been immense. Overwhelmingly strong, profoundly secure. Guanchuru knew with absolute certainty that letting him slip away would haunt her forever. "He agreed to let me join you," she pleaded, voice trembling. "I only seek shelter. In this compound, I'll inevitably become someone's plaything, sooner or later." She knew precisely how to wield her charm. Tears glistening, voice breaking. Xian Wenrui sighed inwardly. "Should we bring her along? But if we do, will Sister Jiang truly leave for good?" Days of observation had clarified everything. Brother Lu was a madman, and Sister Jiang the sole antidote capable of calming his chaos. If she vanished, Xian Wenrui dared not imagine the consequences. If they weren't meant to take her, why had Brother Lu instructed him to find another car? The implication was unmistakable. After all, 4 people didn't require 2 vehicles, unless the arrangement carried deliberate meaning. Brother Lu refused to seat Guanchuru in Jiang Yu's exclusive front passenger seat, and equally refused to sit beside her. Stowing her in the trunk, however, was unthinkable. Xian Wenrui, having reached his decision, turned to Guanchuru, her face still streaked with tears, and said, "Don't cry. I'll fetch a vehicle. We'll travel together." Denied entry into Yize's car, Guanchuru suppressed her resentment. She knew better than to show displeasure now, for until she captured his heart, she would endure anything. "Thank you," she murmured, gratefully glancing at Xian Wenrui. Guanchuru and Jiang Yu embodied 2 utterly divergent ideals of beauty. Jiang Yu radiated icy serenity and ethereal purity. Guanchuru blazed with vivid, unapologetic brilliance. Striking, unforgettable. That single smile sent Xian Wenrui's bones melting. Xian Wenrui sighed. "Why does no beauty ever look twice at me?" Guanchuru settled into the barely functional vehicle Xian Wenrui had scavenged, and began with practiced subtlety to probe for details about Yize and Jiang Yu. When she learned they were married, her smile froze, then swiftly thawed. No matter. Jiang Yu is a zombie. How long can Yize possibly tolerate her? Besides, in this apocalyptic world, marriage was obsolete. Within their own compound, the powerful claimed multiple partners without consequence. Having reconciled herself, Guanchuru resumed her gentle inquiries, smiling all the while. Xian Wenrui wasn't fooled. He saw her resolve flicker, undimmed, unbroken. He revealed nothing else, only emphasized with quiet fervor the profound, unshakable bond between Yize and Jiang Yu, a love that defied death itself. Guanchuru clenched her fists, torn between envy and yearning. Why wasn't I the one who met him first? In the other vehicle, the subject of those inquiries sat in rare silence. Jiang Yu had turned her head sharply toward the window, pointedly ignoring everyone. Truly, whether human or undead, a woman's temper proved equally difficult to soothe. Yet Yize watched Jiang Yu's furrowed brow with quiet satisfaction. Her emotions once dormant now stirred and quickened, growing increasingly vivid. The richer her emotional spectrum, the nearer she drew to recovering her human memories. But balance was vital. Moments ago, he'd nearly driven her to flee entirely. What are you still angry about? Is this person truly worth such distress? Yize glanced sideways at the pouting young zombie, cheeks puffed with indignation. Tempting to bite, Jiangyu heard only the word person, and sank her teeth into his neck. Yize jerked, nearly losing control of the wheel. With one hand on the wheel, he rested the other lightly at the nape of her neck. No reproach in his touch. I'm driving. She refused to release him, until blood welled and the ache in her chest deepened, sharpened, twisted. She couldn't decipher the storm within. Emotions roiling, uncontainable. She felt broken, unraveling. Jiangyu extended her tongue, licking the wound, yearning to transform him, to make him like her, so they might finally belong to the same kind. Her zombie instincts whispered truth. Claws and fangs could forge new kin. So she bit his neck, fingers, forearms. Each contact a desperate plea for shared existence. She lowered her head, aiming for the place she'd accidentally licked earlier, where potent spiritual energy pulsed. Only for Yize to anticipate her move, lifting her clear before she could strike. Yize pulled over. The young zombie's relentless provocations had kindled a heat low in his abdomen. Not anger, but something far more primal. Tell me, what's wrong? He massaged the back of her skull, wondering if he'd pressed too hard. Had he truly made her suffer? Jiangyu was a newly ascended zombie. Her past life a haze of numbness. Yet today clarity struck like lightning. She and Yize were not the same. He was human. She was not. This realization unsettled Jiangyu inexplicably. She no longer wished to keep Yize as a reserve source of sustenance. She wanted only to devour him entirely, to absorb him into her very being, so that at last she might feel safe. Yet she could not bring herself to bite. Though hunger clawed at her, she hesitated, torn between craving and tenderness, until all she dared was to gently lick the blood seeping from his wounds, a meager, futile relief. A tight knot of emotion lodged in Jiangyu's throat. She ached with a sorrow so deep it begged for tears. But zombies shed no tears. She knew neither grief nor weeping. All she could do was reach out instinctively and cling to Yize, seeking solace in his warmth. Her voice trembled thick with unshed sorrow as she whispered his name, Yize. At the sound, Yize's heart shuddered violently. Hearing that fragile cry, he felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he had pressed too hard. His entire purpose had been to provoke Jiangyu into speaking again, to coax her slowly back toward humanity. Yet never had he intended to wound her pride, to make her feel so small and broken. His heart ached for her. Drawing the little zombie close, he cradled her head in his palm and sighed. A surrender softened by tenderness. I won't push you anymore. We'll take it slow. Yize did not understand her unease, nor why she nipped at him again and again, leaving marks like desperate claims. But he had already abandoned the idea of provoking her further. As for the woman aboard the chubby boy's vehicle, he would simply abandon her at some survivor base later. A rare, quiet act of mercy. To soothe Jiangyu, Yize hunted down numerous low-tier zombies, extracted their crystalline cores, cleaned them meticulously, and placed them gently into her hands. Once a carefree, ravenous little zombie, Jiangyu now moved with listless lethargy. Even her beloved cores lay idle in her palm, untouched, devoid of appetite. Xian Wenrui, the plump youth, leaned curiously from outside the vehicle. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Lost your appetite? Weren't you devouring them just fine before? Need me to wash them again? Yize also stroked her forehead, concern softening his touch, fearing she might be unwell. But the little zombie suddenly turned away, refusing his touch, as if the one who moments earlier had clung to him, whimpering softly like a lost child, were someone else entirely. Yize found it quietly amusing. Impatient by nature, he possessed infinite patience only for Jiangyu. Seeing her disinterest in the cores, he hunted down several mutated plants, instead extracting their crystalline essences, and holding her close as he coaxed, truly refusing. Then I'll give them to someone else. At the word someone, the zombie instantly snapped into battle stance. Yize casually tossed a core to the chubby youth. Jiangyu watched the gesture, then immediately relaxed, nestling obediently against Yize's chest, still and serene. Such casual gifting had long since become routine. It stirred no resentment within her. Xian Wenrui accepted the core with delight. Thanks, brother Lu. Not far away, Guanchuru, barred from approaching, watched with a flash of envy. She knew well the value of zombie cores. In their old residential compound, an Esper had accidentally discovered that zombie cores enhanced one's abilities. Rumor held that a single core had elevated his power far beyond his peers. And now they casually fed a handful of such precious cores to this very zombie. No wonder she stood apart from the rest. Surely besides Yize's devoted care, these cores bore no small part in her transformation. Guanchuru clenched her fists silently. She simply could not comprehend why a man of Yize's caliber would devote himself so wholly to a zombie. With his strength, he could enter any base, command any loyalty, possess any person he desired. So why chain himself to a creature that only hindered his ascent? A cold, ruthless glint flickered in Guan Churu's eyes. For Yize's future, and hers, the zombie must be eliminated. If outright removal proved impossible, then exile would suffice. At the mere thought of claiming Yize's full devotion, of standing alone in his light bathed in his exclusive favor, her breath quickened, her body flushed, her gaze locking onto him with feverish adoration. In her mind's eye, she had already replaced Jiangyu in Yize's arms. As they passed a suburban villa district, Yize's gaze sharpened, locking onto one particular floor. His spiritual perception had grown formidable, so acute that he could discern every detail within the building. Ordinarily, he would have passed without pause, but inside he recognized several familiar figures. In his past life, he had made many enemies but few friends. Among those few were several wealthy classmates from high school who had provided him with seed capital, an obligation he still carried. After his awakening, he had rescued them by chance. They remained loyal until the end, until Cui Yingying's betrayal left him crippled and them slaughtered. They were pure playboys, rich, aimless, utterly unprepared for the apocalypse. Their survival thus far must have relied solely on concealment and luck. Yize resolved to save them, and took Jiang Yu's hand as he stepped forward. Xian Wenrui leapt from the vehicle the moment he saw Yize move. Guan Churu stared at Jiang Yu's retreating figure, hesitated, then gritted her teeth and followed. The villa district lay unervingly silent. Few low-tier zombies wandered its grounds. Yet silence here was not peace. It was the hush before the storm. No sooner had they entered than Yize jerked his head upward, pupils contracting sharply toward a shadowed corner. Jiang Yu instantly bared fangs and claws poised for combat. The sole person oblivious to the peril was Guan Churu, still fixated only on drawing nearer to Yize. Then, without warning, a gray-black zombie, its skull half gnawed away, was hurled toward them by some unseen force, landing with a sickening thud at their feet. Guan Churu screamed, but Xian Wenrui clamped a firm hand over her mouth, his usual gentleness replaced by controlled fury. She failed to grasp the gravity of her error, struggling wildly to break free, her eyes pleading with Yize, terror binding her ever tighter to him. Unbeknownst to her, that scream had awakened hundreds of nearby zombies, now converging upon them in relentless waves. That was not what chilled Yize most. What truly unsettled him was the presence of another zombie, hidden watching, whose power rivaled his own. "Let me go. What are you doing?" Guan Churu continued to struggle. Yize's patience had run dry, a liability such as she served no purpose, and deserved no quarter. Without hesitation he unleashed his ability, flinging her bodily toward the horde. At first, seeing his power activate, she even smiled, delighted to be singled out by him. But the instant she crashed before the advancing dead, her face drained of color in disbelief. Turning, she met Yize's gaze, cold, detached, utterly indifferent, as if regarding a discarded object. He did not care whether she lived or died. As the zombie horde drew ever closer, Guan Churu sprang up in panic. "Xian Wenrui, I was wrong. I was wrong," she pleaded desperately. Xian Wenrui, fresh out of university and still brimming with youthful idealism, might have steeled himself to look away, had she not cried out to him directly. "Brother Lu." Yize cast a glance at Xian Wenrui and thought only how profoundly kind he was. But he had no time to dwell on whether Xian Wenrui would intervene for that meddlesome woman. For Jiang Yu suddenly shuddered, lifting her gaze toward the ceiling, where a zombie, its decaying head lolling grotesquely, shot forward like an arrow straight at her. Sensing the attack, Jiang Yu instantly uncoiled her lithe frame and twisted sharply sideways, evading the zombie's grasping hand by a hair's breadth. In the same breath, Yize erupted into motion, binding the zombie's limbs with spatial restraints. Yet this creature far surpassed any zombie they'd faced before. Saliva dripped from its maw, its teeth, stained yellow and foul, bore silent witness to countless victims, both ordinary humans and awakened cultivators alike. Its eyes rotated fully 360 degrees before locking unerringly onto Jiang Yu. With a guttural roar, the zombie's already massive frame swelled once more. Cracks splintered through the air like shattering glass, and Yize's expression darkened. "Go!" Yize commanded. Jiang Yu reacted, instantly leaping backwards several meters. No sooner had she retreated than Yize shattered the spatial prison, encasing the zombie, releasing a barrage of razor-edged spatial blades, each wrapped in dense layers of spatial energy to amplify mass and lethality. Hundreds of spatial blades sliced through the zombie's flesh, converging with surgical precision upon its skull, spinning violently as they carved away strips of rotting meat layer by layer. While Yize engaged the colossal zombie, Jiang Yu and Xian Wenrui fought side by side against the hundreds of undead swarming them from below. Just as a zombie's claw pierced the air toward Xian Wenrui's temple, a gunshot cracked. The bullet struck true, shattering its skull and deflecting its strike. Seizing the opening, Xian Wenrui surged upright and wrenched the crystalline core from the zombie's ruined brain. Glancing back, he saw several figures peering cautiously from within the building, the ones who'd fired the shot. Guan Churu, whom he'd just saved, had vanished without a trace. Since his rebirth, Yize had encountered no foe more formidable than the mutated centipede. Until now. This zombie likely matched him in cultivation rank, but its spiritual energy paled in comparison to his own. Thus, unlike his grueling battle with the centipede, this confrontation demanded less strain. Chi surging through his meridians, Yize reasserted spatial dominance, pinning the monstrous zombie in place. A dozen glinting blades locked onto its forehead, eyes, throat, and heart. Not merely tracing points connected in two-dimensional space as before, but dissecting its form along multidimensional planes, intent on severing it utterly. Sensing imminent death, the zombie unleashed a deafening bellow, its sonic wave inducing vertigo and ringing in the ears. Within a 3-kilometer radius, windows fissured, instantly fracturing like spiderwebs across every pane. Jiangyue, only just regaining human sensory perception, suffered in silence, unaware she should cover her ears, until Yize, sensing her distress, erected a subtle barrier of spatial energy around her auditory channels. The moment her ears were shielded, the world fell into sudden, profound silence. Then, in rapid succession, every window within concentric range of the zombie detonated outward. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of panes exploded in quick percussive bursts. Though the zombie's defenses were formidable, Yize showed no mercy. His peripheral awareness expanded, weaving invisible threads through the spatial continuum, each targeting the precise coordinates he'd earlier marked: forehead, eyes, throat, heart. The entire battlefield, himself and the zombie at its center, became his sovereign coordinate space. With a subtle pull, he set those threads, and the geometric planes anchored to them, into violent motion. The spatial filaments sank deep into the zombie's body, cleaving it along intersecting planes. As it thrashed wildly, Yize's gaze hardened. He wrenched forth the orange-hued core embedded deep within its cerebrum. The moment the core was extracted, all vitality fled the corpse. Its body fragmented along the intersecting spatial planes, collapsing into charred, blackened shards strewn across the floor. Jiangyu stood at a distance, watching the aftermath. Not with triumph nor hunger for the core, but with a chilling, hollow sorrow, as if mourning a kinship severed before it could bloom. As if to confirm her dread, Guanchuru emerged from some shadowed corner, her gaze fixed upon Yize with rapt, feverish adoration. Turning, she spotted Jiangyu standing nearby, bewildered and unguarded. Swallowing her fear, she approached. Casually, almost offhandedly, she murmured, "Zombie cores are truly extraordinary. Were I in your position, I might even keep one close. Nurture it until its power peaked, then seize its core when it least expected." Jiangyu did not grasp the full meaning, yet sensed its venom, and recoiled with instinctive hostility. Guanchuru, intoxicated by Yize's overwhelming power, now burned with obsession beyond reason. "Once Yize extracts your core, he'll likely devise a way for me to absorb it, to awaken my own abilities. And then..." She caressed her abdomen, her expression twisted with pathological yearning. "Perhaps we'll even conceive a child. A living bridge between our bloodlines." Seeing Jiangyu's face contort in anguish, Guanchuru felt a surge of vicious satisfaction, and pressed deeper. "You know well enough, humans and zombies cannot bear children. You will have nothing. Only I can give him an heir." From somewhere, Guanchuru produced a shard of jagged glass, gripping it tightly, blood already staining its sharp edge. Her features contorted into ecstatic frenzy, as she prepared to mimic Yize's method. Striking while the zombie was distracted, killing Jiangyu outright. Kill her, kill her, kill her, and take her place. But the instant she moved, an immense invisible force hurled her backward like a ragdoll. Before she could rise, Yize loomed near. She smoothed her expression, feigning innocence, and shamelessly closed the distance once more. She hadn't even brushed his sleeve before he flung her away with cold, unhesitating spatial force, blissfully unaware of the volcanic fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. Seeing his anger, she scrambled to prove herself, immediately adopting a trembling, tearful demeanor. "Brother Liu, I think you and Yize may have misunderstood me. I only wish to care for Yize. Truly, I harbor no ulterior motive." She cast him a demure, fluttering glance, biting her lower lip as if shyly confessing, "I'm deeply grateful to you both. Had you not arrived in time, those men might have done unspeakable things to me. So now I can no longer claim my purity intact." Her eyes remained locked on his, her neckline deliberately lowered. She knew precisely what men valued, and assumed Yize's disdain stemmed from believing her virtue already lost. "I am no common girl. I've guarded my purity fiercely all these years, waiting for the one man worthy of it. Brother Liu." Her coquettish words died mid-sentence as Yize's patience, never inclined toward sentiment, shattered completely. Guanchuru was abruptly lifted into the air, her throat constricted by invisible spatial force. Not like a human hand choking her, but something far more absolute, suffocating, inescapable. "What exactly did you intend to do?" Yize's voice remained eerily level, but beneath it churned a tempest of suppressed wrath. His eyes, cold and serpentine, pinned her where she hung, gazing upon a fool who dared speak such blasphemy. When Yize heard Guanchuru's words to Jiangyu, and saw Jiangyu's fingernails dig deep into her palms, rage surged through him, violent and uncontainable. He already entertained the grim notion of feeding Guanchuru to the undead. Then she dared lay hands on Jiangyu, crossing his absolute line without hesitation. Yize intensified his psychic force. His gaze turned hollow lifeless, while a searing fire raged beneath his ribs. Yet even under such crushing pressure Guanchuru radiated an unsettling thrill. An instinctive, almost devotional reverence for raw power. Her eyes locked onto Yize, the very man intent on ending her life glazed with fervent adoration. Indeed. She was drawn precisely to men like this formidable, unwavering singular in devotion. Xian Wenrui caught sight of her expression and shuddered involuntarily. She's unhinged, he muttered. Who gets aroused at the brink of death? Insane. Utterly deranged. Lu, elder brother Yize, I can bear your children. I can carry on your bloodline. You may do with me as you wish, Yize. Her plea made Yize recoil inwardly. Even the act of strangling her with his ability now felt sordid repulsive. With a cold decisive twist Yize snapped her neck. Ecstasy still flickered across Guanchuru's face. Unfaded, unbroken. Before life fled entirely, he cast her corpse aside without pause. At that very instant Jiang Yu struck her claws pierced straight through Guanchuru's chest cavity. Crimson-stained Jiang Yu's claws. Rage had ignited her eyes into twin embers, unleashing the feral essence slumbering within her undead nature. Xian Wenrui covered his face. This outcome had been inevitable. This woman truly was mad. Having just been saved by Yize, she'd already schemed to usurp Jiang Yu's place. Xian Wenrui stared at Guanchuru's ruptured chest, then slowly lifted his gaze to Yize. He blinked, mildly surprised when Yize furrowed his brow. Had his senior brother actually felt pity for the fallen beauty? After all, he'd granted her a full intact corpse. Ah. But that intact corpse had just been shredded by his sister-in-law. Soon enough Xian Wenrui realized. Once again. He'd misread everything. He watched Yize step toward Jiang Yu and gently rinsed the blood from her arms and face. He didn't so much as flinch at the fact she'd killed before his eyes. Merely murmured, tone flat and detached, "You're soiled." Jiang Yu frowned but did not pull away, letting him cleanse her in silence. In truth, the young zombie had internalized every word Guanchuru spoke. Her silence now heavy with quiet anguish, her eyes refusing to meet Yize's. Noticing her distress, Yize felt a quiet satisfaction. Jiang Yu was finally developing genuine emotion. Yet the cost of that emotion, the sight of her sorrow, was one he refused to bear. Don't believe her lies. I have no desire for children. Just you and I. Nothing more. Yize wasn't offering comfort. He was stating immutable truth. He genuinely loathed infants. He couldn't speak for others. But having grown up in an orphanage, he found children profoundly exhausting. A fragile, demanding creature who drained affection, attention, and resources alike. Just thinking about them stirred visceral disgust within him. All he longed for was the life he'd known before, just him and Jiang Yu bound together in quiet symbiosis. No intrusions, no distractions, only the profound, wordless understanding shared between two souls who needed nothing beyond each other. Unaware of his true aversion, Jiang Yu mimicked Guanchuru, lowering her head to gently touch her own abdomen, then reaching out to press her palm against Yize's stomach. No one could guess what tiny thoughts whirled behind those narrow, thoughtful brows. Senior brother Lu. Those people inside the villa? Are they your friends? Xian Wenrui asked, hammering methodically at a zombie skull to extract its crystal core. At last he'd mastered his ability. Not merely using it to wash objects as he once had in his clumsy beginnings. After rinsing a handful of crystals clean, and thoughtfully setting aside a portion for Jiang Yu, Yize glanced toward the villa where several figures peered out, swaying with nervous excitement, waving eagerly. Their sheer foolishness made him reluctant to claim acquaintance. Yize, is that really you? One bolder soul tested the window ledge, ready to climb out. Then hastily withdrew his foot upon seeing the swarm of undead circling Yize. Let's go. Those are my friends. Yize acknowledged them plainly. In his past life they'd never betrayed him, and had in fact died for him. He made no attempt to conceal Jiang Yu's nature. Her recent transformation had already been witnessed, and besides he saw no reason to hide it. As Yize approached the villa, gate his wealthy classmates threw the door wide open. Yet none rushed forward in tearful reunion. Instead they exchanged wary glances at Jiang Yu. They couldn't fathom the situation. Why was Yize holding hands with a zombie? Truth be told, they'd barely seen him since graduation. Evidence that these privileged heirs had spent university indulging in reckless excess. Their hair was dyed in garish hues. One blonde, one blue, another a vivid green. The blonde who'd been closest to Yize and invested most heavily in his venture stood slightly ahead. When rumors spread that their money was lost, everyone dismissed the venture, except the blonde who swore vehemently it was sound, staunchly defending Yize. That loyalty had left a deep impression. Later, as Yize's enterprise flourished, their annual dividends became the envy of peers. Only then did the blonde sheepishly confess, scratching his nose. Truth is, I secretly believed we'd been scammed too, but pride kept me silent. I figured it was just a few months' allowance. Hardly worth fretting over. Never imagined he'd succeed so spectacularly. Of all of them, the blonde knew Lu Yize best. Knew how utterly consumed he was by work, how relentlessly he pushed himself, how rarely anyone, even colleagues, ever got close. Now here he stood accompanied not by a woman, but a female zombie. Curiosity burned bright. The blonde pointed discreetly at Jiang Yu and asked, eyes alight, so, who is this? Lu Yize observed not for the first time that some people possessed innate, unshakable levity. Even amid apocalypse, gossip reigned supreme. Jiang Yu, my wife. Lu Yize's introduction was terse, definitive. The blonde and the others gasped in unison. None had known he was even dating, let alone married. When did this happen? How did we miss it? We would have sent gifts. Well, money doesn't matter much anymore. Before the collapse, wealth had been his greatest abundance. Afterward, currency had become the most useless thing imaginable. And that realization settled over him like a dull, heavy fog. Consider whether you'll join me. If so, gather your belongings. Lu Yize deemed the villa's threshold an unsuitable place for conversation, and his silent, withdrawn Jiang Yu weighed far heavier on his mind than any reunion. He intended to speak with her properly once they were back home. 3 remained inside. After brief deliberation, they unanimously agreed staying with Lu Yize was infinitely preferable to hunkering down in their dwindling near-starvation refuge. The blonde hesitated, then clenched his jaw and asked senior brother Lu, besides us 3, could we bring one more person? Lu Yize frowned. In his previous life, when he saved these people, it was already half a year after the apocalypse began. He heard that the neighbor girl who had been Huang Mao's childhood friend had died just half a month before he arrived, which caused Huang Mao to be in a slump for quite a while. At this point in time, that neighbor girl should still be alive. She was most likely the one Huang Mao wanted to bring along. To be honest, Lu Yize was not very inclined to care about the so-called neighbor girl's life or death, fearing it might bring him troubles akin to those caused by Guan Churu. Sensing his hesitation, Huang Mao pondered for a moment before speaking with determination in his eyes. Lu Gu, am not someone who doesn't know the stakes. If it makes things difficult for you, just take those 2 and leave, I'll stay behind. But soon a person in a wheelchair was pushed out of the room. Even while sitting in the wheelchair, this person remained calm and composed. Xian Wenrui's eyes lit up as he saw the girl before him. She was truly beautiful, dressed in a white dress with a delicate face resembling fine porcelain and a pair of apricot-shaped eyes that looked harmless. Her most striking feature was the elegant and serene aura that radiated from her, warm and tranquil. Brother, don't rush. After calming Huang Mao, she then looked at Lu Yize with a steady gaze, her eyes falling on the injured Jiang Yu beside him. She quickly noticed Lu Yize's concern for Jiang Yue, which gave her leverage. Shang Shui looked directly at Lu Yize and calmly stated, I possess healing abilities that can help both people and zombies. She emphasized the word zombies, deliberately wanting to prove her usefulness to be taken along. She did not wish to become a burden again. Oh! Lu Yize finally directed his gaze at her. Shang Shui instinctively tensed her body, as if being scrutinized by a venomous snake. Lu Yize gave Xian Wenrui a glance, and upon receiving the hint, Xian Wenrui immediately understood. He smiled and stepped forward cheerfully, saying, Sister, I was just scratched by a zombie on my arm. Could you please take a look? Who are you calling sister? Don't be so familiar. Huang Mao's temper flared immediately, and he shot Xian Wenrui a displeased look. Xian Wenrui felt utterly wronged. He didn't even know the girl's name. Surely he couldn't call her little lady, that would be asking for a beating. Shang Shui tugged at Huang Mao's clothing, urging him not to get worked up, and Huang Mao reluctantly stepped aside. Xian Wenrui pulled over a stool and sat down in front of Shang Shui. Though she felt a bit nervous, she ultimately focused and extended her hand, hovering it above Xian Wenrui's wound. She closed her eyes, striving to sense her abilities. Initially, Xian Wenrui felt nothing, but soon his arm began to feel warm and comfortable. In no time, the wound on his arm healed rapidly, flesh and skin reconnected, and aside from the new flesh being softer than the surrounding skin, there was no discomfort. Xian Wenrui was astonished as he touched his arm. Wo Lu Gu, it's completely healed. That's amazing. Lu Yize observed closely with his mental energy, and confirmed that this person indeed possessed healing abilities, and had a formidable mental strength. Such special abilities, even in the later stages of the apocalypse, were still rare, making them highly sought after by various factions. In his past life, she had died too early, so Lu Yize had no knowledge of her. At this moment, Shang Shui was drenched in sweat and panting. Huang Mao anxiously fanned her, unsure of what to do. Having exhausted all her abilities, she straightened her back and looked up at Lu Yize, asking, May I ask, have I proven myself? Lu Yize glanced at the calm Jiang Yu, noticing she did not reject this person, and finally nodded to permit her to join. Jiang Yu indeed showed no reaction to Shang Shui. She was merely a small zombie with a brain the size of a soybean, not one to dislike a person without cause. Upon hearing Lu Yize's willingness to take Shang Shui along, Huang Mao was immediately moved. Lu Gu, you remain as loyal as ever. Lu Yize was baffled by this misconception. He had never been associated with loyalty throughout his life. His willingness to take her along was merely based on her value. Lu Yize's decision to keep these people was not purely out of kindness. he had his own considerations. Since they had already added Xian Wenrui, he was not averse to having more people. Currently the area he occupied was relatively safe, but as human living space diminished and food became scarce, his territory would inevitably be targeted by others. Given this, it was better to take the initiative to build a base that he could control. The strength of these people was not the main concern, at least for now. They would not betray him. Since Yize had decided to construct a base, he began to contemplate the foundational requirements for its operation. He selected a safe zone halfway up a mountain, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack with ample resources, and protected by mutated plants, making it relatively safe. However, the combat strength within the base was somewhat lacking. Aside from him and Zhang Yue, the only remaining combat power was Xian Wenrui, whose strength barely allowed him to take down 1 or 2 zombies. As for the other 3 wealthy kids, together they probably equaled only 0.5 of Xian Wenrui's strength. The 3 combined could maybe kill 1 zombie. Although Shang Shui, who sat in the wheelchair, had abilities, she currently lacked any offensive power and could only heal them when they were injured. While Yize was deep in thought, the others had already finished packing their things. Huang Mao carried Shang Shui into the passenger seat of his luxury car in the garage, and Xian Wenrui's eyes sparkled upon seeing it. "Whoa brother, this car is amazing. You're really wealthy." Xian Wenrui was a homebody who loved luxury cars and beautiful women, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch this limited edition luxury vehicle. Huang Mao, hearing this, wore a proud expression. "My family has never been poor since my great-grandfather's time. Money is just a string of numbers to me. Don't mess with someone else's wife." Huang Mao immediately yelled when he saw him touching the car. "Don't talk nonsense. When did I touch your wife? Isn't she sitting there perfectly fine?" Xian Wenrui pointed at Shang Shui in the passenger seat, protesting. Shang Shui had never experienced such teasing before. Her face reddened in embarrassment. Upon hearing this tease, Huang Mao rolled his eyes at Xian Wenrui. Tisk, what a dirty mind. What are you thinking? My relationship with Xiaoxue is pure sibling affection. We grew up wearing the same open-crotch pants, as innocent as white paper. When I said wife, I meant my beloved car. Do you understand? This car is my wife that I must bring with me even through the apocalypse. The others? Well, I can only say I've let them down." Huang Mao swatted Xian Wenrui's hand away, not allowing him to touch his wife. Xian Wenrui glanced at Shang Shui, and then at Huang Mao, whose mind was still somewhat undeveloped. He didn't believe it. How could Huang Mao not be moved with such a beautiful childhood sweetheart around? As for himself, he definitely couldn't. "She's really not your girlfriend." Xian Wenrui withdrew his hand from his beloved car and leaned in curiously toward the blonde-haired youth. "Are you insane?" The blonde-haired youth shot him a disdainful sidelong glance. "You? No way. You're not worthy of my sister. What kind of talk is that?" Xian Wenrui had only teased idly, truly harboring no serious intent. Since Shang Shui appeared remarkably young, he simply found it amusing to rile up the blonde-haired youth. Out of curiosity, Xian Wenrui asked, "By the way, how old is your sister? So you are interested after all. If you weren't, why ask her age?" The blonde-haired youth grew instantly wary, resolving to keep Xian Wenrui at a safe distance from his sister henceforth. "I was just asking casually. I wondered who's older, my sister-in-law or yours." Xian Wenrui truly held no ulterior motive. He'd only ever encountered 2 girls. One was his sister-in-law, the other looked unmistakably underage. Mentioning his sister-in-law, the blonde-haired youth sighed. "I'd already planned to introduce my sister to Brother Lu, but he's obsessed with overtime work, utterly indifferent to romance. Who knew he'd secretly find someone while I wasn't looking?" "So how old is your sister-in-law? And how did they meet? How on earth did Yize end up marrying a zombie?" "You haven't answered my question yet. And now you're trying to fish for mine." Xian Wenrui kept his lips sealed tight. If you could pry open that vault. The blonde-haired youth, never one for subtlety, spilled everything within moments. "My sister's 21. So what? How old is that zombie anyway? Though I'll admit, she's stunning." "What? 21? She looks like a minor. Barely 15 or 16. Xian Wenrui was genuinely stunned. "Can't some people just be naturally petite?" The blonde-haired youth then fixed Xian Wenrui with a suspicious glare. "Tell me, you're not some creepy lelicon, are you? Give it up. Don't even think about it." Shang Shui maintained a polite smile, silently wishing they'd step aside, or at least lower their voices, since she could hear every word. Ever since her abilities awakened, her perception had sharpened dramatically, especially her sensitivity to others' emotions. That was precisely why she'd sensed from the very beginning Yize's profound regard for Zhang Yu. Outside, the 2 men chatted idly, as if determined she wouldn't miss a single morsel of gossip. "My sister-in-law is actually 2 years younger than your sister, just 19. Damn, Yize is a monster. Marrying someone so young. Wait, is she even legally old enough to wed?" The blonde-haired youth slapped his thigh, electrified by the scandal. "They married after the apocalypse. You wouldn't believe it. I'd only mentioned it offhand once and Brother Lu immediately took her. Well, the zombie, to register their marriage. A flicker of pride crossed Xian Wenrui's face. I even took their wedding photos. Brother Lu gave me candy. Wedding candy. So technically I'm something of a witness. They got married after she turned into a zombie. I never would have guessed. Yize actually has depth. You should have seen his old temper. He barely acknowledged anyone. He still ignores everyone, except his wife. And she's not even human. Xian Wenrui recalled Yize's usual treatment of him, complete chilling indifference. The blonde-haired youth chuckled. That's nothing. He was always like that. I hated it, always strutting around like he owned the world, nose in the air, eyes half closed. What was he so damn proud of? Then what happened? I gathered some guys and ambushed him after school. Xian Wenrui sucked in a sharp breath. Never would have guessed Brother Lu had such patience. He came to rescue you. Patience. Ha! Back then he grabbed us by the collars with one brick in hand and beat us senseless. Look at this scar on my skull. That's his handiwork. My head split open right there. That bastard's a rabid dog. He gave me a concussion. I swear my brain's still foggy. Maybe it's a lingering side effect. Xian Wenrui glanced down, and sure enough, beneath the blonde youth's unruly straw-like hair ran a jagged centimeter-long scar like a crawling centipede. Brutal. But then again, the blonde-haired youth had gone looking for trouble. Xian Wenrui defended his friend. Don't blame your dull wits on him. Don't play the victim. Seeing the youth bristle, Xian Wenrui quickly added, though your skull is impressively sturdy. Got whacked that hard and still works. Well, yeah. Listening quietly, Shang Shui filed away their chatter in silence. 1. Yize was dangerous. 2. When forced to choose between Yize and Zhang Yue, side with Zhang Yu. 3. Never engage Xian Wenrui in casual conversation. He'd extract useful information without you noticing. Yize's trip into the city had been solely to collect zombie crystals. Having replenished his supply, he saw no reason to linger outdoors any longer. As the group departed, they also loaded up the blonde-haired youth's family supplies. Xian Wenrui eyed the haul and asked, how did you amass so much? The blonde-haired youth scratched his head embarrassed. Our family heard rumors. Suddenly everyone started hoarding supplies. We didn't know why, but my parents told me to stock up too. Yize already knew this truth from his past life. Hence their survival through the early chaos. After all the higher one's social standing, the earlier one received critical intelligence. Their misfortune lay in how swiftly their cache became known. In her previous life, Shang Shui had died precisely because intruders broke in to seize their food, and spotting her beauty lusted after her instead. To save the others, Shang Shui detonated her explosives the moment the invaders left, taking them with her in a final blinding flash. That tragedy transformed those once carefree youths overnight, hardening their hearts, teaching them not only to slay zombies but to kill humans without hesitation. Later, under Yize's leadership, the trio faced countless perils. Being infected by zombies was inevitable, but fortune favored them, each awakened unique abilities. By the late apocalypse, researchers concluded that ability awakening hinged upon innate genetic potential. Thus, even if infected with the zombie virus now, they would likely resist mutation and awaken powers akin to Yize's rather than succumb to undeath. Yet certainty remained elusive. Yize resolved to deliberate further. Once he brought them safely back home. After loading the supplies into the vehicles, the group split across 2 cars. Just before departure, Yize remembered something and spoke up. I belong to no base. If you wish to go to the central city base, I can escort you there. The purple-haired and green-haired youths exchanged hesitant glances, then murmured embarrassed, Brother Lu. We'd really like to go to the central base. When the apocalypse struck, we were here. Not at home. We want to search for our families. Yize wasn't surprised. If they wished to leave, he wouldn't stand in their way, yet he turned quietly toward the silent blonde-haired youth. The yellow-haired boy, who had just been lost in sorrow, immediately expressed his stance when he saw Yize glance at him, saying, I'm not leaving or I'm sticking with Brother Lu. He was somewhat fortunate that his parents were not here. They had gone to City B, where the largest base in the country was located. He was lucky enough to contact them and learned that they were still alive, which alleviated his worries compared to others. As for Shang Shui, the yellow-haired boy was afraid she would recall painful memories, so he quickly spoke up for her. Brother Lu, let Xiaoxue come with me. He truly regarded Shang Shui as a younger sister. They had known each other since they were toddlers. When he learned that her parents had been bitten by zombies, the yellow-haired boy felt a pang of sorrow and shed tears. Thus, even after realizing that Shang Shui had been bitten by a zombie and could turn at any moment, he gritted his teeth and did not give up locking her in the house. He was prepared to kill her himself if she truly transformed into a corpse. Shang Shui had considered taking her own life, but he stopped her. Fortunately, they were lucky and Shang Shui survived. Shang Shui naturally had no objections. Compared to going to an unknown base, she actually preferred the place where Yize and the others were. With fewer people, stronger abilities, and relatively higher safety, upon seeing their decision made, Yize no longer intervened, respecting their fate. After dropping them off a distance from the base entrance, Yize let them go and had no intention of getting closer. The green-haired and purple-haired boys understood Yize's concerns, especially since he had a zombie with him. No one in the base knew how many people harbored hatred for zombies. If a conflict arose, it would be a troublesome matter. Brother Lu, thank you and be careful yourself. After getting out of the car, the two of them bid farewell to those inside. In this apocalyptic world, parting from acquaintances left them with mixed feelings. The yellow-haired boy poked his head out, feeling somewhat melancholic. There's nothing much to say, just wish you a quick reunion with your family. Yize was not an emotional person. He gave them a few crystal cores and a bit of supplies, saying, "Keep the crystal cores? You'll need them later." "Thanks, Brother Lu. If we find our family in the future, we'll come to find you if we have the chance." Yize did not refuse. The future in the apocalypse was unpredictable, and they would talk about it if they met again. After seeing the two off and watching them safely enter the base, Yize and the others drove away. Yize sensed something and glanced back, but quickly averted his gaze, showing little concern. At the base entrance, a woman with only one leg gazed fiercely at the direction in which their car was leaving. Unexpectedly, Cui Yingying and the others had also joined this base. However, considering the small group they were part of, it was indeed a wise choice to join a military-organized base for safety. This turn of events promised to be entertaining, because Li Anchang's so-called true love was the daughter of the base leader. However, in this life, it seemed unlikely that Li Anchang would have the same smooth progress with Cui Yingying as in the last life. Yize was in a good mood, and Zhang Yu watched him smile, so she turned to the car's rearview mirror and poked her cheek with her finger. She couldn't understand why she couldn't show the same expression as Yize. Her face seemed to have a mind of its own, and Zhang Yu suddenly felt a surge of frustration. To be honest, Yize was not a considerate person, nor could he decipher what was going through the zombie's mind. Seeing her constantly gesturing at the mirror, he couldn't help but think, indeed, whether it's a woman or a female zombie, they all love beauty. When they finally twisted and turned to the safe house, situated halfway up the hill, where Yize lived, the yellow-haired boy was startled by the mutated plants before him. He rubbed his arms and asked uncertainly, Can people live here? Will these plants swallow us whole in the middle of the night?" Shang Shui glanced at him helplessly. Sometimes she couldn't understand why her brother's mind was filled with such nonsensical questions. "No, don't worry, Huang Mao. Brother Lu can control these plants. You don't need to be concerned," Xian Wenrui kindly reminded. At first, the yellow-haired boy didn't realize who Xian Wenrui was referring to. Only when everyone stared at him did he realize that Huang Mao was addressing him. "What, Huang Mao? I think you are the Huang Mao. How rude. I, Fan Jian, will not change my name or surname." Fan Jian, the young master, loudly announced his name. Xian Wenrui immediately burst into laughter, leaning over the steering wheel. What did you say your name was? How ridiculous. Who named you that? I'm dying of laughter." Young Master Fan coughed to cover his embarrassment. Generally, he rarely revealed his full name outside, and people called him Fan Xiao. "It was my grandfather who named me, saying that a ridiculous name is easy to raise. Do you understand? You wealthy families care about this too? I thought only us poor folks cared about it. Our family is wealthy, but we are all coal bosses with no talent for studying. You understand, right?" Seeing that Shang Shui could no longer bear it, she reached out and tugged at Fan Jian, hoping he wouldn't excitedly spill all their childhood secrets. He might not care about his reputation, but she still valued hers. The overly eager young master was silenced by the little childhood friend, feeling a bit regretful for not being able to share his stories. But soon he discovered something new to divert his attention. When he saw Xian Wenrui moving supplies from the car to a place that looked like a doghouse, he pointed at it in shock. "You keep pets? I see why Brother Lu used to beat you. It's truly not unfair. How have you survived with that mouth of yours?" Xian Wenrui tapped the doghouse with a hammer. "Why are we suddenly talking about the past? Where's your pet?" Fan Jian truly lived up to his name. His grandfather didn't name him wrong. "This is where I live, brother." Xian Wenrui realized that talking to this person required being straightforward, or otherwise he wouldn't understand. "Ah, you live in a dog. Oh, this outdoor villa, actually it's not bad." Fan Jian, sharp-tongued, but not ill-hearted, tried to soften the blow while awkwardly comforting. Yize felt once again that Fan Jian was a disgrace. He shouldn't have used the startup funds to get to know such a foolish friend. "Come in with me." Yize interrupted Fan Jian's attempts at damage control. Upon hearing Brother Lu's words, Fan Jian immediately pushed Shang Shui along, leaving Xian Wenrui feeling a bit envious, thinking how nice it is to have a brother like that to cover for me. Just as his feelings of envy were not yet over, Xian Wenrui heard Yize turn his head and say impatiently, "Xian Wenrui, bring your doghouse in with you." Xian Wenrui immediately looked up, reacted in a split second, and quickly carried his doghouse inside, saying, "Hey, coming right up." Although they had entered the safe house, Yize maintained a clear boundary, keeping them strictly in the outer zone. This was the first time Xian Wenrui had ever stepped inside the structure since arriving here. From the outside, the entire interior was seamlessly embedded into the mountainside and further concealed by dense vegetation obscuring its true architectural form. Only upon entering did they realize it was nothing short of a self-contained microcosm, vastly surpassing even the urban base in scale and sophistication. It could easily accommodate not only their small group but hundreds more. Within the mountain's core, a colossal metallic pyramid had been forged. Yize and Jiangyu resided at its apex. That apex was also the most secure location within the entire mountainside, their quarters offering a panoramic vantage over the entire compound. Whoa! Damn! Is this seriously real? Fan Jian, pushing Shang Shui in her wheelchair, gaped in stunned silence at the sheer grandeur surrounding them. Even Xian Wenrui, who had long assumed Lu Gu had merely carved out a modest mountain retreat, was utterly unprepared for such an elaborate sanctuary. Even Shang Shui, who had already suspected Yize was extraordinary, stood momentarily breathless before the spectacle. Yet she was also the first among them to regain composure, aware that she differed fundamentally from Xian Wenrui and her brother. The greatest distinction lay in trust. Yize trusted them, but not her. And now that he had granted her entry, it meant there was something vital she was meant to do. Shang Shui's gaze settled on Jiangyu. The only person capable of moving Yize to yield was Jiangyu, so it was almost certain he had brought her here to heal her injuries. You'll stay in the outermost ring. Several rooms remain vacant. Choose one as your own. Yize's decision to admit them was itself a monumental concession. He would permit no intrusion upon his or Jiangyu's private quarters. No problem. Absolutely none. Fan Jian replied with conspicuous enthusiasm. This place dwarfed their previous shelter, not least because it banished the nightly terror of zombie incursions. If even the young master had no objections, then Xian Wenrui certainly had none. He'd slept in ruined shacks and dog kennels before. A private room within this fortified base was luxury beyond measure. But Xian Wenrui suddenly recalled something. Brother Lu, if there are spare rooms, why did you let me bring my doghouse in? Just keep it, came the dry reply. It's for the dog you'll raise someday. Xian Wenrui paused, dumbfounded. Before realization dawned, had Brother Lu just made a joke? Damn. Even Brother Lu's cracking jokes now. It's the apocalypse. We're not exactly adopting pets. Dogs have mutated. At this rate, humans might end up as pets instead. He glanced at his doghouse. Indeed too small for any mutated canine. Exactly. My neighbor kept 8 dogs. Then all 8 mutated. They turned the tables, man riding dog flying high. His mutated dogs obeyed only him. Otherwise he might have led them all to safety. Fan Jian added, voice thick with envy. Yize vaguely recalled that man. A plain, ordinary survivor whose unwavering loyalty from 8 mutated hounds had sustained him deep into the late apocalypse. Yet he underestimated human avarice. After joining the base, conspirators deliberately separated his pack and slaughtered them one by one, harvesting their crystalline cores. In a single blow he lost 5. With his last strength he sent the remaining 3 fleeing, while he himself was imprisoned and interrogated relentlessly for their whereabouts. He held fast, refusing to betray them, even unto death. In the apocalypse, humanity's unchecked desires, unbound by law, proved far more terrifying than zombies or mutated flora and fauna. Given the chance, Yize wouldn't object to welcoming that man into the fold. One who would die for dogs was unlikely to betray friends. After settling the trio, Yize guided Jiangyu toward Shang Shui's chamber. Fan Jian followed closely, uninvited but undeterred. Yize cast him a glance, then dismissed him entirely. She bears 2 persistent abdominal wounds. Can your ability heal them? Yize placed his hand gently over Jiangyu's injured abdomen and turned to Shang Shui. I'll need to examine her thoroughly before determining what's possible. Before the cataclysm, Shang Shui had been a medical student. She'd sensed the coming collapse and rushed home only to be caught unprepared. Her parents died shielding her, torn apart by zombies before her eyes, while she cowered locked inside a closet helplessly watching. It was precisely because of those deaths that Shang Shui discovered her healing ability. The first beings she desperately tried to restore were her parents, the very ones who sacrificed themselves for her. They had become zombies, empty shells devoid of mind or consciousness. To all intents, they were already dead. Yet her power could mend their still intact bodies. Beyond that, she could do nothing. She could heal anyone, except hold onto her parents. Now gazing at Jiangyu, Shang Shui's eyes softened. Not just with professional concern, but with quiet, aching longing, seeing through her the ghosts of her own lost family. Of them all, Shang Shui understood Yize's quiet obsession most deeply. For once she too had wished to preserve even the undead simply to keep them near. Since the examination required privacy, Yize ushered the tactless Fan Jian out. Left standing outside the door, Fan Jian blurted, Brother Lu, why aren't you coming out? My wife's body. What part of it is off limits to me? Yize retorted, exasperated. Oh right. Fan Jian smacked his forehead, remembering. He realized belatedly how absurd he'd been, lingering while his friend's wife prepared for a physical exam. Clearly Yize's temper had mellowed. In his youth, such foolishness might have earned him a brick to the skull. Shang Shui flushed inwardly. Sometimes she truly wondered whether Aunt Fan had left her brother's brain behind in the womb. How else could anyone be so profoundly, unrelentingly clueless? She quickly reined in her wandering thoughts and turned back to Zhang Yue, speaking with gentle patience. Let's begin with a simple examination. Shall we? Zhang Yu, who'd eaten nothing all day, stared intently at Shang Shui, inexplicably drawn to this new presence, finding her far more appealing than the one Yize had previously kept cooped up in his doghouse. Eat, not eat. Zhang Yu hesitated. Then, assuming no resistance, Shang Shui lifted her shirt, revealing a smooth, pale abdomen marred by 2 stark black lesions. The lesions sprawled across her entire abdomen, creeping down her flanks, defiling skin like polished green jade. Yize's brow furrowed in quiet anguish. When it came to treating the undead, no one possessed deeper insight than Shang Shui. Her palm rested lightly over Zhang Yu's distracted belly as she activated her ability. Zhang Yu, still torn over whether to consume this new potential reserve, jolted awake, startled by the sudden warmth spreading across her stomach. A sigh of comfort escaped her lips as she stared wide-eyed at her own belly. When Yize heard her make a sound, his face tightened. He gripped her hand and his gaze toward Shang Shui grew markedly sharper. His stare pressed heavily on Shang Shui, but her fortitude held. When she opened her eyes again, her special ability had been exhausted and her body was soaked with sweat. She glanced at Zhang Yu with a trace of pity. Yize looked down and saw that the dark blotch on Zhang Yu's abdomen had only faded imperceptibly. If not for the strength of his mental power, he might never have detected that subtle change. Her abdomen has suffered 2 severe blows. Though the surface seems healed, her interior is grievously damaged. Her viscera have been displaced. If she could feel pain, she would endure excruciating torment every single moment. Shang Shui spoke before Yize could voice his doubts. At that degree of injury, if Zhang Yu were not a zombie, she would long ago have been racked to death by pain. Yize had actually suspected some of this already. Zhang Yu's condition occupied the only corner of his heart that truly mattered. Thus he could perceive the oddities Zhang Yu displayed after her rank ascended. Ordinary zombies do not know pain, but ascended ones can. Zhang Yu forced herself to acclimate to that hurt. She assumed it was simply another facet of advancement, like permanently heightened smell or taste. Not to mention the pain she endured when she injured herself extracting the crystal cores from those zombies and mutated plants to aid Yize's ascension. She paid no heed to her wounds and simply cradled the core, presenting it to Yize. He drew a deep breath, steadied his turmoil, and gathered the little zombie, who after treatment clung to Shang Shui and acted coquettish. Zombies are not known for their brains. Zhang Yu had once wanted to eat Shang Shui, but after one round of treatment she felt comfort and resolved to keep Shang Shui as a sort of reserve food. Shang Shui had never been so intimate with another person, and the zombie had never been either. She did not dislike the dependence and even reached out to stroke the zombie's neatly tended hair. They looked peaceful together, and inexplicably Yize felt the green sting of jealousy. Whether in his past life or this one, Zhang Yu had relied only on him. Now, however, it seemed he had somehow found someone to steal his zombie. Annoyed, Yize tucked Zhang Yu back into the ability space and opened the door to leave. Shang Shui felt the absence on her lap and a subtle ache of loneliness. Outside the door, her not very bright childhood playmate shouted foolishly, "Where's sister-in-law? Did she go out to forage?" For her to go out foraging seemed impossible. With Yize's possessiveness and constant worry, that zombie would not be allowed to stray even half a step from his sight. Listening to Fan Jian's inane remarks from the doorway, Shang Shui sighed and leaned back in her wheelchair, musing on what to eat that might mend both brain and heart. Fools sometimes have foolish fortunes. Fan Jian was not clever, but he had been flush with pocket money since childhood, and had casually invested in Yize before the end days. People once called him a fool. It turned out that within a few years Yize made a name for himself. While other wealthy heirs were still stretching out their hands for money, Fan Jian was already lying back, collecting dividends shared by Yize. At first many envied him, but no one expected Yize to suddenly do something rash and sell that golden goose. Several who had been close to Yize tore ties with him outright. Fan Jian heard nothing of others' warnings. If Lu sold, he sold too. After all, over the years, he had already made back his capital with interest. His greatest virtue was his lack of greed, and indeed that very lack of greed had brought him further good fortune. When everyone struggled for survival in the apocalypse, Yize took him in and lodged him in a comparatively secure safe house. Shang Shui had felt unsettled when she first moved in, but after this treatment, she felt considerably more serene. Given how much Yize valued Zhang Yu, such treatments would not cease. As long as Shang Shui could heal Zhang Yu, she could remain in that safe haven. Shang Shui closed her eyes, and the memory of her parents dying to protect her flooded her mind. The pain of loss made her fists clench and her heart feel as if cut by blades. When she opened her eyes again, the gloom had been swept away and her gaze was resolute. She would no longer be a burden to anyone, nor would she stand by and watch others die in front of her. At that moment, Yize returned to their room with Zhang Yu. When the zombie was released, she looked around but did not notice the former occupant of the wheelchair. "What are you looking for?" Yize complained at being ignored. Zhang Yu's mind could not hold much, At the sound of his voice, she hummed and drifted toward him, already forgetting the day's unhappy events. She only remembered one thing. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, rose on tiptoe, and bit Lu Yize's chin. She wanted to turn him into a zombie like herself. Ambitious as that was, she did not know that those who awaken special abilities are not infected by the zombie virus, and thus cannot become the same kind of creature. Lu Yize had grown accustomed to Jiang Yu's habit of biting him. Her bites were no longer mindless attempts to tear flesh. They were more like flirtatious nips and kisses, a constant teasing that set Lu Yize aflame with irritation. Zombies are adept imitators. The more she bit, the more frustrated she felt that she could not turn Lu Yize into a zombie. She recalled what a certain woman had once taunted her with, and copying, Lu pressed a kiss to his lips and briefly flicked out her tongue to taste before darting away. Jiang Yu thought Lu Yize was burning hot, though she did not know the word for that sensation, and so she instinctively recoiled. Such provocation proved even more fatal to Lu Yize. Lu Yize grabbed a handful of her hair and sat down with the zombie on his lap, letting her feel the tremor of his emotions. The zombie bowed her head and fidgeted, but Lu Yize pinched her chin and forced her lips open, revealing two focused canine teeth that, while not overt, were nonetheless sharp. Lu Yize found it strange, having been reborn, once he no longer considered himself some callow youth. In both lives, plenty of women had sought to seduce him. How had he ended up falling for a creature as ignorant as a zombie? The little zombie licked, and when Lu Yize touched her canine, his eyes darkened as he asked with a smile, "What do you want?" In truth, she did not truly know. Suddenly, at that moment, she recalled the taunting words of that woman. Jiang Yue, who seldom spoke, touched her belly and stared at Lu Yize with an innocent, resolute look. "I want a baby." She was purely stimulated by the previous events, but upon thinking it over, the little zombie suddenly had a moment of clarity and felt that it was indeed a brilliant idea. She wanted to have a baby with Lu Yize, but how could they have a baby? The zombie's mind wasn't sharp enough to analyze such a complicated question. After hearing her words, Lu Yize's expression became intriguing. Putting everything else aside, at least his body was honest. Jiang Yu glanced down. She wanted to absorb abilities, which would also be a splendid source of nourishment for a zombie. Seeing her actively slide down, Lu Yize wrapped his arm around her waist. However, this zombie, despite her initiative, truly understood nothing, her eyes wide with innocence. Lu Yize looked at her, and he was not a saint. He leaned down and gave her a gentle kiss on the corner of her lips, softly reminding her, "You can't do this to others, understand?" The zombie nodded, seemingly understanding. Yet in her heart she thought that others could be devoured in one bite, but Lu Yize was someone she couldn't bear to consume entirely, so she could only savor him a little. Seeing her nod in agreement, Lu Yize, who was feeling pent up, had no intention of letting her off easily today. He lifted Jiang Yu and carried her towards the bed. The zombie was quite excited, her eyes sparkling, probably thinking she could enjoy a feast. Once placed on the bed, Jiang Yu appeared somewhat confused, reaching out to embrace Lu Yize's neck. Lu Yize leaned down as if to comfort her with a kiss. The little zombie was usually a bit rowdy, but once kissed, she became exceedingly obedient. Jiang Yu was so dazed by the kiss that she occasionally tasted the blood from Lu Yize's tongue, accidentally bitten by her sharp teeth. She always felt that Lu Yize particularly enjoyed her canine teeth, teasing her back and forth. Lu Yize pressed Jiang Yu against the headboard, as if an unscrupulous beast had torn off its disguise. Jiang Yu, dazed, was lifted by Lu Yize and seated on his lap, her beautiful long legs half kneeling on the bed. For Lu Yize, there was likely not a single part of Jiang Yu that did not reside on his heart's edge. Jiang Yu's legs were slender, well-proportioned, and straight. Due to her mutation into a zombie, her skin had a near jade-like hue. Yet even so, it did not diminish the aesthetic appeal of her legs. On the contrary, they appeared more like finely sculpted jade. Lu Yize wrapped her legs around himself, allowing her arms to encircle his neck, and carried her to a nearby chair. Lu Yize's eyes were bloodshot. He leaned back in the chair, gently stroking Jiang Yu's nape, but he did not make any further moves. Jiang Yu, confused, leaned in to kiss him, and when she saw he did not resist, her eyes brightened. This time Lu Yize did not stop her. He watched as the zombie slid down to the ground, squatting under the desk in confusion, completely unaware that she had unintentionally committed a taboo. Lu Yize's clothes were still in order, only his eyes were red as he guided the confused zombie through the door. Jiang Yu looked up at Lu Yize, uncertainly approaching, while Lu Yize seduced her into further indulgence. When had Lu Yize ever faced such stimulation? His cold cheeks were tinted with a blush. His fingertips slowly moved from weaving through her hair to grasping the back of her neck. His gaze locked onto Jiang Yu, wishing he could leave a mark that belonged solely to him. Jiang Yu's previously neat attire had become loose and disheveled. In contrast, Lu Yize sat in the chair, fingers resting on his nose bridge, looking perfectly composed without a hint of disarray. Feeling uncomfortable, Jiang Yu was unwilling to continue, which nearly made Lu Yize laugh out of frustration. Caught in a limbo, Lu Yize leaned down and whispered next to her, using clumsy lies about having babies to entice the not-so-smart zombie. Upon hearing baby, the little zombie touched her belly and slowly moved closer to Lu Yize, her black pupils clouded with mist, filled with confusion. Yize's cold, indifferent eyes eventually warmed because of this zombie. He helplessly pulled her up from the floor, sitting her in his lap, watching her lashes dampened by the moisture. The little zombie raised her gaze to meet his, audaciously defying his wishes. She turned her head away from him, displaying the traits of a petty woman who refused to admit her faults. Moreover, she satisfiedly patted her belly, repeating the few words she knew, baby, baby. Yize. He couldn't help but doubt that she was intentionally trying to entice him. Unfortunately, the easy-to-deceive little zombie did not realize that this would not lead to a baby, and at only 19 she dreamed of becoming a mother, a thought Yize could hardly bear. Yize did not want to hear her speak of non-existent babies, so he simply tightened his hold around Jiang Yu's supple waist and kissed her with a strong sense of possession. The little zombie in his arms was now quite content. It mattered little whether they kissed or not. She happily clung to Yize, likely still pondering how to nurture the baby in her belly. Yize was helpless. He wanted to explain to the little zombie that simply doing this would not lead to a baby. However, when he met Jiang Yu's expectant gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. Forget it, whatever, after all a little cub wouldn't actually pop out. Yize took the zombie to wash up, and after they were clean, he held her in his arms and tucked her under the blanket to sleep. The next day, while Xian Wenrui was fixing a doghouse at the base, he happened to see Yize bringing Jiang Yu to find Sheng Shui for treatment. When he saw Xian Wenrui repairing the doghouse, Yize cheerfully offered some materials. Once inside, Fan Jian was shocked. What happened? What the hell? Why does Yize look so cheerful? I've known him for so many years, and I've never seen him like this. Xian Wenrui, a homebody who had seen countless films, looked meaningfully at the two's backs and muttered, perhaps he's satisfied. Even the two outside, including Shang Shui, who was helping with the treatment, sensed that something was amiss. They might still be speculating, but Shang Shui clearly saw the devastation around Jiang Yu's neck. The blotchy marks couldn't possibly have been inflicted by the little zombie itself. Seeing this scene, Shang Shui silently helped Jiang Yu raise her collar, inwardly cursing Yize for being a beast, as he even preyed on zombies. Yize, however, maintained a normal expression, showing no signs of embarrassment, even when discovered. Wasn't it a perfectly normal thing for him to be intimate with his wife? Furthermore, if Jiang Yu hadn't taken the initiative, he wouldn't have touched her so soon, yet in the end it was still his lack of self-control, and Yize reflected on this for a moment. After the second treatment ended, Yize instructed Shang Shui, if you have time, teach her how to dress and bathe. I will wait outside for the next treatment. In the past two instances, Yize had been worried about Jiang Yu, fearing she might accidentally eat someone. Now, let alone eating people, she barely clung to anyone because she was under his control. As for why he wouldn't enter the room, after all, he was the only man inside. Being a married man, he had to be mindful of his boundaries. Outside the room, he could still sense Jiang Yu's condition with his spiritual energy. Hearing this, Shang Shui also sighed in relief. She had long wanted to say that if Yize wasn't in the room, she might be less tense and the treatment effectiveness could improve. However, she couldn't voice this thought. After all, living under someone else's roof, she had to consider Yize's arrangements. The only one present who seemed completely unconcerned was Jiang Yu the zombie. She liked the powerful abilities of Yize and the tranquil aura of Shang Shui, which made her feel comfortable. After Yize left, Shang Shui took Jiang Yu to the bathroom for a bath. Although Shang Shui was in a wheelchair and had no sensation in her lower body, she had become accustomed to it over the past few months. Teaching a zombie to bathe was not a difficult task. Shang Shui's legs had been damaged before she awakened her abilities due to a car accident that injured her spine, resulting in paralysis of her lower body. Even if she awakened her abilities, repairing this almost irreversible damage would not happen overnight. However, as she treated Jiang Yu, she gradually discovered a way to enhance her abilities. After fully utilizing her light abilities, accumulating more energy would widen her original power. After treating Jiang Yu, she planned to treat herself in the evening. She estimated that if all went well, she would have a chance to stand within 3 years. However, now she faced a troubling issue. Why did this seemingly obedient zombie act like a frizzed cat the moment it touched water? After she struggled to help the zombie finish its bath, she understood why Yize had thrown this difficult task onto her. Shang Shui looked down at her own chest and recalled Jiang Yu's chest in the bathtub. Covering her face, she nearly cried. Oh, she hated those who developed so well at such a young age. After the bath, Shang Shui's psyche suffered a heavy blow. Fortunately, Yize still had a conscience and gave her 2 crystal cores as payment for the treatment. Fine, she reluctantly accepted. But soon after hearing what Yize said, the smile on her face gradually faded, and she even harbored hostility towards him. Yize told Fan Jian, after being scratched by a zombie, there is a probability of becoming a zombie, and there is also a chance of awakening abilities. Whether one can awaken abilities relates to their physical constitution. You can think about it, whether to remain an ordinary person or take the risk to awaken abilities. Shang Shui listened to every word Yize said to Fan Jian. Fan Jian was a bit conflicted. If there was a chance to awaken, of course it would be better to awaken. But there was also a 50% chance of becoming a zombie, which made him uneasy. It wasn't that he feared death. If he truly became a zombie, it would just be a matter of losing one life. What worried him was that if he became a zombie his attack power would greatly increase, and it would not be good if he accidentally hurt people here. If only Yize knew what he was thinking, he would have to say he was overthinking. Oh, with his small frame, even if he became a zombie he would probably be handled with just one hand. Let me think. I disagree. Shang Shui glared angrily at Fan Jian, while he instinctively trembled. She pushed her wheelchair in front of Yize, refusing with unprecedented emotional display. Don't mention this again, I disagree. Fan Jian wanted to say something, but she shot him a glare that silenced him. Fine, even if he wanted to say something he dared not speak now. Perhaps afraid that he would really do as Yize suggested. Shang Shui did not return indoors after they left. Seeing her sulking in place, Fan Jian wanted to push her back, but did not expect that his action would trigger Shang Shui. What a strong little girl. She had never cried no matter what happened, but now she sat in her wheelchair, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her cry, Fan Jian panicked, using his dirty sleeve to wipe Shang Shui's face. Don't cry, I'll do whatever you say, just don't cry. Brother. I'm here, don't cry, I won't take that risk. Fan Jian noticed that her pretty little face was becoming dirtier with each wipe, and feeling guilty, he wanted to find a clean corner of his clothing to wipe her face. Shang Shui was genuinely heartbroken. She had witnessed her parents being bitten, and had experienced being abandoned by relatives who cared nothing for her well-being. Later, when she was despairingly waiting for death, it was Fan Jian, whom she had always thought was foolish, who carried her home. He even risked bringing back her wheelchair, grinning at her, as he said, "It's okay, your brother will take care of you from now on." Even when she was bitten by zombies, he never thought of abandoning her. Even when he had the opportunity to leave, he didn't leave her behind. When Yize came to rescue them, Shang Shui intentionally stayed behind. She actually wanted to know how Fan Jian would choose when faced with the temptation to leave. From the moment Fan Jian chose to stay with her, Shang Shui sincerely regarded him as family. She had lost too many loved ones, and didn't want to lose the only remaining family in this world. Seeing Shang Shui crying so painfully, Fan Jian knew she was recalling those bad memories, so he squatted in front of her, and gently rubbed her head. "Okay, brother, promises you no more risks. From now on you'll support me." Shang Shui, seeing that he had agreed, and that he wasn't just trying to deceive her, gradually calmed down her tears. In the next room, Xian Wenrui, being an ability user, was also sensitive to spiritual energy and heard everything clearly. Xian Wenrui looked on with envy, thinking how nice it would be to have a little childhood sweetheart who cared for him like this. Yize, who witnessed everything, sighed and thought, well, let it be. Only Jiangyu stood there watching the tears on Shang Shui's face. She curiously touched the corner of her own eyes and found them dry. Jiangyu had recently developed a new habit, frequently touching the corners of her eyes. Yize initially assumed she was experiencing eye discomfort. He pulled her onto his lap and examined her closely for a long while, yet found nothing unusual in her pitch-black eyes. Fan Jian watched this scene unfold and rubbed the goosebumps rising on his arms. He couldn't recall ever noticing how affectionate Yize had become since falling in love. Who back at school had once declared that Yize's very appearance screamed playboy. Fan Jian longed to capture these tender moments and slap them across those skeptics' faces. Fan Jian even wondered whether awakening an ability somehow rewired one's neural pathways. Otherwise, how could they remain so unnervingly calm in the presence of zombies? He himself felt a chill every time he saw Jiangyu, gooseflesh rising in wave after wave. He deeply admired Yize. How day after day could he sleep cradling a zombie whose eyes were utterly black and skin tinged with ashen blue? Didn't he wake up terrified in the dead of night? Even if Jiangyu were beautiful, surely that couldn't outweigh such horror. When Fan Jian voiced this sentiment to Shang Shui, she looked genuinely bewildered and replied, "No, I find Jiangyu quite endearing." Fan Jian stared dumbfounded. Was reality itself unraveling? He believed himself the sole sane person left in the base. Yes, he called Yize's hideout a base, though it currently housed only 4 humans and 1 zombie. Yize provided shelter, but food had to be scavenged independently. Shang Shui administered daily treatment to Jiangyu in exchange for rations from Yize. Though Shang Shui claimed she would support Fan Jian, he, fully able-bodied and fiercely independent, refused to become a freeloading dependent. From Xian Wenrui, Fan Jian learned that Yize hunted zombies outside once every 7 days, and Xian Wenrui seized those opportunities to collect zombie crystal cores or restock essential supplies. Xian Wenrui could also purify water using his ability, trading it for desired goods with Yize. Fan Jian possessed no ability rendering him unable to barter in kind. Thus, he resolved to accompany Yize on his next expedition and hunt zombies himself. When Fan Jian announced his intention to go out, Shang Shui fell silent. Knowing protest was futile, then proposed joining him. The two even exchanged sharp words over it. In the end, the entire group ventured forth together. Fortunately, this outing proved relatively uneventful. Aside from low-tier zombies, they encountered no significantly threatening creatures. They also stumbled upon a group of survivors. Peering through a crack in the door, the survivors burst into tears of joy, believing deliverance had finally arrived. "That's a zombie. Kill her now. Yes, kill her, or we'll never let you inside." Yize reflected. His temper truly had grown more restrained. Rather than instantly slaughtering them, he allowed their clamor to echo unchecked. Inside, who'd willingly enter your rat hole? If you refuse to emerge, stay hidden, we're not inconvenienced. Before the apocalypse, Fan Jian had been a privileged young master accustomed to asserting his will. Tolerance was not in his nature. Shang Shui observed that among those speaking there were no women, children, or elders, only able-bodied adults. Any perceptive person could infer what had transpired. The apocalypse had magnified humanity's darkest impulses beyond measure. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Shang Shui sighed softly and turned away. Yet as the group began to walk off, the people inside panicked anew. Exchanging grim glances, the survivors' eyes hardened with cruelty. They might fear zombies, but they feared humans not at all. The moment Yize's group turned away, the door slid open without a sound. Several figures wielding wooden clubs lunged to seize the group's supplies. But before they drew near, they froze midair, rigid as statues. In the next instant, their flesh swelled grotesquely, veins bulging violently. Then with thunderous bursts they exploded into crimson mist. Without glancing back, Yize calmly led Zhang Yu away. Curiosity overpowering revulsion, Fan Jian glanced back. Witnessing bloody fragments raining down, the once living reduced to unrecognizable ruin. Only Yize possessed the power to enact such devastation. Fan Jian turned forward again, swallowing the bile rising in his throat, gripping Shang Shui's wheelchair tightly, clinging to composure by sheer will. Brother, don't be afraid. We harm none who do not harm us. This was their own doing. Fan Jian gazed at his companions. Calm, unruffled, utterly composed, and inwardly wept. What precisely had he just joined? A villainous cabal. The survivors who'd shouted moments earlier now stood frozen mute, not even daring to whimper as their comrades perished. Shang Shui's composure far surpassed Fan Jian's. Faced with such horror, her expression remained serene. As an abilituser, her perception exceeded Fan Jian's. She felt no outrage toward Yize. Had those survivors refrained from aggression, he would have ignored them entirely. Before they'd even exited the residential district, Yize frowned, sensing an eerie, inexplicable aura. Zhang Yu, the sole zombie among them, felt it even more acutely. That unsettling presence stirred a strange compulsion within her to investigate. Yize held Zhang Yu's hand as she stepped toward the house, and made no move to stop her. The uncanny scent emanated from a unit within the apartment building. He guided her closer. Upon opening the first door, they realized this dwelling bore less resemblance to a residence, and far more to an illicit laboratory. Bloodstains clearly dragged across the floor marred the pristine white walls. Overhead lights flickered erratically, casting an oppressive, unnatural unease. All present held their breath, motionless. Yize extended his spiritual sense inward, yet detected no anomaly. His hand rested on the doorknob, turning it slowly. The instant the door cracked open, a ceiling-crawling zombie whirled its head, a full 360 degrees, tongue lashing out as it hurled itself toward them. Shit! Startled, Fan Jian stumbled backwards several paces, with Shang Shui hastily ducking behind Xian Wenrui. Though ferocious, the creature was swiftly dispatched. Its crystal core extracted. It was merely a low-tier zombie. Yize approached, shining his flashlight upon the corpse, and noticed sutures crisscrossing its body. Rather than assuming it had always appeared thus, he suspected it had been deliberately stitched together by human hands. Sweeping the beam across the room, he revealed rows of glass jars, each containing preserved organs, human zombie, and an entire shelf of human embryos. Or perhaps not exclusively human. Upon closer inspection, Yize suspected some embryos might be hybrid human-zombie constructs. All, however, were lifeless. Who is this monster? Utterly deranged. Xian Wenrui stared, shaken anew by humanity's plummeting moral abyss. Let's go now. This place is suffocating. I keep feeling something's about to lurch out from the shadows. Too terrifying. Let's leave. Trembling, Fan Jian clung to Xian Wenrui's back. But even in his terror, he positioned Shang Shui securely between himself and Xian Wenrui. The space unsettled not only the humans, but the zombie too. Zhang Yu recoiled, smashing every jar in sight with furious gestures. Yet her face remained clouded with deep unease. Noting Zhang Yu's mounting distress, Yize led her out of the subterranean unit. Only upon emerging did the group collectively inhale, freely, deeply, as if reborn. Just as they prepared to depart, the little zombie's gaze locked onto the stairwell corner. She wrenched free from Yize's grasp and darted forward with startling speed. Yize's hand went abruptly empty. His expression darkened as he pursued. What's happening? The others exchanged puzzled glances, and followed. A coppery stench of blood wafted from the stairwell. Zhang Yu shoved aside cardboard boxes blocking the landing, then stepped twice into the gloom, where she met the wide, terrified eyes of an emaciated woman drenched in blood, her swollen belly straining against tattered clothes. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, the figure's eyes widened with seething fury, like a caged beast coiled tight. Every muscle taut hatred blazing fiercely in their gaze. Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon the woman's swollen abdomen. Before her stood a skeletal figure. Skin stretched taut over bone, cheeks sunken beyond recognition, blood still oozing steadily from her chest. Her frame was grotesquely emaciated, so frail that even standing upright seemed to threaten the collapse of her own bones under the weight of her belly. Beneath her a pool of viscous ashen-black blood, mingled with vivid crimson, spread across the floor. In comparison, she resembled a zombie far more than Jiang Yu did. Jiang Yu sniffed the air, brow furrowing in quiet confusion, uncertain whether the being before her was human or something else entirely. What the hell? There's another person here. Fan Jian staggered back a step. Though he had witnessed countless horrors in the apocalypse, this woman's condition was too harrowing to bear looking at directly. Her exposed body held no trace of grace, her skin slack and sagging ribs starkly visible beneath the parchment-thin flesh. Countless needle marks and signs of brutal abuse marred her body, sending chills down the spine. A deep gash gaped open across her chest, bleeding steadily, staining the desiccated contours of her torso and soaking into the ground. Even upon seeing others of her kind, no flicker of relief crossed her face, only pupils constricting in raw resistance, terror, and utter despair. Yize's spiritual sense surpassed that of the others. He had noticed her long ago, but paid her little mind. Indeed, when his gaze drifted to her swollen belly, a faint trace of revulsion flickered in his eyes. It wasn't directed at her, or even at the life within her womb, but rather at the chilling confirmation once again of humanity's lowest conceivable threshold. Shang Shui, seated in her wheelchair, the only lucid woman present, felt the woman's suffering with visceral empathy. Without hesitation, she shrugged off her coat and draped it gently over the broken form. Then she instructed the dazed Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui to hastily erect a makeshift shelter from cardboard, offering her some measure of privacy and dignity. Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui blinked in stunned silence before scrambling for the cardboard, still reeling, their minds utterly blank, unable to process what they were witnessing. Yize possessed the strongest spiritual sense among them, and thus endured the most acute sensory assault. The metallic tang of rust mingled with the sickly sweetness of decay, stirring memories best left buried. Jiang Yu, come here. Yize extended his hand. She still stood frozen before the woman, glancing back repeatedly until finally she grasped his hand, and only then did the cardboard barrier obscure her view. Just as Yize turned to leave, a guttural, agonized groan erupted from within. Shang Shui's voice trembled. She's giving birth. Yize felt Jiang Yu's fingers tighten sharply around his left hand. He could not fathom why she cared so deeply for the abomination growing inside that woman's womb. Leave her be. What she carries is no human child. His voice was devoid of warmth, cold, detached, merciless. The others froze, stunned into silence. With a single sweep of his spiritual sense, he knew she would not survive. Her organs had rotted away, entirely consumed to nourish the thing inside her. Shang Shui's efforts to save her were futile. Shang Shui probed her condition, and her heart lurched. Just as Yize had said, she sensed it too, a monster. The woman's belly convulsed violently, as if the child within sought to tear its way out. Her body writhed as though torn apart from within. Bones creaking, head lolling forward, limbs trembling uncontrollably, a ragged guttural shriek tearing from her blood-flecked throat. Her anguished wails pierced the hearts of all who heard them. Jiang Yu sensed it clearly: hatred, rage, unbearable pain. Driven by some last vestige of instinct, she clutched Shang Shui's arm with desperate strength, tears streaming endlessly from her eyes, each drop streaked with blood. Jiang Yu's gaze remained fixed on that corner for a long while. Then, almost absently, she pressed a hand to her own chest. Her heart did not beat. A quiet, curious wonder flickered in her expression. Yize glanced down at Jiang Yu. If you wish to go, then go. Shang Shui, previously torn between duty and uncertainty, exhaled softly. Only when she saw Yize grant Jiang Yu permission to enter did she relax, knowing she now had the brief, precious time she needed. The woman, who had once feared zombies, lay with eyes tightly shut, unaware of Jiang Yu's approach, until cold, ashen-blue hands closed gently over hers, jolting her eyes wide open. Terror flashed across her face. She thrashed wildly, but the excruciating cramps seizing her abdomen sapped her strength. Weeping, she collapsed motionless where she lay. Jiang Yu tilted her head and tenderly wiped away the tears. Meanwhile, Shang Shui poured every ounce of her ability into stabilizing the woman. While outside the flimsy cardboard barrier, Fan Jian's frantic questions buzzed like static. Jiang Yu's pitch-black eyes locked onto the woman's despair. Then, in a single breathless instant, Yize lifted his head sharply. At that very moment, Jiang Yu caught the woman's overwhelming emotions and slipped unbidden into her memories. She saw the woman's terror at the dawn of the apocalypse, her fleeting joy at being taken in, and then the slow, suffocating descent into despair, repeated again and again as a test subject. The humiliation of forced coupling with zombies, the systematic erasure of her humanity. Dozens before her had failed and died. Only this one, designated subject 016, had clung tenaciously to life. The monster gnawed at her flesh, fed on her vitality, while she endured both physical torment and psychological ruin. Naked, degraded, surviving like a stray dog on the edge of oblivion. She loathed the scientists who conducted the experiments, and when one of them vanished without return, she seized the chaos to flee. She knew she would die, but refused to perish in that damp, lightless basement buried alive in darkness. She hated the thing in her womb, hated the apocalypse that had devoured human compassion, hated everything. Jiang Yu, wah! An infant's cry and Yize's sharp call shattered the suffocating tide of despair. Jiang Yu blinked, startled back to awareness. Yize gripped her shoulders, his expression grave as he scanned her closely. What just happened? He had sensed a distinct surge of anomalous energy, emanating unmistakably from her. Yet the subject herself remained bewildered, turning instead to gaze at the woman lying on the floor, nearly spent, her life ebbing away. And beside her, a newborn hastily swaddled, wailing with fierce, unbroken vigor. The woman's lips were parched and tinged black-purple. Blood and ashen-black fluid still welled thickly from between her legs. Even Shang Xue's exhausted abilities could not halt the inevitable. As Yize had foretold, she would not survive. With stiff, deliberate motion, she turned her head, gazing upon the creature she had just birthed. Listening to its cries, she stared, filled with loathing, venom, and final absolute resolve. And with her last breath crushed the monstrous life she herself had brought into the world. The monster's wailing gradually faded as the woman's hand trembled violently, yet she reached out, closed her eyes, and with ruthless resolve dug out the crystal core embedded within the creature's skull. She clutched the crystal core tightly in her palm, refusing to let go, watching as the creature slowly lost vitality. Its cries subsiding into silence, its life ebbing away completely. Staring at the motionless corpse, she laughed. A final ragged, unhinged laugh, until at its end a quiet serenity softened her gaze, followed by the faintest trace of sorrowful compassion. Whether that compassion was for herself, or for the newborn creature she had just strangled to death, remained unclear. She seemed aware that Jiang Yu had just glimpsed her memories, and she had sensed Jiang Yu's emotional resonance. With her last strength, she rasped in a voice raw and broken, "Don't let me become a zombie." Infection with the zombie virus often meant reanimation even after death, and she loathed zombies above all else. She would never under any circumstance become one of those flesh-eating abominations. Her eyes remained wide open, yet all signs of human life had vanished. Only a glistening tear lingered at the corner of one eye. Jiang Yu reached out and gently touched the woman's cold, lifeless form, her own expression clouded with bewilderment. She hadn't fully grasped the dying woman's final plea, not truly understood it, but an inexplicable melancholy had already settled deep within her. Yize, sensing Jiang Yu's quiet desolation, retrieved a set of clothing from his spatial storage. Shang Xue accepted the garments with hesitant disbelief, uncertain whether Yize had for once chosen mercy. "Dress her," he instructed. Yize addressed Shang Xue, then glanced down at the woman lying on the floor. Her death brutal, her suffering emblematic of countless others in this apocalyptic wasteland. In such times burial held little meaning. Yet he did not object. Not out of sentiment, but for Jiang Yu's sake. At least let her depart with dignity. It was perhaps the rarest flicker of compassion Yize had ever permitted himself. He admired her, this woman, who had slain the creature without hesitation with such chilling resolve. Only after Shang Xue had clothed the woman and gently closed her eyelids did Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui lower the cardboard barriers, allowing pale light to flood the shadow-choked stairwell. "What do we do with this little monster's body?" Xian Wenrui looked up at his brother Lu, voice uncertain. "Leave it here." Yize possessed no surplus sympathy, not for such a grotesque being nor for formal burial. He left the crystal core still clutched in the woman's stiffened hand. No one among them dared approach the corpse of that half-human, half-zombie infant. Not even to glance at it. So deeply did it stir revulsion, raising gooseflesh across their skin. Shang Xue gazed upon the dead woman, weary, yet heavy-hearted, and sighed softly before turning uncertainly toward Yize. "Could we bury her?" Jiang Yu continued to watch the shrouded figure, strangely moved by a quiet, fragile wave of empathy. Perhaps stirred by the lingering echo of the woman's final memories subtly coloring her own emotions. Yize watched Jiang Yu in silence. Beneath the suffocating weight of perpetual gloom, a hairline fracture finally appeared. His long-dead heart stirred with pain, as if a decayed soul were beginning at last to break free from its chains. Noting Jiang Yu's subtle shift, he suppressed the tumult within him, and said quietly, "Then bury her properly." At his words, the zombie lifted her head instantly. Though she did not fully comprehend their meaning, she sensed instinctively that it was not ill for the woman. Even in this ruined world, finding a fitting place for burial was nearly impossible. And worse, the deceased might yet reanimate as zombies. Following the woman's unspoken wish, to prevent her reanimation, they chose cremation instead. The fire consumed her faster than expected. Perhaps because so little flesh remained upon her bones. The flames roared fiercely, erasing every mark of abuse etched upon her body. Yize watched the woman burn. This woman who had fought until her final breath to die as a human. Her suffering mirrored his own, past the agony of having his liver and heart torn out, reduced to a numbered experiment. A surge of fury erupted within him. His abilities flared, intensifying the blaze. Flesh sizzled, hair crackled, and the scent of burning tissue filled the air. Still unsatisfied, he unleashed another torrent of flame, reducing the shattered basement laboratory to ash. Jiang Yue, overwhelmed by his volatile aura, watched him with red-rimmed eyes, her own power humming in uneasy resonance. In the next instant, heedless of the roaring inferno, primal hunger overrode all reason. Jiang Yue lunged forward with blinding speed, launching herself at him. Her sharp fangs sank into Lu Yize's forearm, but drew no blood. Yet the searing pain wrenched him violently back from the abyss of memory. He looked down at Jiang Yue, her face buried against his arm, her eyes reflecting the dancing firelight. Without a word, he slid his hand to the nape of her neck and held her there. The others stood frozen, silent, afraid even to breathe. Within the blaze, the ruined laboratory collapsed. The numbered test subjects perished one by one, while the woman at last shed her monstrous guise, dissolving into brittle human bone. A single, unmistakably human skeleton. Lu Yize gazed upon the scattered remains amid the embers, his rage receding. Calm returned. He withdrew his abilities, then gripped Jiang Yue's jaw, forcing her to release her bite. From his spatial storage, he tossed forward a wooden box. Place the bones inside, then bury them. Xian Wenrui caught the box, and with Fan Jian set off to gather the woman's remains. Even Fan Jian, a privileged heir before the fall, uttered no complaint, no sentimental lament. They collected every fragment, meticulously placing each bone reverently into the box. Then Lu Yize used his ability to compress the entire skeleton into fine pale ash, just enough to fill the container perfectly. Shang Shui held the box, hesitating. When Lu Yize remained silent, she ventured softly, "I think she wouldn't want to stay here. Perhaps we should bury her outside." For anyone else, Lu Yize would have shown no such mercy. But as a fellow test subject, he knew intimately the desperate, consuming desire to escape this place. He did not refuse. Carrying a box of ashes was, after all, a trivial thing. They exited the residential complex and walked to the open grassland of the nearby park, where Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian dug a grave together, lowered the box inside, and erected a simple stone marker. The stone bore no name, yet it signified something vital. Beneath it lay a person. This woman, nameless, identity erased, had at last been laid to rest as a human being. She had never been a monster, not merely a vessel for monstrosity. She was flesh and blood, alive and defiant. Even as she bore a creature, she crushed it with her own hands. A woman of fierce, unbroken spirit. This, her final unyielding act, was her humanity's last, most sacred possession, dignity. Jiang Yue gazed at the tombstone, unable to tear her eyes away. She seemed to recall the woman's name buried deep within that other woman's memories. It was as if she knew it. Zhang Qian. Her voice halted the group just as they were about to leave. Every pair of eyes snapped toward her. What? Lu Yize's grip on Jiang Yue's hand tightened, yet she remained silent, shifting her attention entirely to him, as though the words she'd just spoken had never crossed her lips. To her, the man before her, her designated sustenance, tasted unusually sweet today, his entire body radiating a potent, intoxicating aura of latent abilities. All she needed was to consume him and sate her hunger. She did not realize this surge stemmed from Lu Yize's emotional turbulence, causing his abilities to flare uncontrollably. Shang Shui, standing closest, caught her whisper clearly and stared uncertainly at the blank tombstone. Did Jiang Yue just speak the woman's name? Possibly. Xian Wenrui, also an ability user, ventured hesitantly. But how could she possibly know? And, has our sister-in-law begun speaking again? I didn't hear a thing. I couldn't even make out the words. How do you two have such sharp ears? Fan Jian, the only non-ability user among them and one with less than keen hearing, had missed Jiang Yue's utterance entirely and now reasonably suspected he was being deliberately excluded. Lu Yize fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Yue, searching for answers behind her anomaly. Yet disappointingly, she remained utterly impassive, her expression unchanged from that of a mindless zombie. Sensing the silence thickening, Xian Wenrui broke it. Enough. We'll never confirm which characters those are anyway. Let's go. True. Fan Jian agreed. If we carved the wrong characters, it would be even worse. Better to leave the stone bare. Meanwhile, Lu Yize pressed harder, desperate to discern Jiang Yue's true state. Under Lu Yize's mounting pressure, Jiang Yue bared her teeth, instinctively, muscles coiling in wary aggression. Shang Shui feared she might soon be subdued, or worse. To divert Lu Yize's focus and relieve Jiang Yue of his oppressive scrutiny, Shang Shui interjected, "Brother Lu. Earlier I noticed 3 digits inked across the woman's lower back, 016. Could this child be connected to them?" At the number, Lu Yize's expression barely flickered. "Not hers," he replied, coldly, recalling the monstrous being born of that woman. "It's the creature's designation." Earlier inside the laboratory, they had seen several deceased, grotesquely deformed embryos, each labeled with numbers ranging from 1 to 15. Those embryos began as faint echoes of human form, then warped, twisted, and collapsed under successive experimental failures. One bore teeth and bone erupting through its skull. Another possessed only mutated, shambling limbs. No torso, no head. Its entire frame contorted into a single writhing mass. Xian Wenrui and Shang Shui exchanged grim, heavy glances. In this apocalyptic world, some humans committed atrocities beyond reason or comprehension. Have they lost their minds? Fan Jian voiced his bewilderment aloud. Unable to fathom humanity descending to such depths even amid ruin. Who can say? Xian Wanrui sighed softly in reply. They cast one final glance at the nameless tombstone. Then Shang Shui stepped forward and placed upon it a single flower. Fresh, dewy, and still vibrant, kept hidden close to her heart all along. Let's go. Fan Jian waved from a distance. Shang Shui pushed her wheelchair forward in response, coming. May this lonely soul finally find peace. The unsettling incident left them somber on the ride back, each lost in quiet thought. In his previous life, Yize had never heard of any hybrid creature, neither fully human nor wholly zombified. That meant Subject 016 likely perished early in his prior timeline. Perhaps the sheer brutality of what they'd witnessed simply refused to fade from memory. Fan Jian scratched his head in confusion. Tell me, how could that little monster look both human and zombified at once? Could it be that her mother was infected with the zombie virus while pregnant? Unlikely, Xian Wanrui countered. Someone may have deliberately engineered a fusion of human and zombie biology. Look at the dozens of embryos preserved in that basement. Damn. Utterly deranged. Fan Jian exhaled sharply. Shang Shui recalled the adult human bodies suspended in glass vessels. Some were undoubtedly abducted women, intentionally infected while carrying children. When societal order crumbled and law vanished, the vulnerable suffered first. Are these people insane? How could anyone conceive such horrors? Fan Jian struggled to comprehend the twisted logic behind such acts. Who knows? Compared to their shock, Yize regarded it all with chilling familiarity. This was still the dawn of the apocalypse. Many clung to hope for civilization's return, striving to suppress their darkest impulses. But in the late stages of the collapse, humanity turned upon itself, and atrocities like these multiplied without restraint. In the ruins of the world, mutated flora and fauna, and even transformed zombies, were less terrifying than humankind unshackled from morality. Their mission today was to collect zombie crystal cores. Yize watched the sky outside the window. This time they needed far more than usual, because in his memory extreme weather loomed. They would likely remain confined indoors for an extended period. They would also stockpile supplies. When they arrived again at the shopping mall's perimeter, the commercial district lay in utter devastation. Nearly all goods had been stripped bare. Only hundreds of shambling zombies roamed the hollowed-out corridors. So many. Fan Jian shuddered. Yize noticed something subtle in Jiang Yu's eyes upon seeing the zombies. Not the gleam of hunger, but something deeper, resonance, almost kinship. He darkened. Fatty. Stay in the vehicle. Watch Jiang Yu. Shang Shui moved with difficulty. Fan Jian was practically useless, and Xian Wanrui's sole utility lay in dispensing water. None could meaningfully assist. Better to go alone than risk dragging them down. It was only because Yize had gradually come to trust Jiang Yu, tempering his own pathological possessiveness, that he dared leave her behind. Moreover, his spiritual awareness had strengthened. Even at a distance, he could still sense her condition. Otherwise, he would never have allowed her to slip from his sight. Jiang Yu watched Yize prepare to depart, tilted her head in quiet puzzlement, and instinctively tried to follow, only to be firmly detained inside the vehicle. She settled instead into the front passenger seat, claws scraping against the window, utterly bewildered why Yize had abandoned her. Just one solitary undead. Here. Yize had chosen not to bring Jiang Yu because he sensed an elusive presence. An aura carefully veiled, so well concealed that even his expanded spiritual perception failed to pinpoint its origin. That presence carried the weight of a peer, a threat equal in potency, and that above all else made him unwilling to let Jiang Yu accompany him. On the mall's first floor, not far from an exit, most of the shops had been ransacked. Some stores deeper within the mall still held more untouched supplies because of clusters of zombies, though they lay roughly 100 meters from the exit. On September 14th, a comet fell and the zombifying plague erupted. It happened to be a Saturday, the final working day before the mid-autumn holiday. If they could hold on until the next day, a long-awaited holiday would begin. Unfortunately, an unforgiving schedule change had forced them to remain at their stations on the eve of the catastrophe. The office building teemed with resentful workers clustered together, accelerating the spread of the plague. The mall and the office were not far apart, and by then the mall had been overrun by hordes of zombies. The moment Yize stepped into the mall, the zombies froze inexplicably, then slowly turned their heads, their collective gaze converging upon him. The atmosphere held a breath, then the zombies surged, as if awakening, swarming in Yize's direction. One zombie was singularly aberrant, mutated. It crawled with terrifying speed, its limbs snapping in frantic rhythm. Its face was a ruin of flesh save for a grotesque row of teeth distorting half its skull. Yize wielded his power, crushing several zombie skulls in succession. As that mutated creature closed in, his gaze locked onto it, a heartbeat earlier. Yet the mutant moved with uncanny swiftness and a heightened sensitivity to his ability, evading the spatial constraint Yize had summoned. Yize calmly withdrew the energy shrouding the zombie. As it lunged, he concentrated all his power into his left hand and struck the creature's neck with a rear elbow. With a thunderous crack, the lunging body was flipped upward and hurled several meters. Pus still oozed from its mangled face, sizzling onto the floor. The crash carried outside. Jiangyu snapped her head up and drove her elbow into the car window. The impact spidered the glass outward from the strike center. Her motion startled the others, though she seemed oblivious. She struck again, and the lattice of glass shattered completely. Jiangyu planted her hands lithe and decisive and vaulted out. It all unfolded within seconds. By the time Xian Wenrui registered it, he shoved what he held into Fan Jian's hands and declared they were doomed, insisting he would go to help while urging the others to stay. Fan Jian, hearing this, also wanted to assist, but Shang Shui stopped him, insisting that going now would only complicate matters. Fan Jian fell silent, unable to argue. When Xian Wenrui ran into the mall, he found his sister-in-law already crushing a zombie skull with one hand. Yellowish-white brain matter dripped from her black-pointed claws. Lu Yize glanced toward where Jiangyu stood. Once assured she was unharmed, he redirected his gaze and formed several spatial blades in the air, slashing at the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie's tattered garments tore apart as it accelerated to an even greater speed. Fine beads of black blood welled from within, its crawling limbs convulsed and its muscles bulged. Blackness crept over its limbs, the oozing black ichor dripping onto the floor with a putrid, corrosive stench. He seized another zombie and flung it toward Lu Yize. The moment it was struck, black pus seeping from his palm corroded the lesser creature's body. The toxin-laced zombie was hurled at Lu Yize. He ignored the incoming projectile, his eyes fixed on the mutant. The spatial blades he conjured became a whirlwind that shredded the zombies within the mall. The mutant sensed danger and recoiled, rolling backward as it twisted to evade, only to have its retreat cut off by an emergent wall of water that lasted barely 3 seconds. As the wall dissipated, an azure-black claw ripped through its rear 5 talons, sinking into the mutant's rotten face. A shrill, piercing sound split the air. Spatial blades from behind severed its limbs and head, yet even this failed to kill it outright. The crystalline core embedded in its skull had not been removed. The already putrid head continued to leak pus, corroding the floor beneath. Jiang Yu's black claws and cyan-hued hand had been corroded by the mutant. Her arm hung at her side, black blood dripping. Lu Yize's expression darkened as his gaze fixed upon her damaged hand. The rolling skull kept grinning as it lunged toward him. Lu Yize's stare grew glacial as he planted his foot on the rotten head, sealing off its escape. Pressure-mounted bones snapped amid the mutant's screeching, until with a loud bang its skull shattered, brain matter spattering black ichor fouling the floor, and the orange crystal core crushed beneath Lu Yize's boot. The remaining zombies, as if receiving an unseen command, began to withdraw. Xian Wenrui, breathless from exhausting his ability, reacted in astonishment. He panted that the water wall had held for only 3 seconds, which had already been the utmost limit of his power. Lu Yize instructed them to bring Shang Shui over. His gaze had been fixed on a single direction, though he soon diverted it. He reached Jiang Yu's side and stared at her wounded hand. Memories from a previous life surged through him, and his eyes grew momentarily fierce and uncontrolled. He should never have allowed Jiang Yu out of the domain of his ability. In this world, nothing was safe. Seeing her hand, Xian Wenrui understood at once and went to fetch Shang Shui from the car. When Shang Shui and Fan Jian entered the mall and beheld the scattered carcasses of zombies, their faces drained of color. The air was thick with rot and a nauseating stench. Shang Shui held herself together, but Fan Jian could not contain himself and knelt to vomit. Seeing Lu Yize's expression, Shang Shui did not hesitate and moved to tend Jiang Yue, but the corrosive pus was too severe. Having exhausted her ability, Shang Shui could only barely repair the wounds. The newly regenerated skin did not match its original jade hue. It resembled a piece of fine jade stained with black ink. Shang Shui said apologetically that several more treatments would be necessary. Shang Shui apologized to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu paid no mind to the uneven coloration. She scratched at her claws, felt no pain, and inwardly reaffirmed that her secondary contingency remained secure. Lu Yize grasped Jiang Yu's hand and rubbed it. The skin was smooth, but the blackened wound was jarring. Irritated, he noticed a gaze. Lu Yize looked up and met the eye of a zombie on the 5th floor, holding a skull in its hand. The skull-bearing zombie averted its gaze, then lowered its head to stare intently at Jiang Yu's healed wound, before slowly shifting its attention to Shang Shui in the wheelchair. It cocked its head, as if thinking, then appraised the greatest threat, Lu Yize. After a brief assessment, it fondled the skull against its chest and slipped away into the shadows. This was merely a mutual probing between the zombie sovereign and Lu Yize. They both knew their strengths were evenly matched and neither would rashly strike first. The zombie sovereign's power ranked at level 2, identical to Lu Yize's. Should they truly clash, neither would gain an advantage. Lu Yize glanced briefly at Jiang Yu. Indeed, zombies advanced far more swiftly by consuming cultivators than by absorbing zombie crystals. Though Jiang Yu now surpassed ordinary zombies in strength, she still fell short of the current zombie sovereign. Lu Yize absent-mindedly rotated the ring on Jiang Yu's left hand. How did sister-in-law manage to keep her ring? Xian Wenrui, noticing the band on her finger, spoke with genuine surprise. After all, witnessing Jiang Yu's brutal slaughter of zombies earlier had made even him instinctively step back, fearing she might in her blood-fueled frenzy eliminate him without hesitation. Yize remained silent, instead gently clasping Jiang Yu's fingertips with his own hand, the one bearing an identical wedding band. He had braced himself for her losing each ring she wore, yet she had preserved it with unexpected care. Shang Shui herself, a sensitive cultivator, asked uneasily, "Brother Lu, what was that skull-clutching zombie on the 5th floor just now? A high-tier zombie, perhaps already fixated on you?" Yize, recognizing Shang Shui's intelligence and the critical utility of her ability, offered this rare warning with uncharacteristic benevolence. He spoke no exaggeration. In his past life, after the zombie sovereign seemingly regained fragments of human memory, he relentlessly hunted cultivators possessing unique abilities. Rumors claimed he sought to resurrect his beloved. Shang Shui, whose rare talent had been exposed while healing Jiang Yu, would likely have already been seized by the zombie sovereign had he not feared Yize's intervention. Even Jiang Yu, now merely a level 1 zombie, already possessed human-like senses and flickers of emotion. How much more so the zombie sovereign who had ascended to level 2? His persistent carrying of that skull suggested a dim, instinctive recognition. Its former owner held profound significance to him. He's a zombie, and still lecherous. Is he the undead Casanova? Fan Jian erupted in outrage upon learning Shang Shui had drawn the zombie sovereign's attention. Wait, could that skull-bearing zombie be the same one we encountered at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Xian Wenrui, recalling the skull, immediately thought of the zombie devouring his newlywed wife's corpse. Seeing Yize offer no denial, Xian Wenrui hastily retrieved the marriage certificate he always carried and placed it before Shang Shui. Take a look. Is it him? Shang Shui lowered her gaze to the document. As she opened it, 2 young people smiled warmly toward the camera. The woman in the photograph smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, like early summer sunlight spilling across a meadow, radiant and tender, leaning affectionately against the man beside her. Her shoulders sat slightly lower than his, yet the height difference felt perfectly harmonious. The man beside her bore a face of resolute strength, his features sharp, his presence commanding even in stillness. His gaze was unwavering, his dark pupils candid and fervent when fixed upon her. Within their depths lingered a quiet, deeply guarded love, unspoken yet unmistakable in the effortless closeness of their bodies. Shang Shui could not reconcile the striking, noble-faced man in the photo with the monstrous figure she'd glimpsed moments before. Yet an uncanny resonance between them confirmed beyond doubt that they were one and the same. Must be him. Recalling that chilling instant, like the frozen stare of a serpent, Shang Shui clenched her fists silently. Not bad-looking, and his wife stunning too. So why become a lecherous corpse? A lecherous zombie? Fan Jian leaned in, delivering his verdict with blunt candor. Not necessarily. Brother Lu said he's a high-tier zombie. Look at our sister-in-law, she's nothing like ordinary zombies. Perhaps he differs from them as well. Back then he was gnawing on a corpse, now he carries a skull. Could his fixation on Shang Shui stem from a desperate attempt to resurrect his wife? Xian Wenrui continued his analysis. Dead. Can the dead truly return? Fan Jian stared stunned. Shang Shui replied, voice icy and final, no. The deceased might reanimate as zombies, but once a zombie's crystal-shattered, resurrection became impossible. On this truth she spoke with authority unmatched by any. If mere skull fragments sufficed for rebirth, then her parents, buried beneath her family home, might also rise again. Indeed, it cannot be done. In his past life, Yize had watched Jiang Yu die before his eyes, and afterward he had raged, broken, and lost himself utterly. He had tried every method imaginable to revive a zombie, only to meet failure at every turn. Memories of that past life tightened like a vice around his heart. Jiang Yu's bluish-black scars evoked the suffocating dread of year 15 of the apocalypse. Yize's grip on Jiang Yu's hand tightened, his mind drowning once more in the venomous tides of past vengeance. He had exacted retribution before, but grief remained indelible. This time, even if nothing had yet occurred, he would still hunt them down unrelenting. As Cui Yingying and Dong Hong had once declared, Yize is a man of relentless retribution. His grudges burn until death itself extinguishes them. Jiang Yu tugged her hand free. Instantly Yize enveloped her in his ability, frowning in irritation. Yet he quickly sensed he'd hurt her. Clarity returned, and though he eased his grip, he refused to release her hand entirely. Jiang Yu was now a zombie whose cognition had expanded. Among her kind, a rare intellect. Sensing Yize's initial hostility, she instantly braced herself, baring her fangs in wary defiance. The very zombie who moments ago had rushed to save others now entertained thoughts of consuming her backup food supply. Zombies' whims shifted daily, but Yize knew precisely how to command Jiang Yu. He simply gestured inward, come, let's gather supplies. The intelligent zombie, however, remained rooted in place, snarling, perplexed by this unfamiliar concept of supplies. Yize lifted Jiang Yu's chin, compelling obedience. Under the implicit threat of his ability, she retracted her razor-sharp fangs, and claws then followed him quietly, compliantly. As Yize passed a maternity store, he paused, Glancing inside, toys, bottles, and baby clothes lay scattered across the floor, trampled and disarrayed. Infant formula had long since vanished, but everything else was impractical, burdensome cargo in the apocalypse. Yet Yize adhered to the principle of having come this far, with his spatial storage at his disposal. He swept up every remaining unsalvaged item from the store's inventory. While he gathered supplies, he heard a sharp crash. Jiangyu stood outside the maternity store, having just shattered a nearby vending machine with a single punch. Yize approached her and saw she held a small box in her hands. Reading the label, a sly smile curled his lips. His narrow eyes gleamed with mischief, mint flavor. Ribbed, ultra-thin. She appeared docile. Yet her tastes ran surprisingly wild. As a zombie with little intellect, Jiang, you had no idea what purpose the box in her hands served. Still guided by the principle of having come this far, one must not leave empty-handed. A lesson she'd absorbed from Yize. She unhesitatingly gathered every available flavor of infant-safe protective sheath into her arms. Imitation was her forte. She was an exemplary student, and this exemplary student swept row upon row of boxes from the dispensing machine into her embrace, determined to take them all. Yize arched a brow, watching her with quiet amusement from the side. Appetites quite impressive, he remarked. When her arms proved too full, he courteously stowed the haul into his spatial domain. Why call it courteous? Truth be told, he personally preferred close, unobstructed contact, especially since his ever-strengthening abilities steadily diminished the likelihood of conception. And given that Jiangyu was a zombie, reproductive isolation between them was virtually certain, making offspring exceedingly unlikely. Thus such items were functionally unnecessary, though indulging her curiosity now and then held its own appeal. Over 100 boxes of slender, supple sheaths vanished into Yize's spatial domain, assorted, abundant, and ready for any manner of play. Before departing, Jiangyu paused before an educational book displayed in the maternity shop. Though she could not decipher the text, the illustrations spoke clearly enough. Yize had no notion what new notion had stirred the fog in Jiangyu's mind, only that her expression now shimmered with restless, eager anticipation. Having secured their supplies, they moved on to scour other stores, loading everything they encountered, useful or not, into Yize's spatial domain. By the time they emerged, the others had already collected fallen crystal cores and taken the opportunity to comb through them all, unearthing numerous valuable finds. All crystal cores were handed over to Yize. After all, he and Jiangyu had slain nearly all the zombies. He accepted 9/10 without hesitation. 0.5% went to Xian Wenrui and another half to Shang Shui and Fan Jian. They had scarcely stepped outside when misfortune struck Lianchong and his party arrived, venturing into the ruins in search of supplies. Yize, you're still alive. Upon uttering those words, Lianchong's gaze fell upon the scattered zombie limbs behind them, and recalling recent events, realization dawned. You've awakened an ability. Only after joining the base did Lianchong learn of the existence of ability-awakened individuals. Later, while protecting Cui Yingying's family, he was accidentally slashed by a zombie. Fortune favored him. He survived and awakened a potent lightning-based ability. Today marked his first official field trial alongside an awakened team. The middle-aged man beside Lianchong instantly fixed his gaze upon Yize. You're awakened too. Join our base. We'll grant you the highest privileges. In the early days of the apocalypse, awakened individuals were exceedingly rare. Every base competed fiercely to recruit powerful ones. This middle-aged man, the base's leader, proved perceptive. Surveying the mall's devastation, he deduced Yize's formidable strength. Given his rank and authority, he likely wouldn't have ventured out himself, had it not been to mentor Lianchong, a promising protege. Yize didn't deign to acknowledge the man's question. Instead, he opened the car door and said simply to Jiangyu standing nearby, "Get in." He guided Jiangyu, now fully clothed, into the vehicle. Her placid obedience had rendered her anomaly invisible to the others, at least at first. The base leader was the first to react. Flames flared around him as fire-based energy surged. A zombie, his eyes swept the group. Everyone remained unervingly calm, clearly aware of her nature. His gaze snapped back to Yize, wariness sharpening in his eyes. Accustomed to command, he pointed imperiously, "If you wish to join the base, you must kill her first." Yize, who had ignored them entirely, stirred at those words. He lifted his head, eyes sharp as shattered ice. In the next breath, a cruel smile curled his lips. Icy malevolence flickered deep within his gaze. A crushing wave of overwhelming power erupted, sending the burly man crashing face first onto the ground. The man barely managed to unleash his own ability in defense, only to be utterly smothered beneath Yize's raw, unyielding, lawless force. The violent clash of abilities sent shockwaves rippling outward, forcing over a dozen of the opposing team to clasp their ears as blood seeped from mouths and nostrils. Yize descended, gracefully, deliberately, to stand over the so-called base leader, pressing his boot down upon the man's face. His expression remained blank, but his eyes burned with cold, ravenous fury. "Yize, you can't." Lianchong's plea died mid-sentence. He never even reached the man flung backward several meters by sheer kinetic force. Lu Yize dismissed Li Anchang as irrelevant, then intensified his oppressive aura voice laced with lethal intent. Who exactly did you wish to kill? The leader tried to speak, but invasive energy flooded his lungs, stripping away oxygen. His face darkened, swelling into a livid purple. Only then did he grasp the truth. That Lu Yize truly intended to end him. A faint, almost imperceptible violet spark of lightning crackled at Lu Yize's feet. And only then did he notice Li Anchang, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, broken and battered. Lu Yize, I beg your pardon. Spare our leader. Li Anchang understood timing and leverage. He knew apology alone would not sway Lu Yize. So steeling himself, he produced every crystal core he'd hoarded, meant for cultivating his own ability. 36 cores, and essential supplies. All yours. In exchange for my care of you at the hospital that day, please release our leader. Lu Yize held no interest in such a paltry sum, but he abhorred debts of obligation. After a silent pause, he lifted his foot, granting the man a sliver of dignity. There will be no next time. With those words, he entered the vehicle and drove away, heedless of the enraged roars echoing behind him. Inside the car, everyone except Jiang Yu held their breath, awestruck anew by Lu Yize's terrifying power. Jiang Yu alone remained oblivious, her thoughts drifting elsewhere, inscrutable as ever. Back at the base, Jiang Yu tugged Lu Yize urgently toward their quarters, hurrying with unspoken urgency. He extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and followed, brow furrowed. Before he could ask what she intended, she pinned him onto the bed, straddling him, fingers already tugging at his clothes, head lowering toward his chest in a hungry, instinctive kiss. Lu Yize clenched his molars until they ached, gazing up at Jiang Yu, bewildered and wary. What he asked, voice low and edged with quiet intensity, do you think you're doing? Jiang Yu sensed that Lu Yize was angry, though she did not know the reason for his anger. Even as she was caught by the hand, she still wanted to tug at Lu Yize's clothes until his supernatural ability suppressed her, causing her to immediately back down and hug him, burying her head in his embrace. Seeing that he did not respond, she secretly looked up at him, only to find him gazing back at her, prompting her to quickly lower her head again, burying it in his arms, turning like a rattle. The anger that had surged within Lu Yize was gradually dissipating due to her series of actions. He looked at Jiang Yu with a cold expression, remaining silent yet showing no intention of pushing her away. However, he stood up, looking down at her. Seeing that Lu Yize was silent, Jiang Yu reached out to hug him, puzzled, as she pulled his hand onto herself, not understanding why he wouldn't embrace her. Lu Yize lowered his gaze to Jiang Yu, pulling her away from his embrace. You are not allowed to engage in any intimate acts with anyone else but me. The little zombie stared at Lu Yize, understanding only one word from his long statement: kiss. She understood, immediately rising on her toes to kiss Lu Yize. However, due to the height difference, she only managed to kiss his chin. Lu Yize was momentarily taken aback, and as Jiang Yu chased after him, wanting to kiss again, Lu Yize raised his head, avoiding her kiss. Jiang Yu's cold lips landed on Lu Yize's neck. Beneath her icy lips, she felt the strong and powerful pulse. If she bit down, she would taste a surge of fresh blood and supernatural power. Jiang Yu revealed her zombie fangs, but at the moment of biting down, they transformed back into ordinary teeth, leaving a mark on Lu Yize's shoulder without drawing blood. Jiang Yu looked up and planted a few scattered kisses on the bite mark. Lu Yize certainly sensed her intention to feed, which was her zombie instinct, while he merely indulged in this to test his importance in Jiang Yu's heart. He enjoyed watching Jiang Yu struggle against her primal instincts for him, as if cruelly affirming his significance to her. Go take a shower first. Lu Yize closed his eyes to suppress his wicked teasing, temporarily separating Jiang Yu from him. Though she did not know how Sheng Shui had taught her, Jiang Yu had at least learned to bathe herself. She understood that Lu Yize was telling her to shower, but did not want to leave, looking at him with longing. The meaning was all too clear. This zombie wanted to be lazy and shower with him. Lu Yize's expression darkened. Shower yourself. If I go in with you, it will probably take us hours to come out of the bathroom. Rejected. Jiang Yu turned back to look at Lu Yize 3 times as she slowly made her way into the bathroom. She really did not enjoy bathing. However, recalling what Sheng Shui said, if she did not wash, Lu Yize would kiss someone else, Jiang Yu miraculously understood her words, and after a moment's hesitation, obediently learned to bathe. Sheng Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead, letting out a long breath. Indeed, to deal with a reluctant little zombie, she had to invoke Lu Yize. Half an hour later, when Jiang Yu emerged, Lu Yize had already set down the poster that Jiang Yu had torn from the maternity store. The veins on Lu Yize's forehead were bulging, indicating that this zombie had discovered a new way to feed. Hearing the noise, Lu Yize closed his book, his gaze landing on Jiang Yu at the bathroom door. Jiang Yu's long black hair cascaded down to her waist. She seemed to have mistakenly taken Lu Yize's clothes. At that moment, she was wearing an oversized white shirt, which conveniently covered the middle of her thighs, revealing a pair of elegant straight legs. Sheng Shui had taught Jiang Yu how to wear undergarments, but that was evidently a bit too much for her. The buttons on the shirt posed a significant challenge as she clumsily fastened a few in a haphazard manner. The oblivious zombie stood barefoot on the ground, unaware that her little intentions had already been exposed. Come here. Yize's gaze was dark and profound, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Yue, still unaware of the danger, obediently approached him. Seeing that Yize did not move, Yue cautiously drew closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, standing harmlessly before him. Yize held her waist, and the scent of freshly bathed Yue lingered on her. Although they had used the same bath products, he particularly preferred the fragrance that enveloped Yue. The atmosphere was just right, but Yue reached out to touch the corner of Yize's mouth, indicating that she was hungry. However, today Yize was in a bad mood and did not wish to do anything, merely pulling Yue onto his lap. Seeing that Yize was willing to be close to her, Yue immediately forgot about food. She happily wrapped her arms around him, regarding him as the most delicious reserve in the world. In her excitement, she called out his name, Yize. Yize felt a tightness in his throat at her call, tightening his grip around her waist, likely leaving marks. Yet this little pain was nothing to the zombie, even making Yue a bit exhilarated. She liked sensing that Yize cared about her every feeling. Call me again. Yue fell silent, but her dark pupils sparkled with fragmented joy. Yize chuckled softly, thinking that her current state was fine, and leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. Yue leaned closer to Yize, and as he wished, he lowered his head to kiss her lips. Yue was overwhelmed by the kiss, responding awkwardly. Yize slightly opened his eyes, gazing at Yue's deep eyes, which appeared inexplicably enchanting in the night. The flutter in his heart drew him closer, nearly squeezing out the air between them, the scent of blood mingling on their lips. Faced with Yize's sudden assertiveness, Yue opened her eyes in confusion, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet Yize held her by the back of the neck, deepening the kiss and leaving her with no escape. With each intimate moment, Yize would unabashedly reveal his possessiveness over Yue. When they parted, although Yue did not need to catch her breath, she was still left dazed from the kisses. Yize hooked her fingers, playing with her fingertips, his gaze revealing danger. His defined hands touched her body with gentle movements, while his words were imbued with an inescapable dominance. You are not allowed to be close to anyone but me, understood? Yue had never been very bright, and now kissed as she was. Her mind went completely blank, nodding foolishly in agreement, willing to sell herself just to help count the money. Previously, she had merely mimicked the actions depicted in the pictures, unable to grasp the significance of such behavior, thinking it must be a way of consuming food. This was her expression of possessiveness towards food. This connection would not separate them. Though Yue understood nothing at this moment, her instincts compelled her to draw closer to Yize, this source of sustenance. Seeing her nod, Yize refrained from further inappropriate actions, instead fastening the buttons of the shirt he had previously undone for her one by one. But Yue was oblivious to his intentions, clinging to his neck and acting adorably against his shoulder. Zombies acted solely on their inner impulses. Whether in joy or excitement, their faces remained expressionless, yet they always conveyed their feelings through body language. At this moment, as Yize helped her dress, feeling comfortable, Yue immediately tightened her embrace around his neck. Yize caressed her spine, and Yue was taken aback, feeling an indescribable intimacy. Yize lowered his head to meet Yue's pure face, rising to carry her horizontally to the bedroom. What was he going to do? No, Yize did not plan to do anything right now, but being his wife, it wouldn't hurt to teach her a thing or two. He held Yue's hand, pulling her into his embrace, leaving no room for retreat. He opened the projector and clicked on the learning video he had obtained from Yize. Yize did not mind being Yue's teacher, guiding this not-so-smart student through a bit of new knowledge. Pay attention and learn something. Compared to the content of the video, Yue was much more interested in staring at Yize, as the food in the video could not compare to the one before her that she found appealing. Unfortunately, Yue was not a good student. The little zombie did not understand guilt, but still obediently followed his instructions. However, her patience was limited. Yize noticed her slackness and thought to himself that this student was indeed rebellious and required proper education in the future. Yize leaned down to kiss Yue's cool lips, the kiss fierce, as if trying to fill the void of the past 10 years in one go. A night of peace ensued. Before the sun rose the next day, Yize felt a bone-chilling cold. In his arms, Yue, who should have had no temperature, warmed slightly due to their close contact. Zombies generally do not sleep, but Yue, having been taught by Yize, had somewhat formed the habit of sleeping. At this moment, with her eyes closed and still wearing the shirt from yesterday, her neck in disarray, it was hard to distinguish who was whose food. The temperature inside the house contrasted sharply with that outside. When Yize took Yue out, he dressed her in a thick coat, wrapped her in a scarf, and put a wool hat on her, leaving only her dark eyes exposed. It was only October, yet overnight the weather had dramatically changed. Even inside, the safe house temperatures had dropped below freezing, not to mention what was happening outside. Faced with the extreme weather of the apocalypse, Yize had long since grown accustomed to it. In this world, zombies were perhaps the most underestimated threat. As Yize led Yue downstairs, he saw Yize and Fanjian returning with shovels in tow. The two had not neglected to procure winter clothing while stockpiling supplies. With the sudden drop in temperature that morning, they had also prepared adequately donning thick garments and had gone outside to check on the situation. But as soon as they stepped outside, the biting cold wind swept across their faces, instantly reddening and bruising them, and the shovels in their hands seemed nearly frozen to the ground. Snow covered the entire world, several meters high, piled up before them. The mutated plants outside were all huddled together, with many having frozen to death. The wind cut like ice, no amount of clothing could retain warmth, and they could feel their body temperatures plummeting. Their vision was enveloped in a white haze, the wind carrying a piercing chill deep into their bones. Xian Wenrui was the first to react, pulling Fan Jian, who was frozen in place. "Hurry, let's go back." Until they closed the heavy, tightly sealed door and returned to the specially constructed room within the mountains, their hands had yet to regain warmth. Neither of them spoke, unable to quell their inner fear of nature. "What is happening?" Fan Jian asked, still lost in the whiteness before him, unable to recover from the earlier shock. Xian Wenrui remained silent, his face pale. In the apocalypse, whether it was zombies, mutated plants and animals, or natural disasters, they all surged forth, with humanity merely a frail link in the chain. The civilization that humanity took pride in now seemed utterly fragile. Yize glanced at the temperature monitoring system that had been set up earlier. It was currently 40 degrees Celsius, outside, a sharp drop of 61 degrees from yesterday's normal threshold of 21 degrees. Shang Shui, feeling weak, had already donned her winter clothing, bundled up tightly, pushing her wheelchair. If it's this temperature indoors, what about outside? Xian Wenrui, recalling everything he had just seen, realized that everything had changed overnight. His face turned pale. It's already -40. It's extreme cold weather. Everyone was in a bad mood. Outside, the mutated plants continued to knock, frantically unsure of when they would break in, and despair permeated the base. Fan Jian still tried to force a smile, jokingly saying, "Could it be that after extreme cold we'll have extreme heat? Surely humans can't be that unlucky." Yize shot him a glance. Were it not for his certainty that Fan Jian was merely joking, he would have suspected that the other was also a reincarnator like him. Because, after extreme cold, it indeed tends to become extremely hot. By that time, aside from a few species that adapt to high temperatures, most creatures would begin to frantically compete for the habitable spaces. In an instant, despair enveloped the base. The only one unaffected by it was perhaps Zhang Yu. Compared to the harsh weather, Zhang Yu was more interested in her food reserves, but an external disturbance caught her attention. Yize glanced at Zhang Yu. Seeing her in a daze while staring outside, he chose to ignore her. He turned to the other people and said, "Strengthen the outer defenses during this time. We have supplies in the storage room." After saying this, Yize tossed one of the storage keys to Xian Wenrui, who was instantly taken aback. Having been in contact for some time, he knew how cautious Yize was. Handing him this key indicated a further trust. "Don't worry, brother Lu, I will do as you say," Xian Wenrui exclaimed with excitement, momentarily forgetting the terror of being swept away by white outside. "Why has the weather changed so suddenly? Is it going to get worse in the future?" Shang Shui sensed something was wrong and asked. "After the heavy snowfall, supplies will be scarce. Whether it's people, zombies, or mutated plants and animals, they will go mad." Yize still remembered the brutal struggles that occurred after that heavy snow in the early days of the apocalypse before he joined the base. Zombies devoured mutated plants and animals, while the starving would consume the rotting corpses of zombies. In the end, with no food, people would eat anything, including each other. For now, they were relatively safe, but after the heavy snow, those starving people in the city would risk going to the mountains in search of food. Some would even turn their sights on the ocean, where enormous and terrifying creatures lurked, but it would be the best choice for filling their bellies. The people present turned pale at Yize's words, moving from shock to acceptance of reality. "I wonder, when will all this end?" Fan Jian, like the ordinary people still alive, was still thinking about when they could return to their previous lives. He suddenly felt that being able to see some absurd and laughable celebrity gossip trending was a kind of happiness, but he didn't know if there would ever be a chance to return to that time. Xian Wenrui patted Fan Jian on the shoulder. "Don't think so much right now, just focus on surviving." Both of their families were in the capital, and they didn't know if they were alive or dead over 1,000 kilometers away. Looking for their families now was certainly unrealistic. They could easily die on the way. The only thing they could do was to live well. And Yize glanced at the few people still holding on to hope, a cold smile creeping into his heart. What a pity. In his past life, he never saw the dawn, only witnessing a survival environment worsening year by year, and the decay of human hearts. Those who experienced the latter stages of the apocalypse did not possess the kindness of these people. Yize considered himself a prime example. The group lost their inclination to chat, and seizing the moment while the snow had not yet stopped, began reinforcing the base. Yize was not idle either. He counted the number of crystal cores in hand, which were sufficient to last for a while. Food was also not a concern enough to sustain several people. The mutated plants outside, driven mad by hunger, continuously battered the base's door. Yize braved the cold to deal with a wave of mutated plants. They could huddle together for warmth, which might offer a chance of survival, but those who attempted to breach the base would only meet death. Under Yize's intimidation, these mutated plants, possessing some intelligence, understood his meaning, and despite their desire to attack, restrained their instincts out of self-preservation. Their ability to settle down eased the tension for everyone inside the base who dared not delay any further, and hurried to strengthen the internal defenses. Fearing the day they encounter a powerful mutated plant that could destroy their base in a single blow, they knew they would no longer enjoy their current comfort. The mutual huddling of the outer plants brought benefits to the base, making it less likely to be discovered by others. However, the zombies and mutated plants that couldn't find food would still be able to track them by scent. They would not easily give up on this piece of fat meat. The snow outside lasted longer than they imagined, continuing for a full 11 days. Watching the extreme weather, even though the few were safe inside the shelter, they still felt a shared sorrow. It was impossible to count how many had died in this heavy snow, and no one knew how many survivors were left or tragedies replayed every day. The extreme weather prompted the mutated plants outside the base to attempt to invade multiple times, all of which were thwarted by Yize and others. Perhaps under the urging of this special environment, Wenru's abilities continuously improved, and he could now use water abilities to attack. As soon as the heavy snow stopped, the snow outside began to melt gradually. The temperature not only did not warm up but became even more biting. As the only ordinary person, Fan Jian fell ill first with a high fever even before the physically weaker Shang Shui. At first Yize thought, Jiang, you might have inadvertently caused Fan Jian's injury, leading to an infection from the zombie virus that promoted the evolution of his abilities. However, after Shang Shui's treatment, it was realized that Fan Jian was simply weak and had fallen ill from the cold. The others were all ability users, having undergone the honing of their powers, and even the weakest among them, Shang Shui, was significantly stronger than Fan Jian. With Fan Jian down, Shang Shui busied herself taking care of him, temporarily delaying the treatment for Jiangyu. Yize had no major objections. He held Jiangyu in his arms each night, using his abilities to rub her belly. Although it couldn't compare to healing abilities that could repair Jiangyu's wounds, it was at least a small comfort. As she rubbed her belly, Jiangyu thought about the abilities she had consumed earlier. Recalling Yize's coaxing, she touched her slightly protruding belly from overeating meat. Looking somewhat like the woman who had been pregnant before, she gazed at Yize with bright eyes, as if excited about her own pregnancy. Yize's expression darkened. At a time like this, even he who didn't want children felt a desire to experience the process of having a child. But thinking about Jiangyu's current situation, he could only sigh softly and reach out to cover her eyes, which were trying to entice him into a crime. Though it was all darkness, to others it might seem terrifying, Yize felt that every part of Jiangyu was perfectly placed in his heart. Jiangyu, with covered eyes, still restless, looked up to kiss the corner of Yize's mouth, savoring his abilities, before retreating her greedy tongue back into his embrace. Yize looked at the cunning zombie and sighed, sleep now. Were it not for the apocalypse, Yize would quite savor this tranquil life. His wife beside him on a warm brick bed, no children yet. It was far more comfortable than his previous life, when he had worn himself down with relentless toil at a tender age, leaving behind a body riddled with injuries. Before the apocalypse, Yize had been an unrelenting workaholic. Perhaps driven by the deep-seated trauma of poverty which had bred within him a sharp, simmering resentment forged in struggle. He clung to control over his career as if it were the sole anchor of security. In hindsight, it seemed absurd. Though he had built an empire in his former life, the moment the apocalypse struck, everything crumbled into oblivion. Betrayed, disabled, subjected to 4 years of brutal experimentation as a test subject, only to grasp in his final breath the twisted truth of his own heart. This life, now though imperfect, had become Yize's quiet aspiration. Yize was an orphan. Not abandoned at birth, but orphaned after his family perished in an accident, then placed in an orphanage. Yet faint memories lingered. A small mountain village, a modest farming household. Perhaps such roots ran deep in his bones. For Yize's ingrained agrarian sensibility made him profoundly cherish this quiet, unhurried existence. He even entertained for a fleeting moment the notion of raising a pet, or perhaps with Jiangyu even a child. But that thought dissolved, almost instantly banished from his mind as swiftly as it had appeared. Not least because Jiangyu's recovery remained uncertain. Nor frankly did he harbor any genuine fondness for children. Jiangyu had no inkling that in so short a span Yize's thoughts had traversed such vast terrain. She strained with her meager mental faculties to decipher his intentions. Alas, she could not fathom them. Yize gently drew the mentally lucid zombie close, shielding her eyes and urging her to rest. With extreme weather descending upon the apocalyptic world, they had little time to spare. Much still needed doing. Only at night did they find moments to nestle together. Moments too precious to squander. The next day, learning that Fan Jian had recovered, Yize took Jiangyu to seek treatment from Shang Shui. Shang Shui led Jiangyu into the room and removed her clothes, then drew a sharp breath. What precisely had Jiangyu endured during these past days? Faint kiss marks traced her neck, finger-shaped bruises marred her waist and abdomen. Scattered intimate imprints betraying a fierce possessive claim. Shang Shui gazed at Jiangyu, lips parted as if to speak, yet wisely said nothing at all. Yet when she emerged with Jiang Yu after treatment, her eyes met Yize's, and in them burned an unmistakable unspoken reproach. Had those glances taken shape in words, they would have spelled out without subtlety a beast. A true beast, to reduce a person, no a zombie, to such a state. Had Yize known her thoughts, he might well have protested, I truly did nothing at all. Jiang Yu herself remained oblivious to the silent drama unfolding around her, yet she stared at Shang Shui entranced. Lately she had grown oddly fascinated by the act of reading minds. Before her sluggish thoughts could coalesce into meaning, a deafening explosion rocked the base from outside, its violent tremor reverberating through every wall, shaking the very foundations. The earth heaved, a dust rained from the ceiling. Gone was their languid repose on the bed. What's happening? Fan Jian steadied himself, stepping forward to stand behind Shang Shui. His usual levity vanished, replaced by solemn gravity. Yize extended his spiritual sense outward, probing the chaos beyond. Upon witnessing the scene, his face darkened, oppressive silence radiating from him as he uttered coldly, enemy assault. At those two words, every soul snapped into battle readiness. Yize had assumed that before humans, the first to detect their haven would be zombies, or mutated flora and fauna. He had not anticipated that fellow survivors would arrive first, and with such brazen intent, deploying artillery without hesitation. Their purpose was unmistakable: to seize this land, to invade, and claim the resources Yize had carefully concealed behind him. Yize and his allies had no intention of cowering. A flash of bloodlust flickered across his gaze. I do not strike unless provoked, but now that you have come, let it end here. Better to eradicate you all at once than hunt you down one by one. Yize's stronghold sat upon formidable terrain, easily defensible, surrounded by ravenous mutated creatures driven mad with hunger. Even as the attackers readied their assault, the mutated flora struck first, gorging themselves on human blood. Crimson stained the pristine snow, a thick viscous scarlet, stood stark against the blinding white. Just as they debated how to breach the fortress, the supposedly impregnable gate behind them swung open, of its own accord. Yize stood before them clad in black. A dark jacket left half unzipped beneath it, a thin black turtleneck, utterly indifferent to the sub-zero chill. Calm, unruffled, he surveyed each figure before him. Familiar faces: Li Anchang, Cui Yingying, and that so-called base leader. Likely him, though Yize couldn't recall his name. He'd never deemed the man worth remembering. Seeing Yize's serene composure ignited Feng Yuanhua's fury, flooding him with the humiliating memory of being trampled beneath this young man's heel. You seek death. A blazing fireball coalesced in Feng Yuanhua's palm, then erupted forward, trailing embers like a molten scar. The searing heat warped the air, grotesquely vivid amid the frozen wasteland. Yize reflected wryly that perhaps rebirth had softened his temper too much. Hence this cascade of provocation. As the fireball hurtled toward him, he did not flinch. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it. With each step, the space around them constricted. Air thinned, pressure mounted. And just before the fireball reached his face, it guttered out, snuffed into silence. Feng Yuanhua sensed peril, instinctively wreathing himself in flame. But Yize moved faster than sight. In the blink of an eye, he stood behind him. Feng Yuanhua recoiled violently, unleashing torrents of fire at Yize's outstretched hands. Meanwhile, Lian Chang and the other awakened beings joined the assault, converging their powers upon Yize. Yize exposed his entire back, ignoring every threat, as his gaze locked unflinchingly onto Feng Yuanhua. Turning, Feng Yuanhua saw Yize's cruel, mirthless grin, and in his hand a blade of solidified spatial energy taking shape. Two words screamed through Feng Yuanhua's mind: madman. This man was pure, unadulterated madness. He whirled to flee, but his limbs froze, rooted to the spot. Desperate, he channeled every ounce of his power into a final blaze. Yet between the roaring flames, Yize swung the spatial blade, severing the base leader's head with chilling precision. The severed head struck the ground, eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Blood sprayed forth, several droplets splattering across Yize's cheek. He touched the warm blood with 2 fingers, then turned, surveying the others already pierced through the abdomen by Jiang Yu's hand. A slow, chilling smile curved his lips. Beneath his frost-rimmed gaze lurked something warped, something deeply malicious. I told you, I do not wish to kill. Blood stained his body. The human blood on Jiang Yu's hands had yet to drip dry, while the corpses at her feet grew steadily colder. The moment these people laid hands on Yize, Jiang Yu had resolved never to let them live. A shrill wail pierced the air from their ranks. A woman sheltered even in the apocalypse, now weeping uncontrollably. She lunged forward in frenzy, only to be restrained by others. Hatred burned fiercely in her eyes as she glared at Yize and Jiang Yu, screaming over and over, I will kill you both. Yize recognized her instantly, the daughter of the base commander, and in his previous life, Lian Chang's wife. He glanced down at Lian Chang's lifeless body, his core of awakened power already torn from his chest. Jiang Yu had struck with ruthless finality. Lian Chang was beyond revival. Had they not sought trouble, Yize might have spared them, curious to watch how they would devour one another in cruelty and chaos. The rest began retreating in fear. But before they could take a single step back, vines surged from behind, hurling them helplessly toward Yize. Yize wrapped an arm around Jiang Yu's waist, guiding her aside. The sight before him sent shockwaves through the woman cowering behind the crowd. Green veins pulsed violently beneath her skin, threatening to rupture at any moment. Her irises had turned sickly green, her gaze seething with venom, locked onto Yize and Jiang Yu. How could you do this to me? How could you betray me? It was you who saved me. It was you who chose me. How dare you abandon me? Her expression twisted from fury to bitter resentment, then into something unnervingly obsessive as she stared at Yize. Jiang Yu reacted before Yize. Muscles coiling like steel springs, she launched herself forward in a blur, her blood-slicked claws aimed unerringly at her foe's vital points. Guan Churu watched Jiang Yu with chilling disdain, a boiling torrent of murderous intent rising within her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill this zombie, and Yize will be mine alone. Thick emerald mist coiled in the air, as creeping botanical patterns spread across her flesh. Her fingertips elongated into thorned vines, striking with lethal precision toward Jiang Yu's cranial core. Jiang Yu's ferocity made Yize frown. He studied the woman anew, until from the faint contours of her brows and eyes a fragmented memory surfaced. Yes. She was the one who'd been pinned down by a mob, nearly violated, then repaid his rescue with treachery, attempting to strike Jiang Yu amid the chaos, only to be killed by his own hands. Yize remembered clearly, twisting her neck himself. Only after her death had Jiang Yu pierced her lungs with her fingers. If so, she could not have mutated from Jiang Yu's necrotic venom. Human mutation required infection before death. Thus she must have already carried the zombie virus when he killed her. Yet feigned ignorance drawing near without warning. Her awakening was recent, but madness compensated for raw power. She would gladly sacrifice herself to wound Jiang Yu. Yet Yize made no move to intervene, watching silently as Jiang Yu dealt with the threat she had drawn upon herself. A vine erupted from the snow, wrapping tightly around Jiang Yu's ankle. In that same instant she twisted midair, snapping her own joint to break free. Emerald sap sprayed outward in a violent burst, its detonation sharp and unmistakable. Yet Jiang Yu vanished in a flicker, evading the shockwave entirely. She closed the distance in a heartbeat. Black fingers piercing the viridian flesh before her, leaving no room for evasion, then crushing her opponent's awakened core without mercy. In her final breath, Guan Churu drove her nails deep into Jiang Yu's arm and whispered a curse into her ear. Her dying gaze remained fixed on Yize in the distance, then curled into a serpentine, grotesque smile before her body stiffened lifeless. The howling wind and falling snow swallowed her words. Only Jiang Yu heard them. Others, witnessing the slaughter of their awakened fighters, broke in panic. Save for the woman who had lost both lover and father, still shrieking vows of vengeance. Yize turned his gaze toward her, then locked it on Cui Yingying, who limped forward despite her disability. He suspected her involvement had led them here. After all, the Cui family had tracked his movements closely before the apocalypse. Yize despised idle talk, and saw no reason to keep such a danger alive. Yet seeing Cui Yingying broken, hollowed out by suffering, until only hatred remained, he felt inexplicably a flicker of compassion. In the next instant, curses and screams ceased, replaced only by two crimson mists and the retching of horrified onlookers. Yize mused wryly that comfort in this reborn life had softened him, granting his past life enemies a swift, painless end. As for the base commander's daughter, he would never leave such a vocal, vengeful threat alive. Sending her to join her loved ones, quickly, cleanly, was perhaps the last kindness he would ever extend. The remaining survivors scrambled backward in terror, abandoning all thought of battle. Yize spared them. His wrath was reserved solely for those who raised hands against him or bore old grudges. Let's go back, Yize said to Jiang Yu. She blinked, slowly returning from her trance, and followed him inside. Stepping over scattered corpses without pause, her palm still clenched around several awakened cores, grinding softly between her fingers. Just as they reached the threshold, a mutated Samoyed, taller than 10 men, leapt into view, its snowy fur indistinguishable from the blizzard. Its obsidian eyes gleamed with predatory acuity, its hind claws flexed, poised to strike. Yize drew Jiang Yu close beside him, and though he faced the beast, his gaze settled firmly upon its crown. Fascinating, truly fascinating. A light chuckle rang out, as if its disguise had just been seen through. At the sound, the hulking canine relaxed its stance and lowered its head, devouring the fallen corpses without hesitation. As it bent, a figure emerged atop its skull, a woman in a rumpled white lab coat, her curly hair tangled and studded with pens, thick-lensed glasses perched crookedly on her nose. She descended from the beast as though sensing no threat at all, striding straight toward Yize, no, directly toward Jiang Yu. Her voice brimmed with scholarly delight, heavily accented. Such an obedient zombie. How extraordinarily rare. And your strength is formidable too. Would you like to grow stronger? I can help. All I ask is that you become my data subjects. I'll be able to refine my analysis more precisely. The phrase data subjects struck Yize like a blade, jolting forth memories of the basement of endless blood draws of organs harvested in the dark. Yize's innate ability surged violently around him. The mutated hound instantly abandoned the half-consumed corpse and bared its fangs at Yize, unleashing a bone-chilling roar. His spatial ability clashed with the hound's lightning-based power. Yize's eyes flickered with startled disbelief. He had not expected this mutated beast to possess an ability at all. It followed inevitably that the hound's ability rank was anything but low. Its power far surpassed Lianchang's lightning ability, capable not only of withstanding Yize's strike, but also poised to launch another assault. The strange woman stroked the agitated hound and smiled faintly at Yize. I bear no ill intent, and I will harm none of you. Yize watched them coldly. Just as he resolved to kill her, the three who had been waiting inside emerged. The moment they appeared, the woman's gaze snapped away from Shang Shui. Her expression darkened instantly. She stepped forward, abruptly lowered her head and scrutinized Shang Shui with a furrowed brow, then inhaled deeply, catching a familiar scent upon her. Her eyes locked onto Shang Shui's, and for a fleeting instant a psychic link sparked, only to be severed immediately by Yize's ability. Yize's face hardened with murderous intent, until the woman's expression twisted, suddenly her voice cracking into manic hysteria. You've seen Zhang Qian. That very scent radiating from Shang Shui belonged to Zhang Qian. Among them, only Shang Shui had held Zhang Qian's ashes, and thus carried the strongest trace of that scent. The name stirred faint recognition. It was the same one Zhang you had mentioned earlier. No one answered. Yet the woman, having already glimpsed Zhang Qian's fate through Shang Shui's memories, needed no reply. She erupted into a shrill, deranged laugh. Dead. She strangled that test subject. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Truly wonderful. Hatred smoldered deep in her eyes, aimed at some unseen figure, alongside grief so raw and profound it could not be concealed. That monster doesn't deserve to live, and those deranged souls who orchestrated it, they deserve death. I'll make them bury themselves alongside my sister. A fierce, resolute madness hardened on her face. What do you mean? Fan Jian, still disoriented, pushed Shang Shui back, distancing her from the woman, fearing sudden violence. To avoid drawing further suspicion, he feigned curiosity, asking as if bewildered what on earth the madwoman was babbling about. Yet the woman seemed utterly oblivious to their resistance. Heedless of Yize's warning, she advanced relentlessly, her body splitting open with fresh wounds. Her gaze remained fixed on Shang Shui, brimming with unrelenting fury and hatred, as though trying to pierce through her to see someone else. But when met with Shang Shui's calm composure, she closed her eyes, shuddering away sorrow and anguish. When she opened them again, serenity had returned. Zhang Qian is my younger sister, my blood sister. Only Zhang Yu showed no shock, because within Zhang Qian's memories she had already glimpsed this one person who had treated her with kindness. The woman seethed with loathing, grinding her teeth, then spoke abruptly. All those experiments were conducted on ordinary people, using innocents as test subjects. Madmen mouthed noble slogans about advancing humanity, yet discarded lives without remorse. Hypocritical, vile beyond measure. Silence fell like stone. How do you know this? Yize stared at her ice cold. One wrong word, and he would end her life himself. Her face contorted, her hatred burning even hotter than his own. Why do I know? Because every single experiment was performed on women, on ordinary women just like my sister. How many innocents did those bases sacrifice in pursuit of a zombie virus cure? In this apocalypse, what is most expendable? Ordinary lives, especially those of ordinary women. Under the banner of restoring world order, they conducted atrocities beyond imagination, amassing data so monstrous it defies belief. I won't conceal it from you. You all possess abilities, and so do I. Mine resides here. She tapped her temple. Abilities are indeed useful. They let me gather vast amounts of information. In this ruined world, where electricity and water have vanished and networks collapsed, information asymmetry alone can determine whether a region survives or perishes. After my ability awakened, I absorbed torrents of data. Despair, numbness, agony, and the sheer malice of humanity. By accident, I uncovered the truth. Those so-called safe zones conducted research that violated every moral boundary. Why do major bases boast higher ability awakening rates? Because each breakthrough was purchased in blood, through relentless, brutal experimentation. Humanity remains as revolting as ever. The woman in the white coat appeared mentally fractured. But Yize understood he himself had endured 4 years of experimental torment, and his psyche had warped. Hers, saturated with such overwhelming negativity, stood little chance. Her entire moral framework had shattered, now rebuilt amid ruins. I once sought only a shelter to endure these extreme conditions, but now, I find myself intrigued by this zombie, a being seemingly resonant with my own psyche, though presently you fascinate me more. The woman turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu, Yize harboring deep contempt for all experimentation, and for her in particular, grasped Jiang Yu's wrist and led her into the base. Behind them her voice rang out, "What if I hold the key to restoring zombies to humanity?" Yize paused. Then scoffed over his shoulder, "If you truly possessed such a method you wouldn't waste breath boasting about it." Unfazed by the exposure, she threw her head back and laughed, mocking her own clumsy deceit. "How fascinating you are. Cold-blooded humans clinging to faint embers of feeling, and a zombie retaining glimmers of humanity." She watched their retreating figures, then stroked the mutated hound beside her. The beast nuzzled her cheek, its warm fur softening the stiffness in her limbs. She smiled at the hound. "We'll stay together." Inside the base, Fan Jian kept glancing back. "Brother Lu. She's still out there. Should we drive her off?" Yize was weary. That massive mutated hound was no trivial threat, and the woman's ability was equally formidable. "That dog is trouble." Having said so, Yize offered no further explanation. The coppery stench of blood outside would soon draw hordes of zombies and mutated creatures. The presence of this madwoman and her hound served a convenient purpose, acting as a living barrier against incoming threats. Once inside, Yize began sifting through her words, weighing truth against deception. He recalled the faint resonance of Jiang Yu's ability he'd sensed earlier, and the woman's claim that Jiang Yu's power aligned with hers. Yize reached out, fingertips brushing the dried blood, still streaking Jiang Yu's cheek. "Tell me, what exactly did you see?" Jiang Yu could not provide Yize with the answer he sought. The swiftest way to unravel the mystery was to question the woman outside the base, whose psychic abilities appeared suspiciously anomalous. Yet Yize distrusted this sudden, uninvited stranger. His concern for Jiang Yu had always been unwavering. He would never entrust her to such a visibly unstable and erratic individual. Yize extended his ability, enveloping Jiang Yu in its subtle force. Instantly she froze, her attention snapping toward him, her gaze sharpening into feverish intensity. Her hunger surged to its apex. She craved him. Devour him whole. The scent radiating from his body sent involuntary shivers through her frame, triggering an uncontrollable flood of saliva. Appetite warred with reason, but reason was scarce in the undead. Yet Jiang Yu hesitated, unwilling to consume this living reserve just yet. She swallowed hard, her eyes locked unblinking upon Yize. Just before Jiang Yu's fragile grasp on sanity snapped, Yize retracted his ability. He detected no latent power within her, yet the earlier fluctuation remained inexplicable. In his previous life he had met Jiang Yu too late, leaving him ignorant of low-tier zombies and now trapped in this impasse. Had he known, he would have studied zombie abilities alongside human mutations, rather than standing blind and baffled as he did now. Before he could resolve his dilemma, a violent tremor shook the base's perimeter, followed by the guttural roars of monstrous beasts. Yize's mental awareness swept outward, revealing the cause. Yet he dismissed it without concern. Jiang Yu, however, turned first, her gaze fixed beyond the base walls. The commotion raged for 3 days. Only then did Yize finally step outside, Xian Wenrui and the others trembling with dread trailing behind him at last. Beyond the gate, snow had receded significantly, surface temperatures were rising steadily, though whether they would continue climbing remained uncertain. The landscape lay ravaged, shattered vines, mangled animal carcasses, and viscous fluids, crimson streaked with emerald, smeared across the earth. At their emergence, the once pristine albino mutant hound staggered upright. Its slender lupin eyes glowed with primal ferocity. Low growls rumbled from its throat, its snowy fur stained crimson. Beside it stood the woman, drenched head to toe in blood, her body a tapestry of wounds as if freshly clawed from a mass grave. Yet her face bore no trace of defeat. Blood dripped steadily from her jaw, yet failed to dim her arrogant brilliance. Even with her ability utterly spent, her aura remained razor-sharp, unbent. Her gaze swept slowly across the assembled figures, then settled on Yize. A crooked smile parted her lips. "Now, do I have the right to speak with you?" They had witnessed countless anomalies since the apocalypse, but few as unervingly unhinged as she. Xian Wenrui stared at her lacerated torso, ribs jutting through torn flesh, a sight so agonizing even a bystander winced. Yet she showed no sign of pain. What drove her to this extremity? None present could fathom the logic of such madness. Yize surveyed the carnage. Over a dozen mutated beasts had assaulted the base, each halted by her and the hound at her side. "What is your purpose in doing this?" Yize asked, his voice cool, his eyes appraising. "I have no grand agenda. I merely heard, by chance, that you keep a zombie. Others came under the pretense of cleansing them, seeking only to seize your resources. I was simply curious about the one you shelter." This madwoman withheld nothing, speaking plainly despite her imminent collapse. Yet Yize still refused her a single step forward. "How cold your heart must be," she murmured, her eyes lingering on Yize, then shifting to the zombie beside him. Her curiosity deepened. What kind of man would sacrifice so much for her? Xian Wenrui, perhaps the most familiar with Yize, stepped in when silence stretched. "You arrived with those base personnel. Are you affiliated with them?" "No. I belong to no base. They may offer privileges to someone like me, but they harbor no goodwill toward Bai Xiao, my mutant hound. A flash of venom and bitterness crossed her eyes as she spoke. Then why seek refuge in our base? Fan Jian retorted, only for her to stare back as if he were simple-minded, her gaze drifting pointedly to Zhang Yue. You tolerate a zombie. Surely a mutant hound poses no issue. Fan Jian choked on his reply, reading in her expression a scathing, wordless rebuke. Lu Yize recalled the fate of the man who'd once commanded 8 mutant hounds, confirming her fears were far from baseless. As Lu Yize weighed his options, she mocked them aloud. Surely, you don't believe hiding here will let you survive until the end? Of course not. Lu Yize had known from the outset these supplies were temporary. With each passing day of the apocalypse, humanity's dwindling reserves grew ever more precarious. I believe you need someone who can gather intelligence for you. Her face was bloodless, her lips ghost pale. Yet her smile held steady, delivering words calculated for maximum leverage. Shang Shui ventured cautiously. Your ability. Is it psychic? She smiled faintly. Abilities follow intricate systems. I've studied them closely, but that knowledge isn't freely given. Her gaze met Lu Yize's. Unmistakable in its intent, she demanded sanctuary, however brief, to endure the extreme weather. And Lu Yize needed her insights on abilities on zombies on the world beyond these walls. Yet before him stood a man who had already endured 15 years of apocalypse, and whose understanding of abilities ran deep. If her sole value lay in that, Lu Yize judged her contribution negligible, watching him dismiss her with a single contemptuous glance. As he turned to leave, panic flickered in her eyes. Inwardly, she cursed his ruthless indifference. But seeing her gravely wounded hound at her side, her expression hardened. She yielded first, revealing her ultimate weapon, her final bargaining chip. I can establish psychic contact with zombies. The words struck silence. Lu Yize turned slowly, his voice low, inscrutable now. That's interesting. As they were about to enter the base, the Medwoman could not help but remind them, don't waste the meat from those mutated beasts outside, it will keep for a long time. Indeed, those mutated creatures, some towering for meters, had not spoiled in the cold. They were already weary of eating mutated centipede meat. A change of taste would be welcome. Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian hurriedly helped carry the carcasses into the freezer. Standing before the packed storeroom, an unaccountable sense of security blossomed in them. Food made worries recede. Only after the goods were moved did they bring the people into the base. Upon entering, the Madwoman let out a heartfelt sigh. This is where people ought to be. Though she had come inside, Xian Wenrui's guard did not drop. Tentatively, he asked, where did you live before? She laughed and pointed to the blood-stained white coat she wore. See this? A hospital white coat. Guess where I came from? Fan Jian blurted out in surprise. You escaped from a psychiatric hospital. The Madwoman was amused and threw back her head with a booming laugh. If she had not been wounded, she would have laughed so loudly it could be heard meters away. Don't laugh. It's creepy. Fan Jian muttered, rubbing his arm. When her laughter subsided, there was no trace of levity in her eyes. Only a dead, sullen stillness. She fixed her gaze on the blood-soaked coat, and a grotesque smile crawled back across her face. Weren't you asking me earlier how I knew about those inhuman experiment data? Shang Shui's heart lurched. The woman grinned, but the hatred in her eyes could not be concealed. Because I, like my sister, was part of the experiments. They had been locked in the hospital morgue, injected with the zombie virus, treated like animals under observation. Noting their pity, she sat back, propping her chin in her palm, with an innocuous air, and pointed to the mutated dog beside her, busy licking its wounds. Xiao Bai was a test subject too. We all were, but we were stubborn enough to survive. And those who experimented on us were all killed by us. Xiao Bai tore them apart, chewing on their bodies. As she spoke, her face twisted further. An ugly thrill could not be hidden. The memory of those scenes filled her with feverish excitement. She longed almost to turn into a zombie herself and tear at their flesh. Lu Yize loathed those experiments with a deep, abiding hatred. Hearing the Madwoman's tale, he did not fully trust her. Who could be certain of the truth? Yet her knowledge of abilities and zombies did not seem fabricated. Lu Yize watched her closely and asked Shang Shui to give simple treatment to her and her mutated dog. Just don't let anyone die, Shang Shui murmured as she worked. At the touch of her healing, the woman's face brightened with delight. Healing-type abilities are coveted by every faction. This place truly hides formidable talent. Shang Shui did not wish to be regarded as a resource to be fought over. She preferred the present quiet to leaning on so-called powers. What's your name? She asked. Shang Shui. Your wounds will take a long time to mend, she said, steering the conversation away. The Madwoman knew they were probing into her past, but she had little to conceal. Zhang Wenjing. My name is Zhang Wenjing. When she spoke it, there was a fleeting haze, as if she had not said her own name in a very long time. In those laboratories, they had labeled test subjects with numbers, cold numerals that replaced any human name. The stabbing pain at her waist seemed impossible to erase, the ache dug into her bones and would not yield. Shang Shui's healing flowed through her, and she first tended to the ribs that had pierced the skin. Perhaps the rare comfort snapped her back to herself. She stared at Shang Shui, as if she wanted to take her away in her arms. After you left the laboratory, where did you live? Shang Shui, feeling awkward under the steady gaze, asked the question. Zhang Wenjing petted the restless mutated dog at her side, and a trace of calm flickered in her eyes. We scraped by in the ruins, huddled for warmth when it was cold. When I was hungry, I ate mutated animals. Xiao Bai ate those who had become zombies. She spoke with an unplaceable malice. It was as if she were mocking humans who fancied themselves the apex of the food chain, never imagining they might one day become mere food. Her words were spare, but only she and the mutated dog understood the hardship behind them. -40 lasted for days on end. A starvation stripped both human and beast of reason. She looked down at her wounds and said, I wanted to find my sister, but I could not find her anywhere, until now. Once her injuries had healed a little, she intended to go and bring her sister back. She owed the chance of finding her to those attackers who came and never returned. Zhang Wenjing suddenly smiled. To be honest, it was precisely because of those who tried to seize your supplies that I learned this place even existed. Xian Wenrui's expression soured at that. Why on earth would they set their sights on such a remote place as ours? No idea. Maybe you offended someone. There was a man and a woman who seemed displeased with you. The woman is mute and missing a leg and a hand. Despite her disabilities, she stubbornly exposed your location. The other man appears to be the leader's daughter's man. Along the way, the two women fought over him bitterly. Yize felt no surprise. Lian Chong and the leader's daughter had ended up together, yet Cui Yingying was tangled in between them. The three of them had clearly tormented one another for some time. Fan Jian knew Cui Yingying from high school, and later heard Xian Wenrui gossip about Yize hacking off her limbs. He had disliked that woman even before, and now his appetite for gossip swelled. Tell us what happened between them. There was scant entertainment in the apocalypse. Zhang Wenjing kept the tale in her mind as a bit of diversion. It seems the man was originally with the woman who lost her hands and feet, but after he awakened an ability and caught the leader's daughter's eye, he dumped that woman. The discarded woman's family, seeing her cast aside, drove her out and left her to fend for herself. They adopted an orphan as a goddaughter and handed her to the base leader as a companion. The discarded woman, desperate to prove she was useful to the base, exposed your location. She came along merely to claim a share. Before leaving, the new beloved even had the orphan, who had hoped to become a kind of little mother to her, killed, and also arranged the murder of the family that had handed the former lover away. The grudge between them only grew deeper. And then, Zhang Wenjing deliberately left the sentence hanging. Fan Jian, anxious, pressed. Then what happened? What else could it be? The former lover dropped a bombshell. She was pregnant with that man's child. The news nearly drove his new flame to despair. Zhang Wenjing spoke indifferently, her tone laced with quiet schadenfreude. If not for this, he wouldn't have brought her along at all. Oh, you probably don't know. After awakening an ability, the chance of biological reproduction plummets. Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui felt his heart shatter. He hadn't even found a wife yet, and already faced near certain sterility. Yet almost instantly he reconsidered. In the apocalypse, even if a child were born, survival was no guarantee. Suddenly he felt strangely at peace. Fan Jian somehow produced a bag of sunflower seeds, and munching contentedly while eavesdropping on the gossip, asked aloud. Is Li Anzhang living out a dragon overlord trope? Two beauties fighting over him. Then what happened next? Did his new flame just let it go? Zhang Wenjing took a small handful of seeds from his hand, and continued with the flair of a seasoned storyteller, as if she'd simply let it go. Along the way they caused chaos at every turn. The new flame wept and raged while he soothed her in public. Yet in private he cradled the former lover, vowing to take responsibility for both her and the child. Hearing this, the former lover rushed to the new flame's side, flaunting her triumph. Shocked and enraged, the new flame dragged the man into bed, declaring she would bear him a child. Tisk tisk tsk. A stunning woman truly, but her mind is tragically unsound. What a bargain for him. Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui listened, torn between envy and resentment. When would such rivalry over them ever begin? To deepen their torment, Zhang Wenjing added, utterly serene, and even on the journey here they seized every opportunity to conceive. She swore with fierce resolve to give him a child. Shall I elaborate further? Don't be fooled by his unassuming appearance. He's far more cunning than he seems. A sharp, intrigued hiss escaped them. Yes, they were curious. Even Jiang Yu crouched beside them, heedless of comprehension, mimicking the hiss, though she couldn't even breathe, let alone understand its meaning. Just as they leaned in, Shang Shui wheeled her chair forward, smiled gently, and without uttering a word issued a silent, unmistakable warning: no indecent talk in public. Xian Wenrui coughed awkwardly, suppressing his otaku instincts, and feigned solemnity. How do you know all this so precisely? Were you hiding beneath their bed? Do I need to hide under a bed? Is your ability merely decorative? Must you dig a well just to draw water? Zhang Wenjing retorted. Xian Wenrui choked on his reply. Clearly he did not. Fan Jian gazed at Zhang Wenjing with open admiration. Your ability is extraordinary. It's practically tailor-made for gossip. I wish I had one too. Fan Jian, the undisputed gossip sovereign, looked upon her with starry-eyed envy, even silently praying, if I ever awaken an ability, let it be psychic. Just enough to eavesdrop on secrets. Zhang Wenjing studied Fan Jian's guileless, almost infantile expression, and sensed with unsettling clarity the unervingly smooth, untouched cortex of his brain. Virgin to knowledge, unscarred by thought. Gossip, how naive you are. Zhang Wenjing scoffed coldly at Fan Jian. The memory soured her tongue. Then Shang Shui, having just healed the mutated hound, asked quietly, how were you and your sister captured for experimentation? Zhang Wenjing met Shang Shui's gaze, and saw again, vivid as a wound, the image of her sister's brutal death drawn from her own fractured memories. Bitterness flooded her mouth, thick and inescapable. After a long silence, she spoke. The apocalypse left us with no way to survive. So our own family sold us. What other reason could there be? In the apocalypse, selling wives, children, or daughters was tragically common. Their misfortune ran deeper. They weren't even granted the status of slaves, but reduced to mere test subjects. Who bought you? Yize, who had remained silent until now, asked sharply, his eyes like honed blades. Zhang Wenjing clenched her fists, hatred blazing raw and unmasked in her gaze. I don't know who they are, but I know their structure was rigid, hierarchical, disciplined, and meticulously planned. They detected my latent ability before I awakened it. They took me for targeted experiments, while my sister, unable to awaken, was used solely as a vessel for theirs. As she spoke, her hands trembled uncontrollably, her body betraying the fury coiled deep within her soul. I don't know their names. Everyone else who awakened alongside me is dead. Each had their ability core surgically extracted, fueling yet another round of their grotesque research. To them our lives meant nothing, not even a fraction of a single experimental datum. They scorned us as insignificant as ants, yet never imagined we would become the very instruments of their annihilation. Zhang Wenjing was ruthless. At the moment they attempted to extract her ability core, she unleashed her psychic power directly into her captor's mind, shattering his neural pathways, then severed his head with a single decisive stroke. Xiao Bai cooperated, flawlessly snapping the man's spine. Zhang Wenjing rose, committed every shred of hospital data to memory, and then incinerated every trace of their research in a single cleansing fire. She vanished into the ruins, evading relentless pursuit. Yize frowned. His previous life had ended in paralysis, leaving him confined to fragmented online reports. Yet even then, as a pre-apocalypse coding master, he'd never heard of such an audacious organization. Meaning only one thing: its reach was vast enough to erase itself from history. He recalled the 15th year of the apocalypse in his past life. Humanity had abandoned all hope of restoring order. People lived numbly, clinging only to the desperate wish of surviving a few years longer. Dong Hong experimented on him not out of cruelty, but in a last-ditch bid for breakthrough results, hoping to earn sanctuary from one of the megabases. Humanity had splintered into dust, slaughtering zombies, slaying aberrant beasts, murdering one another, only to be devoured by zombies, consumed by beasts, or butchered by kin, trapped in an endless self-devouring cycle. Death had become humanity's easiest release, and yet, barely a month into the apocalypse, this organization was already fully operational. Before his death in his prior life, Yize had been gripped by an overwhelming certainty humanity was nothing more than lambs blindfolded and penned in fog awaiting slaughter. Now that same dread resurfaced, feeling the ceaseless flow of energy within his body, and seeing the fog still dense and unbroken. He made his decision: he must enhance his ability, swiftly, relentlessly. Unaware of Yize's foreboding, Fan Jian stared at Zhang Wenjing in awe after hearing her tale of resistance. Mistress warrior, you're unstoppable. Zhang Wenjing lifted her chin, exhaling a disdainful snort. My greatest regret, that I didn't personally slit the throats of those monsters who killed my sister. But it doesn't matter. I will spend the rest of my life hunting them down, shattering their organization, burning every shred of their so-called research. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure they die in agony. Xian Wenrui was shaken, struck by the ironclad conviction in her voice, and heart-pounding blurted, count me in. As the atmosphere reached this point, Fan Jian felt compelled to speak up. Zhang Wenjing glanced over them, finally revealing a derisive smile. She patted one of them on the shoulder, delivering an insult that was more harmful than it seemed, saying, "You both have good intentions." Although she left half the sentence unspoken, everyone present understood the implication: good intentions but lacking in strength. Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian's faces shifted from green to white like a magic trick, yet they couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Yize did not bring this person in to listen to such idle chatter. Seeing that Shang Shui had finished treating her, at least for now, she wouldn't die, he got straight to the point, saying, "Now tell me about your abilities." He didn't even allow Zhang Wenjing to approach Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was confined within his circle. As long as Zhang Wenjing made any move, Yize could kill her at any moment. Compared to Yize, Zhang Wenjing was actually more interested in Zhang Yu. She stared at Zhang Yu and said, My abilities can be broadly categorized as mental-related abilities. This is a name I coined based on the experimental results of those individuals. The number of abilities is greater than I initially thought, and I have broadly classified them into several categories. The first category is elemental-related abilities, such as the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The second category is nature-related abilities, including light, dark, wind, thunder, ice, and poison. The third category consists of enhancement abilities which strengthen the body. For example, most of the mutated plants and animals can be simply understood as enhancement abilities. The fourth category includes the consciousness-related abilities possessed by myself and this little zombie. We both should have abilities related to mental will. However, according to records, some consciousness-related abilities seem capable of manipulating objects with thought, and others can foresee the future. She looked at Jiang Yu after saying this, wanting to understand the differences between their abilities. My abilities lean towards mental invasion and mental detection. To be honest, their offensive nature is not strong. She analyzed her weaknesses to Yize, who saw that she was trying to gain his trust with this information. Facing a madman, Yize would not choose to trust. She could tell what Yize was thinking, exaggeratedly sighed, and continued. The fourth category consists of special abilities, such as her healing type and your spatial abilities, which both belong to special category abilities. While saying this, Zhang Wenjing pointed at Shang Shui and Yize. Of course, there are many more niche abilities classified as special, such as control abilities and selection abilities. These abilities are called special category abilities precisely because their numbers are relatively scarce. Healing abilities like hers are particularly rare. Zhang Wenjing's gaze lingered on Shang Shui for a moment. Yize remained silent, knowing that what she said aligned with the information he had gathered during his 15 years in the apocalypse. However, Yize had primarily researched human abilities in his past life and knew little about zombie abilities. He looked at Zhang Wenjing, his probing gaze unwavering, and asked, "When did zombie abilities start to awaken?" Zhang Wenjing understood that the reason he was asking her so many questions was to inquire about matters related to this zombie. Naturally, she needed to prove her value at this moment. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu and confidently said, "From the moment she detached from the lowest level zombies, she already awakened her abilities." "What? So I'm the only one in the entire base without abilities?" Fan Jian's sudden outburst shattered the serious atmosphere. Realizing everyone was looking at him, Fan Jian belatedly raised his hand in apology, saying, Sorry, I couldn't help it." Yize withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhang Wenjing, asking, "Since she has awakened her abilities, why can't she use them now?" Zhang Wenjing looked at Jiang Yu and smiled slightly. "You should know that using abilities requires brain power, but obviously, you understand." Yize. Clearly Jiang Yu did not possess that brain power. It's fine. In my speculation, these zombies should become more human-like as they continue to evolve. At that point, they should learn how to use their abilities. She also kindly reassured Yize. Yize fell silent, realizing why in the late apocalypse it was rumored that high-level zombies possessed abilities also known as mutated zombies. Only now did he understand that it was not that high-level zombies had mutated to gain abilities, but rather that they learned how to use the abilities within their bodies upon reaching higher levels. "Did you learn all this from their records?" Yize asked, skeptical. Zhang Wenjing spoke nothing but the truth and felt no sense of panic. "Aside from the records, some of this I witnessed with my own eyes. They not only researched humans but also zombies." Yize remained silent. Since these answers had already been researched in the early days of the apocalypse, why were these discoveries still concealed from humanity in the later stages? Fan Jian, true to his name, quickly grasped the situation. So the use of abilities relies on brain power. Therefore those with poor brains have lower ability levels. After he said this, his gaze kept darting towards Xian Wenrui. Xian Wenrui knocked his head, saying, "Are you pointing at me?" After knocking him, Xian Wenrui uneasily asked Zhang Wenjing that. "It wouldn't really be related to brain power, would it?" I don't feel dumb." Zhang Wenjing adjusted her thick glasses. "It's not that simple. I feel that the key to mastering abilities is related to brain power, but there is currently no precise statement. Let me do some research." Yize glanced at Zhang Wenjing. In fact, her speculation was not wrong. It was indeed related to brain power, and more accurately, it was related to the mental strength that individuals possess. Currently, Zhang Wenjing did not have this concept, but in just over a month in the apocalypse, her ability to deduce this point was already extremely intelligent. "You said you can establish a mental link with zombies? Elaborate on that." Yize did not intend to directly let Jiang Yu establish a mental link with her, but he wanted to clarify the nature of this person's abilities. Zhang Wenjing did not shy away. "I already mentioned that my abilities lean towards mental invasion and mental detection. I can not only establish mental links with humans, but also with zombies, plants, and animals." She looked at Jiang Yu, her thick glasses obscuring her movements. Then, taking advantage of everyone's unpreparedness, she raised her gaze to meet Jiang Yu's, instantly activating her abilities. Just as her mental invasion was about to succeed, Jiang Yu tilted her head, her dark pupils forming ripples. Zhang Wenjing was stunned in place. Immediately after, Jiang Yu's strong and domineering abilities surged back, wreaking havoc in her mind. Jiang Yu rummaged through her memories, dredging up the pain that lay hidden deep within her mind. At this moment, Zhang Wenjing's eyes were bloodshot, her veins bulging, and the agony surging forth from her memories was driving her to the brink of madness. The mental anguish unleashed all her latent powers. She clutched her head and let out a howl, breaking free from the restraints Jiang Yu had imposed on her. Jiang Yu was taken aback, retreating a few steps, supported by Lu Yize beside her. Lu Yize caressed Jiang Yu's head, glancing at the mentally unstable Zhang Wenjing, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. As if deeply stimulated, the hatred in Zhang Wenjing's eyes lingered, refusing to fade. She looked up, gasping for breath. The others immediately went on high alert due to her sudden outburst. A mutated dog covered in wounds lunged forward, shielding Zhang Wenjing behind it, its strong limbs bearing two distinct injuries, blood oozing from the wounds. Tension hung thick in the air, ready to erupt. Zhang Wenjing, covering her face with one hand, let out a maniacal laugh first. When she lowered her hand to look at Jiang Yu, her eyes couldn't hide the fervor within. Like a parched person in the desert encountering an oasis, she stepped towards Jiang Yu, but was flung several meters away by Lu Yize's powers. Already heavily injured, her wounds reopened, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing her attacked, the mutated dog let out a low growl, its muscles tensed. And just as it lunged forward, Zhang Wenjing used her powers to freeze it in place. Zhang Wenjing realized that the current situation was a result of her own impulsiveness. She raised her hand, stepping closer, managing to control the mutated dog, while apologizing to Jiang Yu. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tested without permission just now." Beyond her apology, she felt a more palpable sense of threat. The danger surrounding her was not solely from Jiang Yu's powers. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's timely resistance, she would likely have met the same fate as the two women who were blown to a mist of blood by Lu Yize. "I just wanted to establish a mental connection with her to understand her current powers in order to prove my usefulness." When Zhang Wenjing spoke these words, she displayed no signs of defeat, even feeling an inexplicable excitement. "Didn't you say that powers are related to the mind? Jiang Yu currently has no mind, so how can her powers be stronger than yours?" Fan Jian was particularly astute at this moment, his strength lying in his ability to grasp the key points. "I later mentioned that powers are also connected to the mind in another way, but I haven't figured out the specifics yet." After a brief pause, she added, "I can't discern Jiang Yu's situation at the moment. However, her recent use of powers was likely an instinctual act of self-preservation, and her powers are probably related to mental manipulation." The blood at the corner of Zhang Wenjing's mouth had yet to dry, but she had already pulled out a tattered notebook from her pocket and began recording incessantly. Lu Yize held no fondness for someone acting independently. His previous inaction was already a concession, a favor returned for her having guarded the base for days. Zhang Wenjing, being a mental-type power user, was very sensitive to emotions. At this moment, she could clearly sense Lu Yize's rising desire to drive her away. She silently apologized to Jiang Yu in her heart, then spoke without hesitation, "I just saw Jiang Yu's memories." This statement caused Lu Yize to regard her with a renewed seriousness, though the chill in his eyes outweighed any joy. "Who allowed you to delve into her memories?" I didn't delve into anything." Zhang Wenjing quickly distanced herself from the accusation. Her control over her powers was incomplete. "While she stirred my mind into a mess, she inadvertently shoved some of her memories into my mind as well. I intended to conduct a mental probe on her, but was instead manipulated by her powers. I've mentioned before, my powers are not particularly offensive, but hers are markedly invasive." With her mind turned to mush, Zhang Wenjing still felt a lingering pain in her nerves. Lu Yize knew she spoke the truth. Although he hadn't taken action, he had been closely monitoring Jiang Yu and her situation. Should she make any sudden moves, he would have killed her. As for how Jiang Yu treated him, Lu Yize didn't really care. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Yu, being so clever, would inadvertently share some of her memories with her. Zhang Wenjing kept a close eye on Lu Yize's expression. Seeing that he didn't press further, she knew that as long as she spoke well, she still had a chance to stay. "I saw in her memories that you were in your second year of high school while she was in her first. You probably don't remember her, but she has a deep impression of you." "High school? Oh right, our high school had an integrated system for first and second years. Was I there too? My relationship with Lu Yize was quite good starting from the second year." Fan Jian pointed to his own face, trying to find a sense of presence. Xian Wenrui glanced at Fan Jian, recalling his earlier comments, and retorted, "Weren't you the one who got knocked out by a brick from Brother Lu, and had to go to the hospital for stitches? Is that what you call a good relationship? What do you know? That was back in the first year. It has nothing to do with the second year. We call that not fighting to get acquainted, okay?" Recalling his high school days, Fan Jian raised his chin, a sense of pride on his face. Back when the apocalypse hadn't come, he, as a well-known rich second generation, still held a bit of status. Zhang Wenjing regarded the face of the rich second generation with a frown, tapping her fingers thoughtfully before finally hitting upon a realization. "Oh, I get it. You must be the one in Jiang Yu's mind, always standing beside Lu Yize, but with an unclear face." Fan Jian gritted his teeth, exiting the conversation, thinking, So you've blurred my face in her memories, huh? Indeed, neither of the couple were good people. Zhang Wenjing looked at the silent Yize and raised the stakes. If you want to know about her, I will tell you everything, but my only condition is that you let me stay. Yize sneered, I do want to know about her past. Zhang Wenjing immediately smiled, but her smile barely lasted a few minutes before Yize added, one day, I will hear her tell me herself. For now, you can take your mutated dog and leave. Zhang Wenjing attempted a final rescue. I also know how to accelerate the absorption of powers. She failed to notice the strange looks directed at her by those present. Just as humans can absorb crystal core, zombies can also absorb human power cores, and I know how to speed up the absorption of both crystal and power cores. This would not only help Jiangyu become a high-level zombie sooner and regain her sanity, but it would also allow you all to enhance your powers quickly. She finished speaking with a flutter of anxiety. This was evidently her last bargaining chip. Everyone present fell silent, not a word spoken. Only Fan Jian, who never seemed to grasp subtleties, scratched his head and said earnestly, but Yize already knows. There's no need for you to say it. Zhang Wenjing. Yize already knows. After a brief blank in her mind, Zhang Wenjing felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her. Yes, he knows. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Fan Jian looked at her as if she were foolish. He himself had no ability, yet he understood that it used to take the fat man and the other several days to absorb a single crystal core. After learning Yize's method, they could absorb a crystal core with high efficiency in a short time. But such matters need not be revealed to this madwoman. They were secrets belonging to the base. Don't waste so many words on her. Yize had little patience. Xian Wenrui read Yize's meaning, shook his head and sighed at Zhang Wenjing. Why did you provoke her for no reason? Look now. You only just made it in and already you have to leave again. Go on, I'll see you out. Xian Wenrui tugged at the mutated dog. The dog stared at Zhang Wenjing and refused to move. It seemed determined to cling there shamelessly. Shang Shui stepped forward with a kindly warning. Leave now or later, it won't be a simple leaving. This was Yize's territory. If she did not go of her own accord, Yize would see to it that she was thrown out. Had it been a few days earlier, when they were at full strength, perhaps the mutated dog and the psychic Zhang Wenjing could have held out a while longer. But now both were still grievously wounded, which explained why Jiang Yu could so easily break through Zhang Wenjing's mental probe and strike back at her. Reluctant though she was under the eaves, one must bow. Zhang Wenjing had no choice but to leave the base with the mutated dog. This time was somewhat better. They were left on the base's outskirts, the very place Xian Wenrui had once lived. For the sake of a few pieces of mutant meat, Xian Wenrui had magnanimously offered them his shabby dog den. Here, with a bit of patching, it's livable. I'm leaving it to you. There are a few pieces of mutant meat inside, you won't starve. Xian Wenrui and Yize had always divided roles clearly, one the stern-faced, the other the lenient one. The dog den could barely accommodate the mutated dog's head, yet its sturdy body and thick coat allowed it to endure the cold. But the weather had begun to warm, and there was fear that temperatures might soon soar to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Thanks. Zhang Wenjing was not ungrateful. She thanked Xian Wenrui and moved into the crude shelter. Before leaving, Xian Wenrui cast a look over the scattered bloodstains. As the snow melted, the blood evaporated and congealed, sticky and coagulated, clinging to the ground along with tattered scraps of clothing. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting more mutated creatures, Xian Wenrui gathered his ability into a water orb and washed the ground. His gaze fell upon two intact garments and a silver cane among the debris. Xian Wenrui recognized them as the clothes of Cui Yingying, the same woman Yize had once blown into a spray of blood with his ability. Cui Yingying had almost killed him before. He had not imagined she would end up like this. It was truthfully deeply satisfying. If only he had been the one to do it himself, he felt a slight regret. After clearing the blood outside the base, he placed several zombie and human corpses beside the ability-infused dog, leaving them as spare rations. When he returned to the base, his ability reserves were drained and his body slick with sweat. Yize and Fan Jian were talking. Noticing his arrival, Yize tossed him a crystal core as a reward. A grin spread across Xian Wenrui's face. This was why he liked doing things for Brother Lu. When Lu gave, he gave generously. Xian Wenrui perspired heavily and Fan Jian recoiled in disgust. Yet, when he saw Xian tug his shirt to wipe his brow, Fan's shock erupted into an exclamation. Fatty, have you lost weight? You haven't been eating less mutant meat, have you? Damn, you look so much thinner. Lost weight? Really? I tried to lose weight before and always failed. Some ugly fools even called me a dead otaku, damn it. No, you're really thinner. Before you wore thick clothes, so I didn't notice. Now you look slimmer all around. What diet is this of yours that's so effective? I don't know. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed myself. With everything that's happened, who has time to notice such things? Yize probed Xian Wenrui's abilities with his spiritual sense and discovered 21 ability cores, 7 of which had already been successfully linked. It was likely the result of recent crystal core absorption combined with frequent use of his ability that had lit those core fragments. As one's ability grows, the Bodis toxins are gradually expelled. When Xian Wenrui first awakened his ability, it merely cleared the acne from his face. The transformations in his physique now were all effects of that power. Latest reports from the large base claimed that ability users live roughly 3 to 5 times as long as ordinary people. How true that was in practice Yize could not say. After all, he had not survived 15 years past the end of the world. Following another round of treatment, Jiang Yu was not escorted out by Sheng Shui as usual. Sheng Shui had overexerted her ability today and needed to recuperate. Yize took Jiang Yu away. He needed to use the opportunity of her having just exercised her ability to inspect the state of her crystal core. Back in the room, he had Jiang Yu sit upon the bed. Energy gathered at his fingertips as he carefully touched the center of her brow. As if sensing danger, Jiang Yu immediately abandoned her usual intimacy and recoiled as zombie claws manifested as she adopted a defensive, aggressive posture. "I'll examine you," Yize said as he pinched her claw. Jiang Yu's sharp teeth pressed against his advancing neck. The sense of crisis made her want to bite through the beating pulse beneath. The hunter in the posture of prey revealed his weakness. Just as Jiang Yu lunged for Yize's carotid, he produced a long and used custom muzzle from his space, and with practiced hands fitted it onto her. With the rise of Jiang Yu's ability, it was clear her bite force had been steadily increasing. The muzzle Yize had specially commissioned was nearing its limits and might not hold for many more uses. Seeing her resist, Yize tightened his grip on her chin to adjust her position. Rage churned in the black depths of the zombie's eyes. She fought against Yize's approach because she could plainly feel the ability shrouding his hand heading toward the center of her brow. Although she did not know what lay beneath her brow, like any creature that seeks benefit and avoids harm, Jiang Yu, despite being a zombie, knew how vital the crystal core was to her. The crystal core was to a zombie a second heart that did not beat. Jiang Yu's evasion displeased the intensely controlling Yize. He increased the pressure of his hand and let out a soft chuckle. "What is there to fear? I'm not going to bully you." Though his words were calm, Yize's hands moved with anything but gentleness. Having firmly subdued Jiang Yu, he carefully touched her forehead. He enveloped the crystalline core within her brain with his spiritual energy, seeking to discern her condition. In terror, Jiang Yu's core surged with volatile power. Her awakened ability lashed out violently toward Yize's mind. Yet the moment her ability breached Yize's consciousness, it vanished utterly beneath the vast, tranquil expanse of his spiritual sea. As he withdrew, just as When Jing had warned Jiang Yu's memories scattered haphazardly across his mental landscape, Jiang Yu abruptly retracted her ability and recoiled, instinctively retreating. Sensing the chasm between them, wariness bloomed in her heart. Yize, unwillingly thrust into Jiang Yu's fragmented recollections, closed his eyes to absorb the disordered shards of memory. They were trivial, disjointed fragments. Yet pieced together they revealed one undeniable truth. When Yize opened his eyes again, his gaze upon Jiang Yu held something ineffable. Curiosity edged with quiet astonishment, as if appraising a zombie who appeared docile yet was anything but. Startled by Yize's sudden advance, Jiang Yu whirled to flee, only to be seized by the wrist and drawn upright, forced to meet his unwavering gaze. Yize gazed down at her, the dim evening light casting long shadows that deepened the air with quiet intensity. His fingers traced the delicate curve of her almond-shaped eyes, innocent, pure, and profoundly deceptive, as though contemplating an unsolvable enigma. Gazing upon Jiang Yu's demure expression, then recalling the room he'd glimpsed in her memories. Walls plastered with his own photographs. Yize's lips lifted in a faint wry smile. "Jiang Yu," he murmured, "you're rather twisted." As a zombie, Jiang Yu had no grasp of his meaning, nor did she care. Twisted wasn't edible after all. Yize felt a flicker of regret, not knowing whether that photograph-clad room still stood. If it did, he'd one day escort her there, revisiting the scene of her quiet obsession. He wanted her to examine each image, meticulously reconstructing the moment her transgression began. Yet the scattered fragments offered no clear origin, no precise hour or day when her infatuation first curdled into fixation. What they did convey, however, was the visceral reality of her pathological devotion, and truth be told, Yize found it far from repulsive. Sensing Jiang Yu's intent to flee, Yize pressed down with his ability, extinguishing her will to escape. His earlier examination had confirmed Jiang Wenjing's assertion intelligent zombies could indeed wield abilities, just as humans did. The crystalline core embedded in their brains functioned identically to a human's ability core. Just as humans could absorb zombie cores, so too could zombies assimilate human ability cores. Yize retrieved an ability core seized days earlier and offered it to Jiang Yu. She accepted it warily. Only when he made no move to reclaim it did she begin absorbing it cautiously. For Jiang Yu, a zombie, the absorption proved markedly smoother than ingesting a crystal core. Stagnant power stirred anew, rising steadily. Viewed thus, humans and zombies seemed antithetical creations. Two species forged not for coexistence but for inevitable opposition, as if ordained by some indifferent architect. Yize watched Jiang Yu absorb the core this threat he himself had nurtured, and slowly a quiet, dangerous smile curved his lips. Jiang Yu's absorption was swift, but integrating its energy took 3 full days. Throughout, her eyes remained sealed shut. On the 3rd day, as Yize negotiated base maintenance protocols with Xian Wanrui, a ripple of energy pulsed unexpectedly through his spatial domain. He immediately released Zhang Yu. Though she hadn't ascended outright, her cultivation had surged to the apex of the 1st tier. In his previous life, Yize had perished at the 4th tier. Reborn cultivation came effortlessly. Indeed, he had already reached the peak of the 2nd tier, deliberately suppressing his advancement. Now, however, a venture outside was unavoidable. He needed abundant zombie cores to safely navigate his impending breakthrough. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's 3-day slumber coincided with a relentless rise in ambient temperature. Even inside, the base heat had become unbearable, until Yize deployed pre-apocalypse generators and retrofitted air conditioning units. Under extreme heat, many base systems failed. Precisely what Yize and Xian Wanrui had been discussing. Low-tier zombies devoid of sensation felt neither cold nor heat. Even flayed bare, they registered nothing. But Zhang Yu was no low-tier zombie. Stepping beyond Yize's domain, she instantly recoiled from the scorching air, and overcome by discomfort turned sharply to bury herself against his chest. She had no idea how to return to his spatial domain, and frankly she never wished to emerge again. Heat, she decided, could kill a zombie outright. You too. What on earth are you doing? This is public. No impropriety allowed. Fan Jian covered his eyes with theatrical flair, shouting in mock scandal. Impropriety? Hardly possible. Even if Zhang Yu truly intended such liberties, Yize would never permit an audience. He peeled her gently but firmly from his frame, never once considering returning her to his domain. Learn to use your ability to shield yourself from the heat. He was compelling her to awaken her power. He would not cage her like a caged songbird, forever dependent. Heat frayed Zhang Yu's composure. She teetered on the edge of frenzy. Zombies more sensitive than humans to thermal extremes, yet utterly ignorant of how to wield their abilities without guidance. A palpable aura of grievance radiated from her. Like a tethered spirit, she sat rigidly on a small chair, attempting futilely to achieve inner coolness through stillness. Xian Wanrui, having just repaired the main gate, wiped sweat from his brow and frowned at the thermometer. Brother Lu, this weather is absurd. Outside has already hit 50 degrees Celsius. Will it climb further? It certainly will, Fan Jian declared without hesitation. Recall that blizzard. It lasted half a month. This heat wave, I'd wager it's only just begun. His words unsettled even Shang Shui, the calmest among them. 50 degrees now. Surface temperatures will soar higher still, and continue rising for another fortnight. How can anyone survive? In his past life, the scorching aftermath of the Great Frost reached 78 degrees Celsius, forcing human settlements underground. Yize grasped Zhang Yu's hand and strode toward the exit. We'll go out again, before the heat peaks. His meaning was unmistakable. Without hesitation, the others fell in behind him. Emerging from the base, they beheld a mutated dog whose fur resembled chewed rope, and Zhang Wenjing, now gleamingly bald. A single unspoken verdict echoed silently among them: incredible. Zhang Wenjing was a madwoman. She cared not a whit for long hair, short hair, or even baldness. Calmly greeting the others, she remarked, "You're out now. Do you also wish to experience that primal scorching heat?" Her words remained as insufferable as ever, as though she had utterly forgotten the agony she just endured. Yet her body betrayed her far more honestly. Despite her abilities, shielding heat rash still bloomed across her skin. Yize remained silent, and so did the rest. Only Zhang Yu resisted leaving the base. The searing heat outside tormented her, darkening her azure-hued flesh instantly. The burning sensation ignited unbearable pain, sending her into a feral, aggressive frenzy. As a zombie, she produced no sweat. Her body could not cool itself. Instead, oppressive heat coiled like wildfire within her, surging chaotically through her frame. Zhang Wenjing glanced at Yize standing coldly apart, then graciously demonstrated for Zhang Yu, using her psychic ability to show precisely how to envelop one's own body in a mental barrier, thereby isolating oneself from external heat. Sharing the same psychic affinity, Zhang Yu sensed Zhang Wenjing's ability with exceptional clarity. Fueled by raw survival instinct amid the extreme climate, and guided by Zhang Wenjing's repeated demonstrations, Zhang Yu finally managed, albeit shakily, to erect such a thermal barrier using her own power. Though far less effective than sheltering within Yize's ability space, it was undeniably more comfortable than having none at all, forcing Zhang Yu to push her psychic capacity further. The suffocating, searing pressure inside her chest gradually subsided, and Zhang Yu at last regained composure. Zhang Wenjing had proven her worth, and smiled as she addressed Yize. "This little zombie is nearing evolution, isn't she? Do you need more spirit crystals?" Though her rank remained modest, Zhang Wenjing possessed far deeper insight into abilities and zombies than most. Hearing her remark, Yize showed little surprise. Yet the three beside him stared at Zhang Yu stunned. Evolution? What happens when a zombie evolves? Does it grow smarter? Fan Jian asked, first curiosity alight. Probably becomes more human-like. Just look at sister-in-law compared to ordinary zombies. The difference is stark. Xian Wanrui speculated. Zhang Wenjing offered a thoughtful reply. In my estimation, the higher a zombie's rank, the closer it draws to humanity. I once encountered a zombie who commanded lower-tier zombies with absolute authority and possessed unmistakable human intelligence. At her words, Shang Shui instantly recalled the chilling moment in the shopping mall, when that very zombie had locked eyes on her, sending ice down her spine. Was the zombie you met accompanied by a skeleton? Yes. It bore a skeleton and wielded human intellect alongside zombie ferocity. Truly terrifying. Though her words conveyed dread, her expression shimmered with exhilaration. Turning to Yize, whose calm demeanor never wavered, she grinned. I know many parts of the city well, and I can help scout intelligence. So, may I accompany you? Though Yize might have refused, Jiang Yu's breakthrough in wielding her ability owed much to this woman. His gaze flickered to the mutated dog, and beside it the corpse of another mutated beast already rotting under the blistering heat. Clearly they had defended the base against yet another assault during these days. Come along. Yize saw no reason to decline a useful ally. Zhang Wenjing flashed a bold, unrestrained smile, pushing up her thick-rimmed glasses. She intended to retrieve her younger sister's remains this time, and had already stated so plainly. No one objected to her request. The cemetery lay directly along their planned route anyway. Yize's group boarded the vehicle while Zhang Wenjing mounted her mutated hound. The scene should have looked imposing. Yet the hound's fur shaved into an uneven patchy stubble robbed it of all majesty. Yize drove at breakneck speed, but the mutated hound ran faster than any ordinary vehicle. It blurred into a streak of afterimage, forcing frequent stops to wait. Inside the car, Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian pressed themselves nearly to the rear window, hearts pounding. Damn. So damn cool. Even Bald spotted its awe-inspiring. Why didn't I raise a dog back then? Might have mutated too. I'd have grabbed onto a golden leg right then and there. Fan Jian lamented, gripping his chest. Xian Wenrui muttered, half envious. It's not that impressive. Just looks flashy on horseback, runs fast, hits hard. Otherwise, nothing special. Yize cast him a glance. Xian Wenrui's tongue was sharper than his strength. No matter how enviously the two in the car raved, the moment they reached the park where Zhang Qian was buried, their voices fell silent. No more jests, no more banter. Zhang Wenjing stood at the sight, but her face had paled to ash. She stood frozen over the spot where her sister Zhang Qian's ashes should have rested. From Shang Shui's memories, she knew they'd interred Zhang Qian's ashes here. Yet now every inch of soil had been violently overturned. The urn meant to hold those ashes lay shattered nearby. A few scattered traces of ash remained inside the broken vessel, but most had vanished without a trace. Trembling, Zhang Wenjing clutched the urn, her emotions surging, her psychic power flaring involuntarily. Instantly a vision of events from several days prior unfolded within each of their minds. The day after Yize's group departed, a cloaked faction, robed head toto in black, had arrived and taken away the monstrous child born of Zhang Qian. They dug up Zhang Qian's remains solely to recover the spirit crystal she'd torn from her own body and gripped until death. Yize's party had left it behind, unwilling to disturb her final grasp. Yet those intruders obsessed with that single crystal had uprooted the entire plot, carrying off the crystal while scattering Zhang Qian's ashes carelessly into the wind. Rage consumed Zhang Wenjing utterly. Her bloodshot eyes burned with blind, bottomless hatred. One day she would find them. Even if it cost her life, she would make them pay in full. Under the influence of her ability, all witnessed the truth. Shang Shui wheeled forward and gently patted Zhang Wenjing's shoulder. Grieve well. The urn held only fragments of ash. After a long, hollow silence, Zhang Wenjing rose. Clutching it tightly, her eyes emptied of light. Calmly she said to Yize's group, "Let's go. We must keep moving, no delays." Her towering wrath could not be concealed. Each felt its weight. Yet seeing her now, still quiet, hollow, they understood for the first time the sheer unflinching ferocity that defined Zhang Wenjing. Yize met her gaze squarely. Not moved by her sorrow, but seized by the figures who'd appeared in the vision, those robed entirely in black, faces utterly veiled. In his previous life's 15 years of apocalypse, he'd never heard of such a brazen, audacious faction. Who were they? And where had they come from? Silence reigned inside the vehicle as everyone drifted into their own thoughts, united by an unspoken understanding. Yet in his previous life he had been consumed by hatred, his gaze fixed solely upon his enemies. Like a single leaf obscuring the mountain, he failed to perceive the subtle roiling disturbances unfolding beneath the surface. Jiang Yu was the only one stirring within the car. Her eyes locked intently on a direction beyond the window, claws scraping restlessly against the floor, low guttural growls rumbling from her throat. The mutated hound, previously racing forward, came to an abrupt halt. Inside the vehicle, the others finally sensed something amiss. Fan Jian scanned the surroundings, voice trembling with unease. Why? Not a single shadow of a zombie in sight. If extreme weather had eradicated them, then corpses should litter the roads. Yet none lay there. Instead, an eerie absolute absence prevailed. Yize turned his gaze toward Jiang Yue, who remained transfixed outside the window as though summoned by some unseen force, and followed her line of sight, brow furrowing as he confirmed the direction. Xian Wenrui, ever observant, recognized the direction and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the central city base where we once delivered Zi Mao and Lu Mao? Now that you mention it, it truly is." Fan Jian suddenly realized. Outside, Zhang Wenjing sensed the anomaly too. She guided her mutated hound closer to the vehicle. Within a 3-kilometer radius, only a handful of zombies remain, but all are converging toward the central city base. "What's our next move? Let's go see." Yize restarted the engine, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the central city base. They had set out to secure crystal cores. Returning empty-handed was never an option. The vehicle jolted violently as the road, once smooth, turned jagged and treacherous. Not a single living soul appeared along the way, not even a glimpse of a zombie. A scorching sun blazed overhead, its heat pierced even through the glass. The brutal heat wave following the Great Freeze had extinguished even the most resilient mutated flora. Withered, grotesque mutant plants sprawled lifelessly along the roadside. As far as the eye could see, no movement, no sound. Traveling this desolate path stirred an unnerving dread that they were the last remnants of humanity left in the world. "What's going on here? I can't shake this creeping chill." Fan Jian withdrew his gaze and rubbed his arms, suddenly finding even Jiang Yu, the zombie, less terrifying than this silence. Shang Shui also looked away, uneasy. In the face of extreme weather, not only humans seek refuge. Zombies, mutated animals, and plants do too. Our own base lies deep in obscurity, yet still endures relentless assaults. From zombies, mutants, and beasts alike. How much more vulnerable must the central city base be? Even Xian Wenrui wore a grave expression. Originally, the central city base had been established at the heart of the metropolis. Not for strategic dominance, but to ensure accessibility for the greatest number of ordinary survivors while maintaining sufficient security. Had Yize been in charge, most would never have reached it, doomed instead to become mere fodder for the undead. Fan Jian grasped the logic behind the location. Yet a new question arose: who leads the central city base now? Isn't it that fire elemental mutant whose head Lu Gu severed, and whose ability core Jiang Yu later excavated? Did he truly possess such compassion for the common people? Unlikely. He doesn't strike me as the altruistic type. Riding alongside on her mutated hound, Zhang Wenjing interjected. He wasn't always the leader. Originally, he served as second-in-command of this district, only seizing power after killing the former chief and manifesting his ability. At first, the central city base maintained contact with the higher-tier bases, receiving supplies and relief aid through official channels. But in these chaotic times, oversight from above has eroded. He exploited that vacuum, oppressing the weak, committing atrocities. His death was well-earned. "Ah, I see." Her explanation brought clarity to the group. As they neared the central city base, Zhang Wenjing added, "Before launching their assault on your base, the central city base had already fractured into 2 rival factions. The force that attacked you belonged to one faction. The other comprises loyalists of the slain former chief, scattered but unbowed. Most likely the current leadership rests with the late chief's trusted inner circle." Fan Jian still thought of his 2 wealthy friends, fellow heirs of fortune. "I wonder how they're faring." Beyond concern for them, a deeper fear gnawed at him. What of his own family? A question he dared not dwell upon. In this apocalypse, survival itself was the highest aspiration. While Fan Jian lamented loss and uncertainty, Yize carried no kin, no attachments. Only purpose. The closer they drew to the central city base, the more Yize's spiritual sense revealed hundreds of low-tier zombies, now gathered just beyond its perimeter. As their vehicle crossed into its domain, at the very moment they peered out, they witnessed a desperate struggle. A group besieged by zombies. Among them, Zi Mao stood out unmistakably. Their squad of 7 or 8 was encircled by dozens of the undead. These zombies moved with unnatural coordination, targeting not randomly but with chilling precision toward the location of their ability cores. Deep, bone-exposing wounds crisscrossed their bodies. A savage gash tore across Zi Mao's face, from browbone to throat. Flesh split wide, blood and tissue mangled beyond recognition. Yet pain meant nothing now, their eyes burned with iron resolve fixed on the advancing horde. Beneath their feet lay not only scores of fallen zombies, but also the motionless forms of comrades who had fought beside them until their final breath. All were spent. Abilities exhausted, strength drained, clinging to consciousness by sheer will alone. Just as a zombie's claw lunged to rip out Zi Mao's ability core, spatial energy rippled around the undead. Undulating like translucent water, invisible yet undeniable. The zombies were instantly confined within a narrow, compressed space. Air churned violently within that boundary. Bones snapping with sharp, brittle cracks as the shrinking dimensions twisted their forms grotesquely. Temperature surged violently. Air pressure mounting until the very atmosphere screamed under strained bones grinding with sickening, grating sounds. Then, cataclysm. The space ruptured outward in a devastating blast. Limbs, torsos, skulls. shattered and scattered across the ground in an instant. Those who had braced for certain death stared stunned at the sudden reversal of fate. Only when the massive mutated hound surged forward, tearing into the surviving zombies, and a towering curtain of protective water rose from the earth did Zimao finally lift his gaze. His eyes fell upon the figures in the distance, and his voice broke raw and hoarse as he cried out the name he'd believed lost forever, Brother Lu. This is not a place for reminiscing, and Yize had no time to respond. As if aware of their arrival disrupting the established situation, the dozens of low-level zombies, after being halved, quickly chose to retreat. Yize frowned. Once they arrived, there was no chance of leaving. Zhang Yu leapt up from behind Yize, her sharp claws unhesitatingly attacking her kindred, extracting the crystal cores from their brains. Zhang Wenjing controlled these zombies through mental invasion, her ability dog, cooperating as it howled towards the sky, a thick spiritual energy erupting from its body. Dark clouds swirled above, and in an instant thunder erupted. Lightning split the sky, countless bolts of electric light, tearing through the clouds like silver arrows falling from the heavens. The zombies fixed in place instantly turned to ashes, leaving only hard crystal cores scattered on the ground. The wind stirred up sand and stones, the weather was gloomy, yet the heat still brought layers of heat waves to the surface, intensifying the stifling atmosphere and the smell of blood and char. Fan Jian pushed Shang Shui forward to treat Zimao and the others. When Zimao saw Fan Jian and Shang Shui, his eyes moistened. I didn't expect to see you all again. Let's not waste time. Speaking was already a challenge for him. Fan Jian helped the injured to Shang Shui. Seeing Zimao, who cared so much about his appearance, now disfigured, it left him speechless. Where's Sun Jianbai? Fan Jian asked, noticing the absence of Lu Mao. Zimao fell silent, clenching his fists, and finally spoke. He's dead. Fan Jian opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, Shang Shui, who was treating Zimao, momentarily stiffened, her ability faltering. The four of them had endured the toughest times together. Aside from Fan Jian, whom she had known since childhood, Shang Shui had a decent impression of the other two. And now the one who loved to laugh the most was gone. The few individuals treating the injured fell silent, while Yize and the others noticed something unusual. This isn't right. Yize was the first to fix his gaze on a dark mass not far away, almost touching the sky. Heavy footsteps echoed from afar, raising dust that blurred their vision. Yet every person present could distinctly sense the powerful pressure steadily approaching. Seeing hundreds of zombies surge in, everyone's hearts plunged. The zombies sent previously were merely the vanguard for testing the waters. Zombies surrounding the city. Someone's pale face broke the silence. Zhang Wenjing fixed her gaze on the orderly horde of zombies. Before her, her expression grim. It's likely the zombie we encountered before. His ability allows him to control zombies, indicating he has already started using his powers. We don't know what level he has reached. He commands a zombie army, certainly because the harsh weather has squeezed their living space, thus they aim to seize human bases. At this moment, the only one present who remained unchanged was Zhang Yue, also a zombie. However, in her eyes there was deep apprehension, as if she feared some kind of power. The stark difference in numbers created a lopsided situation, with the zombie army opposing a few scattered individuals. Once their kind, they had now become each other's food and means of enhancement. Mutual fighting and slaughter became their only path to survival. Zhang Wenjing swiftly swept through the entire army, with her abilities calmly making her assessment. Among the zombies, there are likely no fewer than 3 whose strength is comparable to Xiaobai and Yize, excluding the so-called Zombie King. Both the mutant dog and Yize are at level 2. This means that the Zombie King has elevated to level 3 in this very short time by consuming humans and extracting zombie crystal cores. The higher the zombie level, the closer their intelligence approaches humanity. At least within the zombie ranks, a class distinction had formed, or rather the Zombie King had crafted this current situation single-handedly. The nearest pair of zombies before their mutation were likely conjoined twins, their heads connected, sharing a single body. They emitted a kikek laughter towards Yize, and the others followed by flames, merging with a whirlwind, creating a violent vortex of fire. Their sound waves overlapped, continuously swirling with increasing intensity, and they synchronously launched the force towards the base gates. The rampant flames burned fiercely on the already barren ground, leaving behind a charred black trace. Get down. Without a moment's thought, Yize instantly activated his abilities. The violently incoming fireball was encapsulated within space, blocked from advancing, and continuously deflected, cutting off its oxygen supply. Even so, the overwhelming heat wave still scattered their group. But at the same time he was blocking, the conjoined zombies were ready to strike the swirling vortex at their feet, providing propulsion, driving their taut dark muscles, and the entire zombie shot forward. At the moment this zombie attacked, the rest of the zombies surged forward as if receiving orders. The claws of the conjoined zombies lunged for Yize's eyes, and just as they were about to make contact, Zhang Yu turned and countered with her own sharp claws. Yize braced himself against the full force of another strength-type zombie crashing down from above, the tremendous impact causing the ground to sink. The violent force surged through Yize's entire body, in an instant white light spilling from his palm, as he resisted the opponent's attack wrapping around him. The strength-type zombie realized something was wrong and immediately released its grip. Yize revealed a vicious smile, and the space exploded at his wrist, causing the robust strength-type zombie to stagger back several steps. Black blood flowed from his wrist, flesh and bone intertwined the intense pain, eliciting a roar from the strength-type zombie. For ordinary non-strength-type zombies, this explosive threat would be enough to sever an entire arm, but for a strength-type zombie it only resulted in severe injury. Hearing his roar, the deformity-eating zombie abandoned its half-chewed meal and rushed to provide support. As a water-type mutant, this female zombie's control over water far surpassed that of Xian Wenrui, the powerful waves blocking Yize's line of sight. Yize used a spatial blade to cut through the wave's water vapor scattering, and the strength-type zombie broke through from within. With the explosive force of the heated water vapor and air currents, Yize was thrown several meters away, crashing to the ground with a thud. At the moment the strength-type zombie stood up, Zhang Wenjing and Xian Wenrui, covered in blood, stood in front of him, blocking his path. The two were severely injured, facing an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation, yet they were unaware of where their courage stemmed from. The usually astute Xian Wenrui wiped the blood from his forehead and boastfully declared, "Well, play with you for a bit." A brute-type zombie blocked their path. Fists collided with a thunderous impact, while the wounds on its wrists began to heal gradually. Its obsidian-black muscles bulged, tearing through its outer garments as its arms stretched wide to either side. Its pitch-black eyes widened to their absolute limit, blazing with feral ferocity. Overwhelmed by savage bloodlust, it locked its gaze upon the two humans before it, mere prey, and lunged forward in a single breathless instant. As the brute-type zombie swung its massive fist, Zhang Wenjing locked eyes with it and invaded its mental sea. A torrent of chaotic memories flooded in, causing the creature to freeze mid-lunge. Now! With a pained cry, Zhang Wenjing triggered the strike. A razor-sharp blade of condensed water descended from above, piercing straight through the brute-type zombie's skull. The collision between blade and cranium erupted in a deafening boom. The brute-type zombie roared in agony, while Zhang Wenjing was violently thrown to the ground by the backlash of her own psychic power. Shaking free from mental restraint, the brute-type zombie tore the aqueous blade from the crown of its head. Xian Wenrui was hurled backward by the explosive recoil, and the blade dissolved into droplets that rained down upon the zombie's body. Just as the brute-type zombie took several heavy steps toward them, the moisture clinging to its drenched form suddenly coalesced, tightening like an invisible, inescapable net around its limbs. It strained with raw brute force to break free, only to find the watery web shifting fluidly with every motion. As Zhang Wenjing attempted to close the distance, searing heat surged behind her. Instinct alone drove her to roll sideways. The two-headed zombie, still locked in combat with Zhang Yue, twisted its grotesque maw toward Zhang Wenjing and bared its teeth. She had narrowly escaped becoming a charred corpse. Even while distracted, it continued driving Zhang Yu, a tier below it, into desperate, faltering retreat. Yize noticed Zhang Yu's injuries. His aquatic ability flared wildly in the air, seizing the water-manipulating female mutant, who had been encased in liquid. He hurled her toward Bai Xiao, who was simultaneously battling low-tier zombies and shielding Shang Shui. Yize whirled, seized the two-headed zombie's legs, and surged his ability upward. The creature felt its blood congealing within its limbs, choking, suffocating. So without hesitation it summoned razor-edged wind blades and severed its own legs. In an instant it created distance from Yize, and yet even as it retreated it spat fireballs toward him. Yize sidestepped the assault, then counterattacked seamlessly. A streak of blinding white light flashed across the air. The two-headed zombie veered sharply downward, tumbling clumsily across the ground in a frantic, undignified roll. When it raised its head again, it met Yize's triumphant grin, then whirled about in shock. There on the ground knelt the brute-type zombie. Its hands slack at its sides, its head severed and rolling several meters away, black ichor splattering outward. Yize's true target had never been the two-headed zombie. Meanwhile, Xian Wenrui and Zhang Wenjing, having just stabilized each other after their harrowing struggle, rose shakily to their feet. Before joy could surface, Zhang Wenjing's face drained of color as she stared horrified at the brute-type zombie's back. A small, delicate hand reached down and lifted the fallen head from the ground, emitting a chilling, hollow giggle, the laughter of a 9-year-old zombie, unnerving in its childlike cadence. The newly appeared zombie girl toyed with the brute-type zombie's severed head, already probing for its crystalline core, intending to consume it as fuel for her own ascension. Nearly everyone present was transfixed by her, but Yize alone glanced behind them. His expression, once calm, now hardened with grim foreboding. From the churning black mist, several indistinct figures coalesced. At their center strode a zombie sovereign, its waist adorned with a grinning skull that clattered softly against its bones with every step. Yize met the sovereign's gaze. Silence fell. Not a whisper, not a breath. In that very instant, every zombie froze, turning as one to behold their king. Flanking the sovereign stood a male and a female zombie. The latter mimicked human mannerisms, covering her mouth with a clawed hand as she cackled mockingly, her eyes gleaming with contempt at the decapitated brute-type zombie. Had the sovereign not been present, they would have devoured its core long ago. The sovereign cast a single imperious glance at the unruly female zombie. Instantly obedient, she reluctantly scooped up the child zombie and directed her ability toward the brute-type zombie, stitching its severed head back onto its body. The head reattached itself to the torso. The brute-type zombie blinked open its eyes once more and grinned arrogant and defiant. Zombies do not smile, but these second-tier abominations had learned to mimic humanity. Its facial muscles twitched into a ghastly, humorless rictus, revealing jaws lined with crushing, interlocking teeth. They snapped together with a sickening clack, hungry, not for flesh but for the utter annihilation of all prey before it. Among the scattered survivors, despair settled like lead in their chests. Excluding the sovereign's 6 second-tier zombies now stood arrayed against them, and the 3 newcomers were unmistakably more formidable than those they had faced earlier. Yize surveyed the battlefield. Aside from himself, nearly every ally bore grievous wounds. Opposite them swarmed hordes of undead, and among them high-tier mutants vastly outnumbered their own elite psychics. The balance tipped once more, this time irrevocably. There would be no retreat. The fragile lull shattered when the brute-type zombie launched a sudden brutal assault. Xian Wenrui was sent flying several meters by a devastating kick. A crushing blow meant for Zhang Wenjing struck instead the massive frame of the mutated hound. Already gravely injured, the beast let out a sky-rending howl of pain and lunged, jaws snapping toward the brute-type zombie, threatening its master. The 2-headed zombie closed in on Yize, seeking to reclaim dominance, only to ignite Zhang Yu's fierce competitive spirit in equal measure. Behind them, Zimao, the strongest among them, had just been healed by Shang Shui and now confronted a stealthy aquatic mutant. Where water met fire, scalding vapor billowed thick and white. Fan Jian's face and clothes were streaked with blood. Clad head-to-toe in protective gear, he wielded his weapon with grim precision, severing the heads of low-tier zombies while shielding Shang Shui behind him. The sovereign's gaze remained fixed upon Shang Shui, his fingers unconsciously tracing the skull at his waist. His 2 lieutenants received the silent command, and their eyes locked onto the greatest threat on the field. A wave of vertigo slammed into Yize's skull. His mind instantly flooded with visions of his past life, surrounded, hunted, and cornered by Dong Hong. Fragments of torment flickered relentlessly, Dong Hong's psychic ability ensnaring him, rendering him helpless, a lamb awaiting slaughter. As Yize sank deeper into the illusion, the male lieutenant vanished, melting into the shadows, then surging forth to fuse with Yize's own silhouette. The shadow rose silently, slithering up his legs like living rope, binding his ankles tight, just as it coalesced into a humanoid shape poised to pierce his psychic core. The illusory prison shattered into glittering shards. The female lieutenant clutched her bleeding eyes, shrieking in ragged, dissonant agony, the backlash of her own shattered psyche. Yize stomped down hard on the writhing shadow, trying to flee. His lips stretched wider, wider still, into a rictus both ecstatic and unhinged. The memory of Dong Hong had barely faded. Yet here before him pulsed the same shadow-manipulating ability, identical in essence and execution. How nostalgic this ability is! His voice held no warmth, only the brittle, feverish edge of a man dancing on the precipice of madness. Yize's hatred for Dong Hong remained utterly untempered by his rebirth. His failure to locate Dong Hong stood as one of the gravest regrets since his return. He still savored in vivid memory the visceral thrill of tearing Dong Hong's ability core from his chest, and watching terror and despair contort across that traitor's face. The recent actions of these 2 zombies had just reawakened the very memories he most dreaded. Attempting to excavate his ability core, using shadow class abilities no less, every detail struck precisely at Yize's deepest, most volatile triggers. Yize's ability had already reached the apex of Tier 2, placing him far above these 2 mid-Tier 2 zombies in raw power. An overwhelming aura erupted from Yize, just as the shadow class zombie was about to be crushed into pulp. The childlike female zombie, who had been silently trailing the zombie sovereign, suddenly raised her hand. From each of her palms extended a slender filament, its opposite end commanding corpses long rendered motionless, and even the dead. A single filament enabled her to control 10 bodies. With but one finger she manipulated over 100 cadavers, each corpse stirring anew as if resurrected by her will. She directed the reanimated horde toward Yize while emitting eerie spectral laughter, delighted, almost playful, as though witnessing a macabre spectacle. The sudden intervention of this child zombie, bolstered by the Phantom-class zombie's flanking maneuvers, granted the Shadow-class zombie just enough opening to slip free from Yize's grasp. Yet cooperation was never their intent. What truly consumed them was the question of who would claim Yize's ability core alone. One after another they struck, while hundreds upon hundreds of low-tier zombies surged forward, encircling him. Civilians inside the base rushed to evacuate Shang Shui and the wounded. Men and women alike brandished swords, blades, and firearms, forming a living wall along the outer perimeter. Only a handful of children and unconscious casualties remained deep within the base, untouched by battle. Shang Shui's evacuation finally stirred the previously inert zombie sovereign. His gaze locked onto the purple-haired youth, Zimao, now standing defiantly revived by Shang Xue's healing. From the fog of his fractured memories, surfaced an image Shang Xue mending Jiangyu. The sovereign lowered his hand to the skull pendant at his waist. After 3 seconds of silent contemplation, the zombie sovereign materialized at the base's outer edge, directly behind Shang Xue. Yize, ever vigilant, instantly warped through space to intercept the sovereign's strike. The brief clash left Yize wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. A tremor from the impact, but his expression twisted into exhilarated delight. A mimicry-type ability truly fascinating. Most would never deduce the sovereign's ability class, but Yize, having lived twice, knew full well how many elite adepts had faltered before it in his prior life. He could replicate any offensive ability. Yet healing abilities remained forever beyond his reach. The 3 zombies who had followed Yize failed to impede him, provoking the sovereign's palpable disdain. Sensing their monarch's wrath, the trio erupted with desperate explosive power, launching themselves at Yize under the crushing weight of imminent annihilation. Yize had long stood at the precipice of ascension, previously restrained only by insufficient crystal cores forcing him to suppress his surging power. Now beneath this torrent of hostile energy, his long-pressured breakthrough barrier fissured open. A dire realization struck him. He had delayed advancement precisely because the process demanded an abundance of crystals, and his reserves were perilously thin. Worse still, ascension plunged adepts into a vulnerable semi-conscious state. As if sensing his fragility, the sovereign kindly intensified his oppressive aura, delivering one final calculated surge. That very surge shattered Yize's restraint, triggering instantaneous evolution. His swelling power detonated outward, seizing the attention of every Tier 2 and lower-tier zombie on the battlefield. Greed twisted their features as they beheld this ultimate feast. If they devoured him, they would break free from the sovereign's dominion. In an instant, all zombies save the sovereign lunged toward Yize, including Jiangyu. In Jiangyu's eyes, Yize belonged solely to her. No sharing intended. This abrupt shift granted humanity its first fragile respite from the relentless onslaught. But soon they too recognized Yize's precarious transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3. The elder adept beside Zimao issued a swift command: protect his ascension. Shield the healer into the base. Fan Jian bore Shang Xue on his back, retreating swiftly. Yet once Yize was forced into evolution, no one remained capable of halting the sovereign. All present understood the irreplaceable value of a healing adept. Every soul, whether adept or civilian, fought not for victory but for time. For Shang Xue. Yet against the sovereign's inexorable advance, over a dozen fell in the blink of an eye, the sole survivor perhaps being Fan Jian, still bearing Shang Xue upon his back. Fan Jian and Shang Xue were ensnared within a compressed spatial field. Oppressive gravity bore down, suffocating absolute. He lasted barely 3 seconds before collapsing to his knees, blood seeping from eyes, nostrils, and ears. Thick saliva and viscous blood dripped from his mouth, forced agape in ragged gasps. He strained upward, face crimson, neck and forehead veins bulging, bones creaking under unbearable strain. With each step the sovereign took forward, Fan Jian's burden multiplied by thousands of Jin. Yet he refused to fall. Teeth stained red with blood, he dragged himself, and Shang Xue, forward. Before her protector's dying sacrifice, before the sovereign's looming shadow, before Fan Jian's body teetering on the edge of total collapse. Shang Xue channeled her ability, mending Fan Jian's shattered meridians. Her eyes held no fear, only serene resolve, the calm of one who walks willingly toward death. Brother, she whispered, leave me. Bullshit. Blood streamed crimson from Fan Jian's eyes, but his grip did not loosen. He staggered forward under crushing weight, cursing his own ordinariness. With every step the sovereign advanced, Fan Jian's bones vibrated with terror. His resistance futile as a mantis raising its arms against a chariot. The sovereign did not even raise a finger. Yet Fan Jian was hurled meters away, blood erupting violently from his chest cavity. Shang Xue crumpled onto the ground. Fan Jian heard nothing but a deafening hollow roar in his ears. Every bone broken, every movement agony. Yet some indomitable force surged within him. Clutching his shattered arms, he lurched unsteadily, planting himself squarely before the sovereign. The sovereign seized Fan Jian's throat, lifting him slowly inch by inch off the ground. Razor-sharp claws pierced his carotid artery. Crimson holes bloomed across his neck in an instant. Shang Xue's eyes blazed scarlet as she screamed, raw, shattered, at the frail figure before her. Fan Jian. Blood flooded Fan Jian's mouth. For a fleeting moment he thought he heard Shang Xue's heartrending sobs, and in that haze clarity flickered. The world spun violently around him. In his failing vision he saw his own head part from his body. The sovereign glanced down. This insignificant insect who had defied him thrice yet possessed not a shred of strength to resist. He could not fathom human behavior. Not this stubborn, senseless defiance in the face of certain doom. Meeting Shang Xue's tear-streaked, bloodshot gaze of hatred, he felt only boredom. Indeed, he would never understand humanity. Shang Xue thrashed wildly, crashing down beside Fan Jian. Her hands trembled as she cradled his still warm head, frantically channeling her ability. The head in her hands gradually cooled, its expression stiffening. Shang Shui felt the chilling absence of warmth biting her lip until blood welled, clinging fiercely to consciousness. This was the second time. Twice she had watched a loved one die before her very eyes, utterly powerless. She exhausted every ounce of her ability, yet failed to awaken Fan Jian. His cold corpse plunged her into a waking nightmare, once more drowning her in despair. The zombie sovereign understood none of Shang Shui's anguish. He cared only for her ability. Seizing her throat, he locked eyes with hers burning hate-filled crimson. He attempted to replicate her power but failed. He had intended to kill her after replication, but now this human proved unexpectedly useful. The zombie sovereign released his grip. Shang Shui drew the blade strapped to her thigh. Light flickered steel shrieked against steel, but the resilient blade could not so much as scratch him. The sovereign glanced down, a hairline fracture split the blade's surface. Then with a brittle shatter, the entire weapon disintegrated. Like duckweed confronting a tsunami, the gulf in strength was absolute. No resistance possible. Fat Man, who had been locked in brutal combat with a colossal zombie, registered Fan Jian's death, and had no time even to grieve. Grief ignited within him a surge of ability far exceeding his current limits. At the instant the zombie sovereign reached for Shang Shuizhong, Wenjing seized the opening, slipping unbidden into his mind. But her intrusion lasted only a heartbeat, before she was violently expelled. A devastating psychic backlash tore through her nerves. Agony exploded in her skull, dropping her to her knees. Yet that single fleeting moment, won by Zhang Wenjing, gave Xian Wenrui his ability surging just enough time to snatch Shang Shui and flee beyond the sovereign's reach. Once freed from mental restraint, the zombie sovereign whirled fury, twisting his features. Mimicking Lu Yize's ability, he warped space, reappearing instantly behind Xian Wenrui. Xian Wenrui turned, only to meet the sovereign's sinewy, vein-bulging arm claws poised to strike mere millimeters from his eyes. In that razor-thin margin, Xian Wenrui unleashed his full ability, raising a shimmering curtain of water as a desperate shield. He twisted his trajectory midair, executing a sharp half-turn, evading the sovereign's killing blow by the narrowest margin. The sovereign's razor-sharp claws ripped through Xian Wenrui's clothing. The violent torque of the maneuver sent both him and Shang Shui tumbling hard onto the ground. His torn backpack spilled its contents across the earth. In the same breath, the sovereign reappeared before them, arms raised high, driving straight for Xian Wenrui's vital center. Escape was no longer possible. At that pivotal instant, Shang Shui snatched up a crimson object lying nearby and cried out, voice raw with fury, "Xia Hongyang, how many more must you kill?" The towering inhuman sovereign froze. His murderous motion arrested the moment that name struck his ears. Xian Wenrui seized the chance, darting clear. One hand braced against the ground. He wiped blood from his mouth, battered and breathless. Shielding Shang Shui behind him, he glimpsed the marriage certificate clutched in her hand. The very one he'd casually picked up at the Civil Affairs Bureau, its registered couple none other than himself and the creature now standing before them. Yet the man whose stern, upright visage once filled that certificate now wore the monstrous guise of something neither human nor whole. Dismissing Xian Wenrui as irrelevant, the sovereign teleported directly before Shang Shui, gripping her throat with brutal force, dragging her forward to scrutinize her face. "Who is Xia Hongyang?" His voice was guttural, unnatural, congealed blood rupturing in his throat as he mimicked her words, uttering that name. Familiar yet alien. His very soul trembled. Shang Shui could not mask the hatred blazing in her eyes. Speech failed her. But with cruel precision she thrust the marriage certificate before the sovereign, or rather before Xia Hongyang himself. The woman smiling brightly in the photograph now lay as dust and bone. The man, once radiating solemn righteousness, had become a ravenous, flesh-devouring abomination. The stark contrast of that image shattered the sovereign's composure. His memory flickered, disoriented. Human memories, hazy, veiled in mist, surged forth uncontrollably. The harder he strained to grasp them, the more they dissolved into obscurity. This lapse was no mere reaction to a photograph. It was the work of Zhang Wenjing, grievously wounded but not forgotten, striking from behind. She had captured the sovereign's fleeting shock and instantly deployed her ability, probing his mind, rifling through his buried recollections. No one answered his question, because the answer hung already unmistakable in the air. Chaos reigned, humans and zombies locked in mutual slaughter. Facing a pack of snarling predatory zombies, Zhang Yu's own feral instincts, those of a zombie, roared to life. Fever seared Lu Yize's mind, eroding his reason. But he clung to lucidity, his crimson eyes fixed upon the besieged scene unfolding before him. Watching Zhang Yu stand defiantly before him, shielding him as she once had in his past life, he felt the crushing weight of fate closing in, just as it had when they were driven to the edge of annihilation. Around Lu Yize spiraled a vast vortex, sucking inward, drawing power from scattered crystal cores strewn across the battlefield. When crystals ran scarce, his fury turned murderous. He slaughtered the surrounding zombies outright. Their energy replenished his reserves, granting fleeting clarity, and with it acute awareness, the sovereign's mental instability. Lu Yize's gaze fell upon Fan Jian's severed head, and he stilled, Rage ignited in his eyes. With a surge of raw ability, he repelled the encircling zombies outward, carving a bloody path through their ranks. Strike the leader first. Yize advanced, wreathed in an aura of merciless lethality. His ability swelled like a storm, distorting the very space around the sovereign as he drew near. The sovereign snapped back to awareness, roughly yanking Shang Shui backward as black and white spatial energies collided midair, detonating in blinding fury. The blast hurled humans and zombies alike several meters away. Xian Wenrui tumbled helplessly across the ground. Zhang Wenjing, anticipating the impact, had already withdrawn, with Fan Jian's body safely in tow. She examined Fan Jian's skull. Intact, undamaged. A deep, jagged wound marred his neck, the unmistakable mark of a zombie's grip. Clenching her teeth, she gambled on desperation, using her ability to crudely stitch head to torso. Among the raiders who had assaulted Yize's base was a woman, infected with the zombie virus, then killed by a broken neck. Yet under those conditions she awakened her ability, and rose again. Zombie crystalline cores typically formed at the brow. Human ability nuclei resided in the lower abdomen, the dantian. So long as neither locus was destroyed, survival remained possible. But Fan Jian, whose head had been completely severed, defied even her grim calculus. Whether he could live remained uncertain. Sweat soaked Zhang Wenjing's brow as she withdrew her ability, staring at the grotesque jagged seam stitched across Fan Jian's neck. Whether you live or die, she whispered, is now entirely up to you. In a brief moment, two semicircular spaces were cleared around the Zombie King and Yize. The two sides stood merely a meter apart, staring each other down. The other zombies who initially sought to seize Yize as food immediately chose to retreat the moment the Zombie King appeared. They relinquished their prey to show loyalty, hoping to avoid being extracted for their cores and becoming the Zombie King's energy supply. Jiang Yu sensed the threat posed by the Zombie King. Just as she intended to reclaim Yize, he admonished her to stay put, saying, do not come closer. Yize was currently in a state far inferior to that of the Zombie King. It was truly a pity that he had failed to inflict harm on him earlier. With Jiang Yu approaching, he was uncertain if he could protect her. The Zombie King seized the resisting Shang Shui and decisively struck her neck with his powers, rendering her unconscious. He tossed Shang Shui back, and swiftly a shadow-type supernatural being emerged from behind him, pulling Shang Shui into the shadows. At that moment, Yize, suffering from a high fever, was irrationally absorbing the surrounding supernatural energy. The excess energy fed back into him, further clouding his mind. However, he at least knew he couldn't let Shang Shui be taken away. As Zhang Wenjing had said, healing-type supernatural beings were always coveted regardless of the situation. Yize was now in a semi-mad state. He brought his hands together, causing the supernatural energy to radiate from him, instantly expanding outward. The space on either side of the Zombie King seemed to be compressed inward by Yize's hands as the powerful supernatural energy formed rippling waves in the air. Then the space became turbulent and the gases within it began to flee wildly, with explosive sounds echoing. The Zombie King replicated the abilities of a strength-type zombie, pressing his hands against the invisible field of power. He then replicated wind-type powers, maximizing his speed. With several quick dodges, he narrowly escaped the controlled space. In the next moment after he escaped, the zombies caught within the range were all crushed into a pulpy mess, distorted by the compression. The Zombie King, having evaded the attack, would not give Yize a moment's respite. Purple lightning wildly coiled around the Zombie King's hands. The Zombie King clenched his palm tightly, continuously gathering the lightning power in his hand. The frenzied, twisting lightning in the air roared as it was unleashed toward Yize's position. Yize immediately used space to bind the thunder within it, but the powerful lightning force broke through several spatial constraints, striking directly at Yize's heart. Yize formed a small space with his hands firmly grasping the unruly lightning power, but he was sent flying back several dozen meters. The lightning swirled around Yize until it gradually dissipated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Zombie King, uncertain whether he was dead, approached to extract his core. Yet as he drew near, he found Yize bloodied and grinning savagely, looking up. Immediately the power of thunder erupted anew, striking directly at the Zombie King's vital point. Yize had previously transferred the thunder into the supernatural space, enduring a power far beyond his Bodhist capacity. He allowed it to rampage within the space until the Zombie King approached, then released it, using the unleashed power as a weapon against him. Too close to evade, the Zombie King was struck through the body by the lightning. However, due to his quick judgment, the lightning did not injure his vital areas, merely puncturing his shoulder. The human before him had caused him harm several times, and the Zombie King recognized this threat. He must be eliminated. Fiery flames surged from his half-clenched hand, and a fireball was hurled toward Yize, who instantly shielded himself with his powers. However, as the spatial powers touched the fireball, the explosive flames shattered the barriers of space. The fire, now diminished by half, still charged toward Yize with fierce momentum. Yize used space teleportation to dodge the attack, but it seemed as though his prediction was anticipated as sharp wind blades attacked him from behind. Yize gathered his powers into his right hand to form a shield, avoiding critical hits, and blocking most of the attacks, but his cheeks and limbs were slashed, causing a significant amount of blood to flow. Seeing Yize injured, Jiangyu broke free from the deadly entanglement of other zombies. She wanted to rush forward, but the Zombie King's subordinates would not allow her to succeed easily. A small zombie controlled the threads in its hands, and the corpses lunged at Jiangyu, their faces twisted as if alive. Jiangyu fiercely tore apart these people, and zombies bending low to dodge the fireball thrown at her by the two-headed zombie. The ground struck by the fireball was violently dented with scorching flames still burning in the crater. Zhang Wenjing, witnessing this, threw Fan Jian's corpse to a relatively safe spot. She rushed to Jiangyu's side, exhausting her limited powers, and said, "Jiangyu, watch out behind you." She controlled the strength-type zombie attempting a sneak attack from behind Jiangyu. Hearing her voice, Jiangyu turned her head and leaped into the air. Using the power of her abilities, she slammed the massive body of the strength-type zombie into the pit, created by the fireball still smoldering with flames. Flames consumed the zombie's body, and the pit echoed with the furious roars of the strength-type zombie. A female zombie used her water abilities to extinguish the fire, and the strength-type zombie clawed its way out of the pit, while the two-headed zombie simultaneously attacked Jiangyu with fiery fists. Exhausted of her powers, Zhang Wenjing shouted at Jiangyu, "Use your abilities." At that moment, Jiangyu fixed her gaze on the two-headed zombie, her mental powers invading its mind, compelling it to throw the fireball at the strength-type zombie. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wenjing took Jiangyu away from the encirclement to regroup with Xian Wenrui. Xian Wenrui's powers were also depleted, relying solely on primitive weapons to attack lower-level zombies. The remaining supernatural beings at the central base were already exhausted, watching the endless horde of zombies and glancing back at the base they were meant to protect. The most authoritative supernatural being had urged everyone in the base to evacuate quickly, while they would remain here until death came. Everyone looked up at Yize, who was gradually at a disadvantage, their hearts sinking continuously. The purple-haired one killed the incoming zombies while apologizing to Xian Wenrui, saying, "Sorry for dragging you into this." Xian Wenrui, panting, decapitated another zombie, extracting the core from its brain without turning his head, saying, "Stop with the nonsense, just kill them." Outside the base, there were barely over 100 people, most of whom were ordinary folks. The ground was stained red with blood, and severed limbs littered the area, leaving humanity in an extreme disadvantage. At this moment, Yize's vision blurred, and all he could hear was the rapid beating of his own heart. The pain could not keep him conscious, nor could he pinpoint the location of his opponent. He stood at the center of the battlefield, holding himself up with his powers, refusing to fall. Until the sound of synchronized footsteps approached from behind. Thousands of humans armed with weapons marched grandly toward their direction. It was unclear who reacted first, but someone joyfully shouted, "Reinforcements! They've come!" The melodious sound of a pipa resonated as a woman standing at the forefront of the extraordinary army embraced the ancient instrument with grace. She lowered her head, her expression cool and composed as her slender fingers plucked the strings, infusing the music with an abundance of extraordinary power. With a resonant clang, a note filled with the intent to kill erupted. The sound of the pipa shattered the air, and in an instant a gap was torn open in the impenetrable zombie army. The widespread annihilation of zombies and the fluctuations of extraordinary power emanating from behind shifted the Zombie King's gaze away from Yize. Yize's vision blurred, his body drenched in blood, yet he sensed a powerful mental force enveloping him and the Zombie King. A cold light flashed, and both Yize and the Zombie King were instantly shrouded in darkness, surrounded by an abyss. 8 doors appeared around them. Yize bit down on his tongue, the pain barely keeping him awake. Given the current situation, it seemed that someone's extraordinary power was at play, though he wondered if it was related to mental abilities. If nothing went awry, the positions of the 8 doors before him should correspond to the 8 trigrams: the open door, rest door, life door, injury door, stopping door, scenic door, death door, and fright door. Yize focused on the northeast Gen Palace, the life door. He made a judgment in his heart: before the Zombie King could move, he must open the life door. As he opened the door, it vanished along with Yize, while a torrent of extraordinary power surged towards him, healing his wounds. A brilliant light surrounded him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself back where he started. Before him stood an elegant man who smiled and said, "The life door symbolizes growth and revival. Congratulations." Yize's injuries were healed, but his mind remained in disarray. He looked at the man before him, a wariness in his eyes that would not dissipate. Yize did not like this squinting, smiling person. His instincts told him he was not trustworthy. In contrast to his luck, the Zombie King who had escaped from the death door was evidently far less fortunate, bearing numerous injuries. Just after Yize made his choice aside from the door, he opened the other 3 doors, vanished as well, leaving only 4 ominous doors. Only at this moment did the Zombie King realize that this squinting, smiling individual was of equal strength to him, otherwise he could not have drawn him into this extraordinary illusion. Among the thousands of people behind him, over 10 were extraordinary beings. Injured, the Zombie King glanced back at the base he was about to seize. Assessing the power disparity between the 2 sides, he issued an order, and the zombie army, which had been battling the humans, paused. Those high-level zombies, begrudgingly unwilling, ultimately retreated at the Zombie King's command, not wanting to die. Realizing the zombies were about to retreat, Zhang Wenjing shouted to the newly arrived extraordinary beings, "Healers, fall into the Zombie King's hands." Healers. Not only the newly arrived extraordinary beings, but even the squinting leader opened his eyes at this moment. What a pity. The human extraordinary beings wanted to chase after them, but were stopped by the squinting leader, who said, "Do not pursue a desperate enemy." Until the retreating zombie army disappeared from view, everyone remained in shock. The humans who had initially thought they were doomed found salvation through stubborn resistance. Yet before they could rejoice, the scheming, squinting leader began to bleed profusely, as if his heir had escaped. His companions around him were frightened and frantically pulled out crystal cores for him. However, he remained unfazed, wiping the blood from his forehead, while laughing. "I overplayed my hand." Earlier he had used his extraordinary power to drag Yize and the Zombie King into the illusion he had set up, exhausting all his abilities. It was not that he undervalued the healers, but his earlier display was merely for show. If they truly engaged with those zombies, his side would gain no advantage and many would likely perish. If he had not been of equal level to the Zombie King, he would not have been able to trap the Zombie King. The condition for this extraordinary power to manifest required opposing parties to be drawn into the illusion. Yize was merely one of the necessary conditions. Zhang Yu rushed to Yize's side. Once the zombies were no longer surrounding them, Yize leaned on Zhang Yu, pushing himself to his limits, and fell unconscious. "Why is there still a zombie here?" the squinting leader asked in confusion, wiping the blood that flowed from his eyes. The person beside him was about to make a move, when Xian Wenrui instantly positioned himself in front of Zhang Yu, saying, "Do not harm this zombie. If you do, Yize will wake up and go mad." "But she is a zombie," the woman holding the pipa beside the squinting leader interjected disapprovingly. "But she has never harmed a human. Since becoming a zombie, Lu Gu has kept her by his side. She only consumes crystal cores to evolve, not humans." Xian Wenrui hurriedly explained, feeling somewhat anxious. Lu Gu was unconscious and Shang Shui had been captured by the Zombie King, her fate unknown. Fan Jian probably had already reported to the underworld, and Zhang Wenjing beside him was uncertain if she would betray them. Damn, they definitely stepped through a door without checking the calendar. Zimao, injured all over, also positioned himself in front of Yize. "I can vouch for his words. This zombie has been helping us fend off the zombie attacks. If it weren't for them, we would have no chance to wait for reinforcements." The squinting leader scrutinized Zhang Yu, observing that she was solely focused on Yize, and showed little concern for anyone else, finding it quite amusing. Xian Wenrui felt a chill as he met the squinting leader's gaze, which seemed to hold an unsettling glimmer. This squinting man did not appear to be a good person. Who knows, if he were to be cut open, the insides might be dark. Zhang Wenjing meanwhile stepped forward, holding her broken hand. "I am a mental-type extraordinary being. I can assure you this zombie has not harmed a human. Moreover, rather than waste time entangled in this issue, we should focus on resting and recuperating, then rescue that healer." The squinting leader smiled at Zhang Wenjing, saying, "Why must I be the one to rescue the healer?" "Because any force needs such an existence," Zhang Wenjing asserted. The woman holding the pipa laughed and said, "But our captain also has healing abilities. Look, he is a prime example." Zhang Wenjing adjusted her thick glasses, glancing at the squinting leader, whose head was still bleeding profusely. "If his healing does not have prerequisites, then surely you would not have taken the risk to bring her back upon hearing there was a healer." Indeed, the squinting leader nodded with a smile, as expected of a mental-type extraordinary being. "You are sharp." Despite this, the extraordinary beings on their side did not retreat an inch. As the current situation grew tense, several extraordinary beings saved by Yize stood up and spoke on behalf of Yize and others. However, their intention was clear: to decide how to handle this zombie, they would wait for Yize to awaken. The human aversion to zombies could not be erased after just one battle together. After all, they were not of the same race, and their hearts must be different. A group of injured individuals gathered outside the base, which was not a viable solution. Ultimately, it was Mai Yen who took the first step to concede. He looked at Yize, who was unconscious against a zombie, and said, "Let's head into the base first. This one should be at a critical moment for advancement. Here are 2 second-tier zombie cores. They should help him." He handed over the 2 yellow cores to Xian Wenrui, and did not make things difficult for them due to Zhang Yu's presence. After hesitating for a moment, Xian Wenrui accepted the cores and expressed his gratitude. The other party's attitude was favorable, and Zhang Wenjing and Xian Wenrui both sighed in relief. Zhang Wenjing certainly wasn't being so kind-hearted. She was simply arguing for Zhang Yu's sake. She used Zhang Yu to test the waters. If they could accept zombies, then they could surely accept mutated dogs. Sure enough, when the others saw her with a mutated dog, they only glanced and didn't raise any objections. The few of them supported each other as they approached the base, and Xian Wenrui had to negotiate with Zhang Yu to clarify things. Zhang Yu clung tightly to Yize, not allowing anyone to touch him, and Xian Wenrui was quite relieved. However, as if suddenly recalling something, he turned to Zhang Wenjing and asked, "Have you seen Fan Jian's body?" I plan to take it back and give him a proper burial. I hope he wasn't taken by that zombie controlling corpses and used as a meat shield. Xian Wenrui sighed, lightly feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. Just not long ago he was fine, how could he just disappear like that? Hearing Xian Wenrui's words, Zhang Wenjing remembered that she had casually tossed Fan Jian into a pit. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "That's why I felt like I forgot something." Fortunately among them there was still a reliable one. Xiaobai somehow retrieved Fan Jian from a pit. However, with its head and teeth it left bite marks on Fan Jian's body inadvertently. Looking at the lifeless Fan Jian, Xian Wenrui felt another wave of sorrow. Their relationship was good, often teasing each other, and now just like that he was the only one left. Zimao was filled with guilt staring at the deceased Fan Jian and the missing Shang Shui who had been captured by the zombie king. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. "Fan Jian, don't worry, I will definitely bring Shang Shui back." Seeing Zimao's eyes turning red with agitation, Xian Wenrui wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes and added, "Count me in." Zhang Wenjing, being the rational one, thought that just the two of them wouldn't be enough to even divide the zombies under the zombie king's command, let alone safely rescue Shang Shui. Xiaobai carried Fan Jian into the base. Zimao still held some sway within the base and arranged for them to stay together. However, they all felt uncomfortable as they were being monitored everywhere, since not only were there zombies but also a mutated dog. Xian Wenrui placed Fan Jian's body into a black sleeping bag. After all, he was dead, and he was worried that it might not hold up and then start to rot and stink. It was better to pack him in the sleeping bag first. If it really smelled later, it would be easier to carry him by pinching their noses. Once they returned to their own base, they would find a good place to bury him. Zhang Wenjing watched as Xian Wenrui tightened the sleeping bag, wanting to say something but hesitated. Just as she was about to speak up, she heard Xian Wenrui sweating and complaining, "I wonder who sewed this. They left a worm-like seam between my brother's head and neck." Zhang Wenjing choked up, let out a cold snort, and stopped trying to remind him. After Xian Wenrui finished packing Fan Jian's body, he knocked on the door of Lu Yize and Zhang Yu's room. He opened the door and leaned in, discovering Zhang Yu was sitting on Lu Yize, seemingly doing something. Startled, the chubby guy exclaimed, covering his eyes and shouting, "Sister-in-law, how could you take advantage of someone in their vulnerable state? Even if you want to leave offspring, there's no need to rush it now." Zhang Yu's pair of black eyes were bloodshot, her sanity lost with blood still on her teeth. However, as Xian Wenrui leaned closer, he was able to see through the gaps between his fingers. Oh, she was just sitting on Lu Gu, and both of them were still fully clothed. Indeed, given Lu Gu's condition, it was understandable. Cough, cough. Looking at Lu Ji's bleeding chin, Xian Wenrui was accustomed to it. Their couple's abnormality had been ongoing for quite some time. He handed the 2 cores given by Mai Yan to Zhang Yue, immediately pulling back his hand, fearful that Zhang Yue, who was not looking quite sane at the moment, might take the opportunity to eat him. "Sister-in-law, keep these 2 cores safe. Lu Gu should find them useful. Be gentle when you do anything. Once Lu Gu wakes up, he will surely let you have your way." Self-assured that he was being kind-hearted, Xian Wenrui reminded her. However, Zhang Yu was too preoccupied to pay attention to the chubby guy, guardingly protecting Lu Yize from coming near. Only after he left did Zhang Yu move her already small, now burned-out brain. She knew that the cores were good items, and the yellow cores in front of her were even better. She picked up the 2 cores. Without hesitation, she placed the 2 cores she considered the best along with the cores she had just obtained from a fight outside onto Lu Yize. She was willing to nurture her food, provided that no other zombies or humans came to snatch it from her. Even though she felt like she could swallow him whole right now, she still restrained her instinct to devour him, and simply leaned forward to lick the wound she had bitten into. As Zhang Yu tasted Lu Yize's blood, her body twitched, and she frowned in discomfort. If Lu Yize were awake at that moment, he would surely notice that Zhang Yu was also in a state of advancement. The advancement state of zombies is particularly dangerous, amplifying their instinct to consume, infinitely requiring a large amount of abilities and food. Xian Wenrui was unaware of this, while Mai Yan most likely knew. He might have wanted to test and prove whether this zombie was truly as they said, that under such extreme conditions it wouldn't attack humans. The painful advancement was causing her to nearly lose her sanity. If she were to drop a level lower, she might not hesitate to swallow Lu Yize whole. With red eyes, Zhang Yu let out rough breaths like a beast, staring intently at the unconscious Lu Yize, gazing at him repeatedly. In the end, she took out the dental restraints and shackles she loathed the most, personally putting them on herself and binding herself tightly. The yellow cores burned furiously with the abilities within, and Lu Yize's condition began to stabilize gradually. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that Lu Yize absorbed all the abilities and regained his senses. Lu Yize opened his eyes, his gaze calm and unperturbed, surrounded by darkness. He could only feel the bed being shaken by some strange force and the continuous sound of what resembled a beast's growl in his ears. In the darkness nothing was visible, but at the foot of the bed a pair of crimson eyes stood out starkly against the shadows. The familiar tone of the growls made Lu Yize sit up abruptly. In the moonlight he clearly saw Zhang Yue shackled and tied at the foot of the bed, her hands bloodied and mangled from struggling, her hair disheveled, having completely lost her sanity. Lu Yize jolted awake and immediately seized Jiang Yu's mangled hands, restraining her frantic struggles to prevent further damage to her wounds. The sight before him ignited a searing fire in his chest. Using his ability to scan her condition, he discovered her core was critically depleted, nearly starved of energy. Sensing the flow of Lu Yize's ability, Jiang Yu felt as though a parched traveler on the verge of death had glimpsed an oasis in the desert. The custom-made mouth gag shattered between her teeth, lacerating her oral cavity. Blood, tinged deep indigo, spilled as she lunged forward and sank her fangs into Lu Yize's forearm. Her sharp canines pierced flesh and muscle. Scalding blood flooded her desiccated throat, reviving her splintering core. Lu Yize paid no heed to the wound on his arm. Channeling his ability, he shattered the door into splinters, and the invisible sonic barrier enveloping it dissolved entirely. Pongzi, bring some spirit stones now. Lu Yize roared toward the corridor. Only then did the commotion inside reach the outside, where Xian Wenrui, a nocturnal insomniac, remained wide awake. Hearing Lu Yize's voice, Xian Wenrui, who had been on edge since entering the base, immediately exhaled in relief. After a split-second pause, he launched himself upright and sprinted toward Lu Yize's quarters, clutching a handful of spirit stones, only to freeze dumbfounded at the threshold. What in the world is this? Though startled by Jiang Yu's feral bestial state, Xian Wenrui wasted no time. He emptied every spirit stone into Lu Yize's palm. The instant Xian Wenrui drew near, Jiang Yu released her bite and lunged toward him, jaws agape, ready to devour him whole. Lu Yize yanked her back and thrust spirit stones into her mouth. Xian Wenrui dodged with lightning reflexes, so narrowly that one kidney nearly parted ways with his body forever. Though baffled by the unfolding chaos, Xian Wenrui possessed one invaluable trait: acute situational awareness. I'll go fetch more spirit stones from outside. Moments later he reappeared, his expression unnervingly strained, as he opened his palm to reveal 2 Grade 1 ability cores. Brother Lu, just now Mimian's underlings sent these over. What do you suppose he means by this? Xian Wenrui shuddered inwardly, gripping the cores with unease. These were human ability cores, not mere spirit stones. How then did Mimian possess them so effortlessly? Compared to spirit stones, human ability cores offered far greater absorption efficiency for zombies. Lu Yize inspected them meticulously before administering them to Jiang Yu, only after confirming their purity and safety. Flooded by a sudden torrent of energy, Jiang Yu collapsed into unconsciousness. Lu Yize dared not relax, not even for a breath, as he held her close. Brother Lu, Zhang Wenjing asked me to deliver this to you. She also gave me these, just in case, Xian Wenrui added, producing another fistful of spirit stones. Thanks. Lu Yize paused briefly, then accepted without hesitation. He abhorred indebtedness, planning instead to repay the favor later with equivalent supplies or spirit stones. Cradling Jiang Yu, he unfastened the manacles embedded deep into her wrists, his brow furrowing, his heart trembling. Xian Wenrui winced instinctively, drawing a sharp breath at the sight. How did this happen? Who shackled her? A smoldering fury burned unquenchable within Lu Yize's chest. I'm not sure. After delivering the 2 yellow spirit stones, I left. I remember she seemed fine then. Well, perhaps not fine. Her aggression was already heightened. Xian Wenrui sifted through his memory, growing increasingly unsettled. Could this be what legends call ascension? He'd missed Jiang Yu's prior ascension, and having never undergone one himself, he could only speculate. Zhang Wenjing stood silently in the doorway, cradling a wounded arm. Her appearance was disheveled, bruised, bloodied, fresh wounds still weeping. After you left last night, I sensed something wrong with Jiang Yu and came to check. I found her binding herself, clinging to the last sliver of lucidity. I realized she was ascending, and feared her might interfere with your ascension, so I tried to take her elsewhere. But her ascension-fueled ferocity drove me off. All I could leave behind were a few spirit stones, and hope you'd survive. Lu Yize's gaze fell upon scattered spirit stone dust on the floor, silent corroboration of part of Zhang Wenjing's account. His suspicion ran deep, had done so for years. Zhang Wenjing made no pretense of expecting immediate trust. She simply needed to speak her truth. The manacles, and even the dental restraint, were Lu Yize's own design. They would have held firm had Jiang Yu not been undergoing ascension. Thanks to those 2 ability cores, Jiang Yu's condition stabilized. Lu Yize lifted her gently onto the bed, surrounding her with every remaining spirit stone. Rising, he turned to the others. Who were those people earlier? Though feverish and delirious, he retained fragmented memories of their arrival. Zhang Wenjing, a psychic ability user, excelled at intelligence gathering. That rescue team hails from Donggu Base, the largest, safest stronghold in the nation, home to the bulk of surviving military and scientific assets. Lu Yize knew Donggu Base well. It had been one of the 3 most powerful factions in the apocalypse during his previous life. Its resources and talent pool dwarfed those of ordinary safe zones. Their leader is Chun Mingzhang, the 3rd district captain of Donggu Base, a tier 3 ability user. His ability, if speculation holds, is selection. This ability is exceptionally rare. Had I not encountered others with it during past experiments, and seen it documented, I'd never have deduced it myself. She inferred from Yize's and the zombie sovereign's simultaneous disappearance, and subsequent reappearance. One healed, the other gravely wounded. Selection leans toward illusion-based manipulation. Less about raw force, more about strategic cognition, constructing mental simulations of reality to discern optimal paths forward. Of course, its application depends entirely on the wielder. Such illusions may yet carry lethal intent, as when he ensnared both you and the zombie sovereign within a shared phantasm. Yet strangely, once the lab confirmed his ability with selection, they executed him instantly, without regard for how it might compromise future research. Selection, an obscure, singular ability. Yize had survived 15 years in the apocalypse, and even he had heard whispers of Donggu's 3rd District captain, a prodigy unmatched in his generation. Alas, he perished in the 5th year of the cataclysm, reportedly in a blaze of heroic sacrifice. Neither his body nor his ability core was ever recovered. Xian Wenrui was not idle either. He had gleaned considerable intelligence from Zimao. According to Zimao, the Donggu base established contact with regional central bases from the very outset, seeking to consolidate strength. The head of a central base responded immediately and pledged allegiance to Donggu base. Yet after receiving supplies dispatched by Donggu, the deputy seized the cargo, dismantled the base from within, and declared himself sovereign. Zhang Wenjing showed no surprise. Indeed, this was Donggu base's first misstep. Afterward, they grew cautious. Many other bases harbored similar ambitions. Even in the apocalypse, opportunists never relinquish their pursuit of power. At present, factions are fragmented and chaos reigns unchecked. Yize picked up the 2 spent 2nd-tier zombie cores lying on the bed. Were these given by that narrow-eyed man? Xian Wenrui, having personally delivered them, recognized the cores instantly. Yes, they were his gift. He claimed you'd need them. Given the urgency, I accepted. Though this core now emitted no trace of arcane resonance, its luster utterly extinguished, it remained intact, unlike lesser cores that crumbled to dust. Zhang Wenjing scoffed coldly at such extravagance. No wonder they're a major base, casually dispensing 2 2nd-tier zombie cores, even 2 energy cores. A flicker of undisguised revulsion crossed her eyes as she uttered the words, energy core. How formidable are they? Yize pocketed the 2 cores and asked. Chun Mingzhang stands at the 3rd tier of energy mastery. Though he likely ascended only recently, his control remains unstable. The 3 who accompany him are all 2nd-tier cultivators. Additionally, there are approximately 8 1st-tier energy wielders, and the rest are merely ordinary humans of above-average resilience. Zhang Wenjing had observed them closely during prior combat. Answering posed no difficulty. Xian Wenrui's expression twisted in disbelief. Damn! How did they advance so rapidly? Major bases offer security, and resources are centralized. Crystals are prioritized for energy cultivators' evolution. Chun Mingzhang is almost certainly a prodigy specially groomed by Donggu base. Xian Wenrui recalled his earlier battle against the zombie sovereign, and his frustration flared anew. So the zombie sovereign absorbs zombie cores, and even devours human energy cores. Meanwhile, Donggu base hoards an entire base's supply of crystals, while we scavenge blindly in this apocalyptic wasteland. Zhang Wenjing sometimes found Xian Wenrui surprisingly perceptive, other times less so. I won't dwell on the zombie sovereign, but do you truly believe Donggu's cultivators receive those crystals freely? There is no such thing as a free meal. True. Receiving an entire base's provisions entails bearing responsibility for its survival. As Xian Wenrui spoke, a rare spark of clarity ignited in his mind. He turned sharply toward Yize, drawing a sharp breath. So, that narrow-eyed man gave Brother Lu 2 high-tier zombie cores and 2 energy cores to recruit him. What else could it be? Do you imagine 3rd-tier cultivators grow on trees? Even Donggu base possesses but a handful. Xian Wenrui pivoted toward the silent Yize and clenched his jaw. Brother Lu, what's your plan? I'll follow your lead. Yize crushed the 2 lusterless energy cores in his palm, his gaze venomous. His voice was terse, unyielding. Settle debts owed, and reclaim what was taken. He refused to believe their generosity, placing him alongside an imminent zombie sovereign, then baiting him with 2 potent cores. Upon waking, he discovered a subtle energy barrier enveloping his and Jiang Yu's room, soundproofing every whisper within. Even if testing Jiang Yu, the zombie, for restraint under extreme duress, such precautions were grotesquely excessive. Moreover, the timing of their arrival yesterday, coinciding precisely with his exhaustion after clashing with the zombie sovereign, was no accident. Clearly, it had been calculated from the start. Hearing Zhang Wenjing confirm their energy tiers only deepened his certainty. Xian Wenrui surged with fervor. Excellent. Brother Lu, I'm with you. What's our next move? Zhang Wenjing glanced at Jiang Yue, still unconscious. Whether measured by strength or any other consideration, Jiang Yu's awakening would undeniably tip the balance in their favor. What next move? Jiang Yu hasn't stirred. So how can we act? Though her words centered on Jiang Yu, her intent was broader. Her own wounds, and Xiao Bai's, required recovery time. Her remark served solely to affirm her stance. As dusk fell, the group conferred briefly, then parted ways to rest, replenish strength, and recalibrate. Xian Wenrui produced a compact medical kit, gifted privately by Zi Mao. Yize took it and applied ointment to Jiang Yu's injuries. Xian Wenrui sighed softly, thinking of Shang Shui, taken captive. What's with the sigh? We'll bring Shang Shui back. Yize didn't turn, his voice flat, decisive. Brother Lu. Xian Wenrui lifted his head, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Yize, whose moral compass had long seemed askew. Yize said nothing further, but Xian Wenrui understood. If Yize vowed to retrieve her, he would. Earlier news of Shang Shui and Fan Jian's fates had stirred in him a quiet, sorrowful kinship. Now Yize's assurance gently dispersed the shadow of loss and capture clinging to his thoughts. Mentioning Shang Shui, Yize added casually, was Fan Jian's body recovered? We brought it back, head and torso reattached. It's sealed inside a sleeping bag. I intend to bury him properly upon returning to base. During his recent ascension, Yize's mind had been clouded, feverish, disoriented. Now lucid, he recalled Fan Jian's infection with the zombie virus. Death was unlikely, a awakening as an energy cultivator was probable. Since the body wasn't abandoned in some desolate charnel field, he dismissed the matter. Observing Yize's continued detachment, Xian Wenrui murmured inwardly, convinced his brother concealed grief deep within. Xian Wenrui sighed again and withdrew, not wishing to linger and disturb the others, intent on restoring his own energy in solitude. Back in his room, he'd barely lain down and closed his eyes when a low, unsettling rustle emanated from the cabinet where Fan Jian's body lay. Darkness amplified every sense. Xian Wenrui's eyes snapped open. A frantic string of expletives flashed through his mind. With nowhere else to place the body, and bound by loyalty, he'd chosen to share his quarters with his fallen comrade. A dead comrade held no terror, but a half-alive one. Unthinkable. You may be a zombie, you may be a corpse, but you must never be a ghost. As if to validate his dread, the cabinet suddenly shrieked. A grating, chainsaw-like wail calling his name with chilling precision. Xian Wenrui. Adrenaline flooded his veins. This was no mere midnight disturbance. It was full-blown spectral horror. Inside the tightly locked cabinet, muffled thuds and frantic knocks reverberated rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. Sending Xian Wenrui's heart racing into his throat, his hand trembled as it pressed against his chest. Yet the commotion did not subside. It intensified, swelling into a guttural, hoarse, and indistinct murmur that sent chills crawling up the spine. Terrified to the point of disorientation, Xian Wenrui gritted his teeth, rose shakily, and fumbled for his flashlight, silently reciting the core socialist values. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony. As if they were incantations of protection. Summoning every ounce of courage, he crept forward, trembling, and pried open a narrow gap in the cabinet door to peer inside. His gaze locked instantly with a pair of eerie, concentric eyes within. The twin pupils whirled abruptly. A frigid gust swept from his crown straight to his heart. His vision blackened, and he collapsed rigidly onto the floor, nearly dead from fright. The monstrous eyes inside the cabinet fixed unblinkingly upon Xian Wenrui. Their owner grinned. A deafening clang erupted from within the cabinet as the door burst open. Damn it! Xian Wenrui shrieked, his voice piercing the night. The noise was so jarring that Zhang Wenjing, his neighbor, slammed her door open in exasperation and snapped, Xian Wenrui, what on earth are you yelling about at this hour? The moment Zhang Wenjing opened her door, Xian Wenrui scrambled desperately across the floor and clung to her feet. Holy Sister Jing! Sister! Holy Ghost! Ghost! Still fuming from sleep deprivation, Zhang Wenjing simply ordered Xiao Bai to smash the cabinet open. Whereupon Fan Jian, who had been trapped inside for hours, crawled out gasping. A grotesque silhouette writhed slowly in the darkness. Only a pair of hands protruded outward, while an icy, bone-deep chill saturated the air. Xian Wenrui's eyes rolled back again. Shivering violently, he gripped Xiao Bai's leg and whispered, Am I already standing at the gates of the underworld? Underworld, your mother's. Fan Jian, finally freed from the suffocating cabinet, drew a ragged breath, nearly choked to death inside, and immediately snapped at Xian Wenrui's words. Damn! What the hell is going on? Xian Wenrui's scattered wit struggled laboriously back into his hollow skull. I have no idea. Fan Jian himself looked utterly bewildered. What happened to your eyes? And your voice? Why does it sound like a duck strangled mid-quack? You'd need to swallow 1,000 ducks just to match that timbre. Only after confirming Fan Jian was no ghost did Xian Wenrui begin to calm. Yet his nerves still fluttered, refusing to settle. Fan Jian ran his fingers over his neck. There a twisted scar coiled like a serpent. He could still feel the searing agony of his skull being torn apart. Just recalling it made him shudder, uncontrollably, pain surging from his throat through his entire body. As soon as he regained consciousness, he scanned the room. No sign of Shang Shui. Where is Shang Shui? He demanded urgently. Xian Wenrui's smile faded. She was taken by the zombie sovereign. Brother Lu barely held his ground against him. His resistance was already stretched to its absolute limit. Seeing Fan Jian's expression darken further, Xian Wenrui quickly rallied. Don't worry. Shang Shui is a healing-type esper. Whoever holds her holds irreplaceable value. And Brother Lu said, we'll go rescue her the moment we're ready. Don't act rashly yet. Fan Jian's mood soured, and with it the ambient temperature plummeted. Frost bloomed across the floor, then raced upward, encasing the walls in glittering ice. What's happening? Xian Wenrui rubbed his arms vigorously. The weather had been unnaturally oppressive. Even nights were sweltering. But now an unnatural cold gripped the room, making his teeth chatter. It's Fan Jian's esper ability. Zhang Wenjing stroked Xiao Bai, who, finding the chill blissfully soothing, began shedding fur with evident delight. At her words, both Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian froze in stunned silence. Zhang Wenjing studied the two men, still dazed by their own confusion. If you hadn't awakened an esper ability, how else could you believe he'd survive rolling his head across the floor and still leap about like nothing happened? You were lucky. Lucky enough to enrage the zombie sovereign into acting personally. His claw pierced your neck just before death, infecting you with the zombie virus in those final moments. Otherwise, you'd be one of the corpses rotting outside. As for your eyes, I'm not sure. Perhaps a side effect. Xian Wenrui shook his head in awe. Fate, pure fate. Fan Jian, you truly have luck written all over you. Surviving that, then awakening an esper ability. Right? Our immediate priority is strengthening our power, so we maximize our chances of rescuing Shang Shui. Fan Jian stared down at his own hands, wreathed in faint frost, lost in thought for a long moment before clenching his fists, resolve hardening in his gaze. You're absolutely right. If I've awakened an ability, I must master it swiftly. Though Fan Jian spoke with solemn gravity, utterly humorless. His quacking voice undermined the intensity, and Xian Wenrui couldn't help but burst into laughter, a snorting, breathless giggle escaping him. Sorry, brother. I just couldn't hold it in. Fan Jian's voice now resembled that of a duck newly learning human speech. Xiao Bai might someday speak more clearly than he did. Fan Jian touched his throat hesitantly. Can my voice ever recover? Zhang Wenjing answered without mercy. No. Your entire larynx was shredded. Being able to speak at all is nothing short of a miracle. Fair enough. Fan Jian sighed softly. To be alive at all is fortune enough. I shouldn't complain about the tone of my voice. Before the apocalypse, Fan Jian had even dreamed of entering the entertainment industry. As a second-generation heir, cultivating a public persona came naturally, and though he modestly claimed only modest vocal talent, he was famously dubbed the KTV Tyrant. He and two friends, dubbed Purple Hair and Green Hair, had even formed a band. Their hair was already dyed, their debut was imminent. When the cataclysm struck, thinking of the peaceful past was dangerous. Each memory deepened the gulf between then and now. Fan Jian shook his head, forcibly banishing those thoughts. Is Brother Lu safe? And Jiang Yu? They should be fine, Xian Wenrui replied with cautious precision. Should? Since when did you get so vague, fatso? Brother Lu is unharmed. He's advanced to level 3 esper. Jiang Yu should also be safe. She's currently breaking through to tier 2. Isn't that good news? Fan Jian frowned. It is good, but poorly timed. Never mind. Let me walk you through the current situation, so you can prepare accordingly. Zhang Wenjing, sensing no further need for her presence, turned to leave, with Xiao Bai in tow. Yet despite having been shaved, nearly bald, Xiao Bai's thick coat still trapped heat. Xian Wenrui's apartment, now cooled by Fan Jian's aura, felt like paradise to the dog, who promptly decided to stay put, mastering his owner's brand of stubbornness to perfection. Zhang Wenjing tugged. Xiao Bai didn't budge. Instead, he feigned deafness, played dumb, and buried his muzzle deep between his paws, convinced he was invisibly hidden. Zhang Wenjing stared silently, then sighed. Fine. Stay here, but don't dreamwalk and eat them both. Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian jolted upright. Xian Wenrui shouted after her retreating figure. Wait, Sister Jing. You're just leaving. You're not taking this dangerously unpredictable pet with you. She walked away briskly, ignoring the two people and a dog behind her. As she passed by Yize and Jiang Yu's room, she tentatively used her ability to probe. But she was quickly repelled by a powerful force, the fluctuation of her ability, causing her to stumble back several steps. She barely steadied herself, wiped the blood that had been forced from her mouth, and coldly laughed, as unreasonable as ever. Inside the room, Yize retracted his exposed ability only after noticing Zhang Wenjing's departure. At the same time, Jiang Yu's eyes snapped open the moment she sensed the fluctuation. The crimson mist in her eyes had yet to dissipate, and her reason remained elusive. Her hands were wrapped in white bandages, still stained with medicinal scent, yet this did not hinder her aggression. 5 claws sprouted sharp black nails, aiming for Yize's abdomen. Just as she was about to succeed, Yize seized her wrist, avoiding her wound, twisting the zombie's arm behind her, using the momentum to pin her down on the bed. Jiang Yu's head was buried in the pillow, her hand caught at her waist. Her curves were fully exposed, and although she struggled, she could not muster any strength, only turning her head to growl at Yize. Her disheveled hair fell beside her ears, and her sharp teeth seemed ready to bite through Yize's neck, her clothes having been torn into strips by her own hands. Now looking at her, her jade-like skin subtly revealed a flawless back partially obscured beneath her long graceful neck with a delicate waist that could barely be grasped. Yize encircled Jiang Yu's waist with one arm, controlling her movements, while helping her untangle her chaotic abilities. The two ability nuclei provided chaotic energy that surged wildly within Jiang Yue, impacting her blood vessels and organs. Jiang Yu felt discomfort, but did not know how to express it. In her irrational state, she could only vent her frustration through biting, yet she was restrained and unable to move. It felt as though two flames were burning inside her, competing fiercely, making her want to break free from the restraints and unleash a massacre, killing everyone here. Jiang Yu was truly disobedient. Yize retrieved a new dental blocker from his space and fitted it on her, saying, "Bear with it. Advancing in rank was not that easy." Once she did, Jiang Yu's strength would take a significant leap. There seemed to be a dividing line between first and second tier zombies. As long as she crossed it, everything would be completely different. The sudden surge of power she felt now was merely an instinctive reaction from the competition between two energies. Her already exhausted body soon slumped against Yize. Jiang Yu pressed her body against him, panting heavily, her heaving chest synchronized with Yize's. Yize lay on the bed, holding the back of Jiang Yu's neck. The biggest difference between second-tier and first-tier zombies was probably that second-tier zombies breathed like humans. Jiang Yu opened her eyes in a daze, lacking the strength to control her body, awkwardly trying to breathe. Her already loose and torn clothing became even more disheveled with her breaths. Their chests pressed closely together. Jiang Yu sensitively felt Yize's strongly beating heart. Gradually, the restless Jiang Yu closed her eyes and fell unconscious again. At this moment, Jiang Yu treated Yize as a bed, lying on him, completely unaware of the impropriety of being so close. Yize wrapped his arms around her waist, leaving only himself to digest the pent-up frustration. The next morning, the temperature rose again by several degrees. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was cool, so holding her was not hot and could even help lower the temperature. However, Yize's temperature was high and Jiang Yu was afraid of heat. Woken by the heat, Jiang Yu had regained her reason and no longer had the same urge to eat people as she did the day before. Jiang Yu noticed Yize lying beside her, feeling hot, but still wanting to get closer to him. After a moment of hesitation, she lay back down. With her eyes open and no actions taken, she rested in Yize's embrace. "You're awake." Yize's voice was hoarse and laced with heavy drowsiness, as he had gotten up in the middle of the night for a shower and had only fallen asleep late. Upon hearing Yize's voice, Jiang Yu immediately lifted her head. Yize was also puzzled, as he could not discern the difference between a second-tier zombie and a first-tier one. He lowered his eyelids and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yue, under his gaze, surprisingly nodded in response to his question. She even made a sound of agreement before stuffing herself back into Yize's arms. If one had to point out a difference, it was that Jiang Yu as a second-tier zombie was much more obedient than she was as a first-tier zombie, and she even knew how to respond. At the same time, she had become clingier, wrapping herself around him from early morning without letting go. The twisted possessiveness, hidden within Jiang Yu's bones, was gradually revealing itself. "Get up, there are things to do today." After hearing Yize's words, Jiang Yu showed hesitation but ultimately complied and got up. However, throughout the process, she stuck closely behind Yize, not leaving his side. Yize stood in the bathroom looking at Jiang Yu, who was closely following him, a line of black lines appearing on his forehead. "Get out." The upgraded Jiang Yu was formidable. Whether she could understand human speech depended entirely on her willingness to do so. For instance, right now Jiang Yu averted her gaze, guiltily pretending nothing happened as she fiddled with her tattered clothing. Yize looked at her and sneered. "All right, if you don't go out, then stay here." He unbuckled his pants and Jiang Yu moved closer from behind. Yize could no longer bear it, reaching out to cover her eyes. "Don't look around." Jiang Yu had become smarter now, or her peanut-sized brain had upgraded to the size of a plum. Did she really not understand his words? Jiang Yue, with her eyes covered, retorted softly, "You've shown me before." Yize was momentarily taken aback by her words, turning to glance at her with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "You've gotten smarter," no longer a mute, suffering in silence. In the past, no matter what he said to Jiang Yue, she had little reaction. Now, however, it was remarkable. She had even mastered the skill of retorting. Soon news of Jiang Yu's newfound intelligence reached Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian. Fan Jian looked at Jiang Yue, whose complexion had lightened a shade, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Jiang Yue, you are looking more and more human now." Xian Wenrui, upon hearing this, gave Fan Jian a light smack on the head. "What nonsense are you talking? She was originally a person." Yize learned that Fan Jian had woken up and was not too surprised, only furrowing his brows as he asked, "Is this voice beyond saving?" Zhang Wenjing adjusted his thick glasses. Normally it's beyond saving, but I'm not sure if Shang Shui has a way. Fan Jian had already come to terms with it after spending a night thinking, it's fine. As long as we are alive, the voice is secondary. We just need to bring Shang Shui back. Seeing Fan Jian's worried expression, Yize reassured him, don't worry, we'll bring her back. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian let out a long breath. Okay, Brother Lu, I won't hold you back this time. I'll find a way to catch up with your abilities as soon as possible. While listening to this conversation, Xian Wenrui could no longer hold back and turned to Zhang Yue, who was about to shift from the edge of the sofa to Lu Yize's side, and spoke up. No, Zhang Yue, you weren't like this before. I know you like Brother Lu, but you should at least restrain yourself in public. Zhang Yu held Lu Yize's hand and looked down at it, entirely ignoring Xian Wenrui's accusation. Seeing that Zhang Yu did not pull his hand away, Lu Yize simply let her be. Fatty, count how many crystal cores you gave me. Later, whether you want crystal cores or supplies, I will repay you double, Lu Yize said to Xian Wenrui. The man had been willing to hand over crystal cores without hesitation in an emergency. Lu Yize was not ungrateful, and he knew how to return favors. No need. I do not have many crystal cores myself, and besides I live at your place, so there is no need to repay me. Helping out is enough to put my mind at ease, Xian Wenrui said sincerely. But when he saw Zhang Wenjing beside them, he suddenly remembered something. Brother Lu, Zhang Wenjing gave 16 or 17 crystal cores. You can give those back to her. He worried that if he said that, the young woman would be too embarrassed to ask, making him appear to be generous with other people's things. I do not care about those dozen crystal cores, Zhang Wenjing said, pushing up her glasses with one hand. Her tone shifted. But I want to know what you plan to do next. Stay here or return to your base. Lu Yize glanced at her. He knew she was waiting for his answer, yet he chose neither, and instead fixed his gaze on Fan Jian. Fan Jian, who had known Lu Yize since high school, understood in an instant. He rose righteous and impassioned, slapping the table. Why stay here? Of course we rescue Shang Shui first, then head back to the base together. Zhang Wenjing said with a smile. I do not want those crystal cores. I only want a chance to enter the base. Lu Yize neither accepted nor refused. He pinched Zhang Yu's increasingly bold hand and said coolly, we will see. Zhang Wenjing was not upset by the lack of an answer. Beside her, the mutant dog Xiaobai revealed its dark bead-like eyes and let out a plaintive howl. Fan Jian found the scruffy mutant dog oddly endearing and once again felt like keeping it. After everyone absorbed the remaining crystal cores and tended their wounds, Lu Yize glanced sideways and with psychic force sensed movement not far away. A sneer curled Lu Yize's mouth and a cold laugh rose. Zhang Yue opened the door. Guests have arrived. Zhang Yue, though unsure of his intent, had become more attuned to his moods. She could tell whether he was merely speaking or was serious. At that moment she clearly felt gravity in his tone, with a subtle hint of ruthlessness. Obediently Zhang Yu rose and stood at the door but made no move to open it. Just as Xian Wenrui, thinking she did not know how to open the door, rose to smooth things over. Opening the door is a small thing, just. The door thundered as thick vines burst through like unleashed beasts, surging inward with the sound of splintering wood. What the Xian Wenrui, halfway up, was so startled. He immediately raised a water shield. The anomalous abilities of the others began to stir. Zhang Yu ignored his protection. She moved in a flash and precisely targeted one of the most protruding vines. Her fingers curled like claws as she gripped the vine. Driving power from her hips and abdomen, she used her whole body to yank back. The once rushing vine was forced to halt. The stalemate lasted no more than 3 seconds. The vines outside recharged and struck even more ferociously from every angle, like a pack of starving beasts determined to tear through any defense. Others moved to aid Zhang Yu but were stopped by Lu Yize. He watched the doorway without a flicker, dismissing the seemingly insignificant vines. Seeing Zhang Yu at a disadvantage, Lu Yize said, Zhang Yue, use your anomalous ability. At his words, she remembered her power. Before she could fully react, she was swept into the mass of vines. Lu Yize's face darkened, and he still forbade others from intervening. Then a crisp snap rang out as the rampaging vines exploded and shattered in a flash. With the vines destroyed, the person concealed within them revealed a slightly stunned face. Zhang Yu met his eyes, and the instant her mind locked onto the target, she unleashed a decisive psychic strike. Her domineering ability swept like a storm. The opponent's thoughts fractured instantly, his mind flooded with so much information it felt as if it would burst. The psychic agony far outstripped any physical injury. As he collapsed into screams, Zhang Yu's fingers hooked. She propelled herself into the air, and using her momentum lunged toward the spot where the opponent's power core lay. But the next moment she was wrapped in a familiar force, and in an instant yanked back by Lu Yize. Before she could steady herself, 2 surging, anomalous energies rose within the room and collided in fierce opposition. Space seemed warped by the clash of those 2 great forces. Every molecule in the air trembled. Everyone formed barriers with their abilities. Newly awakened Fan Jian, unused to his power, was struck by the shock and let out a miserable scream. Who can tell me how to use my ability? With eyes fixed on the doorway, no one had the luxury to attend to Fan Jian. Only Xiaobai, whose ears were aching from the commotion, irritatedly picked Fan Jian up in its jaws and used its own ability to cover him, shielding him from harm. Fan Jian turned tears brimming with gratitude and said, "Brother dog, from now on you are my dog brother, my true brother." Xiaobai looked disdainful, almost prompting him to open his mouth and protest like a human. Yize and the other clearly had no intention of destroying the base. Their clashes were restrained probes, and soon both sides withdrew. The atmosphere stiffened, the scene scarred. Yize looked at the door now split open and at the silenced plants outside. He spoke coldly, "Come out." All eyes followed Yize's gaze to a single spot. The man who had been discovered showed no embarrassment. With casual composure, he brushed aside the green leaves and smiled. The kid acted impulsively. "Please forgive him." The plant-type ability user whose mind Jiang Yu had invaded crawled out of the foliage, clutching his head, the pain making the world spin. He glared at Yize and snarled, "You hurt my sister. I will not let you go." Fan Jian, a wealthy brat whose specialty was backtalk, still smarting from the shock, rolled up his sleeves, put his hands on his hips, and began trading insults. "A kid? Is that the kid you mean? He's taller than me. Close to 1.8 meters. What child looks so burly? Who else could have hurt your sister? We haven't left all night. Do not try to accuse someone without cause." The plant user, furious and about to strike, was stopped when Mimi Yen called Zheng Lin. At being called by name, Zheng Lin fell silent at once, though a trace of stubbornness still lingered on his face. Mimi Yen did not press him further. Instead, he turned and explained with a smile, "Shaolin is young. Before the apocalypse, he was still in elementary school and acted impulsively. I will take responsibility for the damages he caused."